The body was repeatedly lifted and subsequently pulled back into the seat by the safety belt. Looking out the window, all Yang could see were incessant flashes of lightning, while the only sounds he could hear were the torrential rain pounding against the fuselage and the rumble of thunder. Moreover, the small aircraft they were on was a dilapidated relic that had been in service for at least 20 years, leading Yang to feel regret for the first time about his decision to come to Africa. In the face of a rickety plane and life-threatening weather, Yang felt that his 23 years might come to an end here. Strangely, he found himself surprisingly composed rather than panicking. He was focused on figuring out their current location specifically, over which expanse they were flying. He thought that even in the face of death, it was essential to know where he would meet his end. He turned to ask the guide seated next to him if he knew their location, but immediately reconsidered. The guide was fervently crossing himself and praying with great fervor, so Yang felt it best not to disturb him. The small plane, designed to accommodate 20 passengers, had devolved into chaos. Everyone was caught up in a frenzy. The two staff members from the hunting company, who had initially tried to reassure everyone, were now sobbing louder than anyone else. Yang found himself to be the calmest individual in the cabin at that moment, but his tranquility was short-lived. Fear, despair, and regret surged over him like a tidal wave, and especially upon thinking of his parents, he could hold back his tears no longer, surrendering to uncontrollable sobs. What terrified him most was not the imminent approach of death, but rather how his parents would cope with the agony of losing him. As death loomed nearer, time seemed to slow drastically, lingering long enough for him to reflect on his entire life. In that moment, he was living testament to this adage. Memories from his 23 years flashed through his mind like scenes from an old film. As Yang lamented his past, the plane descended lower and lower, finally plummeting with a violent tremor. When the cabin lights extinguished suddenly, Yang curled up and tucked his arms around his head. Following a terrifying crash, he slammed violently into the seat in front of him, the impact leaving him dazed, while the safety belt constricted his shoulders and abdomen painfully, nearly causing him to black out. Though his eyes were closed, the searing pain was quickly followed by an overwhelming sensation of coldness, awakening Yang to the realization that he was now submerged in water. Instinctively, he held his breath, and after a moment, he understood he was still alive. The plane had crashed into the water, and his immediate priority was to escape and reach the surface. As he opened his eyes, although it was still dark, the flashes of lightning illuminated the underwater scene, just enough for Yang to discern some details. The aircraft had split into two sections, with a gaping hole directly above his head. His first instinct was to unbuckle his safety belt, but he couldn't seem to release the clasp. With every second that passed, as he neared the limits of his breath, he remembered the knife hanging from the guide's waist. Reaching out with his left hand, he managed to find the guide's arm, and after a few cautious gropes, he finally grasped the handle of the knife. With a quick motion, he drew the blade and cut through his safety belt. Forcing himself to resist the urge to ascend immediately, he felt for the guide in a desperate attempt to cut his belt as well. However, upon touching what remained of the guide's head, he promptly abandoned the thought of rescuing him. Instead, he grabbed the life jacket from beneath the seat and pushed off the bottom, propelling himself to the surface. Emerging from the water, he gasped for air and quickly donned the life jacket, yanking the cord to inflate it. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. No one had anticipated that a plane flying over land would ultimately plunge into water, resulting in no passengers wearing life vests. Yang was grateful he had remembered to strap on his life jacket at the last moment, relieved that it was still intact. Nonetheless, he felt lost as he pondered what to do next. The water surface was still besieged by stormy winds and rain, although it was daytime. Darkness enveloped everything, and the splashes stirred by the downpour rendered it impossible to discern the location of the shore. Yang found himself at a loss as to where he could swim to safety. In a state of panic, he began to stroke toward a random direction, only to quickly discover that with each kick of his right leg, a sharp pain pierced through his knee. Even with the buoyancy provided by the life jacket, he lacked the strength to swim efficiently. Resigned, he decided to float on the surface for a moment and was soon made aware that he was being swept downstream by the raging current. The flowing water indicated he was in a river, not a lake, which offered him some solace. He thought that if he rested for a while and allowed himself to drift with the current, swimming diagonally toward the shore, he might eventually make it to land. Emboldened by this realization, he noticed he still clutched the knife tightly in his hand. Understanding the significance of a blade in the wild, he hesitated to relinquish it. After pondering for a moment and risking a cut from the exposed edge, he tucked the knife into his waistband, securing it firmly. Next, all Yang could do was rest and prepare to swim ashore. However, Not long after he began to recuperate, a foreboding rumble reached his ears. Straining his neck to catch a glimpse ahead, he was filled with terror as a massive plume of mist came into view in the distance. The presence of mist signified that he was approaching either a waterfall or perilous rapids, both of which would spell disaster in his current state. Cursing under his breath, Yang paddled with all his might, desperately trying to reach the shore before danger struck, but his strength proved inadequate against the increasingly swift river. Ultimately, he was swept beneath a waterfall. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and he was splashed underwater but stirred back up after struggling for air. When Yang resurfaced, dazed and disoriented, he finally saw both banks of the river. Regrettably, sighting the banks was not encouraging for him, as it meant the river had narrowed significantly, resulting in stronger currents. The constricted waterway was littered with rocks, and the torrent crashing against them created deadly obstacles. Ignoring the pain in his right knee, he utilized all his limbs, exerting every ounce of strength to navigate past the rocks. After nearly dodging a few perilous situations, his luck finally ran out. He crashed heavily into a large boulder, and everything went black. Unconscious for an unknown period, when he opened his eyes again, he was engulfed in excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. However, as his awareness gradually returned, he realized he was less than 4 or 5 meters from the riverbank. The bank sloped gently, making it easy to reach, but more importantly, he felt the soft mud beneath his feet. Driven by an instinct for survival, Yang summoned a surge of energy from deep within. He clambered desperately, using hands and feet to pull himself ashore. Once his torso was resting on dry land, he gave himself at least half an hour to regain his composure before finally managing to pull himself fully onto the land. After Yang completely emerged from the water, he was as exhausted as if he were nothing but a puddle of mud. The critical issue was not just his fatigue, he was extremely hungry, starving, in fact. Though he had miraculously survived the aircraft disaster, danger still lurked nearby. This was Africa, and being devoured by a wild beast in the wilderness would never make it onto the news, as such incidents occurred far too frequently. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was situated in a typical savanna, where the expansive grassy plains were dotted with towering trees. The sun was low on the horizon, but he couldn't discern direction, rendering him unable to determine whether it was morning or afternoon. After a brief survey, he cautiously tested his body, discovering that his condition was not as dire as he had feared. While his right knee still throbbed, the bone seemed intact, likely just a bruise. Furthermore, despite aching all over, he found no serious injuries. Relieved to discover he wasn't severely hurt, Yang let out a long sigh and began to check his belongings. As an outdoor enthusiast and a military buff, his habit of never parting with his PSK, personal survival kit, proved invaluable in this dire moment. His PSK was a small waist pack that he always wore, much to the amusement of others, but now his persistence was paying off. The only regret he harbored was that due to portability, his PSK was somewhat too small. However, the items he had selected for his journey to Africa were specifically chosen for survival, ensuring that everything in the pack was essential for his immediate needs. Inside, he found 2 large blocks of chocolate, a fire starter, a compass, a magnifying glass, a 10-meter length of paracord, 5 fishing hooks with 10 meters of fishing line, a survival whistle, for condoms, and a medical kit. This was all he had in his PSK. Originally, he had more supplies in his PSK, but since he had to fly, he had to remove items like knives and lighters that were prohibited. Fortunately, he had acquired a knife from the Giddy, a crucial tool for outdoor survival. As high-energy emergency food, those 2 blocks of chocolate were exactly what Yang needed most. Taking small bites of the chocolate, he was overcome with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He didn't dare to consume all the chocolate at once, realizing that his ravenous hunger limited him to only 1 piece. Without an immediate supply of other food, these 2 blocks were life-saving provisions. After savoring his morsels and awaiting the restoration of his strength, Yang decided to distract himself from the overwhelming tension by examining the knife he had received from the guide. The craftsmanship of the knife was exquisite. It was clearly handmade. The blade measured approximately 32 centimeters in length and 5 millimeters in thickness, featuring a drop-point tip, a flat grind along the edge, a pure copper guard, and a handle made of desert ironwood, beautifully colored and grained. The highlight of the knife was a meticulously crafted burnished line along the blade, enhancing its overall allure. Thanks to this burnished line, Yang recognized it as a handmade carbon steel knife, as most stainless steels couldn't yield such an exquisite line, and mass-produced items surely would not exhibit such details. When trying it out, he discovered the blade was remarkably sharp capable of easily shaving hair. It was evident the previous owner had taken good care of it. Yang felt a pang of nostalgia for the knife's former owner, a South African white man who had been the guide for his hunting trip. They had shared a brief conversation about this very knife on the plane, completely unaware it would ultimately fall into his possession. Reflecting on the sobering fact that he was the sole survivor from the flight, Yang felt a twinge of sorrow. Yet he also felt fortunate the hunting company's aircraft was far too small, and while others complained about the discomfort at the tail end, he had opted for the safest position in the rear. Beyond sheer luck, that was the only reason he had managed to survive the plane crash. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on past regrets. Pulling out the compass, he checked his bearings and was astonished to find that the sun was positioned to the west. In other words, it was now afternoon. This coincided with the time he had boarded the plane, indicating he had been unconscious for a full day and night. Yang had no idea how far he had drifted downstream during that time, but he understood that the farther he was from the crash site, the slimmer his chances of rescue became. Additionally, darkness was quickly encroaching. Grateful to shows like Animal World and Man vs. Wild, which had made him acutely aware of the dire nights on the African savanna, Yang couldn't afford to waste any more time. He fought against the urge to collapse and resolved to search for shelter. At the very least, he needed to build a fire before nightfall. The riverbank was cluttered with dead branches washed ashore by the tumultuous water, and collecting them proved easy. He picked up a long, sturdy stick to use as a makeshift crutch and began gathering as much dry wood as possible to prepare for his first night amidst the African wilderness. As he worked, Yang remained vigilant, aware of the many dangers lurking around him. It was the rainy season, and the tall, lush grass of the savanna could easily conceal prowling predators. He decided to camp a bit farther from the riverbank to avoid any potential wildlife that might come to drink, while also taking precaution against rising waters. Even if the local area remained dry, a heavy rain upstream could suddenly raise the river level by several meters. His plan was to find a place to rest for the night and wait for dawn to begin searching for food. Despite his impaired mobility, he still had fishing line and hooks, which offered him a genuine chance of catching something. By securing food, he could withstand several days, signaling for help while waiting for rescue. Even if no one came by during those days, he reasoned that he could eventually craft a raft and float downstream. He firmly believed there were people living along its banks, a matter of simply how far away they were. Empowered by the survival essentials at hand, Yang felt a surge of confidence in his ability to survive. However, the heavens seemed to conspire against him. Just as he was dragging a bundle of firewood toward his chosen campsite with paracord, a gunshot rang out through the air. Chapter 2. Gunfight. The sudden crack of a gunshot startled Gao Yang, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could even scream for help, a barrage of gunfire erupted in quick succession. The sound of rapid gunfire, resembling the popping of beans, compelled Gao Yang to whip his head around. To his dismay, he spotted two factions approximately 500 to 600 meters away, both groups raising their weapons to exchange fire. Though the distance rendered the scene somewhat unclear, Gao Yang could ascertain that this was no mere hunting expedition. It was an all-out conflict. His heart sank to the depths of despair, and without a second thought, he immediately crouched down in the grass. Despite the considerable distance, he wished to avoid the risk of a stray bullet or being discovered by the combatants. Who knew what kind of individuals were engaged in this skirmish? It was best to remain hidden. The cacophony of gunfire filled his ears, while the tall grass obscured his view, yet he had no intention of rising to investigate the situation. At that moment, he could only pray that no one had spotted him. The battle commenced with startling abruptness, but the gunfire soon tapered off, albeit not completely. To Gao Yang's astonishment, he soon realized that the gunfire was drawing closer. Shots rang out intermittently, rapidly approaching his location. Gao Yang silently lamented his predicament. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, he felt parched, his hairs standing on end, and his hands trembling uncontrollably. He forced himself to regain his composure. Drawing the hunting knife from his waist, after taking several deep breaths, he cautiously lifted his head to survey the area. Two men clad in camouflage, one behind the other, were sprinting toward Gao Yang's hiding spot. Hot on their heels were 7 or 8 others, relentlessly firing at the fleeing duo. Before long, a burst of blood erupted from the back of the trailing man's chest, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining man continued to sprint toward Gao Yang, and alarmingly, this individual was running faster than a rabbit. The distance that had originally been several hundred meters had dwindled to less than 50 meters in less than a minute since the gunfire began. And with the fugitive's frantic sprint, that distance was shrinking rapidly. The desperate man occasionally fired backward in an attempt to slow his pursuers. However, at that moment, his weapon clicked empty, devoid of ammunition. A bullet struck him squarely in the head, and with a muffled thud, his brain matter sprayed through the air. Gao Yang, lying on the ground, could see everything unfold without having to raise his head. If the fleeing man had not perished, he would have stumbled right onto Gao Yang. When the last of the fleeing men fell, a cheer erupted, but all Gao Yang could feel was a desire to weep. He regretted not fleeing at the onset. Had he done so, he might have avoided drawing the attention of both factions. Now, it was too late for him to escape. The cheers quickly subsided, and a voice called out, "IGA, go check it out. The rest of you, secure the area. We need to leave swiftly." The speaker communicated in English, and although the accent was peculiar, Gao Yang understood without difficulty. As footsteps drew nearer, he glanced at the body within arm's reach and realized he could no longer remain hidden. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang decided it was better to take the initiative. To avoid any misunderstandings, he first sheathed his hunting knife at his lower back, then lay flat on the ground and shouted in English, "Do not shoot. I am a Huaxia person. I am unarmed. I pose no threat. I am a survivor of a plane crash. Please listen carefully. I am a Huaxia person, a survivor of a plane crash. I mean no harm. Who are you? Step out and raise your hands." The response was immediate, and they did not fire right away, which brought Gao Yang a modicum of relief. "I am coming out. Please do not shoot. I'm injured, quite severely. I may move slowly, but please, do not shoot." As he spoke, Gao Yang slowly rose to his feet. Raising both hands, at this point, he noticed the closest man, a black man, was merely 7 or 8 meters away, with 6 others scattered around him, some closer, some farther, all aiming their weapons at him. The black man closest to Gao Yang, upon seeing his face, seemed to believe he posed no danger, and his expression relaxed somewhat. Just then, someone in the distance shouted, "IGA, who is it?" The man named IGA, brandishing a rusty AK-47 and clad in tattered camouflage, was even wearing flip-flops, suggesting he was not part of any regular army. IGA trained his weapon on Gao Yang and swiftly approached him. After scrutinizing Gao Yang, he tilted his head slightly and shouted to his comrades, "It's a yellow-skinned guy. He claims to be Huaxia, and he has no weapon." Gao Yang, hands raised high, though intensely anxious, managed to force a smile and exclaimed, "Sir, I survived a plane crash. I am the sole survivor. If you and your friends could assist me, I would be forever grateful. Please, do not kill me. I can offer you a substantial reward. Saving me would be more beneficial for you." As he spoke, Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed on the weapon in IGA's hands. Nearly face to face, with the muzzle mere inches from his head, he feared that at any moment, IGA might pull the trigger. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he received no response from IGA, but from a distance. He heard a phrase he dreaded. "Kill him." Gao Yang's heart sank, but IGA did not immediately pull the trigger. Instead, he turned his head slightly and shouted, "He says he can give us a lot of money. Idiot! Kill him!" Upon hearing the command to kill him once more, Gao Yang no longer hesitated. Seizing the opportunity while IGA had turned away, Gao Yang grasped the barrel of the weapon before him, lifting it upward, while simultaneously drawing his hunting knife from his waist. With a sudden lunge, he tackled IGA to the ground. As he pinned IGA down, Gao Yang had already unsheathed the knife. Taken by surprise, IGA instinctively pulled the trigger, and the rapid gunfire erupted near Gao Yang's ear. The barrel of the weapon he held was searing hot from its previous discharge, and after IGA fired, the muzzle felt even more scorching. Despite the pain, Gao Yang clung tightly to the gun, ensuring it was not aimed at himself. He thrust the knife diagonally into IGA's abdomen with force. After plunging the knife in fully, he shifted his body slightly and withdrew the blade only to stab upward again, driving it straight through to IGA's heart. IGA convulsed once before ceasing all movement. Though it seemed to unfold slowly, the entire sequence of events transpired in just 2 or 3 seconds. Meanwhile, those at a distance were only just beginning to react. After seizing the AK-47, Gao Yang took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and quickly aimed his weapon, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. The gunfire echoed as 2 figures crumpled to the ground. Both struck in the chest, immediately lifeless. After swiftly firing the 2 rounds, Gao Yang rolled onto the ground, not forgetting to retrieve his hunting knife from IGA's corpse. and quickly crawled away. Just as he managed to escape, bullets rained down in the exact spot where he had just fired, sending grass and debris flying. Gao Yang's sharp shooting had momentarily stunned his adversaries. Despite their fervent return fire, none dared to charge forward. In truth, Gao Yang was surprised by his own marksmanship. After so many years, he had not anticipated still being so accurate. After crawling more than 10 meters, the gunfire ceased, and Gao Yang dared not continue. He paused, cautiously propping himself up to observe, only to find that the remaining 4 opponents were now crouching low, inching closer to him. After taking a deep breath, he quickly rose to one knee and fired again, hitting another enemy. This time, the adversaries were more cautious, limiting their exposed areas. Gao Yang fired twice but only managed to hit one target. The act of killing and seizing weapons was not part of Gao Yang's initial plan. He had hoped they would spare him, or even offer assistance. It was only after hearing the orders to kill him that he adopted a mindset of desperation. The success of his actions was entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, the second round of gunfire was a conscious decision, albeit with less effectiveness. Once again, firing revealed his position, prompting Gao Yang to drop back to the ground and crawl swiftly. He chose to ignore the sounds of bullets striking the earth around him, focused solely on moving forward. When the gunfire ceased again, Gao Yang stopped crawling and cautiously lifted his head to survey the surroundings. This time, however, he detected no sign of his opponents. The thick, tall grass provided ample cover for both sides. Lying flat made it difficult to spot one another. After catching his breath, Gao Yang resumed his slow crawl, his right knee aching excruciatingly, and his left hand swollen from the heat of the gun barrel. He gritted his teeth and persevered, moving cautiously and deliberately to this moment. The grassland lay in profound silence, utterly devoid of the life-and-death struggle that was transpiring. After crawling several meters, Gao Yang came to a halt, observing his surroundings once more, and chanced upon a black man who revealed merely a hint of his forehead, peering cautiously in his direction, though it seemed he had not detected Gao Yang's presence. The distance between them appeared to be around 70 to 80 meters, and the adversary was evidently hesitant to approach quickly, which brought a modicum of relief to Gao Yang, affording him the opportunity to assess his remaining ammunition. Chapter 3. Escape. Gao Yang covered the magazine with his hand, striving to prevent any noise as he detached it. Once the magazine was removed, he could not help but inwardly lament. It contained but a single bullet, and considering the one already in the chamber, he found himself with merely 2 rounds, while the enemy possessed 3, and it was quite apparent that they were not short on ammunition. Gao Yang realized he needed to devise a means of escape. Even if he could take one down with a bullet, the remaining opponent could still eliminate him. He dared not hope to dispatch the second with a knife, especially given his ignorance of whether the enemy had reinforcements nearby. The sole piece of good news was the encroaching darkness. He estimated that within an hour, the sun would fully set, and if he could endure until nightfall, a chance to flee might present itself. After reloading the magazine, Gao Yang rose to survey the area once more, yet he spotted no sign of the enemy. This time, however, he did not crawl to the ground but knelt on one knee, attempting to conceal himself while attentively scanning his surroundings. He had not waited long when he observed a head slowly emerging from the grass, glancing about before crouching and darting forward a few paces, only to promptly conceal himself once again. Moments later, another figure appeared from a patch of grass a short distance away, swiftly moving forward before vanishing into the foliage. The enemy began to advance in a covering formation, and the 2 individuals within Gao Yang's view were now no more than 40 to 50 meters away, a perilously close distance that compelled him to ensure they could not approach with ease. Holding his breath, Gao Yang aimed his weapon at the location where he had first spotted the enemy. Soon, the first figure re-emerged, albeit having shifted a few meters from his previous position and moving at a rapid pace. Without hesitation, Gao Yang adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger. Hitting a moving target was his forte. The shot rang out, and the 4th man fell, eliciting a frenzied barrage of gunfire in return. Yet the enemy refrained from exposing themselves. This blind shooting posed little threat to Gao Yang. After shifting his position slightly, he halted once more, maintaining acute vigilance as he observed the movements of the remaining 2 adversaries. His last shot had evidently instilled fear. The enemy dared not advance further, remaining hidden in the grass. A standoff ensued between Gao Yang and the 2 opponents, neither willing to make the first move. At this juncture, it was not only Gao Yang who felt trepidation. Although he had but one bullet left, the enemy remained oblivious to this fact. Gao Yang feared they might charge him together. While they too were wary that any reveal could result in a fatal shot, as time slipped by, the darkness deepened, and Gao Yang's chances of survival increased, while the two remaining foes remained ominously silent. He began to contemplate his escape route. To the east, a little over 100 meters away, lay a river, while the two enemies positioned themselves to the northwest. Gao Yang considered two potential escape paths, southward. Or first south, then into the river. He resolved to head south initially, then veer towards the river, primarily because his right knee throbbed painfully, complicating his movements, and entering the water would alleviate some of that strain. When complete darkness enveloped the landscape, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, Gao Yang decided it was time to act. However, just as he prepared to move, he realized he had made a grave error. He had been wearing a life jacket. Its bright orange color conspicuously visible. Gao Yang had not intended to remove it, as he needed its buoyancy to escape via the river. Although he could swim, without the life jacket, especially in his current state of injury and starvation, he would face certain death. During the daylight, the life jacket's vivid hue had not posed much of an issue, bolstered by the cover of the grass. Yet, as night fell, he was astonished to discover that the jacket emitted a soft glow, bright enough to betray his presence from a distance. If he entered the water, he would undoubtedly be spotted. With a mix of frustration and humor, Gao Yang hastily removed the life jacket, attempting to detach the glowing strips, only to find that doing so would compromise its integrity. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound, a reminder that he could no longer afford to delay. Reluctantly, he set the life jacket aside and began to crawl southward. Gao Yang exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from rushing but instead continuing to crawl, aware that his adversaries could not see him as long as he remained quiet. He covered a considerable distance when suddenly a series of short gunshots rang out behind him. He surmised the enemy had likely fired upon his life jacket. Realizing the pursuit was far from over, Gao Yang quickened his crawl, but a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he should devise a means to divert his pursuers. After a moment's hesitation, he altered his course towards the riverbank, pausing occasionally to listen for any signs of movement behind him. When he approached within 20 meters of the bank, he ceased crawling. As the absence of grass cover made further movement too risky, he sought merely to create a distraction from the water. To his dismay, after crawling so far, he had encountered not a single stone or usable object nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he gently removed the magazine and hurled it into the river. The last bullet remained chambered, rendering the empty magazine useless. The gunfire had frightened away all nearby wildlife. Leaving the grassland in silence, the sound of the magazine hitting the water echoed loudly, a sharp splash breaking the stillness. Regardless of its efficacy, Gao Yang did not linger any longer, turning back towards the depths of the grassland and continuing forward. Once he felt he had distanced himself sufficiently, he finally lay flat on the ground to rest. Starving and utterly drained, he estimated he had crawled at least 300 to 400 meters. What he needed most was strength. In such dire circumstances, conserving energy was not an option. Reluctantly, he retrieved the last piece of chocolate, unwrapped it slowly, and swallowed it in a few bites. With something in his stomach, he felt a measure of relief, and the energy from the chocolate would sustain him for a while. After a brief moment of recuperation, feeling a bit stronger, he glanced back and found nothing but darkness. He swiftly resolved to rise and proceed south. Although his right knee remained painful, he could still manage to move, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Gao Yang dared not pause for even a moment. Pushing onward, uncertain of how long he had been walking, it felt as though ages had passed. His rest periods grew increasingly prolonged. Nearly every 5 minutes of movement necessitated a 15-minute break or longer. He was parched, famished, and utterly exhausted. Without the unwavering belief that he must return home, he would have collapsed onto the ground long ago. By this time, the moon had risen, though fortunately it was not full, casting only a faint glow. Even if his pursuers were still on his trail, the dim light ensured he would not be easily detected. Judging by the moon's position, Gao Yang estimated it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, and having reached his limit, he finally decided to halt. Leaning against a large tree, having distanced himself from the battleground, he was surrounded by the howls of wild animals, some of which sounded alarmingly close. Though he could not discern precisely which creatures were making the sounds, he knew that Africa's three great predators, lions, leopards, and hyenas, were nocturnal hunters, with hyenas being particularly active at night. Gao Yang felt fortunate not to have encountered any predators on his journey. Though it was equally possible he had crossed paths with them without realizing that in truth, the threat of wild beasts was not the most daunting. Even more fearsome were the swarms of mosquitoes and other flying insects that could not only leave him covered in welts but also transmit malaria and a host of other infectious diseases. Thankfully, prior to embarking on his journey to Africa, Gao Yang had taken measures to prepare for the environment. Though he lacked many medications due to space constraints, he had ensured that mosquito repellent was included. After applying the repellent, he could afford to think of nothing else. Cradling his firearm with its single remaining bullet, Gao Yang quickly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 4. Everything is because of the gun in his dreams. Gao Yang seemed to hear laughter, strange, haunting laughter that echoed around him, approaching and receding in an eerie dance. Gao Yang lingered in a state of half-sleep, his ears attuned to the eerie laughter that echoed nearby. Yet, overwhelming fatigue dulled his desire to engage with it. However, inexplicably, when the unsettling laughter ceased, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped him, jolting him awake. Many have experienced such moments when they awaken abruptly from a deep slumber, even when nothing has transpired. Gao Yang was no exception. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he was astonished to find at least 4 or 5 pairs of glowing green eyes fixated upon him, and directly before him stood a hyena. Initially, Gao Yang believed he was ensnared in a nightmare, but after a brief moment of bewilderment, reality struck him. He was not in the comfort of his bed at home, but alone on the African savanna. Confronted by no fewer than a dozen genuine hyenas, a pungent odor assailed his senses as one hyena approached him, almost face to face, its jaws poised to tear at his throat. Fear gripped him, and instinctively, he leveled his firearm at the creature and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the hyena before him collapsed lifelessly to the ground, causing the surrounding pack to scatter in terror. Gao Yang, in a flurry, rose to his feet, his heart racing. After a moment of heavy breathing, his frayed nerves gradually began to calm. The hyena he shot had a fatal wound between its eyes. Utterly lifeless, he prodded the carcass with his gun, confirming its demise before sinking back down onto the ground. Gao Yang realized that even if other beasts lurked nearby, they too were likely frightened away by the gunfire. Nevertheless, the thought of having nearly become a hyena's meal sent waves of trepidation through him. While he could not ascertain whether hyenas would prey upon the living, he understood that they would not pass up a dead body. Perhaps they had assumed he was already deceased, targeting him as their next victim. With a bite force surpassing that of lions, even if he remained alive, a few bites from a hyena could easily turn him into a genuine corpse. Sitting beside the lifeless hyena, Gao Yang clutched his AK-47, now devoid of ammunition. Reflecting on the tumultuous experiences of the past few days, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, as he grasped his firearm. A myriad of emotions washed over him. The very gun in his hands was the root cause of his current predicament. His journey to Africa was merely a quest to wield a real firearm. Born in the provincial capital of Hubei, Gao Yang's parents operated a modest factory. While not extraordinarily wealthy, they provided a relatively comfortable life, showering him with affection and ensuring his upbringing was smooth sailing. During his middle school years, his father took him to a shooting range, where the regulations on firearms were not as stringent, allowing for real guns and ammunition. It was there that Gao Yang first showcased his shooting prowess. Using a semi-automatic rifle to hit a 100-meter target, he achieved remarkable results, scoring consistently in the 8 and 9 rings, aside from his first shot. This accomplishment astounded the range personnel, and coincidentally, the shooting range was a training base in Hubei. Open for public use, staffed by knowledgeable professionals. Enthralled by the experience, Gao Yang soon attracted the attention of a professional shooting instructor. After witnessing Gao Yang's skill, the instructor encouraged him to attempt a 200-meter target. Ignoring the distance, Gao Yang took aim and shot, maintaining accuracy. Impressed, the instructor promptly approached Gao Yang's father, proposing that his son train in shooting. After a month of discussions with his family, and learning that the sports school also offered academic courses, Gao Yang ultimately fulfilled his wish and enrolled in the institution to pursue shooting. Gao Yang possessed a natural talent for shooting and was willing to work hard for his interests. Within 2 years at the sports school, he became the youngest member in the history of the Hebei shooting team. However, upon joining the team, he found himself without opportunities to compete, as the provincial team was comprised of seasoned shooters who would not easily allow a newcomer to shine. Let alone the national team, where competition was fierce. To participate in competitions, he would need at least 2 to 3 more years of training. Ultimately, his youthful impatience led him to abandon shooting, especially as his parents wished for him to return to his studies. At 16, Gao Yang resumed his academic pursuits. Having trained in shooting for 3 years, he inevitably fell behind in his academic studies, compounded by his lack of diligence in learning. However, during this time, he discovered a second talent, a knack for learning languages. Unlike many who struggled with English, Gao Yang found it relatively easy to grasp. After enduring 3 years of high school, he enrolled in a third-tier university to study foreign languages. Graduation often signifies unemployment for many, but during his freshman year, Gao Yang began seeking part-time work at foreign trade companies. His spoken English improved, allowing him to communicate effectively with foreigners. Thus, upon graduation, he ventured into entrepreneurship, starting his own foreign trade company with his father's assistance. Regrettably, just as his business began to take off, an economic crisis struck, severely impacting the foreign trade sector, and his company was no exception. At the age of 23, Gao Yang faced the collapse of his first venture. While his foreign trade company had been operational for over a year, yielding modest profits of around 200,000 yuan, he had squandered nearly all of it on purchasing replica firearms and prestigious knives, spending his time traveling without saving a penny. The closure of his company brought little pressure. The day after its demise, Gao Yang eagerly participated in a live-action combat simulation. Though real firearms were prohibited, he possessed a collection of replicas, thus opting for a BB gun version of the game. Although termed live-action combat by outsiders, Gao Yang and his friends referred to it as wargame, striving to make the experience as realistic as possible. Intending to vent his frustrations through this simulation, Gao Yang's excitement turned to dismay when he was apprehended by police during a mock battle. Fines and detention were inevitable. After several days in custody, his father managed to secure his release, preventing a lengthy sentence. The day after his return home, while browsing the internet, Gao Yang stumbled upon an advertisement for a private hunting expedition in Ethiopia. Costing 88,000 yuan, with the option to hunt lions for an additional fee. Not being bloodthirsty but merely curious about hunting, the advertisement tantalized him with the prospect of wielding real firearms in the African wilderness. Igniting his longing for adventure, he concluded that rather than engaging in simulated battles with replicas, he would prefer to indulge in the thrill of real firearms in Africa. An individual's interests cannot be altered on a whim. And Gao Yang was the type of person who acted on impulse. Consequently, he sold all his beloved replica firearms and knives, accumulating a total of 100,000 yuan, just enough for his trip to Africa. While this amount would only allow for hunting smaller game, Gao Yang held no interest in killing defenseless creatures. He viewed the expenditure merely as a ticket to a tour, an opportunity to handle real weapons and experience the beauty of Africa. After depleting his savings in Africa, Gao Yang boarded a plane destined for the hunting grounds, or perhaps, as he would come to realize, a flight to hell. Soon after, he found himself embroiled in an inexplicable gunfight, resulting in the deaths of 4 living beings and 1 hyena. During his shooting training years, Gao Yang had practiced with both handguns and rifles, specializing in moving targets. Although he had not handled real firearms in years and was using an AK-47 rather than his familiar weapon, he instinctively employed his habit of firing 2 shots in quick succession. Despite the increased difficulty, the outcome was surprisingly effective. The reason Gao Yang could pick up the AK-47 with ease, despite never having used one before, was attributed to his collection of replicas and his dedication as a true military enthusiast, which allowed him to retain extensive knowledge of firearms from online and literature sources. Thus, upon handling the real weapon, he could disassemble and reassemble it effortlessly, particularly with a straightforward design like the AK-47. Once a week, Gao Yang participated in real-life CS activities, which enabled him to master a considerable number of tactical maneuvers. It is essential to recognize that BB bullets striking the body can indeed be quite painful in his pursuit of a more immersive experience during these real-life CS games, and to appear more professional. Gao Yang dedicated himself to learning various tactical movements and hand signals, practicing online countless times. Although his skills could never compare to those of truly elite soldiers, he was undoubtedly superior to those untrained individuals who picked up a shabby weapon and ventured into battle. Gao Yang harbored regrets about not experiencing more during his youth, fearing that in old age he might lament his lack of adventure. However, at this moment, he yearned to be back home, comfortably spending his days with his parents. He now comprehended a profound truth. Firearms are not toys. They are instruments of death, crafted not for play but for destruction. His desire to wield a gun during his time in Africa had come to fruition. Yet the cost was excruciatingly high. What began as a simple wish to practice shooting resulted in the tragic deaths of 4 living beings, and he himself might have perished on the African plains. All stemming from the desire to experience genuine firearms. For the first time, Gao Yang considered that perhaps gun control was not such a bad notion after all, if given the choice now. He would undoubtedly opt for a life in Huaxia, where firearms are absent and the constant fear of being shot does not loom. It is only after losing something that one realizes its true value. Yet, he found it ironic that while he once hesitated to kill a mere chicken, he had now taken the lives of several people, one of whom he had slain face to face with a knife. Although he felt little at the time, in the subsequent calm, he was overwhelmed with nausea and dread. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief that it was others who had died, not himself. His actions had been driven by self-preservation, and despite having killed 4 individuals, he harbored no regrets regarding the consequences. A Western proverb aptly states that one would rather face 8 jurors than lie in a coffin carried by 8 men. Yet, he was filled with remorse for having come to Africa, longing only to return home to his parents. The thought of his parents reignited his will to live, prompting him to abandon self-pity and instead contemplate how he might return home. Once he regained his composure, Gao Yang understood the necessity of discerning his location. He believed that the environment in Ethiopia was relatively stable and that such violent confrontations should not be occurring. Reflecting on his pre-departure news, he could recall no reports of unrest in Ethiopia. It became apparent that he must have stumbled into a tribal feud, which, if true, was somewhat reassuring. Encountering tourists or ordinary citizens would signify his chance of salvation. With no time to dwell further, the dawn began to break and Gao Yang, fearing that the sounds of gunfire might attract pursuers, dared not linger. Famished and lightheaded, he was unwilling to squander his most accessible food source. Although hyenas are scavengers and reek of foul odor, he reasoned that if he could thoroughly cook the meat, it might be edible. Unable to haul the entire hyena and fearing to build a fire in place, he resorted to using his knife to detach its 4 legs. This task was no small feat. The bloodiness of his hands was almost intolerable. When cornered, a person can resort to unimaginable actions. And so Gao Yang bound the 4 bloody, odorous hyena legs with rope and fashioned a makeshift walking stick from a tree branch. Limping, he resumed his journey, still clutching the AK-47, after covering a considerable distance. He discarded the weapon into a thicket that a gun without ammunition served only to burden him with unnecessary risk, and he had opted to toss it at a distance to prevent his pursuers from realizing he was unarmed. As the sun rose above the horizon, illuminating the landscape, Gao Yang estimated he had traversed a mere 2 to 3 kilometers, a distance insufficiently secure. He longed to cover more ground, but his thirst and hunger, coupled with injuries, rendered him acutely aware that merely walking this far was a testament to his resolve. He resolved not to take another step until he had found food and water, fearing that he might collapse and lose the chance to rise again. Upon spotting a dead, gnarled tree from afar, Gao Yang felt a surge of hope. In July, during Africa's rainy season, finding firewood on the plains is no easy task, and the presence of a dead tree would undoubtedly simplify his endeavors. As he approached the tree, his excitement waned upon realizing that despite its modest height of 7 or 8 meters, its branches were situated high above, with the lowest one still nearly 6 meters off the ground, resembling an umbrella. The trunk was robust, as thick as his waist, and he knew he would need to fell the entire tree to access the branches, a task ill-suited for a hunting knife. Disheartened by the sight of the unburnable firewood beneath the dead tree, Gao Yang experienced a moment of frustration. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as he noticed some fallen branches scattered across the ground. Though fewer in number, collecting these would allow him to roast some meat to satiate his hunger. He used his makeshift cane to sift through the underbrush in search of branches. A glimmer of excitement caught his eye, a branch as thick as his arm lay before him. Never had he imagined that he would feel such exhilaration upon discovering a mere twig. Eagerly, he reached down to pick it up, only to feel a sharp sting in his left hand as he lifted the branch. The instant he registered the pain, he dropped the branch and jumped back. Spotting a large brown snake coiled on the ground in comparison to its length, the snake appeared quite robust, its upper body raised in an S-curve, hissing ominously at him. Gao Yang glanced at his bitten left hand, where two large fang marks marred his palm. For a moment, his mind went blank as he berated himself for carelessly disturbing the underbrush, knowing that such actions could conceal venomous snakes. How could he have made such a grievous and potentially fatal error? Yet, clarity soon returned, fueled by anger. He raised his makeshift cane and struck forcefully at the snake's head, pinning it down before drawing his knife and severing its head from its body in that moment. Gao Yang felt a surge of despair, believing his life was forfeit. He had killed the snake in a fit of rage, but as its head rolled away, he realized he could not simply surrender to fate. Desperately recalling the proper response to a snake bite, he fumbled in his waist pouch for paracord and tightly wrapped it around his wrist, biting one end while tying a knot with the other hand. In those fleeting seconds, the pain in his palm intensified, and blood began to seep from the wound. Realizing he could not afford to delay, he took the bloodied knife and, gritting his teeth, pressed the blade against the fang marks on his palm. Slicing deeply into the flesh, the pain was excruciating, and he howled in agony, making additional incisions across the bite marks. As blood gushed from his palm, he trembled uncontrollably, but he noted that the swelling around the wound began to subside. And the bleeding slowed. He understood that he needed to suck out the venom. Typically, sucking out venom would hasten death if the gums were bleeding, and Gao Yang was all too familiar with his own tendency for gum bleeding. In this moment of extreme suffering, however, he remained lucid, his mind racing faster than usual. The condoms he had packed in his pouch suddenly proved useful. He had originally intended to use them for carrying water. Yet now they served a more critical purpose. Ripping open a condom, he slipped it over his hand, positioning it near his mouth. This way, he could suck out the blood without ingesting the venom. It was a pitiful irony that this was his first experience with a condom, and as he placed the gloved hand near his mouth, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Others use condoms for pleasure, while he was using one to save his life. Despite the bitterness of his situation, he resolutely sucked at the poisoned blood, and his efforts yielded some results, but soon the wound ceased to bleed. As he gazed at his left hand, now swollen to the size of a bun, Gao Yang suddenly recalled a critical thought. If he continued to bind his left hand with the umbrella cord, prolonged constriction coupled with insufficient blood supply and the effects of the snake venom could soon lead to necrosis. In such a scenario, amputation would be futile, and he would face certain death. With no other choice, Gao Yang loosened the umbrella cord that had been tightly wrapped around his wrist. Once blood circulation to his palm was restored, he forcefully drew out the venomous blood. After a while, he would reapply the cord around his wrist, repeating this cycle indefinitely. The excruciating pain, excessive blood loss, the effects of the venom, and the overwhelming fatigue combined to make Gao Yang feel increasingly dizzy. His vision clouded with stars. Fearing that he might lose consciousness and be unable to release the binding cord in time, he untied it, then tore open a condom, fashioning it to secure around his wrist. The elasticity of the condom would help impede the spread of the venom toward his heart and throughout his body while allowing blood flow to his left hand. Gao Yang was uncertain of the snake species that had bitten him. He only knew it was not a cobra. Moreover, he was unsure whether his actions were right or wrong, but he felt compelled to employ every method he knew. As he reflected on his measures, he suddenly remembered a troubling detail. His hunting knife had recently been used to butcher a hyena, a scavenger renowned for its numerous bacteria and viruses. The thought of potentially succumbing not to the snake's venom but to the contamination from the hyena's bacteria sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, while his medical kit might lack various items, it would never be short of antibiotics. Although his medical kit was quite small, it contained a significant array of supplies: antibiotics, anti-malarial medication, diarrhea treatment, and mosquito repellent. However, due to space limitations, the quantities were minimal. This time, the antibiotics would prove invaluable. Gao Yang retrieved all the antibiotics stored in a waterproof vial, tearing open the packaging of the 16 assorted pills. Without hesitation, he tossed all the pills into his mouth and swallowed hard, fully aware that such an action was ill-advised, yet more concerned about the possibility of not having the chance to take the medication at all. Just as he strained his neck, rolling his eyes back, and forcefully gulped down the tablets, his blurred vision seemed to spot several figures rushing toward him. Gao Yang's first thought was that his pursuers had finally located him. Which startled him greatly. He instinctively rose from the ground, and after a dizzying moment, he focused closely and indeed saw 4 individuals approaching. Unable to withstand the strain any longer, he fell backward, staring up at the sky. Just before losing consciousness, Gao Yang thought to himself, "Well, I am destined to die anyway. Let whatever happen, happen." Chapter 6. Hunting. As the dry season set in, rain had become a distant memory, and most of the marshes across the savannah had dried up. The grasses that once thrived to half the height of a person during the rainy season had now withered and shrunk. Under the relentless sun, Gao Yang diligently searched for traces left by his quarry, striving to track a large antelope. Indeed, Gao Yang had not perished. He was extraordinarily fortunate to have survived 3 years in an unknown location at the intersection of African savanna and tropical rainforest. Far removed from modern civilization, a stroke of luck not granted to everyone. This marked Gao Yang's 3rd dry season in Africa, meaning he had been stranded there for 3 years, in this harsh land. Survival was not contingent upon skills or available resources, but rather sheer luck, or perhaps the strength of one's fate. At least in Gao Yang's experience, it must be said that Gao Yang's fate was undeniably resilient. Although he had been bitten by a venomous snake and had exhausted all available means, without assistance, he would have met his end. Yet, he was fortunate enough to encounter a nomadic tribe in the midst of their migration, ensuring his survival. Gao Yang later learned that in the tribe that saved him, traditional methods were employed to treat snake bites, and he was fortunate enough to be healed, albeit with a significant scar remaining on the edge of his left palm. What could their traditional methods entail? Aside from using various unknown herbs, it relied on the blessings of their deities. It was said that under divine protection, the snake venom posed little threat, while the severe wounds he inflicted upon himself proved far more perilous. In a moment of panic, Gao Yang had hastily attempted to expel the venomous blood, causing deeper lacerations than intended. Yet, miraculously, he survived. He later learned that, according to the tribe's practices, only 1 in 10 individuals might be saved from such a predicament. However, Gao Yang's most perilous moments did not stem solely from the snake bite, but rather from a month after his rescue when he contracted malaria. Despite consuming all the anti-malarial medication he had brought, it proved ineffective, and after enduring relentless fever for over 10 days, he emerged emaciated yet, against all odds, still alive. Over the course of 3 years, Gao Yang suffered from malaria 4 times, experiencing nearly every type of the illness. Yet he endured. Perhaps it was the antibodies developed from previous infections, but he had not experienced malaria this year, seemingly breaking free from this recurring nightmare. Of course, the primary reason for his survival was the compassionate tribe that rescued him. Without those kind souls, he would have perished countless times. The tribe that saved Gao Yang was small and exceedingly primitive, comprising only 17 individuals, essentially one extended family, leading a nomadic lifestyle sustained by foraging and hunting. Gao Yang was unaware of the tribe's ethnic affiliation, only knowing they identified themselves as the Akuli. When he inquired with the tribe's chief, the eldest member, he discovered that even the chief did not know their ethnic origins. The Akuli tribe lacked any notion of ethnicity, only encountering opportunities for intermarriage with other tribes they deemed similar. Given their incredibly primitive lifestyle, the mortality rate within the Akuli tribe was unsurprisingly high. During Gao Yang's 3 years with the tribe, 4 children were born, while 3 individuals passed away, the oldest being around 5 or 6 years, and the youngest merely 2 days old, the tribe's chief. The oldest of them all seemed to be in his 40s but could not even recall his precise age, only that he had lived through over 40 rainy seasons. Gao Yang exhibited a commendable aptitude for language acquisition, and the Akuli tribe's language, characterized by its simplicity and limited vocabulary, allowed him to communicate effectively within 3 to 4 months. However, the information he gleaned from these primitive individuals was woefully scarce. To this day, Gao Yang remains oblivious to the country he inhabits or his precise location. He only knows he is situated at the junction of tropical savanna and rainforest. Heading north for 2 or 3 days leads to sparse grasslands, while venturing south leads to dense rainforests. Gao Yang, unfamiliar with Africa's geography, could not deduce his whereabouts from the land's features. For 3 years, he had constantly yearned to return home, yet he had not encountered a single trace of civilization. The reason for this detachment from the civilized world was that the Akuli tribe originally migrated to escape warfare, seeking refuge in remote areas away from modernity. The Akuli tribe had once been visited by individuals from the civilized world who brought modern gifts. But once conflict erupted, those armed individuals murdered anyone they encountered for mere amusement. After 3 members of the Akuli tribe were killed while hunting, the tribe began their continuous migration. Throughout these years, neither the Akuli tribe nor Gao Yang encountered any other individuals, severing his ties with the outside world. He adventured in all 4 directions, sometimes walking for 7 or 8 days without a single finding. And now it seemed impossible for him to rediscover the river that had initially led him here. During his 3 years with the Akuli tribe, Gao Yang accompanied the others on their hunting expeditions. In total, only 5 individuals in the tribe, including Gao Yang, were capable of hunting, while the remaining women and children gathered edible plants and insects. If they failed to procure food, the entire tribe would face starvation. Thanks to their contact with the civilized world years prior, the Akuli tribe possessed iron tools. To this day, they retained 6 short knives and 4 spears, albeit crudely fashioned, yet effective. According to the chief, these were gifts from pale-skinned strangers. However, the Akuli primarily relied on bows and arrows for hunting, using knives and spears only for the final strike, which was seldom necessary, as most prey succumbed before the opportunity to use a spear arose. Currently, Gao Yang, alongside the other 4 members of the tribe, was pursuing an antelope struck by a poisoned arrow. As the dry season progressed, the marshes that once dotted the savanna had mostly dried up, leaving only a few large marshes with water, which became the primary water source for nearby animals, making hunting significantly easier than during the rainy season. By remaining vigilant at the marsh's edge, they could easily shoot their prey with poisoned arrows. The large antelope they were tracking had been shot near the marsh's edge. The power of the bows and arrows wielded by Gao Yang and his companions is negligible. Their primary efficacy lies in the venom smeared upon the arrowheads. This toxin is extracted from the larva of a particular beetle. Although lethal, its effects are not immediate when targeting slightly larger prey. Such as the antelope they struck, it may take a minimum of 2 to 3 hours for it to succumb. Given that the antelope weighs approximately 200 pounds, having been struck by 2 poisoned arrows, it would require at least 4 to 5 hours to meet its end. Upon being pierced, the antelope would frantically attempt to flee, outpacing any human. And since the arrow poison acts slowly, the hunting method of the Akuri tribe involves following the trail of the wounded animal until it is found. The distance of the pursuit can vary, sometimes extending over dozens of kilometers, and they must continue tracking until the prey is located and has perished. Thus, while the Akuri tribe's hunting skills may not be exceptionally refined, their prowess in tracking and endurance is remarkable. The members of the Akuri tribe can discern which tracks belong to their quarry amidst a chaotic array of footprints and can accurately determine the direction of escape from a few broken blades of grass. They can even infer how much longer the prey might survive from the clues left by its tracks. After nearly 3 years together, Gao Yang has also mastered the art of tracking. Though he has not had the opportunity to showcase this skill while hunting alongside the tribe's chief. Starting from the moment they shot the antelope at dawn, the 5 of them have been jogging in pursuit. And by noon, Gao Yang estimates they have covered a distance of at least 30 to 40 kilometers. He is nearing his limit, yet the other 4 members of the Akuri tribe seem unfazed. In the past, even a 3-kilometer walk would have left Gao Yang utterly exhausted, but under the pressure of survival, the potential one can summon is astonishing. At present, he can run 30 to 40 kilometers without feeling strained. At last, the chief, who has been leading the charge, comes to a halt, examining the ground closely before pointing in a direction. It is near. We shall find it there. Upon hearing the chief's words, Gao Yang feels a surge of joy. For having struck the antelope with 2 arrows, the pursuit has taken far less time than he anticipated. The prospect of concluding their hunt early brings him happiness, especially considering the burden of carrying the meat back over the same distance. Panting heavily, Gao Yang follows closely behind the chief. After walking another kilometer or 2, they finally spot their target. A large antelope stands a few hundred meters ahead, occasionally stumbling. It has yet to collapse but will soon do so. Following closely behind the chief, Gao Yang, brimming with excitement, brandishes his hunting knife and rushes toward the nearly downed antelope, understanding the urgency of seizing the moment before lions or leopards can claim it. Chapter 7. Traces of civilization. The loss of prey to other predators is a common occurrence. After laboriously tracking their quarry, They often discover that the incapacitated animal has already been devoured by lions or hyenas, leaving them empty-handed. As the chief approaches the antelope, a figure suddenly leaps from the nearby bushes, bringing the great beast crashing to the ground. Gao Yang, lagging behind, sees clearly that it is a leopard that has taken down the antelope. At this moment, the chief and the leopard find themselves nearly face to face, creating a confrontation over the spoils of the hunt. Gao Yang quickly comprehends why this typically evasive predator dares to stand its ground against 5 humans. The leopard is old, its hunting abilities severely diminished, and it is now emaciated with hunger. The motionless antelope presents a tantalizing opportunity that the starving leopard cannot afford to abandon. The situation is perilous as the leopard, baring its teeth, emits a low growl. The chief, standing less than 2 meters from the leopard, slowly retreats with arms outstretched, while the others, including Gao Yang, also begin to back away. Competing with a famished leopard for food is fraught with danger. Even though this particular leopard is weak and aged, the explosive power of a quadruped at such close range is beyond human imagination. Even with 5 individuals, it would be unwise to provoke the leopard at this moment. They must retreat to a safe distance before attempting to collectively scare it away. Just as the chief begins to withdraw, the leopard unexpectedly relinquishes its grip on the antelope and, like a flash of lightning, lunges toward the chief. The chief manages to retract his arms just in time to shield his neck, but is nonetheless brought down by the force of the leopard's attack. The massive creature, tilting its head, sinks its fangs into the chief's throat, refusing to release its hold. Fortunately, the chief's timely defense prevents the leopard from severing his jugular. Witnessing the chief's fall, Gao Yang lets out a furious cry and charges forward, gripping his hunting knife tightly, while the 3 others thrust their spears at the leopard. Struck, the leopard relinquishes its grip on the chief and, with a final leap, leaves deep gashes on one man's thigh before turning to flee. Filled with rage and dread, Gao Yang feels a chill in his heart. A leopard, one of Africa's most formidable predators, typically leaves its prey with little chance of survival. The chief clutches his neck, blood seeping through his fingers, while the others stand frozen in shock, merely shouting in horror. Only Gao Yang remains somewhat composed. He rushes to the chief's side, prying open the chief's hand to inspect the wound. The chief's timely protection of his throat has spared him from a fatal bite, but the leopard's long canines have left 2 deep puncture wounds on the right side of his neck, from which blood flows freely. Additionally, the leopard has marked the chief's right arm with a series of deep bite marks. Gao Yang gasps in horror, pressing his hand against the chief's wound, his mind racing in turmoil as he desperately seeks a way to save the chief's life. However, the more he thinks, the more frantic he becomes, for from any perspective, it seems the chief is doomed. In an ironic twist of fate, the leopard did not bite through the chief's throat or sever a major artery. If he can receive even the most basic surgical care, the chief might staunch the bleeding. Yet, as it stands, the chief is slowly succumbing to blood loss, and even if fortune smiles upon him and the bleeding halts, subsequent infections from the wound will lead to a long, agonizing demise. As a carnivore, the leopard's mouth and claws harbor a multitude of bacteria and viruses, whether the injury is from a bite or a scratch. Without antibiotics, any wound is potentially fatal. After 3 years of close companionship, Gao Yang's feelings for the chief run deep. Just moments ago, the chief was well, and now he must helplessly watch as death approaches. Despite his best efforts to remain stoic, tears slip down Gao Yang's cheeks. The chief, aware of his impending fate, gently pushes Gao Yang's hand away and stands with great effort. Shaking his head, he rasps, "Do not weep for me. I have lived long enough. We all must face this day. Dabali, if you survive, you shall be the chief. If you too perish, let Xiao Bali take the mantle. Now, let us cease our tears and prepare the great antelope for a meal before returning home. Daddy, you will not die." "You cannot die," wailed Cousteau, the youngest, barely 14 or 15. He, unlike his older brothers, is less accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. After his outburst, he finally breaks down in tears. Upon hearing the chief's words, Gao Yang recalls that Dabali, the chief's eldest son, has also been injured by the leopard, which means he too may succumb to infection. Distraught, Gao Yang exclaims, "No, this cannot be. It should not be this way. There must be a way to save you. Let me think, do not speak." The chief, having lost considerable blood, wears a look of sorrow and, swaying, sits down once more. White child. There is no escape from the death brought by the leopard. Gao Yang, bereft of options, can only watch as the chief slips away, which fills him with agitation. After pacing in frustration, Gao Yang finally can no longer contain himself and screams as he dashes in the direction the leopard fled. He knows that even if he catches up with the leopard, it will be futile. Yet he is driven by the need to find that wretched creature and exact vengeance for the chief. Lowering his gaze to follow the trail left by the leopard, he runs swiftly, the blood droplets from its wounds providing a clear path. After a brief period of running, perhaps 3 to 5 minutes, Gao Yang suddenly halts, staring blankly at the ground where an unexpected set of tracks has appeared. His mind blank. The tracks resemble tire marks, unmistakably not from a single vehicle, but rather from a convoy of at least 4 or 5. This long-forgotten evidence leaves Gao Yang momentarily in disbelief. White child, stop, we cannot go now. We must care for father and Dabali. The shouts and footsteps behind him jolted Gao Yang out of his brief stupor. A sensation akin to an electric current coursing through his body made him involuntarily shudder. He abruptly turned around and, with all his might, shouted at the breathless Xiaobali and Kushtuo who were closely following him. Go back, quickly. After this outburst, he had no time to explain the situation to the bewildered Xiaobali and Kushtuo. He spun around and sprinted back to the chief. Chief, do not leave this place. You all must wait for me here. You and Dabali are safe, I have discovered. Just as Gao Yang was excitedly about to inform the chief of his newfound hope, he was at a loss for words, for the language of the Akuli tribe lacked a term for tire tracks. I have found a trace that can lead us to white men like me. They possess, peculiar herbs that can save you and Daba El. Not leave this place. Wait for me while I seek out those white men and at that moment, Xiaobali and Kushtuo began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon learning that the chief and Dabali were indeed safe, excitement surged among them. Kushtuo, you stay back to help my father and Dabali. I will go with the white child to find those white men. No, you cannot run as fast as I can. My name means cheetah. I shall accompany the white child. You stay here to protect our injured father and Dabali. You are stronger than I. Both of you, be silent. I will go alone. Listen, if you hear gunfire, flee immediately. Do you know what gunfire sounds like? Chief, you have heard it before, have you not? If you do hear it, leave this place without waiting for my return. If you do not hear gunfire, wait for me here, but be cautious. Oh, you all understand. The chief shook his head, grasping the agitated Gao Yang's arm. Do not go. You do not know who those people are. They are wicked, and you may lose your life. Gao Yang pushed the chief's hand away, smiling as he replied, if I am not back by this time tomorrow, you all must return on your own. Rest assured, chief, you know I am one of them. I will be fine. The chief appeared torn, hesitating momentarily before finally giving a slight nod. I had forgotten you are also a strange white man. Very well, go, but take Kushtuo with you. You must both be cautious. At that moment, Kushtuo eagerly exclaimed, White child, I will go with you. I can assist you if anything happens. After contemplating, Gao Yang decided it best to take Kushtuo along, so that in case of an emergency, there would be someone to relay messages. Without further hesitation, Gao Yang set off with Kushtuo, swiftly following the tire tracks. It was simple to discern the direction of travel from the tire marks on the grass. And Gao Yang noted that they had not been made long ago. If fortune favored him, he might soon find the convoy. Although anxiety gnawed at him, Gao Yang maintained a brisk pace along the tracks. Being careful not to overexert himself, he had already run several dozen kilometers that day without any sustenance. Kushtuo, being considerably faster than Gao Yang, often had to be called back to prevent them from straying too far apart. In the language of the Akuli tribe, Bali means lion, while Kushtuo translates to cheetah, and true to their names, Kushtuo, despite being the youngest, indeed ran the fastest. Chapter 8. Strange primitive men. Gao Yang's mind was fraught with worry. In this remote corner of the African continent, the most likely individuals he might encounter were black men, and those of a particularly dangerous sort. Recalling the gun battle he had faced 3 years prior upon his arrival, Gao Yang felt the probability of encountering a band of armed men or poachers was quite high. However, he was not one to resign himself without understanding the situation. Thus, he resolved that if he encountered seemingly harmless civilians, he would seek their assistance, but if faced with those who appeared threatening, he would quietly withdraw. Gao Yang had long yearned to meet individuals from the civilized world, yet now that signs of civilization had emerged, he began to feel apprehensive. After hearing the chief recount the brutal acts of those mysterious individuals, Gao Yang could only pray to encounter true civilized people, rather than those who wielded the trappings of civilization yet behaved worse than beasts. After running for approximately 3 to 4 hours, Gao Yang found himself gradually losing steam at his current pace. He was reduced to a slow walk. Just then, Kushuo, who had been ahead of him, suddenly halted and sprinted back to Gao Yang. "White child, there are many people over there, and some strange things." Kushuo was exhilarated. He had spotted the convoy, and upon hearing this, Gao Yang's excitement eclipsed Kushuo's. He dashed forward a few steps and soon spotted 4 vehicles parked about 400 to 500 meters away, 3 of which were off-road vehicles. Alongside a medium-sized truck, behind the vehicles, it appeared there were several large tents, yet Gao Yang saw no sign of people. After a brief assessment, he decided to approach for a closer inspection. He grasped Kushuo's arm and crouched down, his expression serious. "Listen, Kushuo, if you hear gunfire, loud gunfire, or if I tell you to run, you must hurry back to Bali and the others and bring Kamudam home. If you hear me call your name, then come find me. Do you understand?" "I understand. If I hear gunfire, or you tell me to run, I will save you. If you die, I will run." Though Kushuo hailed from a primitive tribe, he was far from foolish. Gao Yang patted Kushuo on the shoulder, then, bow in hand, he stealthily approached the convoy. As he drew closer, approximately 200 meters away, he caught glimpses of figures moving between the vehicles, though he could not discern their attire. Taking a detour, he circumnavigated the area until the vehicles no longer obstructed his view. There, he beheld a campsite featuring 5 large tents. At the center of the camp, a sunshade had been erected, underneath which were 2 large tables, surrounded by around 15 to 16 black individuals. The sight of their attire eased Gao Yang's tension somewhat. While 2 were clad in camouflage, the majority wore ordinary clothing. He noted that only 2 individuals bore firearms. Although he could not see clearly, he surmised one was likely an AK-47, the most common weapon in Africa, while the other might very well be a double-barreled shotgun. Fortune smiled upon him. These individuals did not appear to be a military unit nor poachers. Feeling emboldened, he decided to approach. Just then, the crowd suddenly parted, and what he saw next filled him with joy. 4 white men seated beneath the sunshade, one of whom was operating a massive camera. Overcome with relief, Gao Yang shouted, "Hello! Please help me, I need assistance." As he emerged from his hiding place in the grass, he dashed towards the white men. His excitement stemmed not only from the chief and Dabali's potential salvation, but also from the prospect of finally returning home. Upon seeing Gao Yang charging forth, the white men beneath the sunshade, along with the recently dispersed black men, were taken aback. Several armed black men immediately trained their weapons on Gao Yang. It was then that he realized there were not merely 2 armed individuals, but 5. Although he was close to the white men, he halted, raising his hands in surrender. At that moment, he heard an exclamation from one of them. "Do not shoot. Lower your weapons. Do not shoot. Let us see what he wants. For heaven's sake, lower your guns." Everyone step back. "Do not frighten him. Daniel, did you get that on film?" As the guns lowered, the black crowd began to retreat slowly, while a few white men smiled warmly at him. Gao Yang approached the one who had spoken, and as he began to greet him, a woman gasped, "Oh my God, what am I seeing? He is wearing boots. Do not speak. Do not make a fuss. Do not frighten him. Do not provoke his hostility. Good heavens, are you all foolish?" At that moment, Gao Yang realized he had made a mistake. After 3 years of speaking the Akuli tribe's language, he had inadvertently shouted in a tongue only comprehensible to them. "Hello, sir, please help me." Before he could finish, he fell silent again, having just spoken in Chinese. After lightly slapping himself on the mouth, Gao Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, was about to switch to English when he noticed the elderly white man before him gently slapped his own mouth, smiling as he said, "Do as he does." This seems to be their gesture of goodwill. With a series of sharp claps, everyone standing before Gao Yang mimicked the action, 2 of them clapping quite loudly. Gao Yang could only manage a wry smile as he finally articulated the words he had longed to say in English. "Hello, sir. It is a great pleasure to meet you. I am in dire need of assistance. We have people who are gravely ill. Please, you must help us." Though it had been several years since he last spoke, Gao Yang articulated his English with impeccable clarity. At that moment, the elderly man standing before him, wearing a broad smile, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide and lips trembling as he uttered, "My God, can anyone tell me what is happening?" 3 years prior, when Gao Yang arrived in Africa during the rainy season, he was clad in a quick-dry shirt and a pair of quick-dry trousers, garments that would dry swiftly when wet and offered a degree of comfort, albeit being thin and not particularly durable. After enduring the rigors of the savannah, his attire had become tattered rags, while his sturdy Danner military boots remained intact, having withstood the trials of 3 arduous years. Thus, Gao Yang now stood adorned in 6-inch military boots, a belt of grass around his waist, his body decorated with geometric patterns made from white clay and a type of red clay pigment. Furthermore, after 3 years of relentless sun exposure, his skin had turned a deep, lustrous black, his hair recently cropped to a short, uneven stubble. Aside from his slightly brown complexion, contrasting with the true black skin of the Akuri tribe, Gao Yang's appearance bore little distinction from that of the other tribe members, save for the military boots on his feet. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that a native tribal individual seeking assistance in fluent English would cause quite a stir. The elderly man before Gao Yang seemed utterly taken aback. Speechless for a moment, merely gazing at Gao Yang with wide eyes, at that moment, a young woman stepped forward from behind the elderly man, standing directly in front of Gao Yang. "Professor, it is evident he is in distress. Some matters can be discussed later. We must first ascertain what assistance he requires." The man referred to as the professor, awakening from his stupor, smiled apologetically at Gao Yang and, with an air of urgency, said, "I apologize for my excitement. Let us prioritize the important matters. Please tell me precisely what has transpired. One of our tribe members has been injured. A leopard has bitten his neck, leaving 2 gaping wounds approximately half an inch deep. While the major artery remains unharmed, I suspect some minor blood vessels have ruptured, and the situation is dire. He requires not only surgical intervention but also a blood transfusion. Another individual has been scratched by the leopard. So we also need antibiotics. Sir, he has been injured for 3 to 4 hours. Time is of the essence. Please, we implore you for your assistance." "Where is the injured party?" Gao Yang pointed in the direction he had come from. "About 20 kilometers away. I believe that I ran for 3 to 4 hours to reach here." The elderly man immediately turned and shouted, "Did you all hear that? Ivan, grab your first aid kit. Do we have anything for a blood transfusion? If so, bring that along as well. Daniel, take the small camera. We must drive there quickly." At this moment, the woman standing before Gao Yang interjected, "Professor, I must accompany you, and we should bring at least 2 armed guards. This area is not particularly safe." After speaking, she smiled at Gao Yang and, with an apologetic tone, said, "I regret that we must carry firearms. Please understand this is not directed at you or your tribe. This is Africa, where many dangerous beasts roam, and we require protection." Gao Yang nodded, sincerely responding to the 2 before him. "It is quite all right. I fully understand. Thank you for your willingness to assist. I truly appreciate it. Let us set off. We can discuss further matters later. Gentlemen, please hurry and prepare to depart." After the elderly man concluded, he hastily began to gather his belongings. A flurry of activity ensued as the group scrambled to load the necessary items into 2 off-road vehicles. Within minutes, once everything was in order, the elderly man waved to Gao Yang, signaling, "Get in. You will lead the way. We are off." A total of 7 individuals, 4 Caucasians and 3 Africans, set out in 2 vehicles, following Gao Yang's guidance along the path he had taken. Once they exited the camp, Gao Yang instructed the vehicles to halt and called for Cousteau to join them before the 2 cars sped away once more. Chapter 9. The unexpected turn. As they sped along in the off-road vehicle, Gao Yang's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. The opportunity to return home had unexpectedly presented itself. While he was no stranger to traveling by vehicle, Cousteau was gripped with fear as he clung tightly to Gao Yang's arm, unwilling to let go. However, it wasn't long before Cousteau's curiosity began to overshadow his trepidation. The cameraman named Daniel had not ceased filming, though the bumpy ride left one to wonder what sort of footage he could capture. Gao Yang had a multitude of questions he longed to ask, and now he finally had the chance. But just as he was about to speak, the professor interjected. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Buck Rodney, and this lovely lady beside me is Kathleen Taylor. I apologize for my curiosity, but may I inquire as to who you are?" Where did you learn your English? Forgive my presumption, but you do not appear to belong to the same ethnic group as this true native. It is an honor and a stroke of fortune to meet you. Gao Yang replied, My name is Gao Yang. I am from Huaxia. I encountered a plane crash and was rescued by the Akuri tribe, with whom I have lived for approximately 3 years. The members of the vehicle, seated alongside Gao Yang, exhibited even greater curiosity than Cousteau had shown about the car, and their questions were finally addressed, culminating in a collective gasp of surprise. Goodness, you are indeed fortunate. Might you share your experiences with us? It must be quite extraordinary. I would be delighted to recount my experiences, but presently, I am deeply concerned about the chief's condition. We have lived together for 3 years. He is my family, and I cannot discuss other matters at this moment. I apologize. My apologies for my ill-timed curiosity. God bless. May your chief recover. Professor Buck expressed regret, suppressing his fervent inquisitiveness. The group traveled in silence for a while. Gao Yang's hunting grounds were not far from where Buck and his companions had set up camp, merely a 20-minute drive. As the vehicle slowed, Gao Yang and Cousteau quickly confirmed they had arrived. When Gao Yang led the group to the chief, he found the chief lying motionless on the ground, while Dabali and Xiaobali sat beside him, tears in their eyes as they swatted away the relentless flies. A chill ran through Gao Yang. He feared the chief may have already passed. Momentarily, he hesitated before stepping forward to confirm his condition. At that moment, the doctor with the medical kit hurried to the chief's side, checking his carotid pulse before announcing loudly, "He is still alive. Let me examine him." The doctor donned rubber gloves, inspected the wounds on the chief's neck, assessed his pupils, and then retrieved a series of instruments to check the chief's blood pressure and respiration. Dabali and Xiaobali stood by anxiously, their concern for their father eclipsing all else. Soon, the doctor delivered some good news. He is fortunate. The leopard's teeth missed the major blood vessels, only damaging a couple of smaller ones. However, his condition remains critical. He has lost at least 2 pints of blood and requires a transfusion. I need to determine his blood type. Moreover, if anyone is type O and willing to donate blood, please inform me. Gao Yang was not type O, and the chief's blood type was quickly identified as A. Gao Yang's blood type was B, meaning he could not assist with the transfusion, and soon the others present shook their heads, indicating they were neither type O nor A. Fortunately, Dabali and Xiaobali, as the chief's children, should share the same blood type. Gao Yang called them together and explained that the white doctor needed their blood to save their father. Just a small sample would suffice. Just then, Catherine stepped forward with a smile, softly saying, I am type O, and I willingly offer my blood. Ivan, you may draw my blood first. The doctor, with a serious demeanor, replied, Catherine, you must understand. I only have equipment for human-to-human transfusions. While I can assure you the equipment is sufficiently clean and safe, such procedures carry significant risks. There have been instances where individuals have died during transfusions. That is all right, I must save him. I cannot stand idly by. Before we determine their blood types, you may draw mine first. Catherine appeared youthful, likely in her early 20s, standing at about 5'7", with a head of chestnut short hair and delicate features that made her quite beautiful. In displaying extraordinary courage and compassion, she shone even more radiantly in Gao Yang's eyes, resembling an angelic figure. The doctor connected a tube with 2 needle points to both Catherine and the chief's arm, warning her repeatedly to inform him should she feel dizzy. As he began to clean the chief's wounds, as the cleaning process would cause bleeding, the doctor needed to manage both tasks simultaneously. Gao Yang was profoundly grateful to Catherine, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of hesitation, he bowed deeply to her and fervently expressed, Miss Catherine, on behalf of the entire Akuri tribe, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. In accordance with the traditions of both the Huaxia people and the Akuri tribe, I assure you that I shall repay your kindness. I give you my word. At that moment, the blood types of several individuals, including Dabali, were confirmed. Unsurprisingly, they all matched as it. The doctor joyfully declared that if 4 individuals donated blood, the chief could be saved, and the donors would remain unharmed. After the 4 volunteers had taken turns donating blood, the doctor put away the transfusion tubes and announced that the transfusion could cease. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed that the chief's life would be spared. Just as the doctor declared the end of the transfusion, the chief regained consciousness, prompting a palpable sense of relief to wash over the gathering. Once the doctor had treated the minor injuries of both the chief and Dabali, administering antibiotics and signaling the conclusion of the ordeal, An elated Gao Yang began to embrace and thank each person present. When Gao Yang, in his excitement, embraced Catherine one last time to express his gratitude, he awkwardly realized that he had perhaps held her a touch too tightly. Feeling embarrassed, he took a step back, chuckling sheepishly, though fortunately, Catherine bore no ill will. Despite the language barrier between the chief, Dobbly, and Professor Buck, they endeavored to convey their gratitude and offered the most sincere of blessings. Just as laughter and joy filled the air, the professor's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. "We are under attack. We are under attack at the camp, Professor. Leave immediately and do not return. They have killed everyone." The voice was accompanied by gunfire, plunging the jubilant atmosphere into an eerie silence. The professor grasped the walkie-talkie, poised to respond, but before he could press the button, another frantic voice broke through. "Oh God, Charlie has been shot. They are after me. There are so many of them. Help. No, don't come back. This is premeditated. They will kill everyone. They are likely heading for you. For God's sake, run. Leave this cursed country. Oh God, save." The voice on the other end became frantic and chaotic, intermingled with the rapid sound of gunfire, until a final shot rang out, abruptly cutting off the weeping words. Chapter 10. A battle for one. As the voice on the walkie-talkie fell silent, Professor Buck was left in shock. He pressed the transmission button, shouting, "What is your status? Respond. Answer me, Albert." Silence met his plea. After a moment, he pressed the button again. "Albert, please answer me. How are you?" Gao Yang seized Buck's wrist with one hand while snatching the walkie-talkie from him with the other, exclaiming loudly, "Professor, you must understand. Albert is dead. Do not waste his final effort. Your actions will only attract the attackers. Right now, your priority is to leave this place." Buck shouted vehemently, "No. I must be responsible for my people. I have to return to the camp." Gao Yang then lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Buck, shouting, "Do you wish to return to your death? Your duty now is not to return to the camp, but to lead the living to safety. The living are more important than the dead." At that moment, a gun-wielding blackguard rushed over, seizing Buck's arm, yelling, "We must leave this place, quickly. Everyone in the camp is dead. You heard it. Listen to him. The living are more important than the dead. I cannot let you perish here." With a pained shout, Professor Buck finally conceded. "All right, we leave. Quickly, Gao Yang, tell your people to come with us." Gao Yang called out to the chief and the others, "Follow me. Get on this vehicle." Just as his words left his lips, Gao Yang felt a sudden warmth on his face. Instinctively, he reached up to wipe it away, only to hear a gunshot. In that moment of realization, he was stunned to see a gun-wielding blackguard beside him collapse to the ground. Just then, another gunshot rang out, and another armed guard fell lifelessly. Gao Yang quickly pushed the professor to the ground, shouting hoarsely, "Sniper! Get down! Get down!" Upon hearing Gao Yang's urgent command, a group of people snapped to attention, hastily dropping to the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Yang dashed over, throwing himself atop Cousteau and urgently repeating in a Kuri, "Get down! Stay low!" Though Catherine felt some panic as she lay on the ground, she remained relatively composed, softly murmuring, "They have been following us." "Who are they?" Gao Yang's heart raced as he glanced around, unable to discern where the enemy lurked. While he could roughly gauge the sniper's position from the gunfire, he had no idea how many snipers were out there. He turned to Professor Buck and urged, "Find cover, move to the back of the vehicle, crawl over, quickly." He repeated the same instruction in a Kuri. As everyone began to crawl toward the vehicle, Gao Yang seized a double-barreled shotgun lying nearby, then deftly removed the ammunition belt from the fallen guard's waist. The group found themselves in a vast plain, but their current position nestled within a small depression provided adequate cover, concealed by the surrounding grass. As long as they remained low, they would remain undetected. However, rather than targeting the individuals, the sniper began firing at the engine of the vehicles, and fortunately, since the two cars were parked side by side, the sniper could only hit the outermost vehicle. Gao Yang examined the shotgun in his hands. It was a vintage 12-gauge model with two triggers controlling the upper and lower barrels, and it bore a reputable brand, manufactured by FN in Belgium. Well maintained. Gao Yang was quite familiar with such double-barreled shotguns, having trained with an Italian Beretta model during his shooting practice, the main difference being that the sporting model featured a single trigger. He opened the shotgun's breech to inspect the ammunition, finding it loaded with a slug and a .00 buckshot, the latter containing 9 lead pellets. The slug, as its name suggests, was a single large lead bullet capable of taking down elephants and rhinoceroses at a distance of 30 meters. Additionally, the ammunition belt contained 22 rounds of shot, primarily consisting of 6 and 9 pellet buckshot, with only 5 slugs. Having secured a familiar firearm, Gao Yang felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, he knew that the shotgun was only effective at close range. He concluded that he needed to acquire the AK-47 from the fallen guard. The challenge was that the body lay a bit further away, at the edge of the depression, and reaching for it would expose him. By now, Professor Buck and the others had all taken cover behind the vehicle, and the professor quietly called out to Gao Yang, "Hurry over. We need to figure out how to get out of here." Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively at Buck and slowly crawled toward the body of the black guard clutching the AK-47. With a sudden burst of determination, he scrambled out, grasped the guard's foot, and quickly pulled the body into the depression for cover. Though Gao Yang could have simply taken the gun and run without dragging the body, he noticed an ammunition pouch hanging from the guard's body and decided to change his course of action. As he pulled the body back, bullets whizzed past his ears. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, glancing at the surrounding situation. Tragically, he observed at least 20 individuals forming a semicircle around them, closing in at a distance of merely 200 to 300 meters. The time for decisive action had arrived. Gao Yang urgently called out to Professor Buck, "There are too many of them. At least 20. We are about to be surrounded. You all must leave immediately. Don't even think about driving. Go with our people back to the tribe. I will hold them off." Buck insisted, "No, we should leave together. There is still a chance." Gao Yang, now agitated, retorted angrily, "Do you really think that is possible? Without someone to delay them, none will escape. Enough with the chatter. Follow our people, quickly." After speaking, Gao Yang shouted in a Kuri to the chief, "Lead them back to the tribe. Stay low while moving. Once you are far enough away, you can start running. You cannot help me here. I will find you back at the tribe. If danger arises, leave the tribe. I will locate you." Though the chief was somewhat frail, he gestured for Buck and the others to follow him before starting to crawl away. As the tribe's leader, he bore the responsibility of guiding his people back to safety. Professor Buck recognized the truth in Gao Yang's words. Without someone to buy time, none would escape. Reluctantly, Buck tossed the walkie-talkie to Gao Yang. "Catherine has another one. You can use this to communicate with us. I trust you will know how to operate it. May God bless you. You must return." After finishing his words, Professor Buck began to crawl behind the chief. Meanwhile, Catherine cast a deep glance at Gao Yang and uttered, "You are very brave, truly brave. The courageous do not perish easily. You will surely return." As everyone commenced their crawl, Gao Yang secured the bullets of his hunting rifle to his waist, hung the ammunition pouch of his AK-47 across his chest, and slung the shotgun across his back. Fully equipped, he deftly attached the walkie-talkie to the bullet belt at his waist. The ammunition pouch contained 4 magazines, along with one already loaded in the gun, giving Gao Yang a total of 150 rounds of rifle ammunition. Although the enemies outnumbered him significantly this time, he felt much more relaxed compared to the last battle, as he bore no injuries this time, allowing for greater mobility. At this point, the professor and the others had crawled a short distance. After taking a deep breath, Gao Yang crawled to the edge of a depression, where he noticed the encroaching enemies were now alarmingly close. Less than 100 meters away, at such a range, with so many opponents, Gao Yang pondered that if he were not endowed with absolute courage, he must be utterly foolish. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at the 2 individuals leading the group. Although the AK-47 could hardly be deemed precise, at a distance of 70 to 80 meters, it functioned in Gao Yang's hands like an accurate sniper rifle. As the gunfire sounded, the first adversary fell. Immediately after firing, Gao Yang rolled aside, and a barrage of bullets struck the very spot where he had just shot. But he had swiftly crawled to the other side of the depression. The distance had closed significantly. Lying in the depression, he could now clearly see the advancing enemies, who approached him in a line. Brandishing their weapons from about 10 meters away, Gao Yang aimed at the foremost individual and fired once more. After taking down that enemy, he did not move, but quickly adjusted his aim and fired 3 more shots. In total, Gao Yang had fired 4 rounds, taking down 2 foes. The firepower he displayed tempered the audacity of the adversaries, causing them to halt and take cover. Once the frenzied enemies ceased their advance, Gao Yang rolled and began to move again. He was unafraid of being shot while on the move. The probability of hitting a moving target was exceedingly low. If he were to be struck under such circumstances, he would simply consider himself unfortunate. However, once the enemies had taken cover, Gao Yang was unwilling to remain exposed as a target. Just then, he heard a loud shout. "Give up on capturing them alive. Fire with all your might and rush in. Kill them all." Gao Yang cursed quietly, realizing that the enemy's movements were slower than he had anticipated, and their threat had diminished because they were initially intent on capturing him alive. Now that they had abandoned that notion, his predicament had become even more perilous. The enemy commander commanded a full-on assault, yet despite Gao Yang's shots, no one dared to be the first to charge. Although the gunfire intensified, none truly advanced. The 11th chapter, The Sharpshooter, revealed Gao Yang's greatest concern. The sniper who had taken 2 shots and scored 2 kills. Fortunately, 2 vehicles obstructed the sniper's line of sight. Although Gao Yang exposed himself twice, he heard no gunfire distinctive from the AK-47, surrounded by more than 20 individuals. Gao Yang found himself under such intense fire that he could barely lift his head. Even though he frequently changed positions, any slight exposure drew a hail of bullets. The enemy was too intimidated to rush him, yet Gao Yang had no opportunity to retaliate. What puzzled him was that, despite facing predominantly black soldiers dressed in similar attire, it was evident that 4 or 5 among them were exceptionally accurate shooters, exhibiting well-timed shots and judicious distribution of firepower. The remaining dozen or so merely fired wildly, and Gao Yang discerned that these individuals would not release the trigger until they had exhausted their magazines. Gao Yang feared for his life, realizing that if the enemy maintained their suppressive fire and encircled him, it would be the end. Yet, curiously, none of them acted on the advantage of their firepower. Unable to move or retaliate, Gao Yang then heard a series of commands issued by someone, though the speaker, despite using English, mixed in numerous unfamiliar words, he could only surmise that the order was to advance. A few individuals hesitantly stood up, attempting to jog toward him. When both sides were prone, neither could harm the other. However, once upright, they could engage in combat. Gao Yang kept a close watch on the enemy's movements, and upon seeing someone stand, he immediately fired. To increase his accuracy, he opted for short bursts, firing twice, killing 2 individuals. The remaining adversaries quickly dropped back to the ground, regardless of their commander's shouts. In the midst of chaos, Gao Yang assessed his opponents and deemed them a disorganized rabble. Just then, he heard the enemy commander shout, "Safaha! Get your men to advance together. If you continue to watch from the sidelines, we will withdraw." "Shut up, you fool! Step aside and let me show you how my men operate." From the shouts of the opposing forces, Gao Yang gleaned crucial information. The enemy was indeed divided into factions, and their relations were far from amicable. Furthermore, he recognized the name Safaha, which in Arabic means executioner, a realization that sent a chill down his spine. Having spent several years in foreign trade, Gao Yang was most familiar with impoverished nations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where the primary languages, aside from English, were Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabic. Though not fluent, he had self-taught himself these languages due to frequent interactions. While he was not proficient in Arabic, he could still converse at a basic level and understood some customs. Within the intricate naming conventions of Arabic culture, those who had taken many lives were often referred to as Safaha, leading Gao Yang to suspect that among his adversaries, there might be a formidable presence. Knowing he could not afford to wait any longer, Gao Yang realized that Professor Buck and the chief must have already reached a safe distance. He had completed his mission of stalling the enemy, and it was now time to escape. If surrounded, death was certain. Yet fleeing, although perilous, still offered a glimmer of hope. He understood that once he moved, the likelihood of being shot skyrocketed above 90%, and in that moment, Gao Yang felt a sense of tragic heroism, lamenting the absence of an audience to witness his valor and plight. After replacing his magazine, Gao Yang refrained from exposing himself, firing a few shots in various directions before vaulting up and sprinting away. He dashed in an irregular S-shaped path, praying fervently to every deity he knew, from Buddha to the god of Abraham, and the numerous spirits worshipped by the Akuri tribe. After all, the task ahead would surely lead to death if not shielded by divine protection. Gao Yang endeavored to divert the pursuing enemies, choosing a direction at a 45-degree angle to the chief's route. As the gunfire erupted behind him and bullets whizzed past, Gao Yang hunched low and ran, oblivious to whether a deity favored him or if sheer luck was on his side. After sprinting several hundred meters, he miraculously found himself still alive. When a large tree appeared before him, Gao Yang, utterly exhausted, took refuge behind it. After catching his breath, he peered around the tree's edge and fired a long burst before retreating back behind the trunk. Although his hands trembled and his breathing labored, he missed every shot. Nonetheless, his frantic escape had created a distance of over 200 meters between him and the enemy. With this increased separation, the chances of hitting a target diminished. While he had not struck anyone, the intimidation of his previously accurate marksmanship made the pursuing foes hesitate, slightly slowing their advance. Once behind the tree, Gao Yang examined himself, discovering only a minor abrasion on the outer side of his left thigh. Beyond that, he had sustained no injuries, an outcome that filled him with unexpected joy. After calming his rapid breathing, he cautiously leaned out, taking a rough aim before pulling the trigger, dropping the unfortunate soul at the front of the pack. Rapid firing with minimal aiming had become Gao Yang's instinct and greatest skill, his proficiency honed by countless rounds fired. Although his primary focus had been on shooting clay pigeons using a double-barreled shotgun, the intuitive feel for firearms transcended the type of weapon. Moreover, having frequently used simulated AK-47s during war games, he felt entirely comfortable with the rifle. Had the distance been greater, he might have struggled. However, at close range, whether using any firearm, he could confidently claim a hit rate of 7 or 8 out of 10. Each time he fired, he aimed to eliminate the foremost enemy. As this was his final strategy, instilling fear in the pursuers, ensuring that none dared to lead the charge, thereby maximizing the delay of their advance. Fortunately, the tree that Gao Yang relied upon was exceedingly robust, so much so that two individuals would struggle to encircle it. Although wood chips flew from the trunk under the barrage, the bullets were unable to penetrate the tree, providing Gao Yang with ample protection. He crouched down, and with a swift motion, emerged from behind the tree, raising his firearm to shoot before quickly retreating. While he did not witness whether his shot struck true, the panicked cries of the enemy informed him that he had claimed another life. After this success, Gao Yang dared not reveal himself again. The enemy, contrary to his expectations, did not hesitate to advance. Though they slowed their pace, they continued to close in, and the tree behind him was rapidly losing its capacity to shield him from their line of fire. Furthermore, as he was unable to shoot with both arms simultaneously, he could only fire from the right side of the trunk. Under the concentrated fire from the enemy, the right side of the tree was nearly stripped away by bullets, leaving Gao Yang reluctant to attack from that direction again. He resolved to suppress the enemy's advance once more before making a run for it. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly darted out from the left side of the tree, unleashing two rapid shots. Although this exposed his entire body, he caught the enemy off guard. His audacious maneuver did not result in him being hit, and he managed to take down one adversary with his two quick shots. This daring attack finally yielded some results, as at least half of the enemy forces dropped to the ground. Seizing the moment created by his gunfire, Gao Yang took a quick step back and began sprinting in an S-shaped trajectory. Chapter 12. Misunderstanding. While firing and fleeing, Gao Yang utilized every tactic at his disposal. Though he had not entirely shaken off his pursuers, he had successfully increased the distance to over 500 meters. Most importantly, he had eliminated at least 8 enemies while remaining unscathed. Gao Yang had effectively covered the escape of the professor and his companions, managing to hold his own against more than 20 adversaries. And he felt a profound sense of pride in his accomplishments. The AK-47 was rendered ineffective against targets more than 300 meters away, so Gao Yang ceased firing, concentrating instead on maintaining distance from the enemy. With approximately 2 hours until dusk, that would be the opportune moment for him to make his escape. Having consumed only 2 magazines, he still had a full 90 rounds of rifle ammunition left. And he had no doubt he could carve a bloody path to safety. While carefully selecting his route at a jog, the walkie-talkie at his waist suddenly crackled to life, a strange and arrogant voice piercing through the static. "Hello, can you hear me? I sincerely hope your walkie-talkie isn't turned off. Mr. Morgan, I regret to inform you that your luck is about to run out. I will find you and kill you. Haha." Gao Yang was taken aback by the sudden voice on the walkie-talkie. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to turn it off, and he was certain he had never heard this unfamiliar voice before. Moreover, judging by the content of the message, it seemed that the speaker was one of the assailants. Soon after, Professor Buck's voice crackled through the device, filled with palpable concern. "Gao, are you all right? If it's convenient, please respond. How are you? Although the communication between the walkie-talkies was shared among all terminals, allowing the enemy to hear his words, Gao Yang pressed the transmit button to assure him, "I'm fine." Professor, he refrained from saying more. Just then, the arrogant voice returned to the walkie-talkie. "Professor, who are you people, and what are you doing here? Damn it. We were merely here to film a wildlife documentary. We obtained official permission and haven't done anything wrong. Why are you attacking us? You damn terrorists. You bastards will face justice. Bastards. Bastards." Professor Buck's voice was laced with fury, venting his anger through the walkie-talkie. However, after being berated, there was a long silence from the other end of the line before the arrogant voice resumed. "If you wish to prevent further deaths among your people, please provide your identities and intentions. Understand this is a threat. If you refuse to answer, I will pursue and kill you. My name is Buck Rodney. I am a biologist at the Fletcherkin Biological Research Institute in the United States and a visiting professor in the Animal Studies Department at Stanford University. I am here to assist the NGC, National Geographic Channel, in filming a documentary. Do you need to know what exactly we are filming, Mr. Terrorist?" Upon finishing, Professor Buck's words were swiftly followed by the same voice, though this time the tone had shifted to one of politeness. "I apologize, Professor Buck. The items at your camp confirm everything you have said is true. It seems we have mistaken our target. This is truly a regrettable error. Well, I can only say this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize for the deaths of your people. Let us end it here. You may continue your filming. Let me guess, the subject you are filming is a formidable primitive man, a tribal native who can shoot and has killed 8 fools. In addition to taking down my best sniper. Are you interested in filming him? Such a character surely deserves to be on television, Professor." "Terrorist, you are mistaken." The professor continued, "You really should make a feature film about that primitive man." "Hi, primitive man, are you listening? You killed one of my snipers, but I don't hate you. You are truly impressive. Would you be interested in joining us? And are you really a primitive man?" Gao Yang pressed the transmit button and, after a brief moment of silence, coldly replied, "If you wish to see more people die, then come." "All right, I confess. My men will abandon the pursuit of you. I must go find my real target. But some imbeciles from the Liberation Front would be more than happy to kill you. Farewell, primitive man. Goodbye, Professor. I hope you won't perish at the hands of those fools. Lastly, I must say, I am sorry for this misunderstanding. I apologize for the deaths of your 14 people. By the way, we are not terrorists. If you want your military to avenge the dead, go seek out the Sudan People's Liberation Front. Damn it, clarify this. You killed 14 people and call it a misunderstanding? 14 lives, you wretched devil. What have you done? Professor Buck exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. After his outburst, there was no further response from the walkie-talkie. Gao Yang glanced back and noticed several of the pursuing enemies venting their frustrations by firing wildly in his direction before turning to retreat. It seemed they were truly disengaging from the fight, while the remaining 7 or 8 continued to pursue him, shouting and gesticulating. At that moment, Professor Buck's voice crackled again. Gao, we are safe now. You must be careful. We will be waiting for you. Please take care. Gao Yang managed a wry smile. The professor seemed oblivious to the importance of maintaining a clean communication channel, but at least he had not divulged too much information. Understood. I will find you. There is no need for further communication. Over. After saying this, Gao Yang picked up his weapon. He had slowed his pace during their conversation, allowing the pursuers to close the gap to about 300 meters. However, he counted, and there were only 9 enemies remaining. From their movements and shooting techniques, it was evident they were rather amateurish. The most significant threats had departed, leaving Gao Yang feeling considerably more at ease. Although he was unsure who these remaining individuals were, he vaguely suspected that those who had left were mercenaries, while those still chasing him were clearly members of the so-called Sudan People's Liberation Front. Recalling the name of the Sudan People's Liberation Front sparked a thought in Gao Yang's mind that he wanted to clarify. However, as he observed the approaching enemies, he decided to temporarily abandon that line of inquiry. Whatever questions he had could wait until he was safe. Suddenly, he spotted a deep pit ahead that could serve as cover. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pit and aimed his rifle at the pursuing enemies. Chapter 13. Ceasefire. Gao Yang did not rush to fire but waited until the enemies were within 200 meters before targeting what appeared to be their leader. He unleashed a pair of quick shots, bringing the man crashing to the ground. The pursuers, already on edge from the gunfire, immediately threw themselves to the ground at the sound of the shots. Although the downed individual had been hit, He was not dead and let out a piercing scream, interspersed with curses. After a brief pause, several of the immobilized men opened fire in a panicked frenzy. One particularly reckless individual stood up and ran a few steps, possibly to check on the condition of the injured man. Gao Yang, recognizing this as an opportunity, did not hesitate to take aim at the moving target, firing 2 shots and bringing the bold fool down as well. At this point, Gao Yang felt no urgency. After running all day, his calves were beginning to ache, and he occasionally experienced cramps, making him quite content to rest behind the cover of the pit for a while. Gao Yang was calm and unafraid, but his opponents were not. They had dwindled from more than a dozen to just 6, and now they were being suppressed by Gao Yang. The moment they moved, it would spell doom for them. If it were not for the pressure from their leader, these ragtag soldiers would have long since scattered in disarray. Gao Yang, unhurried and composed, leisurely restored his strength. While his opponents, who had been terrified into submission, finally crumbled, a filthy piece of white clothing was hoisted at gunpoint, and someone shouted, "Don't shoot, we surrender. Please let us leave." Gao Yang was both astonished and amused. It was truly unexpected for them to capitulate to him. Nonetheless, it was certainly a positive turn of events that further conflict could be avoided. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yang bellowed, "Throw down all your weapons." And then you made a part. No. Without our weapons, we will be killed upon our return. You must not shoot, and we will not shoot either. Let us have a truce. Gao Yang understood the necessity of not pushing them too hard, for they still held a considerable numerical advantage. A truce allowing both parties to part ways seemed the wisest course of action. Very well, let me see your hands, and no tricks now. You may leave. And I assure you I will not fire. After a hushed discussion among the remaining few, one individual raised his hands and stood up. He approached the now silent commander, bent down to drag the presumably lifeless body, and slowly began to retreat. Soon, another person stood up, picked up a gun from the ground, and together with the first, they each grasped the leg of the commander and started to back away. Gao Yang refrained from firing, allowing the two to carry the corpse farther away. Once they had retreated, 2 more individuals emerged, dragging another body as they began to withdraw. Gao Yang remained still, waiting until all 6 had departed before finally relaxing. He felt no inclination to linger on the spot. Instead, he moved away for quite some distance before finally sitting down on the ground. Not wanting to take another step, he was soon overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion and thirst. At that moment, even moving a finger felt laborious. He marveled at the latent potential he had unleashed within himself. Having not eaten a morsel since dawn, only sipping a few mouthfuls of water, he had endured temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius under the sun's relentless glare. Not only had he survived the risk of heat stroke, but he had also managed to traverse at least several dozen kilometers. Something he would have never dared to imagine before. Fearing he might faint, Gao Yang pressed the transmit button on his walkie-talkie to divert his thoughts and to reassure himself, "I am fine here. I have no issues. How are you? Please respond. Over." After a brief pause, Catherine's voice, filled with delight, came through. "I knew you would be all right. We don't have any significant problems here either. Only Ivan was hit by a stray bullet. It pierced his right arm, but his injury is not severe. The professor is taking care of him, though you need to speak with the professor. Over." Hearing that no one had died or sustained serious injuries, Gao Yang finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a swell of pride and satisfaction. After a silly chuckle, he picked up the walkie-talkie once more, and no need to trouble the professor. "Let our tribe members speak with me. Over." Soon, after Catherine indicated that the chief was ready on the other end, Gao Yang inquired, "Chief, do you know where you are now? If you do, please tell me so I can come find you." "White child, is that you? This is too miraculous. Is this strange white man sorcery? We are still quite far from the tribe. These peculiar white men are moving too slowly. We are near the watering hole where we last hunted a warthog, planning to rest a while before continuing. But I feel that the strange white men cannot move anymore. I want to find a place to sleep and let them rest. We also need to find some food, for we are hungry, and one of the strange white men has been crying, which is quite embarrassing." The chief rambled on excitedly, perhaps overly thrilled to be speaking through the walkie-talkie. However, Gao Yang was not concerned about their conversation being intercepted. Even if someone were listening, they would certainly not understand the language unique to the Akuri tribe. The resting place of the chief and his group was still a considerable distance from the tribe. Even at their slow jogging pace, it would take until midnight to reach the tribe. After contemplating, Gao Yang decided it was best to have them wait for him. "Chief, you all should wait for me nearby. But be cautious. There may still be bad people around. If you hear anything strange, run quickly, and do not make a fire." Afterward, Gao Yang reiterated his instructions in English to Catherine, simplifying his message considerably this time. "Wait for me, stay safe, I'll come find you. No need to contact me unless absolutely necessary. If you have headsets for the walkie-talkie, put them on. If not, turn the volume down to the lowest setting. Over. Understood. Take care. Over." After concluding his conversation with Catherine, Gao Yang adjusted the volume of the walkie-talkie to its lowest setting, fearing that if he needed to communicate, the sound wouldn't be too loud. Although the immediate danger seemed to have passed, it was always prudent to be cautious. Gao Yang did not rest for long, as he needed to make the most of the daylight before darkness fell. There were no established paths on the grasslands, and he was not well acquainted with the terrain. While he knew the general direction back to the tribe, navigating after nightfall would be significantly more challenging. Chapter 14. An inescapable battle searching for a place at night was no simple task, especially without any illumination. Locating a watering hole on the vast grassland proved to be even more arduous. Although he had spent 3 years on these plains, Gao Yang had little experience traversing them. While there was still some light, he pressed on with all his might, but as night fell, his pace inevitably slowed. Once darkness enveloped the land, he could only proceed by feeling out a rough direction. Traveling at night was not only difficult but also perilous. However, Gao Yang had no choice. He needed to reunite with the chief and his group swiftly. Although he owned a compass, he had left it in the tribe, as he rarely found it necessary. By night, many methods of navigation were rendered useless, and the stars were obscured by clouds, depriving him of his last guiding light, inevitably leading him astray. Realizing he was lost, Gao Yang had no choice but to stop. He could either remain where he was until dawn or wait for the clouds to disperse to try and discern his direction again. With no other options available, after some reflection, he retrieved the walkie-talkie to contact Catherine and inform her of his predicament. Acknowledging he might not return that night, he resolved to find a random spot to endure the night. Armed with a gun, Gao Yang was not afraid of encountering wild beasts. There was no need to shoot. He merely needed to cycle the bolt quickly to produce the clattering sound of steel, which would send nearby animals fleeing. Under human predation, creatures had long learned to avoid the noise that signified death. Although he feared no beasts, the threat of venomous snakes remained. However, the chances of being bitten were low. And unless he were extraordinarily unlucky, he would likely be fined out of course. If he could start a fire, it would eliminate all risks, but Gao Yang feared that lighting a fire might attract enemies. So he ultimately abandoned the idea. After clearing a patch of grass, he lay down with his gun cradled in his arms, utterly exhausted. He fell into a deep slumber almost as soon as he closed his eyes. Gao Yang entered a profound sleep and, after an indeterminate time, he faintly perceived a series of loud noises. Yet, in his drowsiness, he resembled a reluctant child waking up late, groggily covering his ears, unwilling to rouse himself. However, the unwelcome sounds soon intensified, and Gao Yang was reluctantly jolted awake by the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and the roar of vehicles. As his brain slowly registered the danger these sounds indicated, he snapped fully awake and instinctively dropped to the ground. Raising his head, he spotted several vehicles speeding towards him with their headlights blazing. The lead vehicle was already very close, while 4 more trailed about 400 to 500 meters behind, one of which intermittently belched flames and emitted the thunderous roar of a large-caliber machine gun from its roof. Fortunately, Gao Yang was not in the path of the vehicles, and he need not fear stray bullets. Nonetheless, his heart raced with anxiety as he reflected on how, since arriving in Africa, he had encountered inexplicable gunfights and slaughter. With conflict always finding him when he least expected it was clear that the vehicles were in a chase, one fleeing while 4 pursued. Just as the lead vehicle zoomed past Gao Yang, the pursuing cars unleashed 2 consecutive bursts of flame, followed by the escape vehicle erupting with 2 thunderous explosions. The sudden noise startled Gao Yang, but he quickly realized it was either a rocket or a missile. Though the missile had not struck the fleeing vehicle directly, the explosion in front of it forced the lead car to veer sharply toward Gao Yang's direction. The vehicle was now less than 300 meters away. And upon recognizing that trouble had indeed come knocking at his door again, Gao Yang, filled with despair and fury, slammed his fist into the ground. He immediately sprang to his feet and bolted. He had no desire to be swept up in yet another battle that had nothing to do with him, especially one involving heavy weaponry like machine guns and rocket launchers. Gao Yang wished to avoid trouble, yet trouble seemed to seek him out relentlessly. He had anticipated a quiet and effortless departure, but unexpectedly, a runaway car veered sharply around a corner. To Gao Yang's astonishment, it circled widely before coming to a screeching halt less than 20 meters in front of him. It felt as if fate itself was denying him a chance at escape, with an uncontrollable vehicle thwarting his opportunity to flee. Realizing he could no longer remain concealed, Gao Yang, in a state of despair, dove to the ground and swiftly chambered around in his gun. As he lay there, a voice from the halted car shouted, "Forget him. He is dead. Get out, quickly." Accompanied by this command, bullets from a pursuing vehicle's heavy machine gun rained down, striking the stopped car and igniting sparks. However, as the vehicle with the machine gun continued to speed along, the immediate threat was somewhat diminished, and soon the gunfire ceased as the bullets soared skyward. 3 individuals leapt from the convertible SUV. 2 dropped to the ground while the third extinguished the headlights and yanked something from the seat, hoisting it onto his shoulder. With a resounding whoosh, a fiery projectile shot forth, and in an instant, the heavy machine gun fell silent, as a rocket struck the vehicle armed with the machine gun, erupting it into a massive fireball. The pursuers, likely taken aback by the unexpected resistance and the devastating counterattack, witnessed the transformation of the machine gun and its occupants into a conflagration. After launching a rocket, the man beside the vehicle discarded the launch tube and dragged a body from the car, shouldering it before briefly aiming and firing another rocket, which ignited the nearest vehicle in flames. Gao Yang was left dumbfounded. Whether rockets or missiles, the ability to accurately strike fast-moving cars indicated an extraordinary skill. Yet, his astonishment escalated when, after firing 2 rockets, the individual produced a handgun from beneath his arm and, leaning against the car's hood, began firing. His shooting was concise and rhythmic, each burst consisting of 3 shots. Although the approaching vehicles were nearly upon him, the shooter remained calm and collected, exhibiting no sign of panic. The weapon he wielded was unfamiliar to Gao Yang. It was not the AK-47 he was accustomed to, but rather another type of assault rifle. He pondered the futility of using such a weapon against 2 oncoming cars, but before his eyes, a miracle unfolded. The 2 pursuing vehicles lost control in succession. One flipped over after a sudden turn, while the other veered off in the opposite direction, eventually coming to a stop after a considerable distance. Chapter 15. Night Battle. 2 rockets had neutralized the most significant threats, and with just a few short bursts from an automatic rifle, the drivers of the 2 oncoming vehicles were dispatched. Witnessing such an improbable turn of events, Gao Yang realized he had encountered a formidable individual, one of exceptional prowess. His current predicament was rather precarious. He was too close to the sharpshooter. Regardless of the man's background, Gao Yang feared that any slight disturbance could result in his own demise, leaving no opportunity for explanation. Thus, he resolved to remain undetected. Once all the vehicles were incapacitated, the occupants of the halted cars began to open fire. Yet the shooter, cloaked in darkness, completely disregarded the errant bullets as he sprinted to the opposite side of the vehicle, yanked the lifeless driver from the seat, and climbed in, whispering urgently, "Now's our chance. Get in. We can leave." Though the car roared to life, the driver did not activate the headlights, leading Gao Yang to believe they could make a swift escape. As there seemed to be no immediate pursuit, he hoped these 3 individuals would depart, for their departure would ensure his safety. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. From afar, 2 vehicles simultaneously extinguished their headlights, and the previously chaotic gunfire ceased. Seizing the moment, the 2 individuals who had been hiding swiftly jumped into the vehicle, but before it could pull away, a muffled gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the front bumper. The bullet ricocheted off the metal with a sharp clang, momentarily halting its trajectory before striking the driver. "Get out! They have night vision." With a muffled groan, the driver managed to utter a garbled phrase, prompting the 2 who had just boarded to leap back out and hunker down behind the vehicle. The driver attempted to exit as well, but he was too weak, collapsing as he opened the door. The 2 who had jumped out crawled forward a few paces, calling out, "Moses, Moses, are you all right?" The wounded man responded, his voice muffled as if he were holding something in his mouth. "I've been shot in the lung. I can't move. You need to go, boss." Hearing the desperate exchange among the three, Gao Yang felt a pang of sympathy but was primarily concerned with avoiding entanglement in their predicament. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed a rush of wind beside his face, followed by a deafening crack. In an instant, he lost hearing in his left ear. It dawned on him that a bullet had narrowly missed him, and someone was firing at him. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Gao Yang disregarded everything else and began to scramble forward. Just as he vacated his previous position, a bullet struck the spot he had just occupied. Had he hesitated even half a second longer, he would have been gravely injured. As he dashed towards the only car that could offer protection, the two individuals hiding behind it shouted, "Who is it?" In his haste, Gao Yang had no time to explain and shouted back, "It's a friend. Don't shoot." Once he reached the rear of the car and the incoming bullets no longer posed a threat, he urgently addressed the two figures beside him. "I'm not your enemy. For heaven's sake, I got dragged into this mess. Let us focus on not getting killed instead of asking who I am." Frustration bubbled within him. He had done nothing to provoke this chaos. The only explanation for the gunfire directed at him was that the assailants possessed night vision equipment, allowing them to spot him hiding in the underbrush. After shouting, Gao Yang crouched behind the tire and fired a series of rounds in the general direction of the shooters. Yet, with both sides concealed in darkness, his marksmanship was rendered ineffective. After a few bursts, Gao Yang retracted his weapon, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts as he contemplated how to survive. The enemy had night vision, while he was effectively blind, leaving him at a severe disadvantage. Waiting to be shot seemed inevitable. "Damn it, if only I had night vision too. I would make quick work of them," he fumed, cursing the adversaries who were exploiting their superior technology to bully him. Though aware that venting his frustrations was futile, Gao Yang could only express his anger verbally. Just as he was about to change his magazine, a timid voice spoke from behind him. "Wait, we have night vision scopes in our vehicle. Do you want to use one?" Gao Yang felt a mix of surprise and elation. Though visibility was poor, he turned to the speaker and barked, "Are you an idiot? If you want to live, hand it over now. What are you waiting for?" Chastened by Gao Yang's reprimand and recognizing the urgency of their situation, the speaker crawled a couple of steps, opened the door in front of him, and without standing, began to pull out equipment. He first tossed aside a large bag, then retrieved a firearm, retreating behind the wheel as he rummaged through the bag. "Hold on, I need to detach the scope from this gun before I can attach the night vision. I also need a flashlight." Gao Yang felt a surge of anxiety and irritation, suppressing his voice as he replied, "Are you trying to get us killed? Turning on a flashlight makes us sitting ducks. Do you think the enemy won't move?" At that moment, another person, who had been silent until now, chimed in, "Just hold the line and don't conserve bullets, I'll assist him." "Bob, what make and model is the night vision device?" "It's a Leopold G114 model, infrared thermal imaging scope. The batteries are installed, but I haven't had a chance to calibrate it yet." "Got it.It'll be ready shortly. Friend, please try to delay as much as you can." Gao Yang had no alternative but to wait. He could only commence a relentless barrage of short-range shots, hoping to hinder the enemy's encirclement. During this time, the opposing side remained silent, and Gao Yang found it impossible to discern their positions from the muzzle flashes. Meanwhile, the individual who had spoken began to detach the scope from the rifle with remarkable speed. In a matter of moments, he had removed the original sight and swiftly affixed a night vision scope in its place. Once the night vision was secured, the installer pressed a button and peered through the scope, a hint of elation evident in his voice as he remarked, "No issues, though it hasn't been zeroed. You'll need to fire a few rounds to adjust the trajectory." Impatient as ever, Gao Yang discarded his AK-47 and took the rifle, only then realizing a pressing question. "What kind of gun is this?" The man named Bob nervously replied, "This is an M1A, but it's a custom model of mine, with exceptional accuracy. But can you use it?" Upon hearing M1A, Gao Yang's attention became singularly focused. The M1A is merely the civilian variant of the military M14, differing only in its semi-automatic firing capability, yet almost indistinguishable from its military counterpart. Gao Yang, having had experience with the M14 and possessing a fondness for it, immediately opened the safety, chambered around, and surveyed the surroundings through the scope. Almost at once, he spotted three figures flanking him from the right, perilously close, perhaps only 40 to 50 meters away. Through the scope, Their silhouettes appeared as vivid red outlines. But that was sufficient. Moreover, the thermal imaging scope rendered the enemy unable to conceal themselves unless they found substantial cover. Holding his breath, Gao Yang aimed at one of the figures and fired. Expecting the shot to miss due to the lack of zeroing, he was pleasantly surprised. The proximity of the target, combined with minimal deviation from the scope, ensured that his shot found its mark. The sound of the gunfire echoed, and the struck individual collapsed instantly, while the two others continued onward, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The flash of his shot inadvertently quickened their pace, gaining confidence from the minimal deviation. Gao Yang targeted another enemy and fired, aiming for the chest, yet the bullet struck the neck instead. At such close range, the potency of the 7.62 by 51 NATO round was overwhelming, severing the target's neck entirely. At this moment, the remaining adversary grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly dropped to the ground. Gauging the trajectory deviation in his mind, Gao Yang aimed at the unfortunate soul who believed that lying prone would render him safe and fired again. This shot was perfectly aligned with his aim, and the bullet shattered the hapless man's skull. With the immediate threat neutralized, Gao Yang swung the rifle around and crawled beneath a vehicle, peering through the scope to find that enemies were also flanking him from the left. His line of sight was obstructed, revealing only a few legs. Choosing not to expose himself by standing or climbing atop the vehicle, he contemplated how to eliminate the adversaries advancing from the left. He could either reposition to the rear of the vehicle for a shot from his left or crawl further forward to envelop the enemy within the scope's range. Ultimately, Gao Yang opted not to change positions, remaining prone and aiming at a leg that appeared from beneath the vehicle before squeezing the trigger. Chapter 16. The importance of psychological resilience. The bullet struck true, and the individual hit in the leg immediately fell to the ground. Yelling for cover, as the enemy became aware of their vulnerability, Gao Yang swiftly fired a second shot, silencing the man before he could complete his warning. Taking shelter beneath the vehicle, Gao Yang's two shots alerted the encroaching foes to their newfound peril, prompting the remaining few to hasten their advance while firing at his position. Gao Yang, still under the vehicle, fired several rounds but failed to hit his targets. The proximity limited his field of view through the scope, hindering his shooting. In a moment of desperation, he emerged from beneath the vehicle, realizing the enemy was merely 20 meters away. Grabbing the double-barreled shotgun he had stubbornly clung to, he aimed at a spot where he had seen gunfire erupt and fired. At that distance, mere seconds would allow the enemy to close the gap. In his urgency, Gao Yang fired the upper barrel first, loaded with a slug, which possessed significantly greater recoil than the AK-47 or M1A. Despite having fired buckshot numerous times, this was his first encounter with a slug, and he was unprepared for the force that nearly sent him tumbling. Yet, the shot struck the advancing enemy solidly. The slug's power at close range could obliterate an elephant, and the result on human flesh was equally devastating. The man hit in the chest was instantly reduced to a mass of gore. Regaining his composure, Gao Yang instinctively redirected his aim toward the area where he had seen the flash of gunfire moments earlier. Firing again, .9 pellets flew forth, and yet another enemy fell without uttering a sound. He disengaged the safety on the shotgun, ejected the spent shell, and smoothly loaded 2 rounds of 9-pellet buckshot, a motion he executed with practiced ease. Just as he reassembled the shotgun, another adversary charged toward him. In the enveloping darkness, the remaining enemies fired wildly, while 2 of Gao Yang's comrades, one wielding a handgun and the other the AK-47 he had abandoned, lay prone, unleashing their own barrage. Both sides exchanged fire at a distance of only 4 to 5 meters. Yet neither managed to land a hit. As they neared one another, Gao Yang finally completed the reloading process and fired at the enemy who had closed in, missing the first shot, but his second found its target, ending the threat mere feet away. After a few labored breaths, Gao Yang felt his body weaken. The near face-to-face gunfight differed vastly from engagements at a distance, testing one's psychological fortitude to the utmost. Without rigorous training, anyone facing an enemy at such close quarters instinctively turns away, shooting blindly in a panic, often missing entirely. If neither party has undergone stringent training, survival in such encounters boils down to sheer luck. However, individuals who have received specialized training, such as commandos, can overcome paralyzing fear and instinctual reactions, maintaining composure even under the most intense fire. Gao Yang was neither trained nor a soldier, yet his experience with BB gun games had honed his ability to endure close-quarters engagements. having survived countless rounds in the past. While not comparable to real combat, the realism sought in airsoft games mirrored military exercises in some respects. Although being hit in the game merely stings, the stakes in a real battle are life and death. Regardless of how Gao Yang's psychological resilience was cultivated, through gaming or otherwise, he emerged alive from the conflict. Though he would undoubtedly feel trepidation afterward, he had survived, and in close-quarters combat, a shotgun proved to be an invaluable asset. After calming his frayed nerves, Gao Yang reloaded the shotgun, positioning it conveniently beside him, then retrieved the M1A from beneath the vehicle to survey the area through the scope. No one approached him any longer. The nearby vehicles revealed no human heat signatures, only distant figures occasionally peeking from behind vehicles before ducking back. Gao Yang exhaled in relief, realizing his hands trembled slightly. His legs quivered, and his head spun intermittently. He understood this was the aftermath of an adrenaline surge, and his body had reached its limit. Surveying the area for threats, he slightly relaxed, turning to his two companions and asking, "Is everyone all right? Do you have any water or food?" One of them groaned, replying, "Dad, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Bob, what about you? Are you hurt?" "I sustained a gunshot wound to my arm, though it is not severe, just a scratch. Yet it truly aches. I have chocolate in my bag, water in the back seat of the car, and some food as well." Gao Yang was taken aback to discover that the two individuals behind him were father and son. However, he was momentarily disinterested in their background and merely craved a swift drink of water. The opposing party posed no threat. "Could you please hand me some water? I can hardly hold on any longer." Bob's father fumbled to retrieve several bottles of water from the vehicle, twisting one open and offering it to Gao Yang. After sitting down and gulping it down in one go, Gao Yang felt an immense sense of relief, while Bob's father silently continued to pass him bottle after bottle. With his eyes fixed on the scope, Gao Yang used one hand to incessantly feed himself chocolate. Once satiated with food and water, he felt invigorated and resolved to devise a plan to trouble the enemy sniper. Drawing from the sensation of having fired a few shots, Gao Yang adjusted the scope. As he made the adjustments, his spirits lifted significantly, and he chuckled. "This rifle is quite impressive. What's more, you even have a night vision scope." Upon hearing Gao Yang praise his weapon, Bob perked up, responding with pride, "Of course. This rifle is custom-made just for me. Although it belongs to the M14 family, its accuracy surpasses that of the military's M25 and DMR." Gao Yang laughed. "What you possess is a civilian M1A. How can it possibly compare to military sniper rifles?" "I recall that the DMR is the latest firearm adopted by the Marine Corps." Bob scoffed. "Haven't you heard the saying? The weapons in a soldier's hands are always provided by the lowest bidding supplier. Excluding heavy armaments like planes and tanks, as long as the law permits ownership, the best light weapons are undoubtedly civilian." Gao Yang pondered this and realized it made a certain sense. In truth, when considering ordinary military uniforms and firearms, the top-tier items are indeed civilian products. Don't American soldiers also discard issued gear in favor of personally procured weapons and boots, provided they can afford it? Moreover, the military permits such practices. Despite acknowledging the logic behind this, Gao Yang felt a lingering dissatisfaction. As a military enthusiast, he held the belief that military-grade equipment epitomizes precision and durability, an idea ingrained deep within him. Thus, he retorted, "But military-grade equipment is still military-grade. It must surely be superior to the vast majority of civilian versions." "That depends on your perspective," Bob countered. "For instance, esta. Law prohibits civilians from owning automatic weapons. Civilian guns can only fire semi-automatically. From that standpoint, military equipment is indeed superior, as military-grade items come with quality assurances, maintaining a stable level of performance compared to civilian products, which are often dictated by price." However, when discussing the best of the best, the highest-end firearms under similar criteria are those civilian models that are willing to spend significantly to pursue perfection. For example, semi-automatic rifles can absolutely surpass military versions in quality. As the military does not invest heavily in purchasing the finest firearms in bulk, they simply cannot afford it, nor can production keep up. Additionally, those making the purchasing decisions are usually not the ones on the battlefield. "Oh, so your rifle must be among the finest then?" Bob answered proudly, "Absolutely. The military's M14 series sniper rifles have a maximum accuracy of 1 MOA, whereas my rifle, when loaded with hand-loaded heavy rounds, achieves an impressive 0.2 MOA. Using selected ammunition, it can reach 0.42 MOA, and even with standard NATO rounds, it maintains 1 MOA. All these figures have been validated through over 600 rounds fired, utterly precise. One could say my rifle represents the pinnacle of semi-automatic weaponry and can rival any bolt-action rifle. Tell me, which military semi-automatic sniper rifle can boast such precision? Furthermore, with hand-loaded ammunition, it can hit a basketball from 1,000 yards away. Gao Yang was genuinely astounded. If Bob's claims regarding accuracy were truthful, then no comparable military sniper rifle of the same caliber could compete, especially among semi-automatics. Wow, that's truly astonishing. How is that possible? It must have cost a fortune. Bob beamed with pride. Indeed, it was quite expensive. MY rifle was crafted by the Arelon Morrison Studio, the finest in America. The barrel is made from top-tier stainless steel, and they only produce 5 barrels per new mold, carefully selecting the one with the smallest tolerances and highest precision. MY barrel not only boasts exceptional accuracy, but also has a lifespan of 10,000 rounds. Moreover, every component has been meticulously polished by hand, and the final assembly is done with utmost precision, minimizing all tolerances. Such craftsmanship comes at a steep price, $74,000, not including any accessories or optics. Chapter 17. The importance of a good rifle. $74,000 for an M1A left Gao Yang flabbergasted. To his knowledge, the most expensive mass-produced M1A in the American civilian market cost only $2,000 to $3,000, which was already considered premium. Bob, you just told me your rifle cost $7,400. Seemingly having let slip a detail in front of his father, Bob immediately corrected himself upon hearing a stern tone from his father. Actually, I misspoke. It's $7,400. Now doesn't seem like the time for such discussions. Hey, friend, you should take out that sniper, and then we can leave. What do you think of this idea? Gao Yang also felt that now was not the time for idle chit-chat. He certainly wished to eliminate the enemy sniper. But the issue was that he dared not leave the car's cover, and the opposing sniper was not granting him any opportunities to fire. Beyond the stalemate, he found himself with little recourse. If you have a way to deal with that sniper, then by all means try. Do you have any rocket launchers or missiles in your vehicle? Bob's father muttered. None left. We only had 2 RPGs. And we just used the last one. Such a pity. Well, now that none of us can move, we still have time to chat. Who are you, and why were you attacked? We came for a hunt. As for why we were attacked, you should ask those who assaulted us. Gao Yang chuckled. I don't wish to intrude upon your privacy, but bringing a rocket launcher to a hunting expedition seems rather excessive. Doesn't it, Mr. Morgan? Upon hearing Gao Yang's statement, Bob's father suddenly shifted to a tense demeanor, urgently asking, Who are you? How do you know my name? Why are you here? Please answer my questions, or I won't hesitate to shoot you. It appeared that Gao Yang's assumption was correct. He was indeed Mr. Morgan. Answering your questions is simple. Someone mistook us for you and killed 14 people. No, wait, it was actually 16. We became your scapegoats. And many lives were lost. While the killer mentioned your name over the radio, it was only after realizing the mistake that he came looking for you. Now do you understand, Mr. Morgan? After a moment of silence, Mr. Morgan replied solemnly, That is indeed unfortunate. I apologize for that. Gao Yang sighed. You cannot be entirely blamed. It's merely a coincidence. However, this coincidence has proven deadly. I have a question I haven't had the chance to ask until now. Where are we? And who attacked you? This is Sudan. As for who attacked us, I do not know, but I will uncover the truth and ensure he pays dearly, for those who died on my behalf, as well as for your losses. But who might you be? Gao Yang was taken aback, as he had boarded a plane in Ethiopia, bound for a destination within Ethiopia. Although he was unaware of the exact location of the crash, there was no way the plane should have ended up in Sudan. However, upon realizing he was in Sudan, Gao Yang quickly understood why he had been embroiled in one gunfight after another. Sudan had been embroiled in conflict, with ongoing civil war between southern and northern Sudan. Though large-scale hostilities had ceased, minor skirmishes and ambushes had never truly abated. This is Sudan? How in the world did I end up in Sudan? Is it far from Ethiopia? I'm not certain how far it is to the Ethiopian border, but it should be around 300 to 400 kilometers. Why do you ask? Gao Yang, lost in thought, murmured, Because I arrived here due to a plane crash, and I was on a plane in Ethiopia. Damn it. How did I end up in Sudan? Mr. Morgan chuckled. No matter where you are, you should thank God. At least you didn't perish in the crash. Now, I have a GPS. Once we deal with the sniper across from us, You will soon know exactly where you are. Gao Yang steadied himself, refraining from further conversation and redirecting his focus to the opposing sniper. He felt that Mr. Morgan and his son were shrouded in mystery, and any inquiries could be directed to Professor Buck and the chief. There was no need to engage extensively with Mr. Morgan. Reflecting on Professor Buck and the chief, Gao Yang felt an even greater urgency to eliminate the enemy sniper, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not devise a plan to do so while ensuring his own safety. The scope was an infrared thermal imager, and the sniper was concealed within a recently extinguished vehicle's engine. The high temperature radiating from the front of the car appeared as a vast expanse of red light in the scope, causing significant interference with Gao Yang's aim. However, as the engine's temperature gradually decreased, the interference began to dissipate. After contemplating for a moment, Gao Yang decided to fire at the vehicle's engine, intending to render the sniper's hideout inoperable and prevent the enemy marksman from escaping in the car. After firing several rounds at the engine, Gao Yang suddenly realized that rather than wasting ammunition, it would be prudent to adjust his aim. Targeting a specific point near the engine, he fired a shot. Observing a small red in the scope where the bullet had penetrated, indicating a high temperature. Using this to gauge his error, he began to fine-tune his aim. The deviation between the actual impact point and his intended target was not significant. At a distance of approximately 150 meters, the discrepancy was around 20 centimeters. After making a few adjustments on the scope, he fired another shot and found that he was nearly on target. By the time he reached his fifth shot, the impact points had consolidated within an area roughly the size of an orange eye in the darkness of night. Without precise reference points, achieving such accuracy was remarkably impressive. At this moment, Gao Yang had no doubt regarding Bob's assertion. A good rifle is indeed a good rifle, and its quality reveals itself upon use. Once he felt he had sufficiently adjusted his aim, Gao Yang suddenly recalled something and turned to Bob, who was groaning in pain from his injury. "Bob, do you have any ammunition left? Specifically, do you have tracer rounds?" Bob nodded, but upon realizing that Gao Yang could not see his gesture, he softly replied, "Yes, but I only brought 5 tracer rounds. I have a magazine that alternates between 3 regular rounds and 1 tracer round. I intended to use them for hunting lions at night." "What do you have in mind?" Gao Yang, filled with enthusiasm, grinned and said, "I want to see if I can blow up that car." Bob, also excited, responded, "Great idea. We have plenty of bullets. You can take your time." At that moment, Mr. Morgan quietly interjected, "That vehicle is a Toyota LC80. The fuel tank is located on the left side of the chassis. If you shoot just behind the rear wheel, slightly lower, you should be able to puncture the fuel tank." Although Gao Yang was unfamiliar with the Toyota LC80, knowing the position of the fuel tank was sufficient for him. However, before firing, he wanted to confirm, "Are you certain the fuel tank is behind the left rear wheel?" "Absolutely certain," Mr. Morgan assured him. Gao Yang glanced at the front of the vehicle and felt a wave of relief wash over him as luck was on his side. The sniper's car was positioned with its front facing left, meaning the fuel tank was directly in his line of sight. He began firing at a point just behind the left rear wheel while simultaneously shooting at the engine to obscure his intentions and remain vigilant against potential counterfire from the enemy sniper. Indeed, as Gao Yang continued firing, the opposing sniper could no longer contain himself and began returning fire, though most of his shots were wasted on the vehicle's body. After depleting the remaining bullets in his magazine, Gao Yang switched to a fully loaded 20-round magazine and continued firing until he felt he had done enough. He then replaced it with a magazine containing tracer rounds and began shooting at the ground near the left rear wheel of the car. The fourth bullet was a tracer round emitting a red glow, but when it burrowed into the ground behind the wheel, it failed to ignite a small flame. Gao Yang was uncertain whether he had managed to puncture the fuel tank, nor did he know if any leaking gasoline would ignite upon exposure to the tracer round. At that moment, he could only proceed with a hopeful trial. After firing a dozen rounds, the third tracer round was discharged, followed closely by the fourth, yet the vehicle remained intact. Feeling a sense of urgency, Gao Yang gently kissed his rifle and whispered, "Please, give me a break. It's all up to you to end this fight." With that, he squeezed the trigger, and a flash of red light illuminated the scene. Instantly, a flame flickered beneath the vehicle, and a moment later, a deafening explosion erupted as the car transformed into a massive fireball. Gao Yang shouted in excitement, "It worked!" Mr. Morgan urgently cautioned, "The fire might not necessarily kill him, but whether he is using a low-light night vision device or an infrared one, he is now severely compromised." Take this opportunity to eliminate him. No need to rush in. Just watch me, Gao Yang replied. He then raised his M1A, sprinting to the side of the burning car, using its light to locate a weapon from the deceased sniper lying beside the car door. The fallen sniper was armed with an M4A1 and had a quick-change magazine with 2 magazines glued together. Seizing the M4A1, Gao Yang circled the burning vehicle without approaching too closely. Standing beside the flaming car, he surveyed the darkness, but from the periphery, he could see quite clearly. After a few dozen paces, he spotted a figure stumbling backward in an attempt to escape. The enemy sniper appeared to be injured. Moving slowly and having not gotten far from the burning car, Gao Yang tested his M1A, but the infrared scope was severely compromised. He set down the M1A, replaced it with a fresh magazine for the M4A1, and began firing in short bursts. The recoil of the M4A1 was minimal, and its accuracy surpassed that of the AK-47 significantly. At a distance of less than 200 meters, after firing a dozen rounds, he finally struck the escaping sniper. Chapter 18. The businessman Gao Yang was uncertain whether the sniper he had taken down was the last one. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, he detected no signs of life. Nevertheless, he remained on alert, picking up the M1A once again, utilizing the night vision scope for another sweep. Only after confirming there were no living adversaries did he allow himself to relax. While there were no enemies left, Gao Yang did not fully lower his guard, as Morgan and his son Bob seemed overly enigmatic. Until he could ascertain their intentions were benign, he deemed it wise to remain cautious. Gao Yang raised the M4A1 and called out, "It's safe now, come out." Morgan and Bob emerged, the former carrying a flashlight in one hand and a handgun in the other. After inspecting the area near the car door, he quickly made his way toward the sniper Gao Yang had just shot. Meanwhile, Bob approached Gao Yang with a gleaming revolver in hand. Upon reaching Gao Yang, Bob scrutinized him from head to toe and exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, buddy, you're truly amazing, especially with that outfit. I've got to say, I'm utterly captivated. You're my idol. TSK, dressing like a primitive man. How did you come up with that?" Bob appeared to be a slightly overweight young man in his early 20s, tall yet with overly animated body language, combined with his incessant chatter, giving him a rather exuberant demeanor. Gao Yang chose to ignore Bob's exuberance and merely gestured towards Morgan, asking, "Aren't you going to check on your father?" Bob switched the revolver to his left hand and raised his right hand. "Come on, brother, let's do a fist bump. Can I take a few pictures of you to post on my Twitter?" "Oh, I'm Bob Reeves. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gao Yang extended his hand and gave Bob's a light slap. Responding, "I'm Gao Yang from Huaxia. Thank you for the fine weapon, but please, no photos. I might lose my temper. Thank you." Bob shrugged, looking disappointed. "All right, I respect your wishes, but what a shame, brother. You've missed a golden opportunity for fame." Gao Yang thought he might glean more information from Bob, as it was likely to be easier than extracting it from his father. "Hey Bob, why were you attacked? I mean, you weren't genuinely here for hunting, were you? This damned country, only God knows why we were attacked. Damn it, I really did come for hunting. I love hunting, but I've hunted every available game in America. With my new rifle in hand, there was nothing left that piqued my interest, so when my dad decided to come to Sudan, I tagged along." "And what is your father here for?" Gao Yang inquired. "Brother, don't tell me hunting requires bringing along a rocket launcher." "Oh, my dad is here to negotiate business. You see, South Sudan is on the verge of independence. They've already voted, and soon South Sudan will be a sovereign nation. Why father aims to seize this opportunity for some lucrative deals. South Sudan's independence. Now, that's a significant event. So, what kind of business does your dad engage in?" "Engaged in any endeavor solely for the sake of financial gain. My father has sought connections with several prominent Dinka tribes in this region. I suspect he intends to acquire a vast expanse of land, particularly given the oil-rich nature of this area. Following South Sudan's independence, it is anticipated that the oil here will soon be extracted. After spending a few days in this locale, I surmise that my father, like myself, harbors a desire to hunt a lion, to bring back a trophy to adorn our hearth. Thus, we ventured out to hunt today, only to inexplicably fall victim to an ambush. As you witnessed, my father's 2 bodyguards perished, and without your timely intervention, we too might have met a similar fate." Bob, unabashedly candid, spoke freely in front of Gao Yang, who was eager to glean more information from him. However, at that moment, Morgan rushed back, glaring at Bob before extending his hand to Gao Yang. Introducing himself, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Morgan Reeves. I am profoundly grateful for the assistance you provided, but we must leave post-haste, for the danger is far from over." After shaking Morgan's hand, Gao Yang replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Reeves, if you are at liberty to divulge, I would like to know what further dangers we face." Morgan holstered his firearm and retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist, his expression darkening as he remarked, "It concerns this. Moments ago, someone called for the deceased sniper, suggesting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, others may soon arrive." Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, though the transmission was encrypted. Gao Yang recognized the voice, which filled the air with a string of meaningless jargon. Once the communication ceased, Gao Yang gestured to his own walkie-talkie, stating, "I have heard this person's voice. He expressed intent to kill you, albeit mistakenly targeting innocents. Furthermore, he mentioned that if we seek retribution, we should approach the Sudan People's Liberation Army. This afternoon, I engaged in a firefight with them. While some displayed commendable skill, the majority were woefully inadequate." Morgan nodded, his countenance darkening further as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Those damned fools. They have not even achieved true independence and are already embroiled in infighting. Thank you for the intelligence, but we must depart now." Gao Yang hesitated before shaking his head, replying, "I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. I have others to care for. You may leave as if we have never crossed paths." After a moment of contemplation, Morgan countered, "I cannot navigate this terrain alone. I am unfamiliar with the environment and risk being discovered. Therefore, I implore you to assist us. I am willing to compensate you generously. Name your price, and I shall offer the highest rate akin to that of a bodyguard or mercenary. No, let us do this. Escort me to Malakal, and I shall pay you $100,000. What do you say?" Gao Yang shook his head, asserting, "This is not merely a matter of money. As I mentioned, there are others awaiting my return. Additionally, I do not accept employment, for I have no desire to court death." After a moment of silence, Morgan appeared resolute, nodding as he said, "Then please, take us to find your companions. I suspect they too wish to leave. I will still pay you the $100,000. Mr. Gao Yang, please, I urge you to help us." Gao Yang hesitated, concerned that taking Morgan and Bob along might attract unwarranted pursuit. However, having recently fought alongside them, he felt a pang of conscience at the thought of abandoning them. After a brief moment of indecision, he nodded, saying, "Please wait. I need to consult with my friends. I must seek their counsel." Stepping aside, he picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke softly, "This is Gao Yang. Please respond if you hear me." Catherine's voice came through almost immediately, indicating she had been waiting for his call. "This is Catherine. Please proceed." After recounting the situation, particularly the identities of Morgan and Bob, and explaining that their presence had led to the misfortunes befalling their crew, Gao Yang sought to ascertain Catherine's opinion. If Professor Buck and Catherine deemed it appropriate to assist them, he would lead the two men to join them. If not, he would return alone. Despite their brief acquaintance, Professor Buck and his group had provided Gao Yang with invaluable assistance, and he regarded them as allies. In contrast, he felt no obligation toward Morgan and his son, and had it not been for the conflict, he would have already left. After a swift discussion, Professor Buck and Catherine reached a conclusion. If it was convenient for Gao Yang, they would appreciate his help for Morgan and his son, provided it was entirely at Gao Yang's discretion. Upon receiving this response, Gao Yang wasted no time, returning to Morgan and Bob, exclaiming, "Time is of the essence. Let us gather our belongings and depart swiftly." Morgan and Bob, elated, wasted no words. Upon reaching the vehicle, Morgan gestured toward the two corpses lying beside it, somberly stating, "If you consent, I would like to take their bodies with us, even if we must find a place to bury them after our departure. Is that acceptable?" Gao Yang nodded, saying, "Start the vehicle. I will assist you with the bodies." Despite the vehicle being riddled with bullet holes, it remarkably remained operational, and Morgan easily started it. Gao Yang helped him place the two corpses in the back seat, while he retrieved 4M4A1 magazines from one of the bodies. With the rear seat occupied by the two corpses, there was no room for passengers. Suddenly, Gao Yang had an idea. He dashed to the vehicle the assailants had driven, removed the body from the driver's seat, and attempted to start it. Thankfully, it too was in working order, albeit smeared with blood on the glass and seats. After firing a shot into each corner of the windshield and kicking it out, he drove it back to where Morgan and Bob waited. Although Gao Yang had some driving experience, he hadn't driven in years, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he managed to get it running, turned on the headlights, and began gathering his belongings. Without hesitation, he tossed Bob's M1A into his own vehicle, then made a point of retrieving a sniper rifle and all the ammunition from the body of the sniper he had killed. Most importantly, he acquired a helmet-mounted night vision device. Initially, he intended to stop there, but seeing the scattered rifles around him stirred a reluctance to leave them behind. After a moment's thought, he called out to Bob for assistance, gathering 6 seemingly new AK-47s from the fallen enemies. The AK-47s he collected were far superior to his old, rusted one, and he also managed to procure a dozen extra magazines. Had time permitted, he would have taken every weapon and piece of ammunition he could find, but it was only when Morgan urged him to hurry that he reluctantly jumped into the vehicle and led the way out. Chapter 19. The hero returns. In truth, Gao Yang was uncertain where to go. After driving for several dozen kilometers, he found a suitable spot where he and the Reeves could rest, taking turns keeping watch as they endured a sleepless night. Only when dawn had long since broken did Gao Yang lead Morgan and Bob to the pond where Professor Buck and the others had taken refuge. After calling out on the walkie-talkie, Professor Buck and his group soon emerged from their hiding place. The bond between the chief and Gao Yang was akin to that of family. Thus, upon seeing Gao Yang return safely, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Greeting him with warm embraces, as they conversed in a Kuri, others could only listen in silence. Once they calmed down, Professor Buck stepped forward, embracing Gao Yang and vigorously patting his shoulder, exclaiming, "Thank you for your bravery. You have saved us all. I am eternally grateful. Please do not mention it, Professor. I merely did what was right, as I promised. My tribe and I shall do everything in our power to repay your kindness." Gao Yang replied that in turn, the injured Ivan, photographer Daniel, and another black man approached to express their gratitude. Finally, Catherine stepped forward, her smile radiant as she extended her right hand, stating, "I told you, a true hero does not perish easily. It brings me great joy to see you once more." Gao Yang took her hand, chuckling lightly as he said, "Regardless of the presence of dragons, I would gladly serve as a knight to protect the beautiful princess. However, Miss Catherine, should we not embrace now?" Catherine smiled subtly, opting not to embrace him, but instead leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his left cheek, saying playfully, "This is how a princess expresses her gratitude to a brave knight." Having spent 3 years in the military, Gao Yang, although not entirely devoid of female companionship, had been surrounded by tribal women adorned with various tattoos and bare skin. This had left him feeling much like a soldier who had not seen a woman in 3 years. Moreover, Catherine was undeniably stunning. Thus, when a beautiful woman bestowed a gentle kiss upon him, Gao Yang's composure was commendable indeed. Regrettably, the present moment is hardly suitable for pursuing romantic interests, striving to dispel the myriad of inappropriate thoughts swirling in my mind. I managed to muster a few foolish smiles at Catherine before reluctantly releasing her hand. I then raised my arm to gesture towards Mr. Morgan and his son, saying, "Allow me to introduce you all. This is Mr. Morgan Reeves, and beside him is his son, Bob Reeves. As you may already be aware, they too have fallen victim to an attack, and indeed, they are the primary targets of those terrorists." Mr. Morgan, appearing to be in his 50s, bore a slightly graying head of hair and possessed strikingly intense eyes that exuded a formidable pressure when fixed upon others. His gaunt face conveyed an air of authority. Yet at that moment, it wore a solemn expression. He stepped forward, bowed his head, and said, "I am deeply sorry for the misfortune I have brought upon you. Please allow me to extend my condolences and apologies for the unfortunate fate that has befallen your companions. I sincerely regret this." Professor Buck approached Mr. Morgan, shook his hand, and replied, "This is not your fault, nor is there any need for you to apologize. While the events that have transpired are indeed unacceptable, the culpability lies with the terrorists. We all share in the sorrow of this occurrence, but this is no justification for directing our ire towards you, Mr. Reeves. There is no need for your apologies." Mr. Morgan nodded in acknowledgement and expressed to Professor Buck, "Thank you for your understanding and generosity. I hold your compassion in high regard. Professor, I believe our immediate priority should be to vacate this location. The danger is far from over. Would you not agree?" Professor Buck furrowed his brow and glanced at Gao Yang, stating, "I too believe we should hasten our departure. I must locate the bodies of my team members and report this incident to the American consulate. However, could there be more terrorists returning?" Gao Yang nodded and replied, "Indeed, I suspect they will come back. Yet, I cannot fathom how they could accurately track our movements across this vast prairie. After a moment of contemplation, Morgan remarked, I ventured out for a hunt yesterday and informed a few individuals of my whereabouts. Perhaps someone has betrayed that information. At that juncture, Professor Buck suddenly inquired, Mr. Morgan, would you be so kind as to disclose who seeks your life and the reasons behind their intent? Mr. Morgan pondered for a moment before shaking his head, exhaling deeply and addressing Daniel, who had not forgotten to keep his camera rolling. Please turn off the camera, sir. What follows cannot be recorded. Daniel looked at Professor Buck, who nodded and promptly switched off the camera. Only then did Morgan, with a grave demeanor, continue, these matters are not ones I should disclose. Yet considering the calamity I have inadvertently caused you, I feel it is imperative to share this with you. Gentlemen, due to my favorable relations with certain high-ranking officials in South Sudan, the U.S. government requested my assistance in securing certain interests following South Sudan's independence. Additionally, I stood to gain significantly from this trip to Sudan. However, my movements have been compromised, possibly by a rival or individuals from other nations who do not wish to see me succeed. Therefore, they seek to eliminate me. I implore you to keep this secret for my sake and yours. Professor Buck let out a long sigh and responded with indignation. Damn politics? Very well, we shall keep this matter confidential. However, Mr. Morgan, you must understand that we will have to explain this situation to the U.S. Embassy in Sudan and to the NGC, and there are some aspects I cannot keep secret. Morgan nodded and replied, I understand. You need not withhold information from the embassy, but I kindly ask that you preserve certain secrets from the NGC. Of course, even if you disclose them, I will deny it, as will everyone else. After speaking, Morgan pointed towards Gao Yang and added seriously, gentlemen, if you are grateful for all that he has done for you, please ensure that none of the footage featuring him is broadcasted. His actions have undoubtedly provoked forces that neither he nor you can contend with. I assure you, should you air any footage of him, his life will be in grave danger. Therefore, I believe the safest course of action is to delete any such footage. Upon hearing Morgan's words, all eyes turned to Daniel, who wore a pained expression. He glanced at Gao Yang, then at Professor Buck, before frantically scratching his head. Finally, with a resolute expression, he retrieved a memory card, casting a reluctant glance at it before decisively biting it in half and tossing it away. After discarding the memory card, Daniel lamented, most of the footage featuring Gao Yang was on that card, now destroyed. However, the card I am currently using contains evidence of the terrorist crimes and cannot be destroyed just yet. I will ensure that any footage of him is deleted, I promise. Professor Buck nodded in agreement, stating, I will personally take care of it. Now, I believe it is time for us to depart. We drove here from Miraculously. Professor, what about you? Likewise, the nearest city is Miraculously, where the airport is located. Our flight is from there. Morgan nodded and addressed Gao Yang. It seems our destinations align. We can travel together, Mr. Gao Yang. All eyes turned to Gao Yang, whose remarkable conduct had garnered the admiration of all present. With him, their sense of security had notably increased. Yet, when the opportunity to leave arose, Gao Yang found himself in turmoil. He gazed at the chief and his family. Having spent 3 years in close quarters with the Akuri tribe, which had become his second home, the chief's family felt like his own kin, making it nearly impossible for Gao Yang to simply walk away. Sensing Gao Yang's reluctant and indecisive gaze, the chief approached and gently placed his hand on Gao Yang's shoulder, saying, Go on, white child, return to your home. You do not belong here. Go back to your true home. Upon hearing the chief's words, Gao Yang could no longer contain his tears, which streamed down his face. It was not that he was overly emotional. Rather, he understood that upon leaving, he might never have the chance to see the chief and his family again. As Gao Yang wept, Dabali, Shaobali, and Cousteau encircled him, performing the Akuri tribe's hunting dance and singing their farewell song. Once the dance concluded and the song faded, the chief removed the necklace he wore around his neck and placed it around Gao Yang's. He then spoke softly, You are the bravest warrior. You are worthy of this. With this necklace, the ancestors and spirits of the Akuri tribe shall watch over you. Go now, white child, return to your own home. Cousteau, sniffling, added, White child, you will come back to see me, won't you? You must return to visit me. I will miss you. Gao Yang wiped his tears, pondering what to say, when suddenly a thought struck him. He dashed towards the off-road vehicle he had driven. Gao Yang retrieved 6 AK-47 rifles and turned to the puzzled onlookers, saying, I need your help. Please bring me all the magazines. After placing the 6 rifles before the chief, Gao Yang picked one up and said, "I am leaving now, but I want to leave these with you. Let me teach you how to use them. It will make hunting much easier for you. Moreover, you will no longer have to fear any wrongdoers. When I return, I will take you to a safe place where you need not worry about encountering those evildoers again." Professor Buck approached with a furrowed brow, stating, "Gao, what you are doing will deprive them of their basic survival skills and lead to the loss of their civilization." "Professor, I understand, but I believe survival is more important than preserving primitive civilization. If primitive civilization were of utmost importance, should we not all live as they do? You have not witnessed the hardships faced by the Akuri tribe. I do not wish to return only to find the tribe has perished from famine or disaster. I would not want to see even one person die. I will strive to ensure they relocate to a safe place and live a modern life. Thus, whether they retain their current survival skills is of little consequence." Chapter 20. Strength. Gao Yang quickly taught the chief and his 3 companions how to use the guns. The AK-47 rifle is particularly advantageous in this regard. Being simple and easy to learn. As the most popular rifle among the extremely illiterate worldwide, it is perfect for Africa, where maintenance is a foreign concept and rifles are subjected to the elements without care. Even an AK-47 that has rusted to the point of being barely recognizable can still function, making it an ideal gift for the Akuri tribe. Gao Yang first demonstrated by shooting a large antelope, which resembled the one snatched by a leopard, albeit slightly smaller. Professor Buck informed him that it was a waterbuck and not a rare species. Gao Yang, however, was indifferent to the rarity of the animal he had slain. While Professor Buck was quite concerned about it, Gao Yang diligently instructed the chieftains on the art of marksmanship, and before long, the 4 of them were able to accurately strike the vital areas of a deceased antelope from a distance of 40 to 50 meters. In contrast, Gao Yang devoted over 2 hours to imparting knowledge on how to clean their rifles, maintain the spring elasticity of the magazines, and other essential aspects of AK-47 maintenance. In total, it took less than 3 hours to transform these largely illiterate individuals into proficient users of the AK-47. The time he invested was roughly in line with the global average. Had he been less responsible and merely focused on teaching them how to fire and reload, this could have been compressed to under 5 minutes. Once the chieftains were adept with their firearms and returned to their tribe, Gao Yang and his companions finally set their plans into motion. Morgan and his son traveled in one vehicle, while Gao Yang and Professor Buck, accompanied by 3 others, journeyed in another, heading towards Miraculously. Gao Yang had contemplated splitting up Professor Buck and the Morgans, but only the Morgans possessed a GPS device, and without it, no one could navigate to Miraculously. Furthermore, even if Professor Buck and his group acted independently, they could still fall victim to an ambush, so ultimately, both parties traveled together. Given that they were in 2 vehicles, Gao Yang handed over the walkie-talkie Professor Buck had given him to Morgan, ensuring that the 2 vehicles could maintain communication during their journey. Naturally, they altered the frequency to avoid being intercepted. According to the GPS, they were approximately 150 kilometers from Miraculously in a straight line, but the car could not travel in a straight path, so Gao Yang estimated they would not arrive until after dark, all the while hoping they would not encounter any further attacks along the way. Initially, their travel was smooth. Although they had to navigate around some obstacles, the vehicles generally proceeded directly towards Miraculously. However, after covering over 30 kilometers, the news Gao Yang dreaded most reached him. "I know why they found us. Look up at the sky," Bob shouted into the walkie-talkie. Gao Yang glanced upwards to see a small aircraft. Quickly realizing something was amiss, the plane was performing S-shaped maneuvers, a clear indication that it was conducting reconnaissance. Swearing under his breath, Gao Yang shouted to the driver, "Daniel, accelerate. We are being monitored. There's a plane overhead." After discovering the 2 vehicles on the ground, the small plane circled above them, refusing to depart. Gao Yang felt a surge of anger, but with the aircraft soaring high above, he could only fume impotently. At that moment, Morgan's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Gao Yang, my people have relayed information. The Dinka will send someone to escort us into Miraculously. As long as we can rendezvous with them, we will be safe. But until then, we must rely on ourselves." "Understood. But how do we shake off the plane above us? If it continues to follow us, we might never reach Miraculously before being caught," Gao Yang replied. "My father fought in the Korean War, so I have great respect for the soldiers of Huaxia. You excel at creating miracles under adverse conditions. I'm curious if you have any solutions to this predicament." "I have no means. I can't shoot down a plane with a rifle. By the way, You seem to have misunderstood. I am not a soldier. I have never served. Not a soldier, from your performance last night? I assumed you were a battle-hardened elite, Morgan remarked incredulously. Gao Yang chuckled. I apologize. I may have experience in war games, but I am merely a military enthusiast, not a soldier, let alone an elite, so I cannot provide a satisfactory or professional answer. Wow, you are quite remarkable. It's hard to believe you're just a military enthusiast. Let me guess, you're actually a Huaxia spy, he joked. Let me think of another approach. The walkie-talkie fell silent for a brief period. But after several minutes, Morgan's voice returned with good news. I've finally discovered who attacked us. The assailants are the newer from the Sudan People's Liberation Army, but their threat is minimal. The greatest danger lies with a mercenary group known as the Vultures, consisting of approximately 50 members who are quite active in Central Africa. Morgan, now that we know who attacked us, what does that accomplish? Gao Yang inquired. Of course it matters. Listen to me. The Vultures were founded by a man nicknamed Vulture, and his tactics mirror his name. If the prey loses its ability to resist, he strikes without hesitation. However, if the prey remains alive, no matter how weak, the Vulture will not engage. This man and his mercenaries are not skilled in direct confrontations. They are merely bullies preying on the weak. If I can establish contact with Vulture, I can persuade him and his mercenaries to withdraw. If we are left only with the newer, dealing with them will be considerably easier. But I need time. My people are attempting to reach Vulture now, and I can only hope his satellite phone is still operational. Don't you have a walkie-talkie for the Vultures? Why not try using it? I've already tried. It didn't work. They've changed frequencies. Now, I can only seek out his satellite phone number, which should be traceable, but it will take time. Once I obtain his number, I can exert sufficient pressure on him. Upon hearing Morgan's words, Gao Yang suddenly recalled something. If the individual who had previously communicated with him via walkie-talkie was indeed Vulture, then perhaps Vulture still retained the communication frequency of the original crew's walkie-talkies. Although the hope was slim, it was worth a try. Gao Yang requested the original walkie-talkie frequency from Professor Buck and adjusted his device accordingly. He pressed the transmit button, calling out, Vulture, if you receive this, please respond. Vulture, if you receive this, this is of utmost importance. Minutes passed with silence on the walkie-talkie, and Gao Yang felt a wave of disappointment. After several more attempts, he was beginning to think Vulture could not possibly hear him when, suddenly, a voice crackled through the static. Who is looking for me, Primitive? Is that you? I'm becoming increasingly curious about you. If you survive this encounter, I believe we may have the opportunity to meet, but I regret to inform you that I will personally skin you alive. Gao Yang was filled with excitement, ignoring Vulture's threat. He shouted for the vehicles to stop and yelled into the walkie-talkie, Wait! Someone wants to speak with you. Once both vehicles came to a halt, Gao Yang leaped out, waving the walkie-talkie as he rushed towards Morgan's vehicle, exclaiming, Quick! We've made contact with Vulture. You need to talk to him. After a moment of surprise, Morgan took the walkie-talkie. After a brief pause for thought, he spoke with authority. Is this Vulture? I am your target, Morgan. It appears your employer has not informed you of the true identity of the person you are meant to kill. Allow me to clarify. You are in significant trouble. Once I establish contact with my people via satellite phone, regardless of whether you kill me, you will die. I assure you. I will eliminate you and your family in Cape Town. Let's see your wife. Your 2 sons, and your 2 beloved dogs and a horse. Do you need me to tell you their names, Mr. Jan van Riebeek? After Morgan's lengthy declaration, the voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was no longer arrogant, but rather tense. Who are you? How do you know my name? Morgan smirked disdainfully. Stop asking such foolish questions. If you don't want to be hunted by 10 mercenary groups and hear the news of your wife and children's demise today, I suggest you gather your people and leave quickly. Provide me with your phone number. Someone will call you to confirm that I am not merely trying to frighten you. My patience is limited. You have 10 minutes. If you exceed that time, you will face the consequences. Despite being in a precarious situation, Morgan exhibited remarkable strength during his conversation with Vulture, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Vulture did not keep Morgan waiting. Within 10 seconds, he provided a phone number. Morgan picked up a satellite phone from the vehicle and dialed Vulture's number, hanging up without further conversation. Observing Gao Yang's mixture of confusion and admiration, Morgan shrugged and smiled. There was no other choice. My power here is limited, so I resorted to threats and intimidation. Otherwise, we could simply wait in silence for someone to come and rescue us. Gao Yang did not believe Morgan's power was limited. From last night until now, the time had not been long, yet he had made a few calls and uncovered Vulture's background in a remarkably short time. Even establishing contact for assistance, the extent of Morgan's capabilities was enough to astonish Gao Yang. Looking at Professor Buck, who was a somewhat notable figure in the United States, he had contacted several places using Morgan's phone, both within the country and at embassies, as well as National Geographic, yet none could provide any useful assistance. It was not that no one cared about the plight of Professor Buck's film crew. The issue was simply that help was too far away. And by the time any assistance arrived, it was likely that Professor Buck and his team would already be corpses. In fact, Gao Yang had also attempted to make a phone call. He had contacted his parents in Huaxia using Morgan's satellite phone at the earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, one of his parents' phones was out of service, while the other was unreachable, and no matter how many times he tried, it was always the same. Thus, despite finally having the chance, Gao Yang could not connect with his parents. As for his friends' phone numbers, regrettably, they resided not in his memory but rather in his mobile device, rendering him incapable of making a call to his homeland. After several unsuccessful attempts to connect, Gao Yang had no choice but to suppress his urgent desire to speak with his parents. He reasoned that it would be wiser to wait until it was safe to make the call. After all, should he fail to escape this calamity, it would only lead to his parents suffering greater grief after an empty hope. Chapter 21. Safety before long. The sound of the Vulture crackled through Morgan's walkie-talkie once more. Mr. Morgan, if I withdraw my men, can you assure that this matter will not be pursued? Without hesitation, Morgan replied, take your men away, tell me who hired you, and I can pretend this incident never occurred. I keep my word. The Vulture explained, the individual who contacted me is an Ethiopian named Gao Yang, but he is of the ethnic group. After arriving in South Sudan, we collaborated with a newer battalion, all of whom belong to the Sudan People's Liberation Army. The commander is named Pip, consisting of 76 individuals, but I believe they are from 3 different tribes. That is all I know. After a brief moment of contemplation, Morgan nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie again, stating, very well, you may leave, I will let you go. But if you have killed individuals from the National Geographic Channel, should the U.S. government seek retribution, that is not my concern. The Vulture exclaimed, those damned fools, my God, I have been doomed by their idiocy. Mr. Morgan, it was the newer who killed the personnel from the National Geographic Channel. We had not even confirmed our target when those fools charged in and began shooting indiscriminately. All right, Mr. Morgan, I realize I cannot absolve myself of this matter, and I must accept my misfortune. However, I am not afraid of the U.S. government seeking trouble. I only care about your attitude. As long as you do not pursue this, I have nothing to fear. Now, I will withdraw. Shortly after the Vulture's words, the small aircraft that had been circling above Gao Yang and the others suddenly descended, swayed its wings a few times, and flew directly away after passing overhead. Immediately following the aircraft's departure, the Vulture relayed a coordinate to Morgan, indicating the current location of the newer. Morgan input the coordinates into his GPS, discovering they were over 30 kilometers away in a straight line, a distance at which the newer posed no threat to them. Without the assistance of the Vulture's mercenary group and aerial reconnaissance, the newer would be unable to locate them. While they still dared not completely lower their guard, the atmosphere was considerably lighter. Upon sharing this good news with Professor Buck and the others, they were able to resume their journey with a more relaxed demeanor. Returning to the vehicle, Gao Yang felt a sense of elation. Reaching Malakal would signify safety. With his mood considerably lifted, he finally had the leisure to inquire about the current situation. Today was February 16, 2011, and Gao Yang had arrived in Ethiopia on July 2008, marking nearly 3 years since then. Through Professor Buck's analysis, Gao Yang gleaned a rough understanding of the events following his plane crash. The aircraft he had been aboard likely fell into the Blue Nile River, flowing into Ethiopia. Subsequently, he had drifted down the river, ultimately reaching Sudan's western bank. After landing, he had followed the Akuri tribe in their migration until he arrived in the plains between the White Nile and the Blue Nile, an area fraught with conflict between North and South Sudan. Although the large-scale civil war in Sudan had ceased, sporadic skirmishes continued unabated. Recently, on January 9, 2011, South Sudan had voted to confirm its secession, meaning new hostilities could erupt at any moment. The National Geographic Channel sought to capture footage of wildlife during this fleeting period of peace, enlisting the renowned zoologist and naturalist Professor Buck to assist in their filming. only to unwittingly become entangled in a calamity. Among the personnel sent by the National Geographic Channel, 2 were killed by attackers, while the remaining 14 casualties were local guides and security hired in Sudan. Had it not been for Professor Buck's intervention to rescue Gao Yang, all the National Geographic personnel would likely have perished. The only woman in their party, Catherine, was a student of Professor Buck. Though a young girl, Catherine had long harbored a passion for wildlife filming and protection, dedicating her efforts toward it. After much pleading, she finally accompanied Professor Buck to Sudan. After listening to Professor Buck's explanations, many of Gao Yang's lingering questions were finally resolved. It was no wonder he had encountered gunfire shortly after disembarking from the river, nor was it surprising that his plane had crashed in Ethiopia, yet he ultimately found himself in Sudan, living there for an extended period without encountering the civilized world. Presently, Gao Yang's destination was Malakal, a city in South Sudan, still under the control of Khartoum and heavily garrisoned. Once they reached the city, safety would be assured, although the area surrounding Malakal was rife with activity from the Sudan People's Liberation Army, necessitating caution on their journey. To Gao Yang, Sudan was merely a transient stop. He held no concern for the future developments of the situation there. His only worry was for the Akuri tribe, as Professor Buck and others believed conflict was imminent, and the war zone was not far from where the tribe resided. The only reassuring news was that the Akuri tribe's location was quite remote. So even if fighting were to break out, they would likely remain largely unaffected, provided they exercised caution and retreated southward into the rainforest at the first sign of danger. As time passed, Gao Yang and his companions drew nearer to Malakal without incident. Eventually, they arrived at a bumpy dirt road, flanked by fields and small houses constructed from mud and thatch. Along the way, they frequently encountered individuals carrying AK rifles, who would step aside to watch the speeding vehicle with indifferent gazes. As dusk began to settle, Gao Yang and his group finally reached the outskirts of Malakal city. Throughout the journey, no one had fired upon them, and Morgan had not rendezvoused with reinforcements from the Dinka, instead opting to accelerate and avoid all encounters. Upon arriving at the city's edge, they could finally consider themselves in a safe zone. Morgan, who had been leading the way, halted the vehicle and instructed Gao Yang to hand over all firearms, as carrying weapons into Malakal could lead to complications. By relinquishing his gun to Morgan, they could clearly sidestep such troubles. Gao Yang was not a cold-blooded killer. He bore arms solely for self-defense. Now that they had arrived in Malakal, it mattered little whether he was armed or not. What truly mattered to him was to leave this place unscathed. The experience of carving a bloody path to survive was one he wished never to relive. After passing through 2 checkpoints, with Morgan leading the way, Gao Yang and his party smoothly entered Malakal city, heading directly toward the largest hotel within. Chapter 22. Farewell. Malakal is a large city located at the border of North and South Sudan. Yet compared to the suburbs, the only distinction was a higher density of buildings. As Gao Yang traversed the route, he did not encounter a single structure of notable height. Upon reaching the most bustling area of Malakal, conditions improved somewhat, with a few small buildings appearing sporadically along the streets, finally resembling the semblance of a city. When they finally arrived at the hotel where they would be staying, a white man stationed at the entrance rushed forward as soon as the vehicle came to a halt. He opened Morgan's car door with a look of concern, exclaiming, "Thank God, it's wonderful to see you return safely. I have already reserved a room. Please follow me." Morgan exited the vehicle, nodded to the white man, and then approached Gao Yang and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, we have arrived. Those without further tasks can take a rest. However, I believe Professor Buck would like to meet with the mayor and the police chief immediately." Professor Buck interjected urgently, "Indeed. My team's bodies are still lying in the grasslands. If possible, I wish to return tonight to search for their remains." Gao Yang felt skeptical that Professor Buck could locate the bodies of the deceased. As nearly 2 days had elapsed, ample time for vultures and hyenas to consume every trace, leaving naught but remnants of bone. Mr. Morgan nodded and said, "I am willing to provide any assistance within my capacity. You can accompany my men to the police station. The mayor is already waiting there, along with the commander of the station troops. This will expedite the process, and you could even set off tonight. You may also contact the embassy there. I trust they will send representatives to address this matter by tomorrow." Professor Buck nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that without Morgan's assistance, it would be a miracle to meet with the mayor by the following day, let alone wait for someone to come and search for the deceased. Professor Buck and Morgan exchanged a handshake, with Buck expressing, "Thank you for your assistance." I am immensely grateful. Morgan shook his head and replied, "The situation arose due to my actions. My endeavors are merely to alleviate my conscience. Professor, I shall depart shortly, likely this evening. If you require any further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Professor Buck glanced at Gao Yang and said, "Mr. Morgan, our mutual friend Gao Yang is eager to return home. I initially intended to assist him in his journey, but you are aware that we must remain here for a while longer. We cannot leave until the matters at hand are resolved. Therefore, could you kindly extend your help to him?" After smiling at Gao Yang, Mr. Morgan responded, "I was just about to suggest the same. I concur that it would be best for Mr. Gao Yang to leave here as soon as possible, considering he has taken many lives. Professor, when negotiating with the government and our esteemed embassy, please refrain from mentioning Gao Yang to avoid any complications. Do you agree?" Professor Buck nodded gravely, stating, "I am aware of the intricacies involved. I shall not mention him. Furthermore, our team has unified their stance, ensuring that Gao Yang will not encounter any trouble. Rest assured." Morgan waved his hand, summoning the white man who had opened his car door. "Professor, he is my associate. Once you are prepared, simply signal him, and he will remain to assist you. I shall not accompany you. It is rather inconvenient for me to appear, and Bob's injury requires immediate attention, so I will leave directly once the aircraft arrives." After this, Morgan addressed Gao Yang, saying, "You should take a shower, change into some clothes, and then wait for me to depart together. I will be heading to Libya immediately. Personally, I strongly advise you to leave here as swiftly as possible. Of course, I am merely seeking your opinion. The decision rests with you." Upon hearing this, Professor Buck furrowed his brow and asked, "Mr. Morgan, forgive my bluntness, but Libya appears to be rather unstable at present. Why must you go there now?" Morgan shrugged, expressing his resignation. "You see, for individuals like us, it is best to stay ahead of the curve. Precisely because Libya is descending into chaos, I must hasten my journey there. Business has become increasingly challenging, and I must seize every opportunity to earn." According to the latest reports, Libya is indeed spiraling into turmoil, and civil war seems inevitable. Thus, time is of the essence. For Gao Yang, remaining here or heading to Libya are both far from ideal choices. Hence the necessity of making a decision. Both Morgan and Buck turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, who hesitated, uncertain of what choice to make. He was unaware of the troubles in Libya, but it was evident that Malakar was not a safe refuge, especially since Gao Yang wished to avoid any dealings with the local police or military. He had no desire to linger. He simply wanted to return home as swiftly as possible. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "I will accompany Mr. Morgan to Libya. This way, I can expedite my return home." Professor Buck nodded, stepped forward, embraced Gao Yang, and after jotting down a note, handed it to him, saying, "I lack the time to see you off. Here is my contact information in the United States. Once you return home, please give me a call. I believe we have become friends, have we not?" Gao Yang smiled, responding, "Indeed, we are friends. I will call you as soon as I return. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to meet in the future, and under much safer circumstances." Morgan clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Very well, we have ample time for farewells. Let us head to the hotel." Professor Buck nodded, stating, "You both can converse at your leisure. I must first visit the police station." After Professor Buck and Morgan's aide departed, Gao Yang and the others entered the hotel. Meanwhile, the two corpses in Morgan's car were carefully wrapped in body bags, prepared for transport alongside the aircraft. Gao Yang perceived that, in this regard, Morgan was quite considerate towards his subordinates. One would go to great lengths to bring back the bodies of their fallen, indicating that he would undoubtedly treat the living with equal respect. Upon entering the hotel, Gao Yang found himself assigned a room, and remarkably, it boasted air conditioning. Although he had acclimated to the nearly 40-degree heat of the dry season, the prospect of some coolness was certainly welcome. He took a refreshing shower, his first genuine one in 3 years. By the time he finished, 2 hours had elapsed. He donned the clothing Bob had given him. They were of similar height, and the fit was reasonably adequate, albeit somewhat loose. However, after 3 years, wearing clothes again felt somewhat unfamiliar. Unfortunately, Bob had not provided any spare shoes, leaving Gao Yang to wear the same boots he had not changed in 3 years. In truth, he had no intention of discarding those boots. The quality of the Danner military boots was superb. Despite the years of wear, aside from minor scuffs and a grimy appearance, they remained in excellent condition. Most importantly, Gao Yang had developed a sentimental attachment to them, and even if he would not wear them again upon his return, he would cherish these military boots as keepsakes. while Gao Yang was busy cleaning his odorous boots. Catherine knocked on his door. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "You've put on clothes. I hardly recognized you, HM. You look quite different from what I envisioned." Gao Yang shrugged, replying, "Your words might lead one to misunderstand, as if I were previously without clothing. In truth, I was wearing clothes. Well, if a grass skirt counts as clothing, then I stand corrected. HM. I came to give you this." Catherine handed Gao Yang a note. He glanced at it to find her address, phone number, and various online contact details. He carefully tucked the note into his pocket with a light chuckle, saying, "I will keep it safe. Once I return, I'll give you a call." After this, Gao Yang found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat awkward in Catherine's presence, wanting to say something but unsure how to articulate it. Catherine smiled gently and asked, "Aren't you going to invite me to sit down?" Gao Yang, snapping back to reality, quickly offered, "Please, have a seat." Just then, Catherine chuckled, saying, "Your current demeanor is rather clumsy. I bet you don't have a girlfriend." Gao Yang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he admitted, it was not a matter of choice. Later, there were simply no opportunities, so not only do I lack a girlfriend, but I still have my first kiss intact. Ha ha. After saying this, Gao Yang regretted his words, unaware of why he felt compelled to speak so freely. To his astonishment, Catherine looked at him intently and then leaned forward, placing her hands on his shoulders. Her alluring lips meeting his, feeling the warmth of her lips, Gao Yang's mind went blank. This was indeed his first kiss. Just then, however, before he could fully grasp the sensation of his first kiss, the door swung open abruptly and Bob barged in, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, the plane arrived early. We are about to depart." "Wow, I'm so sorry. I'll just step out." But it was too late. Hearing Bob's commotion, Catherine pulled back from the brief kiss. Taking a step back, noticing the fiery glare in Gao Yang's eyes, Bob stuttered, "I apologize, truly sorry, really very sorry. I'll leave immediately. We can postpone our departure." "That's no problem." Catherine ignored Bob, simply giving Gao Yang a gentle smile, biting her lip and softly saying, "I truly apologize for stealing your first kiss. However, it seems to lack any sensation, quite different from what I had imagined." "Well, I hope you don't misunderstand. In fairy tales, isn't the princess supposed to bestow her first kiss upon the valiant hero who saves her? So I am not pursuing you. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Besides, we both have our first kisses intact, so we are even now. Thus, the farewell ceremony concludes here. Goodbye." Chapter 23. On the airplane, Malakar's airport was quite small, and no flights were scheduled for departure at night, save for the aircraft that had come to fetch Morgan, which was parked on the runway. The car transporting Gao Yang and the others drove alongside the plane, and accompanying the aircraft were 3 individuals standing by the cabin door. After Morgan disembarked, he approached one of the waiting figures and embraced him, whispering, "Your brother's body is in the car. My condolences." Simon. Simon nodded solemnly, replying, "Mr. Morgan, Moses merely fulfilled his duty. I am profoundly grateful that you were able to bring him home." After patting Simon's shoulder, Morgan nodded to the other 2 individuals, signaling Bob and Gao Yang to follow as he strode up the steps of the plane. The aircraft that had come to collect Morgan was a splendid Gulfstream G450, his private jet, capable of intercontinental travel. Although Gao Yang was unaware of the precise cost of such an aircraft, he recognized that it must be quite valuable. The cabin was equipped with 19 seats. After Morgan casually informed Gao Yang to make himself comfortable, he proceeded to the front of the cabin to engage in a hushed conversation with the person who had come to meet him. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, with great self-awareness, chose to sit at the farthest distance from Morgan. Observing Gao Yang nestled in a corner, Bob, with a playful grin, settled beside him and nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, buddy, you're not still mad at me, are you?" "All right, I apologize again. I swear I won't sabotage your good fortune next time." Gao Yang shook his head and replied softly, "I'm not angry. I'm just a bit frightened." "Brother, I'm terrified right now." Bob, perplexed, asked, "Frightened? Frightened of what? Do you have a phobia of flying?" Gao Yang managed a wry smile. "No, it's just that the thought of going home soon scares me. I've been away for too long, and I have no idea how things are back home. There's a saying in our culture, nostalgia breeds timidity. I believe I'm experiencing that right now." Bob shrugged, his expression one of confusion. "That's a strange way of thinking. What's there to fear about going home? If I were you, I would cut off all contact and surprise them when I return. Come on, we're about to leave this wretched country. You should be more cheerful, as Gao Yang conversed with Bob. The plane was prepared for takeoff. Once a man named Simon boarded, the aircraft promptly began to close its doors in readiness for departure. Upon entering, Simon did not immediately take his seat. Instead, he approached Gao Yang directly, extending his hand. After they shook hands, Simon spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "My name is Simon, and I am Moses's brother. I am here to express my gratitude for your efforts in fulfilling the responsibilities my brother could not, by protecting Mr. Morgan. Additionally, I want to thank you for bringing back my brother's remains. I truly appreciate it, young man." After speaking, Simon moved to sit beside Morgan, and as soon as he settled in, the plane began to taxi down the runway. Gao Yang realized that Simon's brother was Moses, the formidable bodyguard of Mr. Morgan. Although Simon appeared unremarkable, Gao Yang could feel the calluses on his hands during their handshake, which led him to believe that Simon was, without a doubt, also an impressive individual. Once the plane was airborne, Gao Yang lowered his voice and asked Bob, "Is this Simon also your father's bodyguard? He seems quite formidable." "What's his background?" Bob matched Gao Yang's subdued tone, replying cautiously, "You're right. He's incredibly skilled, just like his brother. He is one of the most capable individuals under my father's command. The brothers are one by my father's side while the other remains in their homeland. They are both Jewish and hail from Israel, seemingly from the same unit, though they refuse to disclose which one, and no one knows. Not even my father. I suspect they might be affiliated with Mossad. But that's merely speculation. That's all I know." Upon learning that Simon was from Israel, Gao Yang's interest in him peaked, not for any other reason than the sheer prowess and mystery surrounding Israeli special forces. It is no exaggeration to say that they have achieved some of the most remarkable feats in the world, and to date, no names of any special units have been officially disclosed by Israel. The only rumored unit, the Yamam, remains unconfirmed by any official sources, leaving its existence shrouded in doubt. As a military enthusiast, Gao Yang held a profound fascination for Israeli special forces, which in turn intensified his intrigue toward Simon. However, he had no intention of foolishly inquiring about Simon's unit or seeking an autograph as an adoring fan. He merely observed Simon with respectful curiosity. Noticing Gao Yang's gaze lingering on Simon, Bob gently nudged him and whispered, "Hey brother, don't just stare at Simon. Tell me about your special forces. Are they as enigmatic as Israel's? I promise I won't spill any secrets." Gao Yang chuckled. "Where do you see me as a member of the special forces? I've told you. I'm just a military enthusiast, merely an enthusiast." Bob scoffed, "Come on, man. I'm also a military enthusiast." "All right, while I'm only fascinated by weaponry, I am still an enthusiast. Do you think I could have survived under those circumstances? Moses, as formidable as he was, is dead. You can't tell me you are just an enthusiast." Gao Yang sighed. "I truly am just a military enthusiast, not a special forces operative or a spy. I've only practiced shooting professionally for 3 years. The reason I performed well back then was simply that I acted correctly in the right situation. That's all. Of course, the main reason was my extraordinary luck. So fortunate that bullets seemed to avoid me. Beyond that, I have no other explanation." Really, I swear on my life." Bob sighed in disappointment. "All right, I believe you. By the way, I have a gift for you." With that, Bob removed a holster from his waist and handed it to Gao Yang, saying, "This is for you. My beloved firearm, the hunter's best companion." Gao Yang accepted the holster and drew out a gleaming, large-caliber revolver. The gun was the Smith-Wesson M686, a classic from the Smith-Wesson lineup, capable of firing .357 Magnum cartridges. This ammunition boasts immense power, capable of taking down bears and lions, and the M686 can hold 7 rounds, exceeding the capacity of most large-caliber revolvers. Although the M686 isn't a mainstream choice for concealed carry due to its substantial recoil and size, it is renowned for its reliability, ensuring it won't jam. Its safety features allow for immediate use in emergencies, making it a favorite among hunters. Bob's M686 featured a 6-inch barrel, not even the largest variant, and held a reassuring weight in Gao Yang's hands. This was Gao Yang's first encounter with a revolver, and its aesthetics and feel captivated him, especially with Bob's M686 showcasing a chrome finish and ivory grip panels, revealing it as a custom piece. After toying with it for a while, Gao Yang sighed and returned the gun to Bob, saying resignedly, "Never mind. I'd better give it back. I'm heading home soon, and I can't take this gun with me." Chapter 24. A major incident. Upon arriving in Benghazi, It was the early hours of the morning. As Gao Yang stepped off the plane, a chill ran through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Even in January, Benghazi's temperature hovered around a dozen degrees, but at that hour, it was roughly 10 degrees, which felt rather cold for Gao Yang, who had grown accustomed to the high temperatures of the Sudanese plains. After settling in a genuine hotel with Morgan, Gao Yang finally had the opportunity to lie down on a proper bed and enjoy a good night's sleep. However, he could not rest for long. By noon, Bob invited him to Morgan's room. Upon meeting Morgan, Gao Yang felt that he did not resemble a man nearing 60. Both he and Morgan had endured a harrowing escape, followed by a long flight to reach this point. Yet while Gao Yang appeared weary, Morgan exuded vitality. Gao Yang seated himself opposite Morgan, who then produced a stack of cash and placed it on the table before pushing it toward Gao Yang with a smile. "This is $6,000. I still owe you $94,000. I apologize for the limited cash on hand. Clearly, you cannot accept checks or wire transfers, but rest assured, once you return home, just give me a call, and I will transfer the remaining funds to your account. The fees will be on me." Gao Yang stared at the pile of money in astonishment and asked Morgan, "Mr. Morgan, I don't quite understand what you mean." Morgan spread his hands and replied, "I told you, as long as you took me to Malakal, I would pay you $100,000. I am a man of my word, and you have fulfilled your part. So now it is time for me to honor my promise." Only then did Gao Yang recall Morgan's earlier statement, though he had never taken it seriously at the time. To his surprise, Morgan was indeed intent on fulfilling his promise. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang placed the cash into his pocket and sincerely said, "This is more than enough. Mr. Morgan, I had no intention of taking your money. Well, I do indeed need it now, so I will accept this, but let's call it even on the rest. I did nothing significant. Without you, I wouldn't have made it to Malakal with Professor Buck and the others. And you also facilitated my departure from Sudan, so I believe we can settle it like this." Morgan shook his head and said, "I appreciate your attitude towards money, Gao, but I am not fond of your approach to business. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. I proposed hiring you, and you did not object. Ultimately, you escorted me to Malakar, which means our business is concluded. Therefore, it is only just that I pay you. We must uphold the spirit of a contract. Perhaps you think that saving a stranger from a group of armed individuals is trivial, but to me, you saved both my life and Bob's. From one perspective, $100,000 seems a bit meager, yet I reiterate, friendship is friendship and business is business. You take the money, and then I owe you a favor." Upon hearing Morgan's words, Gao nodded and replied, "Well then, Mr. Morgan, I can only express my gratitude for your generosity." Morgan waved his hand with a hearty laugh, saying, "All right, young man, Benghazi is not a grand city, nor a dazzling world, but for someone who has spent 3 years on the prairie, you must be eager to explore. Go on, buy yourself some clothes, and find some entertainment. Most importantly, treat yourself to a splendid meal at a nice restaurant. I imagine you must be famished. It is a pity. I would love to treat you to your first meal back in the civilized world, but unfortunately, I must leave immediately." As Morgan spoke, Bob interjected with a smirk, "Hey, buddy, now that you have a considerable sum of money, don't you want to treat me to some fun?" Gao smiled, stood up, shook hands with Morgan, then turned to Bob and said, "Let's go. Whatever you want to do, it's on me." The hotel lobby offered currency exchange services, and after exchanging some dollars for dinars, Gao and Bob stepped out into the bustling streets of Benghazi. Gao felt a momentary sense of disconnection, observing the throngs of people on the streets, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I always thought I would never return." Bob shrugged and replied, "Don't overthink it. What you should do now is celebrate. But first, you need to change your clothes and shoes. You look rather ridiculous." Gao also felt a chill and agreed with Bob's remarks, casually finding a mall where he purchased a complete outfit, though he opted not to buy new shoes, instead choosing jeans to complement his boots. Revamped and refreshed, Gao and Bob began discussing where to go next. They both agreed that it was time to eat and have a drink, but they found themselves at an impasse regarding the destination. Observing the myriad shops and restaurants lining the streets, neither knew where to head. At that moment, Bob proposed, "I have a fantastic suggestion. How about we try some Huaxia cuisine? That sounds great, but where is the Huaxia restaurant? We haven't seen one on our way." Bob glanced around and checked his watch, saying, "This is my first time abroad. I wanted to roam and explore. Since it's still early, why don't we wander around and see what we find?" Gao had no objections, so he and Bob strolled aimlessly until they found themselves on a narrow street where foot traffic had thinned significantly. Gazing at the desolate street, Gao suddenly recalled something. "Hey, Bob, your father mentioned that the situation in Libya is quite unstable and advised us not to stray too far." Bob dismissed the concern, saying, "You saw for yourself. Does this look like an unstable place? Would people be shopping in a mall during a war? Just looking at the crowd in the mall tells me everything is fine." And no sooner had Bob finished speaking than a large throng of people surged onto the previously empty street. With countless individuals pouring out from alleyways and houses, brandishing flags and chanting slogans, their anger palpable as they moved in unison. Both Gao and Bob stood frozen, then simultaneously uttered a shocked, "Fucked. I take back what I said. Something serious is happening here. We need to leave quickly." Gao pulled Bob back a few steps, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Let them pass, then we'll head the other way. You wouldn't want to be caught in the midst of their gathering, would you? Once we reach a quieter area, we can hurry back to the hotel." Bob nodded, muttering, "This is unfortunate. We'll just have to wait for them to pass." The two remained motionless against the wall, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Gao feared that as a foreigner, he might attract the ire of the visibly agitated individuals. He was somewhat less conspicuous, but Bob's striking blonde hair was a glaring indication of his Western origins. Fortunately, they were merely an object of curiosity, and no one approached them or acted aggressively. After what felt like an eternity, the street finally cleared again, and Gao wiped the sweat from his brow. Urging, "Let's hurry." They dashed swiftly in the opposite direction of the crowd, but encountered 4 more gatherings along the way. Luckily, they managed to navigate through each without incident. However, Gao grew increasingly frustrated. The crowd seemed to be heading in different directions, leaving him uncertain about which path would be safe. To make matters worse, they became lost, meandering through the streets of Benghazi, unsure of their whereabouts, and consistently stumbling upon large groups of people, making it impossible to find a taxi. Once more, they encountered a crowd of about 100 people, and Gao tugged at Bob's sleeve, whispering, "Let us follow them. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here all day." Though Bob found the suggestion risky, he saw no alternatives. So he and Gao trailed behind the group, hoping to return to the main street. However, Gao quickly realized that this was not a wise strategy. The throng they followed only grew larger, and when he glanced back, he was startled to see even more people pouring in from behind. They had unwittingly become part of a massive crowd. Gao nudged Bob's sleeve and gestured, and the two began to edge towards the periphery of the crowd. Just as they reached the edge and exited the maze-like alleys, they found themselves facing a wide street, now completely filled with furious individuals. Back on the main road, Gao pulled Bob and began to jog, disregarding cardinal directions, solely intent on escaping the enraged mob. They did their best to remain inconspicuous, cautiously walking along the roadside, and after a considerable distance, they neared the outskirts of the crowd. Just as they were about to break free, Bob suddenly halted and tugged on Gao's arm. "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving?" Gao asked anxiously, only to see Bob's face pale as he whispered, "Look behind you. There's a Huaxia restaurant." Gao felt a mix of anger and urgency, hissing, "You can't be thinking about eating now, can you? There are 2 men at the restaurant entrance with guns. What do we do?" Slowly turning to follow Bob's gaze, Gao saw a restaurant adorned with lanterns, exuding a distinctly Huaxia ambience. However, behind the neatly trimmed bushes, reminiscent of the evergreens common in Huaxia, 2 dark gun barrels emerged, silhouetted against the backdrop of the bustling street. Bob was nearly knocked off his feet by Gao Yang's forceful pull, who exerted considerable strength to help Bob regain his balance. However, as soon as Bob collected himself, he immediately began to sprint with fervor. Not long after Gao Yang and Bob had taken flight, a gunshot rang out behind them, swiftly followed by a cacophony of gunfire. At least a dozen firearms were being discharged simultaneously. Upon hearing the gunfire, both Gao Yang and Bob quickened their pace, recklessly dashing along the side of the street. At that moment, Gao Yang noticed shards of cement and brick bursting from the wall beside him, creating small craters, and suddenly Bob, who was running alongside him, collapsed to the ground. Seeing Bob fall, Gao Yang's mind raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he halted, grasped Bob's arm, and began to drag him along. "I've been shot," Bob shouted, using both hands and feet to crawl in concert with Gao Yang, striving to hasten their escape. Just then, Gao Yang spotted the entrance of a shop just behind them. Summoning all his strength, he pulled Bob forward several steps, hoping to get inside. Upon reaching the threshold, they encountered a South Asian man holding an axe, who looked at them in terror. Help me pull him in, Gao Yang cried. The South Asian man shook his head in fright and attempted to shut the door. In a moment of desperation, Gao Yang pushed against the shop's door and shouted, "Let us in. They're shooting outside. Do you want to watch us die?" Gao Yang was frantic. Should the South Asian man refuse to let them in? He would have no choice but to force his way through. The sounds of terrified screams and chaotic footsteps filled the street, and the gunfire intensified. Fortunately, the shop door protruded slightly outward, providing some protection from the brick wall. While they were momentarily shielded from bullets, Gao Yang could not fathom the dire consequences if they were unable to enter the shop. As he released Bob's arm, intending to seize the axe from the South Asian man. The latter suddenly uttered, "Are you from Huaxia?" Gao Yang paused for a moment before responding loudly, "Yes, I am from Huaxia. Please, let us in." Upon hearing this, the South Asian man dropped the axe and opened the wooden door, grasping Bob's arm and assisting Gao Yang in pulling him inside the shop. Once inside, the South Asian man immediately exclaimed, "Help me!" Gao Yang assisted him in lowering the roll-down gate outside, and after securing the wooden door with locks, he let out a sigh of relief. After closing the door, Gao Yang rushed over to Bob, who was sitting on the ground, and said urgently, "You've been shot." "Let me see." Bob sheepishly pointed to his left knee, saying, "It seems I haven't been shot after all. Look, there's no blood. It really hurt just now, so I thought I was hit." Gao Yang inspected Bob's knee and noticed a gray mark. He exhaled deeply and smacked Bob's knee, saying, "You scared me half to death, you rascal. It's just a scrape from debris, for heaven's sake. Sorry, but it truly hurt. Extremely painful. I in that situation. I naturally thought I'd been shot," Bob replied. Realizing that Bob was not genuinely wounded but rather had been struck by shrapnel from a bullet, Gao Yang finally relaxed, plopping down on the floor and panting heavily. Though they had not entirely escaped danger, they were at least momentarily safe. "I apologize for my earlier behavior, but this is a sensitive time. Especially for foreigners. It's quite perilous, and I had to be cautious. I'm truly sorry." The South Asian man, still gripping his axe and standing guard at the door, spoke to Gao Yang with a strained expression. Gao Yang rose to his feet and nodded at the South Asian man, saying, "But you ultimately let us in, thank you. Are you really from Huaxia? Say something in Chinese for me to hear. Hello." Upon hearing Gao Yang greet him in Chinese, the South Asian man smiled and said, "You are indeed from Huaxia, which is why I let you in. I can speak a few simple phrases in Chinese. Hello, goodbye, and so forth. I have a Huaxia friend who works at a restaurant at the end of the street." "Did you see which one? Right now, foreigners are very dangerous, extremely dangerous. People say Gaddafi has hired many mercenaries, and we must keep our distance from them. But since you are from Huaxia, that makes a difference." Gao Yang was curious. Why? Why is it different for Huaxia people? The South Asian man set down his axe, extended his hand towards Gao Yang, and smiled. "I am Pakistani, my friend." Gao Yang suddenly understood, grasping the South Asian man's extended hand and shaking it vigorously. "I see now. I truly appreciate your help, my friend. My name is Malik, from Karachi. It's a pleasure to meet you here, but we must wait before we chat further. I need to close the windows. It's too dangerous." After a brief introduction, Malik picked up the axe again and peered out through the shop window. Gao Yang joined him at the window and glanced outside, just in time to see someone emerge from the opposite shop. Standing in the street and looking around, "Get inside. Do you want to get shot?" Gao Yang and Malik shouted in unison, though Gao Yang spoke in English while Malik used Arabic. Unfortunately, just as they shouted, the person standing in the street was suddenly engulfed in a spray of blood and collapsed. After the figure fell, Gao Yang and Malik saw two individuals approach rapidly. Armed with guns, one of them stopped beside the fallen figure and, without hesitation, shot the stricken person in the head. The splatter of brain matter hit the glass of the window in front of Gao Yang, splintering with a loud crack and slowly dripping down, leaving a ghastly mark. Gao Yang and Malik exchanged terrified glances before swiftly retreating behind the wall beside the window, followed by the sound of gunfire that shattered the glass into a million pieces. Malik, standing beside the window with the axe in hand, looked around the shop, which was filled with various tools and equipment. Realizing they had an abundance of makeshift weapons, Gao Yang dashed to the shelves and grabbed two long-handled axes. Even Bob, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up, seizing a long steel crowbar and positioning himself behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang tossed one of the long-handled axes to Malik, who caught it and set his short-handled axe on the windowsill. The three of them raised their weapons, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to any intruder who might attempt to crawl through the window. Gao Yang had clearly seen that the shooter was a young black boy, no older than 14 or 15, yet his actions were brutally ruthless, firing a second shot into a person who had already lost the will to resist. Gao Yang would not allow such a person to enter the shop. Fortunately, the young shooter seemed disinclined to approach, firing a few shots at the window before hastily fleeing. Once the sound of his footsteps faded, Malik whispered, "We need to find a way to secure the windows." Damn it, I should have installed protective grills. The shop was filled with tools, and they quickly set to work sealing the windows with wooden boards and long iron rods. Although gaps remained, it was improbable that anyone could force their way in. While they were busy fortifying the windows, a large crowd of terrified people began to surge into the street. Thankfully, no one attempted to storm the shop, but once the crowd passed, the gunfire did not cease. Sporadic shots continued to ring out, some alarmingly close to Gao Yang and his companions, as they anxiously listened to the commotion outside. The street gradually grew quiet, leading Gao Yang to believe they were finally safe. However, gunfire suddenly erupted at the entrance, aimed directly at the shop. Bullets pierced through the iron roll-down gate, sending splinters flying from the wooden door inside. Chapter 26: The Veteran and the Old Gun. The bullets struck the tools on the shelves, creating a clattering din, but Gao Yang and the others had no means to prevent the assailants from firing. When the gunfire ceased, voices could be heard outside. Speaking in Arabic, Gao Yang struggled to comprehend, but he discerned that at least 3 or 4 individuals were shouting. Malik lowered his voice and said to Gao Yang, "They're demanding we open the door, or they set the place on fire." Much of Malik's speech was in English, interspersed with some Urdu terms, but Gao Yang could grasp the overall meaning. He shook his head and whispered, "Don't believe their lies. If they come in, they kill us all. Right now, we must protect ourselves. Do you have a gun?" "I don't have a gun, but what if they really do set the place ablaze?" Bob whispered, "Believe his words. Whatever you do, do not open the door. Otherwise, we are truly doomed. They won't set fire to the house. What sort of people do you think they are? Are they marauding thugs taking advantage of the chaos? Or armed militants intent on murder?" Malik hesitated for a moment before replying, "I don't think they are here to rob us. If they were thugs, they wouldn't have shown themselves yet. However, militants have no need to target our shop." "Could it be that they are looking for you?" Gao Yang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. We just arrived here today and do not know anyone at all. You might want to ask them what they want." Summoning his courage, Malik shouted a few phrases in Arabic. Upon hearing his words, the individuals outside reacted even more violently, kicking the door furiously while shouting loudly. Malik turned to Gao Yang and said, "They claim to have seen mercenaries sent by Gaddafi here, and they demand that I hand you over. I believe they are referring to you. Moreover, they are asking for money. They must be robbing us." The foreign appearances of Gao Yang and Bob had indeed brought them trouble. Gao Yang felt a mix of helplessness and guilt as he softly told Malik, "I'm truly sorry. They are indeed targeting us. It seems we have caused you trouble." Malik shook his head, saying, "We are friends. Friends should not speak this way. Allow me to inform them of their mistake." Malik began to speak once more in Arabic, but after only a few sentences, the reply was a barrage of gunfire. Gao Yang then caught a whiff of a strong gasoline smell, and just as he sensed that things were turning dire, a weaker volley of gunfire erupted outside, followed by the anguished cries of several individuals. Gao Yang was uncertain about what had transpired, but after a few groans from the entrance, silence quickly returned, mingled with the acrid scent of blood. Exchanging a glance with Malik, they both murmured in unison, "They have been killed." At that moment, a voice called out from within, "Malik, what has happened?" Startled, Gao Yang turned to see an elderly man emerging from the staircase leading to the second floor. The old man, with sparse silver hair and a hunch, descended the stairs unsteadily. He appeared to be at least in his 80s, yet he moved down with surprising agility, albeit with a look of astonishment at the state of the shop. Halfway down, he paused on the stairs, gesturing to the disarray around him. "Who are you?" "Malik, what has occurred here?" To Gao Yang's surprise, the old man was indeed Caucasian. He was at a loss for words, merely staring at the old man in bewilderment. Malik rushed to the staircase, supporting the elderly man, and urgently said, "Quickly, go back. It's too dangerous here. Remember what I told you?" "Yes, just as I said, things have turned chaotic outside. You need to return upstairs." They came to the shop seeking refuge. There is gunfire everywhere, and many have died. Someone just tried to break in, but they have all been dealt with now. Malik spoke rapidly and somewhat incoherently. Yet the old man seemed to understand, nodding before addressing Gao Yang and Bob. It appears you will need to stay here for a while. The outside will not calm down anytime soon. Please, make yourselves comfortable. After acknowledging Gao Yang and Bob, the old man turned to Malik and said, You have done well. We cannot allow those scoundrels to enter. We must protect our belongings. Deal with those ruffians. We must be firm. Come with me. We need to retrieve some items. With that, the old man turned and began to ascend the stairs unsteadily. Malik gestured for Gao Yang and Bob to be cautious before following the old man upstairs. Gao Yang and Bob exchanged glances, and finally, Bob could no longer contain his curiosity. What does this old man intend to do? Never mind him. We need to think of a way out, brother. We have to leave this place. Gao Yang sighed. I want to leave as well, but you saw the situation outside. I think stepping out now would be tantamount to walking to our deaths. I need to call my father. I wonder how things are on his end. I must inform him of what has transpired. I hope he is not in danger. Damn it, why do I keep encountering such situations on this trip? Bob paced anxiously when suddenly the old man and Malik reappeared, with Malik carrying a long box. Out of respect for the elderly gentleman, Gao Yang and Bob stood at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for him to descend. Once he reached the bottom, the old man extended his hand to shake with Gao Yang and Bob, saying, Gentlemen, I am Fedor von Brauchitsch. Welcome to my shop. You may stay here in peace until the storm passes. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. The old man's English was impeccable, and upon hearing his name, Gao Yang realized that the elder was German and of noble descent. As the title von before the surname denoted aristocracy. It suggested that he hailed from a Junker family, historically associated with nobility and the military. Gao Yang's instincts told him that this old man was extraordinary. After a brief self-introduction with Bob, Gao Yang respectfully addressed Fedor. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. von Brauchitsch. If there is any way we can be of assistance, please feel free to instruct us. Fedor nodded, saying, Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let us retrieve what we need to confront those villains before discussing anything else. He moved to the counter, gesturing for Malik to place the box in front of him. Fedor then unlocked the long wooden box with a key. Gao Yang's intuition told him that it contained firearms, and when Fedor opened the box, he nearly cheered, for although the contents were in parts, they were indeed guns and ammunition, at least one long rifle and a handgun. Fedor carefully picked up a piece with trembling hands and began to wipe it with a cloth. He remarked, Old friend, after all these years, it seems you are making a comeback. The rifle, though still in parts, was instantly recognizable to Gao Yang. It was the legendary Mauser Kar 98K, a staple of the German military during World War II. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the war would have heard of its name. Beside the rifle lay the renowned P-38 pistol. Both the rifle and pistol parts were coated in a thick layer of gun oil, preserved in pristine condition, as if brand new, and even the bullets were encased in oil, free from rust. Gao Yang sensed that Fedor was an experienced sniper, as the box also contained a ZF-41 scope from the early stages of World War II and a Zeiss-made 6x30 binoculars, clearly indicating his identity as a marksman. As Fedor painstakingly assembled the Mauser 98K, finally attaching the scope, Gao Yang could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, Mr. von Brauchitsch, were you a sniper? Fedor looked at Gao Yang for a long moment before nodding solemnly, saying, I served in the 164th Division of the German Afrika Korps. He uttered only that much, shaking his head as he repeatedly cycled the bolt of the rifle. At that moment, Bob cautiously asked, So, you were a Nazi? Fedor regarded Bob with a grave expression and replied, I am not a Nazi. I am a soldier who fought for Germany. However, I escaped before the Afrika Korps surrendered in 1943. Friends informed me that my parents were executed for sympathizing with and harboring Jews, as they hid my girlfriend in the basement. My brother died in Stalingrad. After hearing this news, I fled, so I am merely a deserter. As he spoke, Fedor meticulously loaded the bullets into the magazine. Upon finishing, he pulled the bolt back, chambering a round. After the war, I returned to the Ruhr, only to find my home in ruins. My sister perished in the bombings. Her body left amidst the rubble. My brother died at Normandy, part of the 12th SS Panzer Division. He was only 15 when he died. Unlike me, my brother was a fervent Nazi, believing my parents' execution was just retribution. He sought to redeem the shame brought upon him and our family with his life, and in the end, he got his wish. After finishing his tale, Fedor aimed the rifle and continued, "Gentlemen, after hearing this old tale, I trust you now understand my perspective on the Nazis." Chapter 27. Reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, Fyodor, gripping his 98K rifle, aimed it toward the window for an extended duration. However, it was evident to Gao Yang that Fyodor's hands trembled incessantly, rendering the muzzle utterly unstable. After a considerable pause, Fyodor placed the rifle on the counter before him, sighed deeply, and remarked, "I am 90 years old. Far too old, and my eyes can still discern shapes, but my hands cannot remain steady. This won't do, Malik. You must take over." Malik's face betrayed his hesitation as he replied, "Sir, I have never fired a gun. I am not cowardly, but I fear I might not even hit the person standing before me." With another heavy sigh, Fyodor lamented, "What a pity. I hope the sound of the gunfire will scare off those ruffians. It is truly unfortunate. I have managed this shop for over 40 years, and you have worked here for 12 years. Malik, I had intended to pass this establishment to you, but now I can only hope those thugs do not set it ablaze. Mr. Blachik, if you don't mind, might I use this gun?" Gao Yang asked eagerly. Fyodor slowly responded, "You are merely a guest. Protecting one's home is not your responsibility. You must understand that if you fire that weapon, you will attract trouble. I fear no trouble, and I've already enough of it. Furthermore, there is a saying in our culture, we are all in the same boat. The current situation is precisely that, Mr. Blachik. If we wish to survive, we must rely on one another's efforts." "Very well, then how do you know how to handle a gun?" Fyodor inquired. "Sir, I have never encountered a better marksman than him. He will undoubtedly not disappoint you," Bob interjected. Seeing Bob's unwavering confidence, Gao Yang chuckled, "My marksmanship is passable. Although I have never used a Kar 98K, I am quite familiar with it. However, I must admit, I am confident in close-range shooting, yet I lack experience beyond 200 meters. Fyodor shrugged and smiled. "Clearly, we do not need to shoot at targets 200 meters away, so there is no need for concern. It is now yours. Treat my old companion with care." Fyodor picked up the rifle from the counter and solemnly handed it to Gao Yang. Understanding the deep affection a true sniper holds for his weapon, Gao Yang accepted it with utmost reverence. That moment, he felt he was not merely receiving a rifle, but a legacy. Though it may not be a source of pride, and though it is for an unjust war, I must confess that I have used this rifle to eliminate 113 individuals. Do not let it bring shame upon you. Young man. Upon hearing Fyodor's impressive record, Gao Yang was profoundly shaken. Receiving the beloved weapon of a genuine World War II sniper filled him with exhilaration. The rifle in his hands bore signs of wear, resembling its owner in its weathered elegance. Yet, it was precisely this aura of age that lent the seemingly outdated rifle an air of lethality. Subtle yet deadly. As a military enthusiast, Gao Yang had always been intrigued by World War II weaponry, though he had only perused books and online resources about them until now. To hold an authentic vintage firearm, one with a storied past, sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Observing Gao Yang's fervent excitement, Fyodor smiled and indicated a box, saying, "My opinion is that we should allocate all resources to those best suited to utilize them, thus maximizing effectiveness. Assemble the handguns and clean the remaining ammunition. This task falls to you, and you must attend to it promptly." Gao Yang nodded vigorously, slinging the rifle across his back. He picked up a clean cloth and meticulously wiped each handgun part under Fyodor's guidance, eventually assembling a P-38. Allowing Gao Yang to handle two firearms would not raise any objections. Malik was inept with weapons, and Bob, having witnessed Gao Yang's capabilities, would certainly not contest him. Just as Gao Yang was engrossed in meticulously assembling the handgun, Malik's phone suddenly rang. He fished out a mobile device and answered the call. After simply saying hello, Malik's voice dropped to a whisper. Urgency etched across his face as he spoke rapidly in Arabic. Moments later, he hung up, his expression tensed. "My friend informed me that the shooters are foreigners, likely mercenaries. They have taken over a restaurant as their stronghold and have killed everyone inside. Only my friend has managed to hide in a storeroom attic and has not been discovered. He warned us to prevent anyone from entering. Those mercenaries will kill anyone they see." Fyodor frowned. "Is this your compatriot from our homeland?" Malik swallowed hard, anxiety palpable. "Yes, it is he. I must find a way to assist him. I cannot stand idly by while he faces death." Upon hearing that a fellow countryman was in peril, Gao Yang paused his work, brow furrowed. Are you referring to that restaurant at the street corner? Its location is crucial, controlling 2 streets. It's no wonder the mercenaries chose it as a base. But how can we rescue him? Malik knew that what he was suggesting was futile. Attempting to rescue someone from a location occupied by armed men was a task better suited for a special forces unit. After a moment of contemplation, Fyodor stated firmly, I have a fondness for that lad. We must devise a plan. Follow me to the 2nd floor. We can observe the restaurant's attic from there and assess the situation. At that moment, Bob suddenly interjected, Mr. Malik, may I borrow your phone? I have an urgent call to make. Gao Yang, Malik, and Fyodor ascended to the 2nd floor, while Bob remained behind to guard against intruders and attempt to call his father. The 2 street-facing rooms on the 2nd floor belonged to Fyodor and Malik. Once inside Malik's room, he hurried to the window, pointing towards a specific direction. Oh, you see that attic on the roof? My friend is hiding there. As Malik reached for the curtains, Gao Yang stopped him, instead pulling the heavy drapes closed, leaving only a narrow gap, and then cautiously opened the sliding glass windows slightly. This will suffice. There is no need to fully draw the curtains. Afterward, Gao Yang positioned himself a short distance from the window and lifted binoculars to examine the attic Malik had mentioned. From his vantage point, he could see most of the attic but could not locate the entrance or the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Noticing the similarity among the houses on the street, he realized they were all old 2-story buildings with minimal space between them. As he pondered potential advantages, Fyodor quietly remarked, the distance from here to the Huaxia City restaurant is 260 meters. It exceeds your comfortable shooting range by only a small margin. If you are confident, I have an idea. Mr. Blachik, please share your idea. Fyodor shrugged, looking relaxed. The buildings here are quite similar, and so too is the Huaxia City restaurant. If we can reach the rooftop, we will have an excellent vantage point to control the entire area. If it were me, I would ascend to the roof and shoot anyone who dared to show themselves. It's that simple. Malik's friend is in the attic, and if no one can access the upper floors, he is in no danger. Fyodor's notion was undeniably audacious. Perhaps he was confident in his ability to dominate the area within his shooting range, but Gao Yang felt apprehensive, having no experience with long-range shooting. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. No, I lack the confidence to shoot every head that appears. Fyodor nodded. I merely shared how I would have approached such a situation in my youth. Now, we have no need to proceed in that manner. The lad need only remain hidden until those mercenaries depart. However, for the sake of caution, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the environment on the rooftop and take a few practice shots. Malik nodded vigorously. Trevor is currently safe. We need not alarm those holding him captive. If the mercenaries leave, Trevor will naturally be safe. Upon hearing Malik's words, Gao Yang felt an odd familiarity with the name. Though Malik's peculiar emphasis when mentioning the Huaxia name left him uncertain. What is your friend's name? Can you clarify the 2 characters? Oh, his name is Trevor, pronounced just like that. However, his nickname is Rabbit. All his friends call him that, and he prefers it over Trevor. He wears glasses, stands about this tall, and always has a silly grin, looking rather foolish and somewhat lewd. Yes, he hails from Jilin province in Huaxia. Is that correct? God, do you know him? Upon hearing Malik's words, Gao Yang could scarcely believe his ears. If Malik was indeed referring to Cui Bo as his friend, a very good friend whom he had met while playing war games, it was astonishing that they had formed such a close bond. The nickname Rabbit, which was an endearing moniker given by Gao Yang himself, added to the incredulity. To encounter one's best friend in a foreign land seemed almost too fortuitous to fathom. Yet Gao Yang was now convinced that the Rabbit Malik spoke of was indeed his friend. Let us ascend to the rooftop at once. I must see for myself. And Malik, is it prudent to call Rabbit now? Might it be too perilous? Malik shook his head, responding, I am unaware of his circumstances. He spoke hastily before hanging up. I think it best not to make the call. Very well, Gao Yang and I shall proceed to the rooftop. Malik, your presence there serves little purpose. Instead, assist that young man downstairs. Now, let us act. With that, Fedor rose unsteadily, supported by Gao Yang, and they ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 28. An epic catastrophe once atop the roof. Gao Yang cautiously extended half of his body over the stairway, surveying the surroundings and finding no one present. Assured of their safety, he allowed Fedor to join him. Upon reaching the rooftop, Fedor's first instinct was to conduct another thorough reconnaissance. As a seasoned sniper, He swiftly identified 4 high points that snipers would likely occupy, prompting Gao Yang to use his binoculars to confirm that none of these critical vantage points were manned. Only after this verification did Fedor signal for Gao Yang to crawl alongside him to the edge of the rooftop. The rooftop was bordered by a low wall, approximately half a meter high. Providing some cover, Gao Yang crouched down, peering through his binoculars at the loft that had captured his utmost attention. He could now clearly see the entirety of the restaurant's roof, despite being unable to discern the entrance to the loft. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He shared a profound bond with Cui Bo, a true comrade in arms. During their wargaming escapades, they were always on the same team, often participating in outdoor activities together, traversing various landscapes. The nickname Rabbit was a testament to Cui Bo's remarkable agility. Their first encounter had been during a large-scale game, where Cui Bo's entire team had been eliminated, leaving only him, armed with a sniper rifle, darting about. It was this very prowess that had led Gao Yang to both admire and disdain him, eventually bestowing upon him the moniker Rabbit. Cui Bo's given name was rather peculiar, often inviting misunderstanding and ridicule, which led him to prefer the name Rabbit, or even the term Beast, rather than being addressed by his actual name. His greatest aspiration had always been to become a sniper. Yet despite his excellent physical condition, he suffered from severe myopia, rendering a military career impossible. Thus, he sought solace in the realm of war games. When Gao Yang first met him, Cui Bo was still a student from a modest background. Yet once he ventured into the world of wargaming, he was willing to subsist on nothing but steamed buns for 2 months just to afford a basic rifle. The thought of reuniting with his long-lost brother-in-arms under such dire circumstances left Gao Yang in a state of turmoil. He hoped the person concealed in the loft was indeed his dear friend, yet he also wished fervently that it was not the Cui Bo he knew, creating a profound inner conflict. Fedor noticed Gao Yang's agitation and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking in a measured tone, "You must steady yourself. Take deep breaths and do not allow your emotions to overwhelm you. Calm yourself." After taking several deep breaths and forcing himself to regain composure, Gao Yang nodded at Fedor, signaling that he was ready to observe the streets on either side. The thoroughfare was eerily deserted. Should anyone appear, they would dash past swiftly, only to vanish from sight moments later. The distant sound of gunfire echoed intermittently. Gao Yang passed the binoculars to Fedor and cautiously extended his head to peer at the shop entrance below. Where 3 bodies lay, accompanied by an abandoned gasoline barrel, however, he saw no firearms on the ground. Retracting his head, Gao Yang placed his rifle atop the low wall, attempting to aim at the stairway entrance. The line of sight was clear, and the shooting position was relatively comfortable. He believed that once he adjusted the scope, he could effectively lock down that entryway. After surveying the area, Fedor lowered the binoculars and spoke quietly. "What we are witnessing now is merely the calm before the storm. Soon, this will become a battlefield. We are perilously close to the square where the protests are occurring, and that restaurant can easily control the entire street. I doubt those mercenaries will relinquish the restaurant as a stronghold. Also, have you noticed the building across from the restaurant? You must keep a vigilant eye on it. They will likely occupy that position to create a crossfire zone." Gao Yang took the binoculars again, focusing intently on the structure opposite the restaurant. Although he could see no signs of life, he agreed with Fedor. Any strategist would occupy that location to establish 2 interlocking fields of fire, effectively sealing off the street. Fedor continued, "You need to zero your rifle. While it may be dangerous, the current barrage of gunfire will likely mask your actions. Find a spot near the restaurant. If you need to save your friend, your accuracy will be paramount." Gao Yang nodded, targeting a nearby billboard featuring a massive advertisement. After informing Fedor of his intended target, he took aim at the left eye of the depicted figure and fired. After the shot, he refrained from immediately checking the result, instead quickly cycling the bolt to chamber another round before using the scope to locate the impact point. The bullet had struck at 11 o'clock. With a deviation of 1 meter, Fedor took on the role of Gao Yang's observer. After locating the impact point, Gao Yang adjusted the scope and fired again. This time, the deviation was only 10 centimeters, a significant improvement. On the third attempt, Gao Yang struck the left eye of the image with precision. Without any error, to ensure the scope was tuned to perfection, he fired 2 additional rounds, both of which found their mark. Fedor expressed his satisfaction with Gao Yang's shooting skills, while Gao Yang marveled at the fact that this aged rifle, over 70 years old, could maintain such accuracy. filling him with both surprise and great satisfaction. After reloading, Fedor quietly remarked, "Do you know what is most crucial for a sniper?" Gao Yang pondered, responding, "Is it to secure a one-shot kill? To eliminate the enemy commander? To remain undetected?" With each answer, Fedor shook his head until finally, with a grave expression, he stated, "While all those factors are indeed significant, the paramount concern is ensuring that there are no enemy snipers opposing you. If there are, you must eliminate them first. A sniper's greatest adversary is always another sniper." Gao Yang nodded, affirming, "Understood, I will prioritize the enemy sniper as my first target." Fedor agreed. "Especially in this type of low-intensity conflict, the enemy will not deploy heavy artillery against you, nor will there be aircraft bombing your position. In a true battlefield, the methods of countering snipers are not exaggerated, but for now, if you can take out the enemy sniper, your safety will be assured." Gao Yang committed Fedor's words to memory. Although he had perused some sniper training materials, his interest in the profession had not been profound, leading to a lack of focus on the subject. However, the practical lessons learned in the heat of battle were the most effective. Once taught, Gao Yang could easily commit them to memory. Seizing the moment of relative quiet, Fedor imparted much of what a sniper ought to know: how to gauge wind speed, measure distance, and conceal oneself. While the foundational knowledge was accessible through study, Fedor's insights, drawn from the crucible of experience, were irreplaceable. Gao Yang maintained his aim on the restaurant's roof, while Fedor eagerly shared his knowledge, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment in passing on his expertise. Particularly in the midst of conflict, however, as Gao Yang listened intently to Fedor's impromptu sniper training, Fedor suddenly sensed a shift in the situation. He fell silent, raising the binoculars to his eyes. To the right of Gao Yang, approximately 200 meters away, a group of a dozen individuals emerged from a narrow alley. Weapons in hand. 11 individuals approached, and upon closer inspection, it was clear they were all locals. They were armed with a machine gun and an RPG. While the remainder carried AK-47s, they were likely members of a militia or resistance group. What a bunch of fools! Did they really intend to swagger in here and meet their demise? Gao Yang observed as these 11 individuals showed no inclination to conceal their movements. Charging directly towards him, they passed through the doorway beneath his feet without pausing, heading straight for the restaurant. As they were still over 200 meters away, one of them opened fire at the restaurant's entrance. Once the first shot rang out, the others seemed to receive a signal, raising their weapons and firing indiscriminately at the restaurant while running. Even the one carrying the RPG managed to fire while on the move. Although the recoil from the rocket launcher is minimal, launching it while running is problematic. The individual stumbled and fell, landing squarely on the ground. The rocket soared perilously close to the restaurant's rooftop before disappearing into the unknown. Watching that rocket narrowly miss the loft sent a chill down Gao Yang's spine, and for a fleeting moment, he genuinely feared that the structure would be obliterated by the fool's reckless shot. As the 11 individuals charged within 100 meters of the restaurant in a suicidal frenzy, gunfire finally erupted from within. A barrage of bullets streamed from the windows, and within moments, a significant portion of the 11 fools had fallen. The remaining 3 or 4 turned to flee but barely made it a few steps before collapsing to the ground. None of the 11 survived. Fedor shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. They were just civilians. I even recognized one of them. They had only just learned to fire a weapon, lacking even the most basic training, and they ran out here to meet their fate. Alas, this is an epic tragedy. After speaking, Fedor pointed toward the restaurant's rooftop, saying, "They are likely to occupy the roof. We must be cautious." Just as Fedor finished speaking, a head appeared above the restaurant's roof. Gao Yang had no intention of firing just yet, but he kept his aim trained on the staircase. Heightened tension coursed through him, and when he saw a black man brandishing a gun emerge halfway from the stairway, he instinctively pulled the trigger. The man, who had just exposed himself, was directly in Gao Yang's line of sight, and his shot found its mark, striking the man squarely in the forehead. The bullet sent him reeling backward, crashing down the very stairs he had just ascended. It was only after firing that Gao Yang realized he had stirred up trouble. Those individuals might have merely been intending to scout or establish a firing position on the roof. Posing no threat to Trebuchet hiding in the loft, however, with his gunshot, Trebuchet was now genuinely in danger. Chapter 29. Trust. After firing, Gao Yang quickly chambered another round, keeping his gaze fixed on the scope. Since he had already fired, there was no turning back. He had to firmly secure the staircase leading to the roof. a well-placed shot, albeit not the best timing. He should have waited for them to fully reach the rooftop before firing, and aimed for the chest to ensure a hit rather than just a kill. Realizing he had acted out of sheer nervousness without thinking, he asked, "What shall I do now, sir?" Fedor raised his binoculars. Speaking slowly and deliberately, remember, on the battlefield, calmness is your ally. Impulsiveness and anxiety will lead to your demise. If you wish to survive, do not fear death. The worse the situation, the calmer you must be. Since the enemy is unaware of your true intentions, the circumstances are not as dire as you imagine. There's a fool at the second-floor window observing. At 4 o'clock, eliminate him. Without hesitation, Gao Yang redirected his aim to the figure at the second-floor window, where a man was peering out, a handgun in hand. Parting the curtains, he was positioned slightly back from the window, a walkie-talkie pressed to his mouth, scanning the area towards Gao Yang. Upon identifying the target, Gao Yang fired immediately, recalling Fedor's advice. The bullet struck true, piercing the man's chest. Confirmed kill. Excellent. At this distance, a hit to the chest was undoubtedly fatal. They had no snipers or artillery support. He was the arbiter of their fates, a harbinger of death. Gao Yang relished the sensation of having everything under control, reveling in the power to reap the lives of his enemies while they remained utterly helpless. He swiftly shifted his aim back to the staircase. But after several minutes of waiting, no one emerged. "Sir, they refused to come out. What should we do? I believe we can't afford to wait much longer. Once darkness falls, I will be utterly helpless." Fedor chuckled softly. "You must learn to observe, young man. Consider this, 11 corpses have just appeared. Those militia members, or whatever you wish to call them, will not simply concede defeat. When they launch their next assault, it will be your opportunity." Gao Yang found Fedor's words insightful and focused intently on the staircase, dismissing any futile thoughts. Meanwhile, Fedor continued to use his binoculars to monitor the situation and search for targets, excellently fulfilling the role of an observer. After a brief silence, figures began to emerge from various corners along the street. Fedor observed and then spoke gravely, "Prepare yourself. I believe another round of suicidal charges is about to commence. While ensuring the loft's safety, you must also keep an eye on the windows. The best outcome would be to force those mercenaries to withdraw." Both Gao Yang and Fedor readied themselves, but after a prolonged wait, the locals did not initiate their charge. Just as Gao Yang began to wonder if they intended to gather more reinforcements before attacking, a sudden flurry of gunfire erupted. Fedor glanced back, his frustration boiling over as he cursed vehemently. "Fuck! These idiots! What in the world are they doing? This is not warfare. It's madness." Gao Yang was perplexed as to what had enraged Fedor so. He quickly turned to see what had prompted such a reaction, and the sight before him left him equally exasperated. The street where Gao Yang stood was filled with a few individuals at each intersection, all brandishing firearms and indiscriminately firing at the restaurant. The problem was that they were positioned 700 to 800 meters away from the restaurant, and even the closest were still 300 to 400 meters out. At such distances, using an AK-47 to spray bullets was futile. Hitting the outer wall of the restaurant would be an achievement in itself. In truth, those individuals were armed with more than just AK-47s. Gao Yang spotted at least 2 machine guns among them. Yet possessing such weaponry required skill. It was unclear whether they had gleaned their tactics from films or were merely acting out a farcical imitation of combat. They clutched their machine guns fiercely, firing wildly, and once their ammunition was spent, they retreated back into the alleys, reloading before re-emerging to unleash another barrage. Gao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to shout at them, imploring, "For heaven's sake, if you're going to use a machine gun, at least adopt a prone position or aim." Gao Yang and Fedor exchanged incredulous glances, repositioning themselves further back for safety as stray bullets ricocheted off the low wall, sending debris flying. To avoid being struck by random shots, they could only shift their positions. This aimless shooting posed no threat to the mercenaries within the restaurant. It didn't even serve as a deterrent. Gao Yang believed that if he were one of those mercenaries, encountering such an incompetent adversary would only bolster his confidence. Sighing in resignation, Fedor shook his head. "Forget it. We can't rely on these fools. This isn't warfare. They think they can intimidate the enemy with gunfire." Gao Yang felt that this battle was futile. A horde of clueless civilians was merely shooting at the air, while the mercenaries holed up in the restaurant remained passive, unwilling to retaliate. The two groups existed in a semblance of fierce conflict. Yet in reality, they coexisted in a bizarre peace. Just as Gao Yang grappled with his helplessness, he heard Bob shout, "Gao! Gao! Your friend is on the line." Gao Yang turned to see Bob had somehow made his way to the rooftop. Rushing toward him, he gestured for Bob to lie low. Bob crouched down and approached, extending a phone toward Gao Yang. After exchanging a glance with Fedor, who nodded for him to take the call, Gao Yang inhaled deeply and whispered, "Die Rabbit, is that you? Who are you?" Came the reply that I am Gao Yang. Gao Yang heard a gasp on the other end. "Brother Yang, oh my God, I thought you were dead. I thought you died in that plane crash. I can't believe you're alive." Gao Yang, exasperated, interrupted Trebuchet, growling, "Shut up. Can you not speak plainly? I'm very much alive. If you keep babbling, you'll be the first to die. I am on the rooftop of Malik's shop, aiming at your staircase with a Mauser 98K. Here's the situation. Now tell me about yours. Brother Yang, I truly believed you had perished. Oh, thank the heavens you are still alive. Now, tell me the situation. I am not entirely sure how many individuals are involved. I observed 2 Caucasians and 4 individuals of African descent, 2 of whom appear to be scouts. I did not see any heavy weaponry. Predominantly, they seem to be armed with AK-47s, though there does seem to be one FAL among them. Upon storming into the establishment, they indiscriminately executed anyone they encountered, leaving no survivors, certainly not benevolent souls. Currently, I am the sole survivor within the premises. Yang, I can't believe you are alive, and that we have encountered each other here. It feels as though fate has smiled upon us." Gao Yang could discern the excitement in Cui Bo's voice, which was hardly surprising. To be frank, Gao Yang was equally exhilarated. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. This was not the time to celebrate a reunion with an old friend, if he were not cautious. He might very well be confronted with Cui Bo's lifeless body. Enough of the idle chatter. Let me tell you, I have already eliminated 2 individuals, 1 black and 1 white. The white one seems to be the commander. I am confident I can secure the stairway leading to your location, but once darkness descends, I will be at a loss. You are familiar with the layout. Do you have any means of escape? This restaurant is newly constructed, unlike your area where houses are interconnected. There is no way to reach a neighbor's home. If I wish to flee, my only option would be to jump from the building. Gao Yang was well aware that Cui Bo resided in a standalone structure. What he needed to ascertain was whether Cui Bo had any method to descend, perhaps through a rope. Do you lack a rope or anything similar? If you jump down, you would likely suffer severe injuries, or worse, no, nothing of the sort. If I had a rope, I would have used it already. All I have here are some scraps and tools, none of which are of any use. However, I do possess a hammer that could serve as a weapon. Gao Yang wished to converse with Cui Bo further, but at that moment, Fedor urgently interjected. Warning of danger. A secondary target, sniper. Gao Yang immediately discarded the phone he had been holding in his left hand. While speaking, his right hand had never strayed far from the trigger, nor had his eyes departed the sight. Upon hearing Fedor's alert, he had already aimed his firearm at the secondary target, specifically a window in the building across the street from the restaurant, the most advantageous position for a sniper. As Gao Yang zeroed in on the window, he spotted the muzzle of a gun aimed directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot, and simultaneously, he witnessed the flash of fire from the enemy's weapon. In that split second, Gao Yang feared he was doomed. Missed? Quick, Fedor shouted, and it was then that Gao Yang realized he had not been hit. He hastily ducked behind a low wall, fumbling to reload his weapon as a bullet whizzed past, grazing the brick wall above his head and leaving a dent. Had he not taken cover, that bullet would have claimed his life. Bob remained sprawled on the ground, while Fedor prudently withdrew, urgently urging Gao Yang. Change position, we have been compromised. Without needing Fedor to say it, Gao Yang understood the necessity of relocating. Just moments ago, he and the enemy sniper had fired their weapons in haste, both missing their targets. However, it was evident that the opposing sniper, wielding a semi-automatic rifle, had a much faster rate of fire. Utilizing the advantages of his sniper rifle, the enemy had succeeded in suppressing him. The rotating bolt-action design of Gao Yang's sniper rifle was its Achilles heel. Its slow rate of fire was manageable at long distances, but at close range, the likelihood of a follow-up shot was nearly non-existent, if Gao Yang were to reveal himself again to take aim. The time required would be ample for the enemy to eliminate him. Gao Yang seized the phone and crawled 3 meters along the side of the brick wall with Fedor. The rooftop was not expansive, and completely moving to another corner was not the optimal choice, as it would become a focal point for enemy fire. After repositioning, Gao Yang picked up the phone once more and spoke softly. "I am being targeted by a sniper, located at the second-floor window of the building directly opposite you. I am completely suppressed and cannot afford to expose myself. You must be cautious. There may already be someone on the rooftop near you." The voice of the rabbit crackled urgently through the phone. "I can hear footsteps. Someone is approaching. Brother Yang, remember that scene from the movie Enemy at the Gates? We employed that tactic before. I will go out to draw their attention, and then you can take care of the rest. We will count down from 3, and I will step out. You fire a second later. Starting now." 3. Gao Yang shouted. "No, don't. They might not know there's someone in the loft." 2. Gao Yang dropped the phone, gripping his rifle tightly, preparing to silently count 1. He understood what Cui Bo intended. They often executed such strategies during their war games. If their opponent had only one individual left, or if that individual was well hidden or suppressing them, one person would rush out to draw fire while the other eliminated the threat. This method had a high success rate, often yielding results. Yet, in this real scenario, the individual drawing fire would be risking their very life. After mentally uttering 1 and pausing for a brief moment, Gao Yang suddenly sprang into action, directing his weapon toward the window he remembered. Chapter 30. A perfect coordination. Gao Yang executed the swiftest maneuver of his life, transitioning from aiming to firing. Cui Bo had indeed succeeded. The sniper concealed behind the window had shifted his aim. When Gao Yang pulled the trigger, the sniper's focus was elsewhere. Gao Yang's bullet struck the sniper squarely in the left eye, penetrating the brain and erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Swiftly adjusting his aim back towards the rooftop where Cui Bo was situated, Gao Yang saw him wielding a heavy hammer, positioning the hammerhead against his chest, the handle directed toward the sniper's window. Striking a pose as if to shoot. It was precisely Cui Bo's successful ruse that granted Gao Yang the opportunity to fire. Gao Yang merely glanced at Cui Bo, relieved to see him still alive. However, when he redirected his scope towards the stairway, he noticed an individual had appeared on the rooftop. Fortunately, that person seemed unaware of the presence of another on the roof, aiming instead at Gao Yang. While another figure had just begun to peek out, the moment Cui Bo was spotted was fleeting. Gao Yang quickly squeezed the trigger, and the individual standing on the rooftop fell backwards, as Gao Yang was reloading. Eager to fire at the person emerging from the stairway, he was taken aback to discover his chamber was empty. He had exhausted all 5 rounds. Gao Yang retrieved a magazine, his hands trembling from the adrenaline. As he loaded bullets into the chamber, only to hear Fedor shout beside him, "Well done, rabbit." Gao Yang finally completed the reloading process, chambering around, and when he readjusted his aim at the stairway, he was delighted to see Cui Bo brandishing an AK-47, firing towards the stairway while on the move. In that brief moment, Gao Yang's clothing was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Cui Bo unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, but as he re-aimed at the stairway, he noticed another figure had emerged on the rooftop. Thankfully, that individual seemed oblivious to Gao Yang's presence. Focusing instead on Cui Bo meanwhile, another person had just begun to emerge partially. The discovery of Cui Bo was instantaneous. Gao Yang immediately pulled the trigger again, and the person on the rooftop collapsed. Yet, as Gao Yang hastily cycled the action, preparing to shoot at the individual exiting the stairway, he was astonished to realize he had no ammunition left. Gao Yang extracted a magazine, his hands trembling with anxiety as he loaded bullets into the chamber. When he heard Fedor exclaim, "Excellent work, rabbit," Gao Yang finally managed to complete the reloading, chambering around, and when he readjusted his aim at the stairway, he was filled with mixed emotions upon seeing Cui Bo wielding an AK-47. Firing towards the stairway. In that fleeting moment, Gao Yang felt a surge of cold sweat soaking through his clothing. Seeing that Cui Bo was safe brought him immense relief, though he could not shake the tremors from his hands as he gripped his weapon. What transpired? The rabbit threw the hammer, striking that unfortunate soul on the head, sending him crashing down. I suspect that the unfortunate fellow's brain matter was splattered everywhere. Then, the rabbit picked up a firearm and secured the stairway. It was a flawless and audacious collaboration, a testament to the absolute trust he has in you. I believe you, and the rabbit must have been comrades for many years, correct? Gao Yang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his shirt, and replied softly, "Indeed, we have been comrades for many years, in the realm of games." Upon finishing his words, Gao Yang quickly redirected his weapon back to the building opposite the restaurant. With Cui Bo now securing the stairway, his focus shifted to providing cover for Cui Bo's rear. Gao Yang's decision proved astute. Just as he reoriented his aim, a machine gun appeared in the window where he had previously dispatched the sniper. The machine gun was positioned merely a street's width away from the rabbit. At such a close range, any fool would be able to hit Cui Bo with a barrage of bullets. Thus, the moment the machine gunner opened fire, Cui Bo would have no chance of survival. Fortunately, the machine gunner had only just arrived at the firing position. As the machine gunner set the weapon on the windowsill and began to cycle the action, Gao Yang fired. His bullet struck the machine gunner in the left shoulder. Although it did not immediately incapacitate him, the tremendous force knocked the gunner to the ground. As the gunner fell, his right hand inadvertently pulled the trigger, unleashing a series of bullets into the air before the machine gun slipped from his grip and crashed to the ground. The uncontrolled gunfire shattered the window, and the downed machine gunner never rose again. Nor did anyone else appear at the window. Gao Yang began to patrol between the two windows on the second floor. The positions occupied by Gao Yang and Cui Bo were advantageous. Anyone within the building across from the restaurant would have to reach the rooftop to pose a threat, with the only other possibility being the second-floor windows facing them. For the time being, Cui Bo was out of immediate danger, but the path to escape the restaurant was fraught with challenges. Not to mention, those opposing forces, who could only shoot at the air, posed no threat to the mercenaries inside the restaurant. Yet they had effectively sealed off Cui Bo's route of retreat. Gao Yang was capable of neutralizing the threat posed to Cui Bo from behind, yet he could not ensure his complete safety. Meanwhile, Fei Duo found himself at a loss. All he could do was take one step at a time. He had been holding a telescope, scanning the area, but had yet to identify any viable targets for a shot. The standoff continued, and approximately 10 minutes later, the gunfire from the opposing side suddenly diminished, soon fading into silence. Fei Duo crawled behind a low wall facing the street, peering out and remarking curiously, "More people are coming. Do they intend to launch an attack?" Gao Yang swiftly moved to Fei Duo's side and glanced over, discovering a gathering of around a dozen individuals. Among them were both black and white men. Yet conspicuously absent were any local Arabs. It appeared they were mere mercenaries. Was this not a civil war in Libya, but rather a conflict among hired guns? After Gao Yang's puzzled inquiry, Bob, who had been lying on the ground, finally spoke up in a hushed tone. "When I called my father, he informed me that everything is chaotic now. The government forces are employing mercenaries, as are the opposition. This has devolved into a war among hired soldiers. However, with the Americans and French now involved, this unrest is likely to escalate into a genuine war. We should leave this place as soon as possible." The mercenaries took cover against the wall adjacent to the restaurant and began advancing towards it. Feeling momentarily safe from attack, Fei Duo whispered, "It seems they genuinely intend to launch an assault. The situation finally resembles a war. However, I am quite curious whether the government forces and the opposition intend to use mercenaries to fight this civil war." Gao Yang offered a wry smile, saying, "I couldn't care less about their battle strategies. My only concern is how to extricate the rabbit from that damned restaurant." Fei Duo shrugged, contemplating that perhaps now was an opportunity. Should they collaborate with the opposition? After uttering this thought, he cautiously poked his head out, shouting towards the advancing mercenaries, "Hey, don't shoot. We're on the same side. There's sniper cover here. Point 4 have already perished inside the restaurant, and the snipers and machine gunners in the building across have also been taken out. You can accelerate your advance, but do be mindful of one of our men on the restaurant's roof. He is Chinese. Do not mistakenly harm him. He will assist you." The mercenaries were startled by Fei Duo's sudden appearance, but upon hearing his words, several of them gave him a thumbs-up. One black man laughed and called out, "Hey, old man, don't tell me you're the sniper. I'd love some sniper cover, but not from someone as old as you. Are you out here risking your life to pay for your great-grandson's tuition?" After a hearty laugh, the foremost black mercenary waved his hand, and the group of 16 resumed their advance. Fei Duo chuckled and withdrew slightly, saying, "If I had known a sniper would cover me, I would have been exceedingly pleased, very, very pleased, and I would never offend a sniper. Thus, they will certainly ensure the rabbit's safety, at least avoiding firing upon him at first sight." Gao Yang ceased speaking, focusing instead on the building opposite the restaurant. The battle was about to erupt, and he needed to be ready to fire at a moment's notice. Fei Duo picked up Malek's phone and dialed Chui Bo, intending to inform him to prepare for the impending conflict. As the 16 mercenaries were about to enter the enemy's line of fire, 4 of them suddenly leaped out, commencing a fierce barrage towards the restaurant to suppress the gunfire emanating from within. Simultaneously, 4 others dashed towards the restaurant's entrance. Once the opposition mercenaries began their assault, the fire points on the first floor of the building opposite the restaurant opened fire. Gao Yang, upon hearing the first shot from that position, quickly identified the shooter and eliminated him with a single bullet. Although he had only taken out 1, 3 or 4 others from the opposite building were firing simultaneously. At that moment, a white man wielding a machine gun dove onto the street, resting his weapon on the ground, and immediately began suppressive fire, alternating between long bursts and short bursts. The opposing fire point in the building across was momentarily overwhelmed, unable to raise their heads. Gao Yang found the machine gunner's shooting to be remarkably artistic. Within a short span, he could find no other words to describe it. However, the machine gunner was doing an exceptional job. No one could dare to peek out, leaving Gao Yang without a shooting opportunity. After a brief pause, the machine gunner seemed to abandon his suppression on one window. Understanding the cue, Gao Yang aimed at that window, and soon after, an unwary individual emerged with a gun, only to be dispatched by Gao Yang before he could fire. Without any verbal communication, Gao Yang and the machine gunner had executed a flawless collaboration. Uncertain whether this was a conscious decision by the machine gunner or merely a coincidence, Gao Yang quickly realized that the machine gunner had indeed chosen to relinquish suppression on another window. Following suit, Gao Yang awaited the next appearance through the unguarded window and took down the target, finally confirming that the machine gunner had been deliberate in his actions. Fei Duo had also noticed the synergy between Gao Yang and the machine gunner, whispering that machine gunner is truly remarkable and audacious. He doesn't even know if you can make an accurate shot, yet he dares to provide you with a window of opportunity. His actions either stem from confidence in you or in himself. Given that he is completely unfamiliar with you, I believe he possesses confidence in his ability to re-establish suppression. An exceptional machine gunner, indeed, and an excellent collaboration. Chapter 31. The Rabbit. The opposition's mercenaries successfully stormed the restaurant, resolving the battle in under 3 minutes. Subsequently, the remaining individuals outside gradually entered the establishment, with the restaurant secured as a stronghold, despite the opposition and government forces being separated by only a street. The former seemed temporarily disinclined to launch an offensive, and the gunfire from the building opposite the restaurant had ceased. With the gunfire momentarily halted, those hiding at the back cheered and rushed forward. Meanwhile, the Rabbit had already descended from the rooftop, yet Gao Yang was increasingly anxious as Chui Bo had yet to emerge from the restaurant. After waiting a few minutes and witnessing about 30 to 40 locals flooding into the restaurant, Gao Yang felt a twinge of urgency. At that moment, Fei Duo, who had been maintaining contact with Chui Bo, reassured him, "Do not worry. The Rabbit has made contact with the opposition. He mentioned he would grab some supplies and will be here shortly." Gao Yang could not fully relax. He remained vigilant, observing the activity in the building opposite the restaurant. The enemy had not been entirely vanquished, they were merely suppressed. Gao Yang feared that an attack might occur as Chui Bo attempted to exit. Finally, the Rabbit emerged from the restaurant, holding an AK-47 and carrying another firearm on his back. Upon exiting the restaurant, he gestured to Gao Yang, indicating he was about to move, and swiftly crouched down as he ran towards him. Chui Bo made it safely to Gao Yang's position, standing at the entrance and shouting a few words in Arabic before Malek opened the door from inside. With Chui Bo safely across, Gao Yang saw no reason to remain on the rooftop any longer. "Mr. Blahik, Bob, you should leave first." As Fei Duo and Bob descended the staircase, Gao Yang intended to stow his weapon, but was suddenly startled by a piercing whistle. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, although he could not identify the source of the sound. Just then, Fei Duo reappeared at the top of the stairs, shouting hoarsely to Gao Yang, "Mortar!" No sooner had Fei Duo's warning left his lips than a shell exploded about 20 to 30 meters away from Gao Yang. While this distance posed no immediate danger, the deafening blast left him momentarily dazed. Another shrill whistle followed, prompting Gao Yang to instinctively drop to the ground. He then heard the subsequent explosion, which seemed to be farther away, yet he remained in a state of panic, eager to flee the rooftop for the perceived safety below. In his alarm, Gao Yang contemplated standing and running but found his legs betraying him. He stumbled and fell back to the ground. The adage that new soldiers fear artillery while veterans fear machine guns rang true. It was Gao Yang's first encounter with the sound of an artillery explosion. Despite his efforts to reassure himself, his body's instinctive reactions defied his will, leaving him feeling weak and unsteady. Fei Duo stood at the staircase, waving urgently at Gao Yang and shouting, "This is adjustment fire. For heaven's sake, get over here. Are you waiting to die?" Though Gao Yang had been through several skirmishes, the initial sound of the explosion had instilled excessive fear in him. However, after a brief moment, his emotions stabilized. While still frightened, he was at least able to act. He rolled and crawled towards the staircase. Just then, another explosion erupted, and he involuntarily dropped to the ground, pausing momentarily before intending to continue crawling forward. It was then that Fei Duo shouted, "They hit it! Good heavens, the target isn't you. It's the Huaxia City restaurant." Fei Duo stood boldly atop the roof, unperturbed by the potential exposure to gunfire. Gao Yang cautiously raised his head to glance back, noticing a plume of smoke rising from the restaurant's rooftop. A shell struck the hotel, heralding the onset of a large-scale bombardment. Of course, this scale was relative. However, for Gao Yang, the simultaneous descent of 5 or 6 shells could undoubtedly be classified as a significant assault. Upon realizing the target was the hotel, Gao Yang's courage swiftly returned, and he hesitated not to descend the stairs. Instead, crouching low to observe, that moment, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of explosions, and clouds of smoke billowed around the hotel and its rooftop. In Gao Yang's eyes, the smoke from a mortar shell was indistinguishable from the mushroom cloud of a nuclear explosion. He shrank his neck, no longer daring to linger, and swiftly made his way to the stairwell, descending into the corridor of the second floor. Shortly thereafter, Fedor followed him down, patting Gao Yang on the shoulder and shaking his head, saying, "It's just a mortar. Look at how frightened you are." Bob also chuckled as he patted Gao Yang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Welcome back, hero. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little mishap. You had me in stitches. Brother, I always thought you were an invincible superhero, yet it turns out a single explosion nearly made you wet your pants. Ha, it's just that I heard an explosion for the first time. Feeling a bit tense is perfectly normal, nothing to make a fuss about. All right, let us go take a look by the window." As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, Chuibo rushed up from below. Excitement etched on his face as he stood before Gao Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Gao Yang playfully punched Chuibo on the shoulder and laughed. "Are you daft? Can't recognize your brother?" Chuibo nodded repeatedly, then, with a dazed expression, blurted out, "Not daft, just wanted to see if you were human or a ghost. Just now, I thought only a deity could save me, never imagined I would still be alive." Gao Yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After 3 years apart, encountering an old friend in a foreign land should have elicited tears of joy, yet this fellow uttered such a remark. After scrutinizing Gao Yang for a moment, Chuibo nodded solemnly and said, "You've lost weight, and you're darker, but thankfully, your voice remains unchanged. You've suffered a lot these past few years, haven't you? Good grief, can you not speak in such a tone and utter such foolishness? Forget it. I'll be direct. If you continue to speak to me like this, I swear." Gao Yang was utterly at a loss. The excitement of their reunion evaporating as their dialogue quickly reverted to the tone of 3 years ago. Chuibo chuckled heartily, "Just joking, don't get worked up. I'm so glad to see you. Yang Go, where have you been all these years? I heard from uncle and aunt that you had a plane crash." Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no time for that now. The opposition is in serious trouble. Did you hear the explosions? That was your hotel being shelled. If the government forces attack again, we'll have to make a run for it." Chuibo paused, suddenly thumping his chest, then pulled a gun from behind him, looking both relieved and terrified as he caressed the firearm in his hands. "Thank goodness, I managed to escape in time. Otherwise, my gun would have been destroyed." Chapter 32. 2 pieces of advice. Chuibo's reasoning was beyond comprehension for the average person. After comforting himself with this thought, Gao Yang pointed at the gun in Chuibo's hands and asked, "Which is more important, your life or that?" Chuibo proudly displayed the gun before Gao Yang, declaring, "Of course, my life is more important, but losing it would feel like losing my life, so they are nearly synonymous. Look, it's a Dragunov, practically brand new. I've fired less than 2,000 rounds. I spent half a year's salary on this. $4,000. You were hiding out here all this time just to get this gun?" "Exactly. I had it hidden in my bedroom. I was fetching something from the rooftop storage when I heard gunfire and screams from the hotel. I just took a glance, saw people going upstairs, and didn't dare to come out, nor did I have time to grab my gun. If I had prepared it sooner, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Sigh, if only I had gotten my gun ready earlier. Gao Yang felt utterly defeated. He believed that Cui Bo was beyond redemption. Shaking his head, he approached the window for a look, only to see that the hotel where Cui Bo had taken refuge was now in ruins. Mortar fire was not suited for demolishing buildings, yet Cui Bo's hotel was no fortress either. After dozens of shells rained down, the entire second floor had collapsed, and although the first floor appeared relatively intact, the thick smoke billowing from the hotel suggested that conditions inside were far from good. Standing by the window, Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Cui Bo, your hotel has collapsed. Aren't you going to take a look?" Cui Bo approached the window and took a glance, but merely looked for a moment before retracting his gaze. Shaking his head, "This isn't my hotel. I'm just a cook here. Sigh, I won't look anymore." The owner was a good person, but he was shot in the head. Quite pitiful. The people inside were all quite close to me. They're just gone now, and I truly can't bear it. I won't look. Not long after, the bombardment ceased, and Gao Yang saw 4 or 5 people staggering out of the hotel. However, at that moment, the previously suppressed firing point across from the hotel began to open fire mercilessly on these defenseless survivors. Several guns fired simultaneously, bringing the first few who emerged down to the ground. Witnessing this, Fedor's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, "You all should leave now, before the government forces arrive." Gao Yang sensed that the situation was dire. He had just shot several government soldiers to save Cui Bo, and if the government forces advanced, a retaliation was inevitable. Nodding, he said, "Indeed, it's time to go. Mr. Blachich, I hope you will accompany us, at least to leave this place. It's far too dangerous to stay." Fedor smiled faintly and shook his head. "In 1947, the owner of this establishment gave me a job. He was a kind old Englishman who didn't mind that I was German. Since then, I have remained here. Eventually, he passed this establishment on to me as an inheritance. Now, I am old and have few days left. Before I die, I wish to leave this place intact for Malik, who has taken care of me for many years. He deserves it. Of course, you should understand that I am sharing all this merely to convey that I will not leave, nor go anywhere." Gao Yang grew impatient, his voice rising. "What are you thinking? Staying here is a death sentence. Why must you choose to die? You could easily stay in this city and find another place to stay for a few days. Once the situation stabilizes, you can return. Regardless, even if you stay, you cannot prevent anything." Bob nodded vigorously. "Exactly, Mr. Blachich. Gao Yang's suggestion is excellent. You should heed his advice. Wherever you wish to go, my father can assist. The airport is still open. If we delay any longer, we may truly be unable to leave." Fedor shook his head, stating, "If this place remains intact, it will be left as my inheritance for Malik. If it is destroyed, then it becomes my grave. I appreciate your good intentions, but please forgive an old man's stubbornness. Time is short. You must act. Perhaps there is still a chance. Look, I see someone coming to help." Following Fedor's gesture, Gao Yang observed a large group of opposition fighters charging forward, signaling the beginning of yet another round of combat. Likely, this new offensive was led by mercenaries employed by the opposition. As those individuals reached the street corner and began to assault the buildings opposite the hotel, a machine gunner, who had previously coordinated well with Gao Yang, staggered out from the ruins of the hotel, quickly setting up his machine gun to open fire. Fedor exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, that machine gunner is still alive. It seems he knows how to keep himself safe. I bet he is a seasoned veteran." Noting the change in the tide of battle, Gao Yang no longer felt the urgency to depart. He needed to assess the situation. For reasons unknown, the government forces' artillery support had not kept pace. And when the opposition fighters stormed the building, there had been no explosions to accompany their advance. Seeing the opposition attack progressing smoothly, Fedor nodded repeatedly, "Good, good. It seems I truly don't need to leave. If I'm not mistaken, they must be launching a simultaneous attack on the mortar positions. It appears those opposition fighters are not entirely foolish." Cui Bo scoffed dismissively. "These opposition fighters have nothing. Where would they find the money for mercenaries? I bet the U.S. government is behind this. Let us not forget, they despise Gaddafi." Bob shrugged, looking as if he had guessed correctly. "Clearly, you've hit the nail on the head. If the US government doesn't seize this opportunity to eliminate Gaddafi, that would be surprising. Of course, there might also be the French or people from other countries involved. Fedor's side, from a personal standpoint, I detest Gaddafi. He has turned everyone here into illiterates. I can't even find a book I want to buy. However, I despise war even more, very, very much so. No matter who wins, I just hope it ends swiftly. As they spoke, Malik arrived on the second floor, still somewhat anxious, clutching the AK-47 that Chuebo had brought back, with his finger resting on the trigger. Gao Yang, sharp-eyed, noticed that the safety on the gun was off. Gao Yang hurriedly stepped forward, first disengaging the safety on the firearm before obtaining it from Malik. At that moment, Malik sheepishly smiled and said, "I apologize, Rabbit had taught me that just now, but I forgot. I noticed you hadn't come down, so I thought I would check in. Your arrival is quite timely. Malik, I believe you should leave with Rabbit and the others. The situation has become chaotic. You can return home first. I have already prepared my will. Take it along with the contract and depart, then come back once things stabilize. Of course, if this establishment still exists by then." Malik paused for a moment. Then, with a puzzled expression, replied, "Leave? Where am I supposed to go?" No, I'm not going anywhere, unless you intend to leave, sir." Gao Yang wished to assist Fedor and Malik in their departure, but he felt powerless in this matter. It largely depended on whether Bob and his father would lend their assistance. Thus, Gao Yang looked at Bob, hoping he would interject. Bob caught Gao Yang's glance and understood. He raised his voice. "Gentlemen, we have a private plane that can accommodate everyone here without issue. Moreover, strictly speaking, all of you are foreigners, and for a foreigner, the wisest and most prudent choice is to leave a country on the brink of war, or rather, one that is currently engaged in it. No matter where you go, it will surely be better than staying here. You have aided us, so now it is our turn to assist you. Apologies if I'm being verbose. But what I mean to say is that I am willing to do everything in my power to help you leave. It's as simple as that." Fedor sighed. He was reluctant to depart. Yet he knew that if he did not leave, Malik would not either. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, glancing at Malik, hoping he would make a decision. After a moment of hesitation, Malik shook his head and said, "I do not wish to leave. This is my home now. If we leave, it will surely be ransacked. I must stay and protect it." Fedor sighed again and remarked, "You've heard him. It seems Malik and I are in agreement. We appreciate your kindness, but we truly cannot leave. Well, you can all see that the opposition holds the advantage, and that advantage will continue to be theirs in the future. Regardless of who is in power, they will maintain order, so the dangers of staying are not insurmountable." Seeing that Fedor and Malik had made up their minds, Gao Yang felt it futile to press further. He handed the 98K rifle to Fedor and said solemnly, "Thank you for your weapon, and even more so for your guidance. I hope I have not let you down." Fedor did not accept the rifle. Instead, he pushed Gao Yang's hand back and smiled. "Keep it. It's yours now. I dedicate it to you. Along with that handgun, I believe you need them more than I do at this moment. Most importantly, I hope my weapons can see new life rather than accompany me to the grave. Firearms are meant for killing. I shall not indulge in platitudes about fighting for justice. My only request is that you may use them against anyone but innocent women and children." Gao Yang took back the rifle and shook Fedor's hand, saying, "Thank you. I assure you I will not let you down." Fedor nodded, extending 2 fingers as he said, "Lastly, here are 2 pieces of advice. First, your marksmanship is excellent, particularly your ability to quickly acquire targets and shoot accurately. This talent is rare, so if you're not shooting at distant targets, it's best to avoid using a scope. Try practicing shooting without assistance. It will extend your range on the battlefield. The fewer tools you rely on, the better it is for you. The second piece of advice is the most crucial. Remember, if your enemy is Arab, you have already won. If your comrade is Italian, you have already lost. Don't ask why. Just take my word for it." Trevor scratched his head, curious, and asked, "What if the comrade is Italian and the enemy is Arab?" Fedor sighed deeply before responding earnestly, "You will find that you have killed all your enemies but lost the war." Chapter 33. Free mercenaries. Gao Yang had prepared to leave. Rabbit was still saying goodbye to Malik, while Bob was on the phone with his father. Once the rendezvous point was confirmed, they could depart immediately. However, after Bob connected the call, he received unfortunate news. When he hung up, he wore a gloomy expression and told Gao Yang, "Brother, things are not looking good. My dad is really in trouble. He left a bit late and got cornered by several opposition leaders along with the government forces. Now the government troops have them surrounded, and the opposition is encircling the government forces. But those fools can't break through the government's encirclement. Gao Yang angrily rubbed his face several times before sighing deeply and asking, "What do you need us to do?" Bob, inexperienced in such circumstances, could only express his helplessness. "I don't know. My dad told me to leave and not to worry about him, but how could I just abandon him?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "All right, let us go check the situation. Perhaps we can be of some help." After saying this, Gao Yang hesitated on how to explain the situation to Trevor. Trevor could speak Arabic, but his English was not very good, so he wouldn't understand what was being discussed. However, just as Gao Yang was contemplating this, Trevor, looking curious, asked, "What's wrong, Yang? Did something happen?" Gao Yang had originally intended to leave with Rabbit, but now bringing Trevor along seemed unwise. He sighed and replied, "It's nothing serious. I just need to take care of a matter first. I can't take you with me. Just be careful. If everything goes smoothly on my end, I'll give you a call. Please, with that expression, I can tell you're off to fight." "What? Don't you trust me, your brother? Let me tell you, I'm not just some rookie anymore. Look at my gun. I bought it last year, and I've fired at least 1,000 rounds with it by now. You think you can just leave me behind? You're out of your mind. Come on, let us go and score big together." Gao Yang shook his head, saying, "Rabbit, this isn't a game. I can't let you take that risk." Trevor remained dismissive, saying, "Yang, others may not know me, but you should. I didn't plan to leave. I want to stay and become a mercenary. Call me foolish or naive, but I've been waiting for this opportunity, and I must pursue my dream, even if it costs me my life. So be it. I still have a brother." Gao Yang was aware that Trevor's dream was to become a sniper, but he hadn't anticipated that Trevor would be willing to risk his life to achieve it. No longer hesitating, Gao Yang clapped Trevor on the shoulder and exclaimed, "All right, let us play one more time. But this time it's the real deal." Trevor appeared remarkably relaxed, as if he were not about to go into battle. Once Malik opened the shop door, Trevor bid farewell to Malik and Fedor before stepping out with a spirited demeanor. The situation was perilous, making prolonged farewells inappropriate. Gao Yang and Fedor exchanged few words, merely wishing each other well before slipping out the door with Bob, then helping Malik pull down the shutter. As Gao Yang stepped outside, he spotted a person approaching him, guns slung over their shoulder, limping slightly. Upon seeing Gao Yang and the others, the individual hesitated momentarily before speaking in heavily accented English. "Which of you was the one who fired earlier?" The speaker was a tall, robust Caucasian man, appearing to be in his 40s, yet covered in dust, with a scruffy beard equally soiled. As he spoke, dust fell from his face, giving him a disheveled appearance. Though Gao Yang did not recognize him, he did identify the RPD light machine gun slung across the man's back. This individual was the machine gunner with whom Gao Yang had cooperated on 2 occasions. Gao Yang stepped forward and said, "That would be me. Hello, are you injured?" The man nodded, acknowledging the greeting, then lowered his machine gun, his face contorted with anger as he replied, "I'm not injured, merely struck by something. By the way, I'm very pleased to have fought alongside you. You are impressive, but may I ask, are you all free mercenaries? If so, I advise you to steer clear of the opposition here. They are unreliable and will agree on a price, but refuse to pay." Those bastards. Gao Yang and Bob exchanged glances, both seeming to understand the unspoken message conveyed through their eyes. Gao Yang cleared his throat and asked, "What is going on? It seems your mercenary group is in trouble. Is that why they want to pay?" The machine gunner shook his head and replied, "We are not a mercenary group. We are merely a collection of free mercenaries who have come together temporarily. However, my best friend just died in battle. Damn it, I never expected to be caught in a bombardment. I'm Grimov. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wanted to ask if you have any work available? Would you be interested in joining forces to find jobs? You see, our situation as free mercenaries is far worse than that of those mercenary groups, so it would be beneficial for us to work together." Before Gao Yang could respond, Bob interjected, "What would be your acceptable price?" Groliov glanced back at the hotel that had been reduced to ruins before he sighed and remarked, "If it's a long-term engagement, the fee starts at no less than $300 a day. For a one-time operation, it depends on the circumstances, but it won't be less than 500. Gao Yang could hardly believe his ears. These individuals were selling their lives for such a meager sum. Barely $500 for a battle seemed unduly cheap for such perilous work. Bob shot a glance at Gao Yang, seemingly seeking his opinion, and without hesitation, Gao Yang nodded repeatedly. The performance of this machine gunner had left a profound impression on him. Hiring him would be nothing short of a boon. Seeing Gao Yang's agreement, Bob immediately stated, "Here's the thing. We are not mercenaries, but we wish to hire you." Groliov, initially somewhat disheartened, perked up at Bob's proposition, exclaiming, "What mission? How much will it pay?" Bob replied without hesitation, "I am not yet clear on the specifics of the task, but I can offer you $1,000 up front, and then you can set your price based on the situation. As long as your rate is reasonable, I won't refuse." After speaking, Bob reached for his money, only to awkwardly discover he had just a few bills. Gao Yang proactively took out the cash from his pocket and handed it to Bob. Upon seeing the money in Bob's hand, Groliov's expression changed immediately, and he said solemnly, "No dinars. They will soon be worthless. Only US dollars will do. A $500 deposit in cash is sufficient. If I can't take the job, I will return it to you." After Bob handed Groliov 5 $100 bills, he returned the rest to Gao Yang and turned his head, asking, "Can we discuss this while we walk?" Morgan's location was not far from Fedor's shop. It would take merely half an hour on foot. Trevor had lived here for a long time, naturally knowing the way, though it was crucial to remain vigilant amidst the current chaos. Once they clarified their destination, Groliov suddenly said, "I know that place. We came from that direction. The area is controlled by the opposition, but the roads are relatively clear." Groliov's news was encouraging. Gao Yang relayed the predicament Morgan faced and added, "We are uncertain about what we need to do once we arrive, but you are a seasoned veteran, and I would like to hear your thoughts." Groliov replied without hesitation, "The opposition are fools. My advice is to get there as quickly as possible to assist them. If we delay, the government forces may have already slaughtered your people." Hearing Groliov's words startled both Gao Yang and Bob, prompting them to quicken their pace. However, as they hastened, Groliov struggled to keep up. "Could you slow down a bit? I apologize. My leg was injured, and while it's not severe, it does affect me somewhat." Groliov carried an RPD, an old yet reliable machine gun that utilized the same 7.62 by 39mm round as the AK-47, fed by a 100-round drum. The weapon itself weighed around 7 or 8 kilograms, and with several additional drums strapped to his back, he was burdened with at least 20 kilograms. Gao Yang looked at Groliov and inquired, "How much ammunition do you have left? Is it sufficient?" "I have 4 drums, each with 100 rounds, and 3 empty ones." Groliov responded, "It's somewhat lacking, but ammunition is easy to procure." Gao Yang nodded and said, "We need to pick up the pace. Let us carry your gun so we can move faster." Afterward, he called out to Trevor, who was leading the way, "Trevor, come here and carry his gun. I'll clear the path." Trevor rushed over without a word, took Groliov's weapon, and gestured for him to hand over his backpack as well. For Trevor, the 20-odd kilograms posed no challenge. Despite his nickname being Rabbit, he was often utilized by Gao Yang as a pack mule due to his robust physique. With his sniper rifle slung over his back, Trevor hoisted the machine gun and said, "What good is your 98K for clearing the way? Besides, do you even know the route? Old rules apply. I'll take point, and you cover me with that." Trevor charged ahead, leaving Gao Yang shaking his head in resignation. After creating a distance of several meters from Bob and the others, the 4 of them hastened toward their destination. Free from the burden, Groliov's pace quickened. And as they walked, Gao Yang couldn't help but ask, "Groliov, are you Russian? Are you a retired veteran?" Groliov nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am Russian, a paratrooper who fought in both Chechen wars, and I entered Grozny twice. Rest assured, I will not let you down." Gao Yang smiled and said, "I have witnessed your combat methods and know your capabilities. To be honest, you are quite formidable." Bob, however, appeared somewhat astonished. He had a greater understanding of mercenaries than Gao Yang and recognized that Groliov's experience in the 2 Chechen wars was impressive. Furthermore, Bob knew Groliov's skills were exceptional. Individuals of such caliber were highly sought after by any mercenary group. He wondered how Groliov had ended up as a free mercenary, known for its high mortality rate. Chapter 34. Half ahead. The term free mercenary may sound appealing, but it carries a harsh reality. The so-called free mercenaries are those who cannot find a mercenary group to join, left to seek work on their own or in small partnerships, selling their lives to whoever is willing to pay. Their safety and financial security are entirely uncertain. Free mercenaries lack the protection of comrades and reliable logistical support. In essence, they are the cannon fodder of the mercenary world, often the first to perish. Generally, Free mercenaries are individuals that no mercenary group wants. Anyone seeking to make a living in such a dangerous profession with a particular skill set would typically find employment within some mercenary organization. It's merely a question of salary. Groliov, with your prowess, why do you choose to be a free mercenary? Bob asked, genuinely curious about Groliov's situation. Groliov wore a somber expression inside. I was once part of a mercenary group, but a friend of mine encountered some trouble and was expelled. So I left with him. Just earlier, my friend was killed in action. Gao Yang and Bob regarded Groliov with newfound respect. It was commendable that he would become a free mercenary for the sake of his friend. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang turned to Groliov and asked, "You have entered Grozny twice. Those must have been harrowing urban battles?" Groliov nodded and recounted. The first time was a death sentence. Our company had 96 men, of whom 61 perished, and only 8 survived. I sustained 2 gunshot wounds, but was fortunate enough to neither die nor be severely injured. The second time was for revenge. I refused to retire because I was waiting for the day I could re-enter Grozny. I was glad to have waited for that war, and to have emerged alive in the Second Chechen War. Our company numbered 113, 21 of whom died. I sustained some minor injuries, but at least I returned alive. Groliov paused, pointing to his head, and added, "My skull was split open by our commander's head, leaving me covered in blood. After the battle, a high-ranking official saw me and deemed my bravery commendable, awarding me a medal. Once the war concluded, I promptly applied for retirement, and thankfully, the medal expedited the approval of my request." Both Gao Yang and Bob looked puzzled, with Bob asking incredulously, "Your head was broken by your commander's head? What do you mean?" "Oh, I wasn't clear in my explanation. Our commander was a young, handsome lieutenant. A top student from the military academy. I admired him greatly. He always led from the front. Unfortunately, during an assault on a large building, he was blown apart by an explosion, and his head flew out the window, striking mine. His jaw was obliterated, leaving his exposed upper gums to graze my head. It looked terrifying but wasn't too serious." Groliov spoke. He parted his hair to reveal the scar on his head. A crescent-shaped mark. Gao Yang and Bob exchanged glances, gasping in astonishment, while Groliov chuckled and continued, "Our lieutenant was left with only half a head. His eyes exploded, but I recognized him immediately. His hair had just been cut. He styled it into a heart shape. He had taken a photo before the war and sent it to his fiancée. If it weren't for his hairstyle, I might not have recognized him." Gao Yang hadn't intended to inquire about Groliov's experiences. He merely sought to glean some insights on urban warfare. Yet, Groliov's brief account sparked a profound curiosity within him. "What happened next? Did you get your revenge? I mean, did you manage to assault that building?" "Of course. I placed the commander's head into my bag and, along with the remaining brothers, stormed the building, firing at anyone we encountered. The building was largely deserted, save for 4 Black Widows. You know what Black Widows are, don't you? Those wretched individuals, strapped with explosives, were denied the opportunity to detonate them. We reduced them to a sieve, and soon after, the battle concluded. During a battlefield inspection, a major general caught sight of me, finding my appearance rather fearsome. He inquired about the number of adversaries I had dispatched, to which I replied, approximately 20 or 30, perhaps more. Or perhaps less. Subsequently, he awarded me a medal. That was the extent of it. Gao Yang was only aware that the battles fought by the Russian forces in Chechnya, particularly in Grozny, were exceedingly arduous, with a staggering casualty rate. However, he had never delved into the details. Hearing Grigoriev casually recount previous engagements, though it was but a glimpse into the reality, revealed the ferocity of those encounters. After some contemplation, Gao Yang remarked, "You possess extensive experience in urban warfare. I believe the battle we are about to commence will inevitably involve such tactics. Could you enlighten us on what we should be cautious of?" Grigoriev pondered for a moment before responding. "As for this conflict, I must say, if I were given a platoon, I could traverse from one end of Benghazi to the other. Oh, put it bluntly, compared to Grozny, this place is a veritable paradise. All you need to do is find some cover and open fire. As long as your luck is the excessively poor, you're unlikely to perish. Is that not an exaggeration?" Gao Yang questioned. "Not in the slightest," Grigoriev retorted. "Before the civilians, by which I mean both the opposition and government forces, learn to engage in combat, if you are not facing mercenaries, there is little to fear. Compared to those Chechen scoundrels, I can only describe the people here as sheep awaiting slaughter. Reflecting on the engagements he had witnessed, Gao Yang conceded that Grigoriev's assessment was accurate. They indeed lacked the most fundamental military training. If the government forces were of the same caliber, then there was truly little to fear. Most crucially, the intel from Morgan indicated that no mercenaries had been detected among those besieging him. It appeared to be solely government troops, along with some armed personnel seemingly affiliated with intelligence agencies. What initially felt like a tense situation now brought a smile to Gao Yang's face. Easing his anxiety, he shook his head and said to Grigoriev, "Well, let us hope our adversaries are devoid of mercenaries. It is peculiar. When did mercenaries become the mainstay of warfare? Now, tell me about your company commander. How did you ultimately deal with his head?" Grigoriev shrugged in resignation, stating, "Those tasked with collecting the bodies are unreliable. Just a head is insufficient for identification, and it will undoubtedly be lost or casually buried in some cemetery. Thus, I carried his head with me and later returned it to his parents. His fiancée also saw it, which she should not have. Upon witnessing it, she immediately fainted. When she awoke, her grief was beyond my ability to describe. In any case, I felt fortunate that my wife need not weep over my severed head." Chapter 35. Reinforcements. Morgan Reeves was becoming increasingly agitated. He had successfully ensnared himself in a perilous predicament. He had not anticipated that his trip to Sudan would embroil him in danger. Yet he was well aware of the risks associated with Libya. However, he felt compelled to represent certain individuals in Washington, engaging with the Libyan opposition to facilitate matters that were inconvenient for the politicians. His aim was to reap substantial benefits from this endeavor, as a businessman, particularly a successful one. Morgan understood that his ventures were not solely about profit. Should this endeavor succeed, he could potentially control the economic lifeblood of the nation. Thus, despite recognizing Libya as a powder keg ready to explode, he found it necessary to proceed. Little did he expect the situation to deteriorate so swiftly, nor the incompetence of his partners to be so pronounced. Leaders from various factions, negotiating the fate of a country, were suddenly compromised by intelligence reports, and under heavy guard, they were confronted by a government force numbering over 100 at their very doorstep. Morgan found himself questioning whether he could extricate himself from this perilous situation. Compounding his distress was the fact that his only son was also trapped in the chaotic maelstrom of Benghazi. While the opposition and government forces clashed fiercely, the outcome in Benghazi remained uncertain. Yet Morgan felt that the immediate obstacle before him was insurmountable. The government troops had sealed off the building where he was to meet with the opposition leaders and were persistently attempting to breach it. Meanwhile, the opposition, despite their numerical advantage of over 300, could not penetrate the government's blockade. Were it not for the exceptional prowess of Morgan's 2 bodyguards, leading a handful of opposition escorts, the government forces would have already overrun the building. However, the situation had now escalated to a critical juncture. Many of the guards had perished, and the opposition leaders, huddled in corners, could do little more than scream in panic. Unable to devise any effective strategy, in desperation, Morgan decided to take matters into his own hands. He drew his Colt M1873 revolver, identical to General Patton's famed ivory-handled Colt. The Colt's significance lay more in its collectability than its practical application in combat. While it was sufficient for hunting, it was ill-suited for warfare. Yet Morgan had no other option. The primary purpose of brandishing the weapon was not to provide substantial assistance to his bodyguard Simon, but rather to facilitate his own demise. Should it come to that, he would rather end his own life or be slain by the government forces than fall into their hands alive. Morgan was steeped in despair. The only solace he found was that his sole son, Bob, was with Gao Yang and had successfully evaded the chaos. He should be able to escape the country. Fortunately for Morgan, due to the hasty nature of the situation, the government troops had not managed to bring heavy weaponry. They possessed a few rocket launchers, but had exhausted all their rockets. To storm the building, they would have to eliminate all the guards inside. The building's lone entrance was currently being defended by Simon and his comrades. Yet the dire news was that their ammunition was running low. Initially, it was merely a meeting. Most of the bodyguards were armed only with handguns, and only 4 submachine guns could be considered heavy firepower. Yet now, the submachine gun ammunition had been depleted, and the handgun ammunition was nearing exhaustion. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of Morgan's 2 bodyguards, who could ensure a single bullet dispatched an enemy, the battle would not have persisted for 3 hours without resolution. The building comprised 6 floors. Armed with his pistol, Morgan descended silently from the top floor to the lobby on the first floor. Standing behind Simon and aiming his weapon at the entrance, Simon glanced at Morgan but remained silent, understanding the gravity of their situation. They had only 2 paths forward, either to escape unscathed or to perish here. Surrender was not an option to contemplate. Looking through the doorway, Morgan noted that about 30 government troops had assembled, and combat was imminent. Simon, who had never feared battle, now felt utterly despondent, aware that their combined ammunition scarcely totaled 50 rounds. With only 6 handguns to fire them, the government forces completed their formation and fanned out to initiate an assault. Simon tightened his grip on his pistol, preparing to fire once the enemy breached the door. However, just as the leading soldiers were about to cross the threshold, 2 of them suddenly collapsed. Almost immediately, 6 or 7 more fell to the ground, causing the remaining troops to scatter in search of cover. Abandoning their offensive. What just happened? How did those fools suddenly become so formidable? Have we received reinforcements? Upon hearing Morgan's inquiry, Simon shrugged and replied, "If it were those incompetent fools, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. I believe reinforcements have indeed arrived, boss. Your call for help was effective." No sooner had Simon finished speaking than Morgan's satellite phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Bob's urgent voice on the line. "Dad, are you all right? Gao Yang and I have arrived, along with 2 others. You must hold on. We will find a way to rescue you. Damn it, I told you to leave. I didn't send you here to die. What can you few possibly accomplish? Get out of here, immediately." Morgan's anxiety escalated. He had been resigned to his fate, but now he was frantic. Just as he was berating Bob, Gao Yang's voice came through the receiver. "Mr. Reeves, do not chastise Bob. Given your presence, how could he possibly leave alone? Now, let us discuss something constructive. I have 2 allies. I can secure the building's entrance. It would be best for you to instruct the leaders with you to cooperate with us." Though Morgan harbored doubts about their chances, Gao Yang's words undeniably brought a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Reinforcements had arrived. There was a chance for survival, by us sometime. I will speak with those imbeciles. After Simon acknowledged his understanding, Morgan hastened back to the 6th floor, seeking out the opposition leaders who were holed up in a room, embroiled in accusations and loud arguments. After pounding on the door, he shouted, "Gentlemen, my reinforcements have arrived. If you wish to survive, have your subordinates cooperate and follow the commands of my associates." After finishing his words, Morgan approached the window and looked down, discovering that the situation remained unchanged. The government forces, utilizing the cover, had constructed a circular fortification at the entrance of the building, repelling the opposition's attacks outward while relentlessly assaulting inward, attempting to eliminate those within the structure. In truth, the opposition was not entirely ineffectual. They boasted a numerical advantage, though many lacked sufficient courage and skill. After several attempts to attack, they no longer dared to advance, yet they prevented the government troops from launching a full-scale assault on the building, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 factions. Morgan could not see Gao Yang, nor could he discern any signs of a breakthrough. "Gao Yang, where are you? I cannot see you. I am behind the window on the 6th floor. Can you see me waving? I see you. I have a telescope. Look at the 3-story building across from you, approximately 300 meters away. We are on the rooftop. Do you see it?" Morgan's view was dominated by low-rise buildings, but he quickly located the 3-story structure Gao Yang mentioned and spotted Gao Yang waving from the rooftop. "I see you. What do you plan to do? The view here is excellent, and we have 2 sniper rifles. My plan is simple. Systematically eliminate the government troops one by one. I cannot guarantee much else, but I can assure you that no one will breach your entrance until they either collapse or are all killed, ensuring the opposition is unbothered. Also, send some bullets, AK-47 ammunition." Morgan relayed Gao Yang's words to the leaders of the opposition. While those leaders rushed to contact their men, Morgan stood by the window, eager to observe Gao Yang's actions. A government soldier, concealed behind a vehicle, suddenly had his head explode in a spray of blood before collapsing to the ground. Moments later, another soldier fell, writhing in agony. One by one, government troops were felled. Previously, they could stand exposed without fear of being struck by bullets, but now, any exposure to Gao Yang's line of sight would result in certain death. Morgan kept count for Gao Yang, and when the 16th government soldier was shot, they finally realized they were being targeted by a sniper. Almost without warning, they launched a counterattack, rushing towards the door guarded by Simon and his men. However, As they reached the door, a barrage of bullets rained down, toppling everyone near the entrance. The doorway became a death zone. Anyone who approached would be met with fatal rounds, and the gunfire was relentless. Morgan understood that such a level of containment could not solely be the work of a sniper, as snipers do not possess such rapid fire rates. Yet, if the government forces remained stagnant, unless they had adequate cover to completely shield their bodies, they could only await the incoming deadly bullets, fundamentally different from the opposition's sporadic and wasteful fire. As Gao Yang's shots rarely missed. When the government troops finally abandoned their assault and retreated behind cover, Gao Yang and his team found themselves at an impasse. Bullets cannot bend around corners. At that moment, Morgan turned to the opposition leaders with a smile, saying, "Our hope has arrived. If you wish to resolve this conflict swiftly, rally your men to attack and force the enemy out from behind their cover. I believe we can leave here soon." Morgan's words acted like a shot of adrenaline for the opposition. After the leaders shouted frantically into their phones, the previously hesitant fighters began to advance toward the government troops' positions. Chapter 36. Broken guns. Once the opposition initiated their assault, the concealed government troops had no choice but to return fire. Otherwise, their barricade would be swiftly overrun. Gao Yang began to mark his targets with bullets. Anyone daring to expose themselves would be ruthlessly gunned down. The combat capabilities of the government troops far surpassed those of the untrained militia, yet their strength was merely relative. They found themselves powerless to suppress Gao Yang's fire, helplessly awaiting each incoming shot. The psychological pressure exerted by a sniper is immense. The fear of an unknown bullet arriving at any moment can easily lead to a breakdown, particularly for government soldiers who, devoid of reinforcements and hope for victory, ultimately succumbed to despair. One soldier suddenly raised his hands and stood up, and just as Gao Yang was about to pull the trigger, he halted, realizing the soldier intended to surrender. However, despite Gao Yang's restraint, the soldier was still shot, as the militia failed to cease fire in time. Upon witnessing the soldier with raised hands fall to the ground, Gao Yang couldn't help but curse in anger. Fortunately, the government troops did not abandon their surrender. Gao Yang observed through his scope as more and more soldiers stood with their hands aloft, prompting the militia to rush into the building. When Morgan saw Gao Yang, he stood before him and, after a moment of silence, solemnly stated, "You have saved me once again." Gao Yang gestured toward Treb and Grolov, smiling, "You should thank them. Without those two, I wouldn't have managed on my own." After Morgan shook hands with Treb and Grolov, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. However, Treb, not being proficient in English, did not engage much with Morgan, while Grolov, after shaking hands with Morgan, showed no inclination for further conversation, instead addressing Bob, "If this gentleman is indeed our target, then has the mission concluded? Thank you for your employment. The fee is $1,000, and you need to pay an additional $500. Thank you." Observing Morgan's puzzled expression, Bob and Gao Yang then recalled that Grolov had yet to receive his commission. Before Bob could speak, Gao Yang promptly produced $500 and handed it to Grolov. After Grolov accepted the money, Gao Yang hesitated before asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Grolov, looking bewildered, replied, "Where else could I go? Of course, I will continue to seek work." Without needing Gao Yang to elaborate, Morgan understood what had transpired and replied gravely, "You are a freelance mercenary? If so, I intend to hire you at $2,000 a day, with 10 days payment up front, maintaining the arrangement until I leave here." "How does that sound?" Grolov looked at Morgan in surprise, then furrowed his brow. "That price is quite high. I have no reason to refuse, but could you tell me why you are offering such a generous rate?" Morgan smiled. "It's simple. You possess sufficient skill, and I currently require protection. As for the elevated price, consider it my gratitude for your assistance." Grolov nodded in acceptance of Morgan's offer and then stood aside. Lapsing into silence, upon hearing Morgan's words, Gao Yang, puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Morgan, do you not plan to leave here for the time being?" Morgan, with a grim expression, nodded. "I cannot leave. Not at least until my agent arrives. However, I must see Bob off." "Gao, you may leave with Bob along with your friend." "How will we depart?" "We need to ensure that we get you on a flight before the airport closes. First, to Egypt, and then you and Bob can return home. Arrangements have been made for 2 cars and adequate protection. We simply need to reach the airport." Gao Yang's greatest desire was to return home, and he had no intention of interfering with Morgan's plans. Learning of his imminent return home lifted a significant weight off his shoulders. Not long after they stood outside waiting, 2 cars and 3 pickup trucks filled with people arrived below. Morgan and Bob took one car, accompanied by their 2 bodyguards in another, while Gao Yang, Treb, and Grolov shared a third vehicle, with 1 pickup leading the way and 2 following behind. The convoy set off toward the airport. As evening fell, the gunfire in Benghazi did not cease but rather intensified. They frequently encountered roadblocks and fortifications along the way, yet Gao Yang and his companions faced no obstacles, even when their convoy was stopped for inspection. They were swiftly allowed to pass. The driver, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, would lean out whenever they encountered checkpoints, shouting exuberantly at the fully armed individuals, eliciting cheers before speeding away. Treb informed Gao Yang that the driver was proclaiming the inevitable victory of the Free Army and calling for the defeat of Fakaza. Observing that the opposition had nearly secured control over all of Benghazi, Gao Yang felt increasingly at ease about their upcoming journey, finally finding the leisure to chat with Treb beside him. "Rabbit, how did you end up here?" "I arrived the year you had your incident. After graduating, I found a job and was dispatched to Libya to build houses. After more than a year, I resigned. But I didn't return home. I ended up working as a chef here." Rabbit was a few years younger than Gao Yang. Gao Yang recalled that Treb had attended vocational school after middle school, studying electrical engineering, and he found it curious how he transitioned to being a chef. "Rabbit, if I recall correctly, you studied electrical engineering, right? Did you change your path to culinary arts? How did you end up as a chef in a restaurant?" "Alas, during my work hours, my monthly salary barely exceeds 5,000, which is utterly exhausting. The most daunting aspect is the inedible meals served at the construction site. However, as I became acquainted with my surroundings, I chanced upon a restaurant named Huaxia and yearned to elevate my culinary experience. But guess what? The food they served was so unpalatable that even a dog would refuse it, yet they dared to call themselves a Huaxia restaurant. In a fit of rage, I offered to rent their kitchen and prepared myself a bowl of noodles, making quite a generous portion. To my surprise, the owner insisted that my cooking was exceptional. Subsequently, I frequently returned to that restaurant to prepare my meals, and as we grew familiar, the owner insisted on hiring me as the head chef, offering a salary that surpassed my earnings at the construction site. Most importantly, he mentioned he could procure firearms. At that moment, how could I resist? I promptly resigned and embraced my new role as a chef. Gao Yang patted the rabbit's shoulder and chuckled heartily. "Well done, my friend. I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills. Oh, please. My cooking is merely limited to home-cooked meals, steaming buns, and frying pancakes in my homeland. Even running a small food stall would likely lead to my financial ruin. But here, it's just about impressing the foreigners, you know?" Gao Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, observing Tsuebua's despondent expression. He mistakenly thought Tsuebua was reminiscing about his deceased boss, and thus offered some consolation. "All right, don't dwell on it in this situation. There's little anyone can do. Take heart." Tsuebua sighed, stroking the firearm resting on his lap. "Sigh, yes, I once believed myself to be a genius, but today I realized what true expertise looks like. Brother Yang, when you have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? Just compare your shooting with mine." It's quite disheartening at that moment. Gao Yang understood the source of Tsuebua's melancholy. He had completely misconstrued the situation. Tsuebua aspired to become a sniper, yet during his first combat experience, his performance left much to be desired. He could strike stationary targets within 300 meters using a Dragunov, but when faced with moving targets, he struggled significantly. Nevertheless, Tsuebua's performance was impressive enough to astonish Gao Yang. Unlike Gao Yang, Tsuebua had never even touched a real firearm before coming abroad. His shooting experience was limited to the 1,000 rounds he had fired since acquiring a Dragunov in Libya. Such a meager amount of practice was insufficient. A proficient marksman is forged through countless rounds fired. Without a minimum of 10,000 rounds, claiming to be a sniper is merely a jest. Gao Yang and Gloriv were able to master their firearms due to countless rounds of practice. While talent is certainly crucial for a good marksman, it equally requires extensive training. Both aspects are indispensable. Despite his lack of experience and the need to refine his shooting skills, Tsuebua possessed profound knowledge about sniping. He had mastered essential skills such as range estimation, wind speed calculation, and ballistic tables, articulating them with ease and proficiency. Had it not been for the constraints of his homeland, preventing him from gaining real shooting experience, Tsuebua could very well have become a top-tier sniper by now. Initially, Tsuebua fired 3 shots, hitting 2 members of the government forces. However, As the government troops began to maneuver and conceal themselves more effectively, Suebwa failed to take down another target. Before he could properly aim, the targets had already moved, rendering his shots futile. Gao Yang was at a loss for words. He picked up the rifle that Suebwa had placed on his lap, glanced at it, and then, struck by a thought, detached the magazine. After confirming the chamber was empty, he peered into the barrel. Upon inspecting the chamber, Gao Yang set down the rifle and removed a bullet from the magazine for examination. He sighed, saying, "Rabbit, being able to hit a target with this broken gun is quite commendable. This barrel's rifling is nearly worn smooth, and you treat it like a treasure. My decades-old Mauser 98K is 1,000 times superior to this piece of junk." Chapter 37. Good news and bad news. Suebwa stared blankly at Gao Yang for a long moment before murmuring, "No way. This gun looks quite new." Gao Yang, exasperated, could hardly contain his frustration, finally exclaiming, "You fool! Where do you think the Dragunov originates? Even if you can't identify what a real Dragunov looks like, can't you at least recognize that the inscriptions on this gun are in Russian? This is an Iraqi-made Okada's hide ITS clearly marked on the weapon. This is a counterfeit, a knockoff. Do you understand? This wretched gun can barely fire 2,000 rounds before it gives out, and you're trying to practice your shooting with it? The rifling is ruined. What can you possibly hope to achieve?" Suebwa wore a face of despair as he gazed at the firearm on his lap. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and, grinning through gritted teeth, exclaimed, "So that I couldn't hit anything beyond 300 meters. I always thought it was my fault. Turns out it's the gun's inadequacy. Is it just the gun's fault?" Gao Yang retorted, "The SVD fires 7-in-1 cartridges, specialized sniper ammunition. This broken firearm can't even handle dedicated sniper rounds. It can only fire this type of bullet. What do you think your accuracy will be?" Suebwa took the bullet from Gao Yang's hand, glanced at it, and sighed heavily. "Ignorance is truly terrifying. I adore sniper rifles, but I've never studied the Dragunov. I'm more interested in researching rotating bolt actions and Haven T looked into semi-automatic sniper rifle specifications. IVE never had a favorable impression of the old Russian SVD. If I had other options, I wouldn't have bought the Dragunov, so I failed to recognize this as a counterfeit. Besides, this is the first real gun I've ever handled. How would I know what a worn barrel looks like? The seller assured me it was new, so I accepted it as such." Gao Yang understood that Suebwa was not entirely to blame. After all, his knowledge of firearms was purely theoretical. Had Suebwa not previously practiced shooting, he likely wouldn't have been able to discern the extent of the barrel's wear. Ultimately, some lessons can only be learned through tangible experience. Enough of this. That you're still considering becoming a mercenary, you might not even realize how you'll meet your end. Come back with me to our homeland. Stop wasting time." Suebwa nodded glumly, showing no intent to argue. Seeing Suebwa no longer insistent on remaining as a mercenary brought relief to Gao Yang. To prevent Suebwa from harboring any lingering thoughts about staying, Gao Yang refrained from engaging him in conversation and began speaking in English with Gloriv. Knowing Suebwa couldn't understand. "Gloriv, it has been a pleasure knowing you. We are about to return home. What do you plan to do? Will you stay?" Gloriv, seated in the passenger seat, turned to smile at Gao Yang, responding, "Of course, I intend to stay. You see, these past few years have been relatively peaceful, with almost no work for mercenaries. Even if there was, only major companies like Blackwater could manage it. Now that chaos has finally erupted. It's the perfect time to earn some money. You might very well be the group of people most eager for war in this world. So, what is your next move? Are you considering joining a mercenary group?" After a brief silence, Gloriv nodded. "I owe you my gratitude. Thanks to you, I've secured a good employer. $2,000 a day is quite a decent wage. Once this task is completed, I plan to seek out a mercenary group to join. It's incredibly challenging without comrades to rely on." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if you intend to remain a mercenary, it's best to find a few trustworthy comrades to rely on. But do you plan to be a mercenary indefinitely? Have you never considered retiring?" Gloriv's expression darkened. After a long sigh, he replied with a bitter smile, "I know nothing but warfare. Moreover, I have a wife and children to support. These past years, I haven't earned much. Barely enough to cover my daughter's tuition. I must seize this opportunity to earn while I can, until the day I meet my demise on the battlefield." Gao Yang shook his head. "Your daughter's tuition must be quite expensive." Speaking of his daughter, Gloriv's face lit up with enthusiasm. He nodded firmly, proclaiming, "Yes, My daughter possesses remarkable talent in music. I would even dare say she is a genius. I hope to purchase her a quality piano this time. The one she currently has is too old and doesn't produce accurate tones. Furthermore, I wish for her to attend the best music academy, perhaps the Tchaikovsky Conservatory or the St. Petersburg State Conservatory. However, both institutions have exorbitant tuition fees. I must strive to earn more. After expressing his aspirations, Gloriev wore a dreamy expression, lost in thought for a moment before continuing. I wonder how tall my daughter is now. She must be a beautiful young lady by now, perhaps even with a boyfriend. If her boyfriend dares to mistreat her, I will stuff a machine gun up his rear and pull the trigger. No, that is too violent. All right, if her boyfriend dares to bully her, I'll teach him a lesson with my fist. That's the plan. Observing Gloriev's wistful demeanor, Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Why not just ask your daughter? With technology being so advanced, you can not only call her but also video chat and see each other. Why guess when you can simply ask? After Gao Yang finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Groliov's expression had darkened again. Or rather, it wore a visage of deep sorrow. No, I cannot reach out to them. It has been 8 years since I last saw them. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on this. After expressing his feelings of desolation, Groliov evidently lost his enthusiasm for conversation, turning his head away to gaze vacantly out the car window. Lost in thought, it seemed that Gao Yang had inadvertently touched upon Groliov's painful memories. Leaving him with a sense of guilt, he realized that he had plunged both of them into a state of melancholy, and at that moment, Gao Yang felt he was not a suitable companion for conversation. Watching Groliov's sorrowful demeanor, reminiscent of longing for loved ones, Gao Yang too felt a pang of discomfort. Thoughts of his own parents flooded his mind, and once the floodgates of nostalgia opened, it was impossible to close them again. Gao Yang was nearly brought to tears by the memories of his parents. All he could do was silently pray for a safe return home. When the speeding car suddenly came to a halt, Gao Yang was jolted from his reverie of homesickness. He looked ahead at the towering structure not far away and realized they had finally arrived at the airport. After disembarking, he was greeted by the exuberant approach of Morgan and Bob. Morgan's face was alight with barely contained excitement. Upon seeing Gao Yang, he clapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Gao, you truly are my angel. Whenever I am with you, good news follows. You know, I can finally leave this wretched place. I am going with you." Gao Yang's heart swelled with joy at the prospect of leaving, and he felt genuinely happy for Morgan's departure as well. This is indeed wonderful news. Congratulations. After a hearty laugh, Morgan nodded at Gao Yang and said, "Let us go. They have arranged the runway for us, and we will be taking off shortly." Upon hearing that Morgan was leaving, Groliov's expression shifted. He spoke in a low tone. "Sir, you mentioned hiring me until your departure. It seems that time has come." Morgan nodded in agreement. "If you wish to leave, I can take you part of the way. Of course, should you choose to stay, I will compensate you for those 10 days in full. You may consider it as me hiring you to enjoy life here for a while. How you choose to do so is entirely up to you. Now, let us head to the plane to collect your payment." Groliov shook his head, replying, "I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. I have my own dignity and cannot accept your charity." Gao Yang quickly nudged Groliov, saying, "Do not be this way. You mentioned needing money urgently. You can think of the 1,000 as your wage, while the 20,000 is a tip, a token of appreciation for your labor. You know that Americans have a habit of tipping? And Mr. Morgan does not mind this sum." Morgan shrugged and smiled. "You may interpret it this way. You can see that I am always grateful to those who have helped me. Business is business, and the agreed price cannot change, but a tip is always welcome." Groliov chuckled. "It seems I have indeed encountered a good employer. Very well, thank you for your generosity. Out of professional ethics, for the next 10 days, you may ask me to do anything, regardless of your presence." Morgan clapped his hands and laughed. "All right then, let us proceed to the plane." The airport had been seized by the opposition, and Gao Yang followed Morgan into the airport without passing through the terminal. At this moment, no flights were taking off. Only Morgan's private jet occupied the runway. The aircraft was prepared for departure, and as they approached it, Morgan waved to his bodyguard, who swiftly boarded the plane and then returned with a briefcase. Upon receiving the briefcase, Morgan extracted 4 stacks of cash, handing 2 stacks to Groliov while the other 2 were intended for Trevor. Observing Trevor's puzzled expression, Morgan smiled. "Take it. I know you are Gao's friend. Not a mercenary, but I have no other way to express my gratitude." After translating Morgan's words, Gao Yang smiled at Trevor in Chinese, saying, "Take it. It's yours to keep. You deserve it." Trevor was not modest. After accepting the cash, he carelessly stuffed it into his pocket. Just as he was doing so, his phone rang. With one hand shoving money into his pocket and the other answering the call, he greeted the caller but soon froze in place. His hand, which had been stuffing cash, paused as he excitedly spoke a few words in Arabic before hanging up, staring at Gao Yang in disbelief, and uttered a single sentence, "Brother Yang, Malak is dead and Fedor is dead. They were murdered." Chapter 38. A necessary action. Upon hearing Trevor's words, Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. After reflecting on the statement to confirm he had not misheard, he struggled to suppress his rising anger and replied coldly, "Is your information reliable?" Trevor answered in a subdued tone, "It's reliable. The person who called me is a neighbor with whom I have a good relationship. He told me that someone dragged Malak and Fedor into the street and stabbed them dozens of times in front of many witnesses. Their bodies are still hanging at the shop entrance." Gao Yang nodded, taking a deep breath, and asked, "Did the government forces retaliate?" "No, it was the opposition, a group led by someone named Hassan. They are definitely the opposition. That's all I know." The person who called me was terrified and hung up after a few words. Gao Yang nodded again, saying, "I understand. We'll discuss this later." Trevor grabbed Gao Yang's arm, a resolute expression on his face. "Brother Yang, Malak was much younger than me, but he was my friend, a very good friend. Fedor was a decent old man too. I cannot let them die in vain. I have decided to stay behind and avenge them. Don't try to dissuade me or say anything. I'm going if I get killed." He trailed off, dismissing the thought. Gao Yang listened with a cold expression as Trevor spoke, and after he finished, he replied icily, "Are you done? When have you ever had the authority to make decisions for us? Listen up, just shut your mouth." With that, Gao Yang slapped Trevor's hand away and turned to Morgan, saying, "Mr. Morgan, I am not leaving. I will stay." Gao Yang had been speaking in Chinese to Trevor, and none of the bystanders understood. But they could sense that the atmosphere between Gao Yang and Trevor had grown tense after the phone call. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Morgan frowned and asked, "What happened?" Gao Yang lowered his voice. "The people who helped us today are dead. They were killed by the opposition." Bob exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, what are you saying? Fedor and Malak are dead. Why? Who would do such a thing? Was it the government forces?" Noticing that Gao Yang and the others were still standing on the runway without clearing out, two opposition members accompanying them to the airport muttered something in haste. Gao Yang couldn't catch every word but surmised they were urging them to take off quickly. He shook his head, saying, "Bob, stop asking. You and Mr. Morgan need to leave. One of Morgan's bodyguards pulled aside one of the opposition members to negotiate, while Morgan, glancing at Trevor, led Gao Yang a few steps away and whispered, "Gao, I truly consider you a friend. That is why I did not use money to thank you for your help on 2 occasions. I mention this to urge you to heed a friend's advice. I completely understand your feelings, but the dead are gone. Seeking revenge will serve no purpose, will it? Moreover, such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Come with me. I know your greatest desire is to return home. You have mentioned it more than once. Think about it. If you die, how devastated would your parents be?" In that instant, Gao Yang truly hesitated. The longing for home momentarily calmed his fevered mind filled with hatred. However, he could not afford to think of Fedor. For the moment Fedor crossed his mind, the blazing anger eclipsed his yearning for home. Sometimes, it is peculiar how a few words can forge a profound friendship. Fedor had merely imparted some knowledge about sniping to Gao Yang and gifted him his sniper rifle, yet beyond gratitude. Fedor held a significant place in Gao Yang's heart as both a mentor and a friend, despite their brief time together. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang slowly shook his head at Morgan, saying, "Mr. Morgan, we Chinese have an old saying, blood must be repaid in blood. Another saying is, even if there are thousands, I shall go forth. Perhaps this is difficult for you to understand within your cultural context, but I cannot simply walk away. Having regarded them as my friends, I must seek vengeance on their behalf. Damn it, if I must die, so be it." Morgan appeared visibly anxious, raising his voice involuntarily. "Damn that Eastern mindset. Are you an idiot? This is a death sentence. I admire your loyalty to your friends, but consider the cost. The cost. Damn it, you must listen to me. Private military contractors are on their way, secret forces are approaching, and intelligence agents are also en route. Do you know what kind of people you will be facing? What can you possibly do?" Upon witnessing Morgan, who had consistently maintained his composure and tranquility. Now erupting in shouts and expletives, Gao Yang felt a surge of gratitude for him. If Morgan did not consider him a friend, he would not have displayed such a loss of control. At a loss for words, Gao Yang shook his head, patted Morgan on the shoulder, uttered a thank you, and turned to leave. Stop. Wait a moment. Morgan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Gao Yang. His voice low and intense. You are a hero, but unfortunately, heroes often meet an untimely demise. However, I wish to afford you a greater chance of survival. Keep this phone number. It belongs to my agent. You can contact him for any assistance, provided that you are still alive. Thus, I advise you to refrain from taking action until at least tomorrow, for he will not arrive until then. Gao Yang accepted the piece of paper Morgan offered, expressing his gratitude, after which Bob stepped forward with a somber expression and said, Hey, brother, I truly apologize for my inability to assist you. However, I believe you should consider exchanging your firearm. Gao Yang paused. Recalling that Bob's M1A was still on the plane, along with the weapons he had acquired from the Vulture Mercenary group. Although Gao Yang fancied avenging himself with Fedor's Mauser 98K, it was prudent to ensure success in his vengeance first. He smiled, patted Bob on the shoulder, and remarked, Your firearm is quite valuable. It may very well no longer belong to you in the future. With a forlorn expression, Bob replied, Come on, brother. I only hope you survive. I assure you, I have plenty of fine firearms at home. If you make it back alive, I will gift you whichever gun you desire. But are you truly not considering this? It's just you and your friend. You will perish. Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, the previously silent Grolov interjected, Not 2, but 3. I must earn my pay, so I shall accompany you. I trust Mr. Morgan will agree. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang turned to Grolov and said, Thank you. Grolov merely shrugged, his demeanor relaxed as he replied, No need for thanks. You have already compensated me. Bob said little more, boarding the plane with a downcast expression. At that moment, Gao Yang waved to Trevor, saying, Would you like a Remington M700? If you want it, come aboard. We need to gear up properly. Without good firearms, we stand no chance. Trevor was initially taken aback, but then filled with delight. Promptly following Gao Yang onto the plane, A.S. Morgan stood in the cabin with his arms crossed. He coldly remarked, It's not too late to change your mind. Gao Yang smiled but remained silent. Picking up a Remington M700 that he had retrieved from the sniper mercenary he had slain while rescuing Morgan and Bob, he handed the rifle to Trevor, saying, Here, take it. There should be around 100 rounds. Trevor cast aside his inferior weapon with disdain, wiped his hands on his clothing, and accepted the rifle with glee, exclaiming, Remington M700 BDL, splendid. I like it. And its .308 caliber, even better. NATO rounds can be used, and ammunition is easy to find. Gao Yang shook his head, picking up Bob's M1A, the premium semi-automatic rifle that now belonged to him, as Bob had gifted it to him. Bob retrieved a revolver he intended to give Gao Yang, stating, Your Ruger has been around too long. The magazine spring has likely lost its elasticity and is unreliable. Better to use this. Gao Yang accepted the M686 revolver, feeling a rush of nostalgia. He had long desired this firearm but had been frustrated at not being able to take it home. Yet, here it was, now his to wield in battle. As Gao Yang prepared to attach the leather holster to his belt, Simon suddenly said, Wait, this gun is suitable for hunting, but not for combat. You have better options. After saying this, Simon turned to Morgan, who sighed and replied, He has made up his mind, so if you cannot dissuade him, provide him with the best. Uncertain of Morgan's meaning, Gao Yang watched as Simon nodded and gestured for him to follow. Upon reaching one end of the cabin, Simon opened a fridge and, after pressing a switch, pulled out a large drawer filled with weaponry. Choose what you like. All are military-grade automatic weapons, and they are spare firearms of mine and Soth's. Ensuring reliability and performance, he said, Gao Yang felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. The drawer contained 4 M4A1 automatic rifles, 2 MP5 submachine guns, and 2 handguns, in addition to an ample supply of magazines and ammunition. Among the handguns were an M1911A1 and a SIG P226, both exceptional firearms. Momentarily overwhelmed, Gao Yang quickly decided on the 1911, favoring its .45 caliber over the 9mm P226. Having practiced with handguns, Gao Yang was confident in managing the recoil of the 1911, valuing the stopping power of a larger caliber over mere volume of fire. He picked up the 1911, Simon, with a stoic expression, offered, "If your choice is the 1911, you may use my custom gun. Like Bob, I also appreciate well-crafted firearms, especially those that are reliably customized." Simon lifted his shirt, retrieving a firearm from his shoulder holster, and handed the grip to Gao Yang, stating, "Wait, I'll also provide you with a quick-draw holster. Additionally, I hear you excel in using submachine guns. I am quite proficient as well. Perhaps we can have a friendly competition so do ensure you stay alive until I can repay you." Gao Yang accepted Simon's handgun, noticing no discernible difference from the one he held. Yet, understanding that Moses claimed Simon's was superior, he replied, "Thank you. I will repay you." Turning to the dazed Trevor, he asked, "Are you in a stupor? Hurry and make your selection." Realizing he had a stake in the matter, Trevor swiftly grabbed an M4 and slung it over his shoulder, then picked up a P226, cheerfully stating, "I've never fired a handgun. I'll stick with this one for now. As it has less recoil, Yang, I know you can't carry much. How about I take an extra M4 for you?" Gao Yang picked up a shotgun, smiling as he said, "This is sufficient for me. I advise you not to take too much, lest it hinder our movements." The shotgun he chose was a Remington 870 pump-action, a staple in American military and law enforcement arsenals. With a 7-round capacity, along with one in the chamber, it was suitable for nearly any encounter. If 8 rounds could not resolve a conflict, it would indicate an overwhelming number of adversaries, rendering even a Gatling gun ineffective. As Gao Yang and Trevor armed themselves, Grolov leaned against his machine gun, merely observing. Simon glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you going to select a sidearm?" Grolov shook his head, replying, "No, I'd rather take an extra magazine. I am not fond of the M4, and I lack proficiency with handguns. Besides, if I need a handgun, it likely means I'm already dead." Simon said no more, wandering to a nearby cabinet close to the cockpit, retrieving several items before tossing them in front of Gao Yang, declaring, 3 bulletproof vests, lightweight, under 3 kilograms, yet they meet the U.S. Class 3 standard, capable of stopping any handgun bullet. By the way, these are Chinese-made. The best and most affordable body armor globally. And 2 tactical vests, along with 2 3D packs. You'll undoubtedly find them useful. Although these items were not weapons, for Gao Yang, their significance rivaled that of firearms. Surrounded by numerous accessories was somewhat cumbersome, yet these items significantly enhanced safety and operational efficiency. Once equipped, Gao Yang and Trevor donned the bulletproof vests, layering tactical vests over them, then securely fastening the quick-draw holsters. Even Grolov, after shedding his gear, slipped into a bulletproof vest, recognizing that added safety was always worthwhile, even if it meant carrying a few extra kilograms. After they were properly outfitted, Gao Yang and Trevor began stowing their ammunition in convenient locations. And with the tactical vests, accessing magazines became much more manageable. While Gao Yang and Chui Bo were preoccupied, the others were not idle either. Bob diligently filled all 10 magazines of the M1A with ammunition, 5 with hand-loaded rounds, and the remaining 5 with premium selections. In total, these 10 magazines amounted to a formidable 200 rounds, sufficient for Gao Yang to sustain a prolonged engagement if he were to focus solely on precision shooting. Although Bob had an ample supply of M1A ammunition, Gao Yang opted not to take more. The 10 magazines, each holding 20 rounds, were more than adequate for his needs. Anticipating potential close-quarters combat, he also secured a substantial quantity of shotgun shells, 60 hefty .00 buckshot cartridges, which, while not overly heavy, did consume considerable space. In addition to the shotgun shells, Gao Yang took 4 pistol magazines, totaling 35 rounds of hollow-point ammunition. He deemed it unlikely that he would encounter adversaries clad in body armor, thus favoring the superior expansion of hollow-point rounds as his primary choice. However, he did not take an excessive number of pistol rounds, sharing the sentiment with Glorieve that if he found himself in a situation requiring self-defense with a handgun, he would not need an overwhelming supply of bullets. If the need arose for a considerable amount of ammunition to neutralize his foes, it would undoubtedly signify his demise. Morgan appeared to possess a remarkable proficiency with electronic devices. He replaced the battery in Gao Yang's night vision scope to ensure it would be operational when needed. He also replaced the battery in the helmet-mounted low-light night vision device that Gao Yang had salvaged. These enhancements would prove invaluable should they find themselves engaged in nocturnal operations. As Gao Yang gathered his weapons and ammunition, he contemplated whether he truly needed such an arsenal, while Chui Bo, in stark contrast, stuffed as much as he could carry without regard for weight. He filled his M4 magazines with 20 rounds each, which alone occupied nearly half the capacity of a 3D pack. Not content with merely that, he cleared Moses and the other's stock of pistol magazines, also stuffing 20 of those into his bag. Observing that there was still a bit of space in his 3D pack, Cui Bo hastily dismantled 2 packs of 5.56mm rounds and crammed them into the backpack to fill any gaps. Additionally, he set aside 100 or so 7.62mm NATO rounds for the Remington M700 in a separate compartment of his bag. Now, whether considering the weight of his weapon or the ammunition, Cui Bo was burdened with at least 20 kilograms. Given Cui Bo's robust physique, he was well equipped to carry such a load. Fortunately, Simon and the others used top-tier backpacks, which could withstand this weight. Once Gao Yang had nearly completed his preparations, adorned with an impressive array of gear, he felt that something was still amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he smacked his forehead and asked Bob to retrieve the hunting knife he had carried since the plane crash. It now had a sheath, albeit a rudimentary leather one, that allowed it to be securely attached to his person. Although it seemed a cumbersome task, it took Gao Yang and his companions less than 10 minutes to fully arm themselves. Just as he was about to depart, Morgan called out to him once more. With a long sigh, he placed his satellite phone and charger into Gao Yang's hands and said earnestly, "Not only do I owe you a favor, but I also owe you money. Perhaps you are the debtor I would most like to see in my lifetime. Remember, I await your call, and you are always welcome to come collect your debt." Chapter 40. The beginning of revenge. Gao Yang was neither a legendary hero capable of slaying countless foes in a single breath, nor was he a gallant figure willing to sacrifice his life for acquaintances met only briefly. The sole reason he resolved to stay and avenge Fifer and Malek upon hearing of their demise was that he had succumbed to another impulsive whim. Gao Yang was inherently prone to rash decisions. Otherwise, he would never have ventured to Africa, spending all his savings merely to indulge in firearms. Such actions were not the hallmark of a rational person. Seated in the car, Gao Yang stared vacantly out the window. As the adrenaline coursing through him gradually subsided, the realization that he felt no regret was a lie. Those unwavering in their resolve when facing life and death choices were not people like him, but rather saints. While he experienced a modicum of regret, the thought of abandoning vengeance for Fifer and Malek was utterly inconceivable. He was merely grappling with his emotions. Noticing Gao Yang's prolonged silence, Cui Bo nudged him with his leg and inquired, "Brother Yang, are you having second thoughts?" Gao Yang did not turn but replied, "A little. Sorry, you know how I am. Sometimes I can be quite impulsive. But I shouldn't have dragged you into this. I have a brother, but you are an only child. Your family has thought you dead after 3 years away. If you return, how overjoyed your parents would be. Yet in a moment of impulsivity, I pulled you into this mess." Finally turning to face Cui Bo, Gao Yang scrutinized him for a moment. Just as Cui Bo began to feel uneasy under his gaze, Gao Yang playfully slapped the top of his head. "You fool. After all this time, you still don't understand my character. If I weren't as reckless as you, would I have continued to associate with someone as foolish as you? Listen well, this matter is of no concern to you. I must avenge Fifer and the others. Damn it, does longing for home conflict with seeking justice? Does it? You idiot." Despite receiving a light smack and a scolding, Cui Bo merely chuckled in response, saying, "As long as you don't blame me, that's good. Honestly, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have had much confidence. I intended to take a few shots from a distance. But now that we're together, those opposition forces are nothing. We'll deal with them tonight. Most importantly, knowing that you weren't dragged into this by me eases my conscience. If you perish, I won't have to feel too guilty." Hearing Cui Bo's words, Gao Yang felt a surge of indignation, raising his hand to deliver 2 firm slaps to Cui Bo's head. "You brainless rabbit, can you not utter something auspicious? What a downer. I am not going to die. Even if you die, I won't. Speak something positive, quickly." Cui Bo had always exhibited a penchant for foolishness, which Gao Yang had recognized for years. Thus, when speaking with Cui Bo, he would refer to himself as brother when in good spirits and as I when irritated. Cui Bo, well aware of his tendency to say silly things, had grown accustomed to Gao Yang's verbal and physical rebukes. "Puffed. Children speak without a filter. The wind will blow it away. We will surely be safe and sound. No, wait, I meant without danger and with success. Let us take down those scoundrels." Gao Yang was both exasperated and amused. Shaking his head, "You are such a fool. I truly can't with you. Look around. If we are nearing our destination, we should disembark soon. The vehicle they occupied was the one the opposition had provided for their transport to the airport. The driver was oblivious to their intentions and unwittingly brought them back. However, Gao Yang had no desire to arrive directly at Pfeiffer's establishment, as that would create too much commotion. Chuibo glanced outside and remarked, "We're almost there. Let's walk the last 10 minutes." After signaling the driver to stop, the three of them exited the vehicle, watching as it drove away before donning their gear and maintaining vigilance as they proceeded toward their target. Gao Yang had not yet determined the optimal moment to initiate their attack, but they needed to gather information first. At the very least, they had to ascertain the identity of their enemies. Thus, he resolved to return under the cover of night. Given the circumstances, both he and Chuibo deemed their sniper rifles ineffective for close-quarters combat and slung them behind their backs. Gao Yang readied his. While Chuibo grasped his M4, the three of them spacing themselves 10 meters apart as they advanced toward their objective. Gunfire echoed throughout Benghazi at night, yet no visible combat could be seen. Remarkably, the city was in disarray, with streetlights still illuminating the deserted roads, devoid of any pedestrians, rendering the atmosphere eerily vacant. After a short distance, they turned onto the street where the shop was located, an area lacking streetlights, with all the houses shrouded in darkness. Upon reaching the street corner, the lead scout raised his right hand, signaling for a halt. Once Gao Yang and the others quickly regrouped in a shadowy corner. Chuibo whispered, "We're less than 300 meters ahead. It's pitch black here. Let us on the night vision goggles." Transitioning from a well-lit area to darkness, their vision momentarily faded, but after a brief period of adjustment, Gao Yang and his companions could discern nearby objects. Nevertheless, combat would be challenging, prompting Gao Yang to realize the necessity of wearing night vision goggles. They possessed a helmet-mounted night vision device, which came in handy at this moment. The infrared scope on Gao Yang's rifle, however, proved ineffective in close combat due to its limited field of view. Chuibo retrieved the night vision goggles from his backpack, and as Gao Yang reached for them, he quietly stated, "I'll take point. You provide cover." Chuibo countered softly, "No, let me be the point man. You provide cover, you're an only child." The point man faced the highest risk, leading the charge into combat. Gao Yang refrained from chastising Chuibo and simply replied, "All right, you can be the point man. Here, take off your glasses and put on the night vision goggles." A single remark from Gao Yang instantly deflated Chuibo. The pain in Chuibo's eyes was a perpetual torment for him. Both of his eyes suffered from severe myopia, rendering him nearly blind without his glasses in the dead of night. Yet, without his glasses, he was utterly incapable of donning night vision goggles. Defeated, Chuibo fell silent, while Gao Yang, after adorning himself with the night vision apparatus, could no longer contain his tongue and remarked, "Next time you speak, think it through. What use does a nearsighted person have for night vision goggles?" Chuibo let out a long, sorrowful sigh, filled with despair and resignation. Upon activating the night vision device, Gao Yang was immediately greeted by a green-tinged view of the desolate street, devoid of any presence, giving the impression of safety. He felt the position of the shotgun nestled in his tactical vest, then drew his pistol from his thigh, disengaging the safety. The 1911, an antiquated firearm, required a manual cocking of the hammer before it could be fired, unlike modern handguns that allow for immediate discharge after disengagement of the safety. Gao Yang chambered a round, cocked the hammer, and disengaged the safety, preparing for an imminent shot. He then secured the pistol back into its holster, fastening the holster's clasp into the gap between the cocked hammer and the frame of the gun, ensuring that it would not accidentally discharge while allowing for a rapid draw when necessary. Having made all necessary preparations, Gao Yang whispered the command to move and rose slowly, advancing a few steps forward. With Chuibo and Grolov positioned behind him in a triangular formation, swiftly progressing onward. As they approached the entrance of Fei Duo's shop, Gao Yang halted abruptly. The bodies of Fei Duo and Malik hung ominously at the doorway, their necks ensnared by ropes attached to the rolling shutter, their lifeless forms marred by dried blood and numerous stab wounds. The agony and terror etched on their faces betrayed the excruciating suffering they endured before death. Gao Yang's rage ignited in an instant. All he desired was to locate the perpetrators and mercilessly obliterate them. The shop's door stood ajar, unlatched, and Gao Yang was well acquainted with the layout inside. He cautiously leaned closer to the entrance, peering within to find a chaotic scene. Yet the contents of the store remained largely intact, which struck him as peculiar. He had anticipated a complete looting. After confirming the first floor was deserted, Gao Yang gestured to Cui Bo and Grolov, indicating that he had detected voices on the second floor. Let us investigate. Exercise caution, the floor is in disarray. Follow my lead. He had to repeat this instruction twice, as Cui Bo did not understand English, and Grolov evidently could not comprehend Chinese. Once he had briefed them, Gao Yang took the lead, moving silently to the staircase. After ensuring Cui Bo and Grolov were in position, he inhaled deeply, raised his firearm, and prepared for any eventuality as he ascended the stairs with utmost care. Upon reaching the second floor, Gao Yang noticed light spilling from the cracks of the doors leading to Fei Duo and Malik's bedrooms, indicating occupancy, and he could also hear the murmur of voices within. He paused momentarily, waiting for Cui Bo and Grolov to join him, then signaled for them to breach separate rooms while Grolov remained outside to provide support if necessary. Once the plan was established, Gao Yang took a deep breath, raised his hand, and signaled readiness for the assault. With a swift motion, he charged forth, targeting Malik's room, where the voices seemed more numerous, at this point. The concern over noise was moot. He hastened to the door and forcefully kicked it open. Chapter 41. An easy resolution. The door Gao Yang kicked was not locked, and his foot met no resistance. Nearly causing him to stumble, however, he regained his balance and burst into the room, where he was met with several astonished faces. Without taking the time to count them, he aimed at the nearest individual and fired at point-blank range, resulting in a gruesome display as the victim's head exploded like a rotten melon. In the ensuing chaos, Gao Yang observed the others scrambling to retrieve weapons, with several AK-47s carelessly strewn across the bed. He had no time to ascertain the number of assailants, instinctively firing at any moving target within his line of sight. Amidst the panic, the pump-action shotgun discharged at an automatic rate, and with each thunderous blast, he ensured every individual in the room met a bloody demise. Within mere seconds, he had transformed the once lively space into a scene of carnage, his vision clouded by rage. As he paused to catch his breath, he became aware of the distinct sound of a machine gun roaring in the background. Recognizing it was not the sound of an M4, a sense of alarm surged within him, prompting him to flee the room. Upon exiting, he spotted Grolov, wielding a machine gun, fiercely suppressing the door to Fei Duo's bedroom. Although the door had been riddled with bullets, it still remained shut. Grolov continued firing until he emptied a magazine, at which point Gao Yang seized the opportunity to kick open the lower half of the door, while Cui Bo simultaneously pushed aside the upper half, allowing both to enter Fei Duo's room. Inside, two bodies lay sprawled across the bed, riddled with bullets, their backs against the wall splattered with blood and flesh. They were indisputably deceased. In a far corner, away from the line of fire, a single individual cowered, hands clasped over his head, screaming in terror. Gao Yang shouted clear to Grolov, who was still reloading, before confronting the terrified figure. With a voice louder than the man's cries, he commanded, "Silence! Stand up, or I will kill you." Yet, the man continued to wail. Just then, Cui Bo intervened, pulling Gao Yang aside and shouting in Arabic. The cowering individual immediately collapsed to the ground, extending his hands in surrender, paralyzed with fear. Gao Yang, catching his breath, instructed, "Cui Bo, interrogate this man. Grolov, keep watch. I will check the adjacent room." With that, he slipped into another room, finally affording himself a moment to assess the situation. Gao Yang had just eliminated 4 individuals, each with gaping wounds, blood pooling around their lifeless forms. The .00 buckshot contained 9 pellets, each possessing the force comparable to a 9mm parabellum bullet, making survival unlikely after such an onslaught. Confirming their deaths, he promptly reloaded his shotgun before scrutinizing the 4 deceased. Though they bore local features, Gao Yang sensed their attire differed from that of the locals, though he could not pinpoint why, given his limited understanding of the customs and culture in the area. Exiting the room, he approached Grolov, who stood at the stairway, inquiring, "What transpired? Why did you open fire directly outside the door?" Grolov chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "Your friend kicked the door twice, but failed to breach it. So I took the initiative and fired into the room." Gao Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, before exchanging a knowing smile with Grolov and turning to Cui Bo, who was still shouting in Arabic. "What have you learned? Was it them?" Cui Bo shook his head. "He claims it wasn't them, but I'm still questioning him." The captured man, now kneeling and weeping, appeared to be in his early 20s, utterly terrified. Upon noticing Gao Yang's presence, he rambled incoherently. What is he saying? Nothing of consequence, just begging for his life, pleading not to be killed. Gao Yang nodded, adopting a fierce demeanor as he addressed the trembling young man. Cui Bo, demand to know who is responsible. Make it clear that if he does not comply, he will meet a grim fate. After a few pointed inquiries in Arabic, Cui Bo swiftly secured the answer. An organization that had claimed dominion over several nearby streets orchestrated the murders of Fei Duo and Malik, motivated solely by financial gain to fund their operations. Most members of this group were locals, many hailing from the very streets surrounding them. While they resorted to extortion, they typically refrained from murder. But Fei Duo and Malik, being foreigners, had unfortunately been chosen as their sacrificial lambs. The individual responsible for their deaths was the leader of this organization, named Shalim. Their entire faction, numbering over 100, was currently gathering just 2 streets away. The captured youth had found himself in Fei Duo's shop to attend to the needs of several individuals next door. Upon learning the reasons behind Fader's demise, Gao Yang struggled to suppress his fury and said to Cui Bo, "Inquire about the origins of the individuals next door. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss, yet I cannot pinpoint the source of my discomfort." After a few questions, Cui Bo, with an expression of bewilderment, responded, "Brother Yang, the occupants of the adjacent room are Taliban members. Those 4 are planning to craft explosives here, and there are an additional 10 or so Taliban associates collaborating with this group. It is astonishing that the opposition has entangled itself with the Taliban. This is quite the predicament, Brother Yang." Gao Yang, taken aback, realized that it was no wonder he felt the attire of the deceased individuals next door was not characteristic of the locals. They were indeed foreigners, and notably, members of the infamous Taliban. Reflecting on this, Gao Yang spoke in a grave tone. "Find out where those individuals are located. I believe we cannot afford to delay this matter any longer. You have witnessed the fighting capabilities of the opposition. They are merely a ragtag bunch, but the Taliban is a different beast altogether. Those who manage to escape their grasp are formidable adversaries. We have the advantage in night combat. Let us attempt to resolve this issue swiftly tonight." Cui Bo nodded in agreement, and after clarifying the location, he drew his pistol and, amidst the terrified gaze and screams of the captive, fired 4 shots. Watching in astonishment as Cui Bo executed the captive, Gao Yang exclaimed, "What the hell, rabbit? Have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" Cui Bo, maintaining an air of calm, holstered his weapon and replied, "Upon witnessing the corpses of Malik and Fader, I had no intention of leaving any survivors. Moreover, he has seen our faces, and leaving him alive would be a liability. Don't forget, I have been navigating this world for nearly 2 years. I prefer to keep my actions concealed. Lastly, I wanted to test the recoil and power of the P226. Gao Yang found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation regarding Cui Bo's statements, he managed a wry smile and said, "In truth, you are right. Your actions are justified. Since we have ventured into this perilous endeavor, we must not leave ourselves vulnerable. We are at war. Compassion is not an option. However, how can you remain so composed? Do you not feel anything when you take a life?" Cui Bo shrugged, indicating his head, and remarked, "I am terrified. Truly, my hands are trembling. My legs are quaking. Yet one must eventually acclimate to such events. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I have adopted the mindset of a soldier. No, rather, I embody the persona of a cold-blooded special forces operative. This is what we call role-playing." Gao Yang chuckled softly and replied, "Enough with the role-playing nonsense. This is mere fantasy. Be cautious not to attract the enemy's attention with such noise. There are several AK-47s next door and ample ammunition. You should take guard on the first floor while Grolov and I gather the ammunition before we make our swift exit." Cui Bo disdainfully tapped his M4 and retorted, "With this, why would we need AKs? Fool, you may be ineffectual, but Grolov is valuable. Ensure he is adequately supplied with ammunition." After assigning Cui Bo to guard the first floor, Gao Yang called to Grolov. Once Grolov entered Malik's room, Gao Yang pointed to the several AK-47s and ammo packs lying on the bed and said, "There is a substantial amount of ammunition here. I believe you should replenish your supplies. By the way, is your leg all right? Will carrying extra ammunition be an issue?" Grolov merely shook his head, indicating his leg was fine, then picked up a round from the ammo pack on the bed. However, after a brief inspection, he discarded the bullet. "Forget it. This is not Russian-made ammunition," he remarked, observing the Arabic script on it. I need not concern myself with its origin. Any bullet bearing this script is worthless. They share a common flaw. The casings are unevenly thick, which can cause them to rupture or misfire when fired. In short, your weapon could either explode or jam. So, to avoid any false sense of security from such rounds, stay clear of them. Compared to these, the iron-cased bullets manufactured in Russia during the 1950s are of superior quality. Grolov's words reflected invaluable experience, one gained through the loss of many lives. Gao Yang picked up a bullet, memorizing its undesirable characteristics, and inquired, "Then what constitutes a good bullet?" Chapter 42. Harvest. Grolov was more than willing to answer Gao Yang's question. It depends on the usage. American copper-jacketed bullets are the most expensive and offer the best accuracy. However, quality ammunition requires a reliable firearm. Poorly manufactured AK-47s may not properly handle such premium rounds. Generally speaking, iron-cased bullets produced in Russia, as well as those made in your homeland, are both excellent choices. Personally, I believe the Chinese-made ammunition is the best. Upon hearing Grolov praise the ammunition from his homeland, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable sense of pride and curiously asked, "What makes Chinese ammunition the best?" Grolov shrugged and replied, "While I haven't used Chinese-made bullets extensively, I have fired over 20,000 rounds from them. The batch we procured was entirely Chinese-made, and we encountered almost no issues with them. Furthermore, Russian bullets begin to lose accuracy at 300 meters, whereas Chinese bullets maintain precision up to 350 meters. The price is also reasonable, making Chinese ammunition highly sought after. Unfortunately, in Africa, one cannot always find Chinese ammunition readily available. It often comes down to luck." After a brief pause, Grolov continued without waiting for Gao Yang to ask another question. "As for other usable options, some bullets manufactured in Eastern European countries are also acceptable, such as those from Romania or Yugoslavia." Gao Yang's thirst for knowledge surged. Though he had perused various texts, nothing compared to the direct insights from a seasoned veteran like Grolov. "And what about firearms? Which country produces the best?" After a moment's thought, Grolov replied, "When it comes to firearms, Russian-made weapons are the finest. Chinese firearms are also commendable, boasting excellent reliability. However, during prolonged firing, their barrels are more prone to overheating compared to their Russian counterparts and can rust more easily. Nevertheless, their quality is assured. Regardless of the production date, they perform well. Romanian-made firearms are also quite good, with some even surpassing Russian models in quality. The main drawback is that the quality of Romanian firearms has declined in recent years. So you should seek those made before the 1990s for the best options. Of course, aside from Romanian-made weapons, newer firearms and ammunition, regardless of origin, are preferable, except for those inscribed with Arabic script. Whether new or old, be it firearms or ammunition, discard them to avoid endangering your life." Having committed Grolov's advice to memory, Gao Yang discarded the bullet in his hand, clapped his hands, and said, "It seems I have much to learn. I shall seek your guidance later, but we cannot afford to waste any more time. Let us withdraw." Grolov nodded in agreement, saying, "Wait. While these bullets may be worthless, there are still valuable items. Look at this." He then kicked open a box and pulled out a mortar shell, waving it in front of Gao Yang with a grin. "Behold, a Russian-made 82mm mortar shell. It appears they intended to use this to create explosives. But we can repurpose it as a grenade." The 82mm mortar shell was substantial in size. Gao Yang approached, hefting one in his hand, estimating its weight to be around 3 to 4 kilograms, and furrowed his brow. "This is rather heavy. Can it be thrown? Wouldn't it risk blowing ourselves up?" Grolov laughed heartily, flexing his arm muscles as he responded, "I can throw it a good distance, but the primary concern is that our opponents will be right inside the building. Correct? Thus, it need not be thrown very far." Gao Yang found Grolov's reasoning sound and enthusiastically declared, "Excellent. There are 4 shells here. Let us take them all and let those bastards taste their own medicine." Grolov hoisted the box containing the shells, while Gao Yang took up the machine gun, and the two swiftly made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Gao Yang, unceremoniously, handed the machine gun to Chuibo, instructing him to take over for Grolov. Gao Yang donned night vision goggles and glanced outside, noticing no one had been drawn by the sound of the gunfire. The ongoing gunfire throughout the city provided sufficient cover. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted the bodies of Fader and Malek and suddenly felt compelled not to depart without acknowledging them. Stopping in his tracks, he said to Chuibo, We cannot leave Fader and Malik like this. Even if we can't carry their bodies away, we must at least lower them. Turn on the lights. After switching off the night vision goggles, Gao Yang instructed Grolov to keep watch while he and Cui Bo worked together to lower the bodies of Fader and Malik. However, their options were limited. They had neither the time to bury the bodies nor the means to transport them. After pondering for a moment, Gao Yang sighed. Perhaps we should burn their bodies. We cannot leave them here to be disrespected in death. Cui Bo shook his head and replied solemnly, the neighbors here are actually quite decent. They will likely take care of Malik and Fader's remains. It would be best not to resort to cremation. Malik's beliefs do not permit him to be burned. Regarding the matter of faith, Gao Yang also felt a profound discomfort at the thought of cremating Fader and Malik. Observing the distorted faces of the two, he was enveloped in deep sorrow, while simultaneously harboring intense hatred for their murderers. At that moment, Gao Yang suddenly felt the urge to acquire something. He hastily approached the window of the shop and reached for a short-handled axe resting on the windowsill. The axe was supposed to have a leather sheath, but Gao Yang did not see one and was too apathetic to search further. He casually hung the axe on the Velcro strap of his tactical vest, which was originally intended for a knife, but his hunting knife was unsuitable for that purpose. However, inserting the axe with the blade facing upward and the handle downward fit perfectly, making it convenient to retrieve. Noticing the puzzled expression on Cui Bo's face, Gao Yang remarked, this axe was used by Malik this afternoon. He left it on the windowsill. I believe taking this axe to avenge him holds greater significance. Besides, should the opportunity arise, it would be as if Malik himself were wielding it for revenge. Upon hearing this, Cui Bo found Gao Yang's reasoning sound. He scanned the shop for something easy to carry but found nothing suitable, ultimately settling on a shovel, not a military entrenching tool, but rather a common garden shovel, which could also serve effectively for striking. Cui Bo attached the shovel to the outside of his backpack and said, all right, let us go by the way. The items in Old Ma's shop are all excellent, imported goods from Europe, and quite expensive. Gao Yang's mood soured further upon hearing Cui Bo's words. Seeking a topic to alleviate his gloom, he glanced at the bodies of Fader and Malik before turning off the shop's lights and saying, I know, this axe I have is a Gränsfors from Sweden. Don't let its appearance as a Nordic farming tool fool you. It is indeed quite pricey. This model is called camping, and it is said to be handcrafted. You know how expensive anything handcrafted from Europe can be. Just this small axe costs over 100 euros. Cui Bo, astonished, replied, Yang, I know you have a deep understanding of knives, but I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about axes too. You can trace the origins of a Nordic farming axe? Gao Yang chuckled wryly and said, you've forgotten that my greatest aspiration was to live on a mountain. Remember the video I shared with you? The documentary series Northern Wilderness by Mills featured this brand of axe. After watching it, I wanted to buy one, but the price shocked me. Including shipping, it would cost over 1,000 yuan to get it here. I never bought it, but I didn't expect to find it here. However, Mills used a larger model, while I would have preferred a larger one myself, but it's too cumbersome to carry, unlike this camping axe, which is just the right size. Cui Bo, unimpressed, replied, I recall the documentary you mentioned. It looked quite good, but it was all in English, which I couldn't understand. I wonder if there's a version with Chinese subtitles now. Honestly, I'm not interested in axes, especially not one that expensive. Gao Yang said solemnly, having lived in the wilderness for over 3 years, I often thought how wonderful it would be to have an axe. Although my time in the wild was exhausting, my interest in axes has only grown. More importantly, I'm eager to use this axe to chop that guy. What is his name? Sharim. Cui Bo nodded and said, exactly, they stabbed Malik countless times, so we should strike him with the axe just as many times. But, Yang, do you think you can go through with it? After contemplating this question, Gao Yang finally replied despondently, sigh, I think it's rather difficult. If you want me to shoot someone, I've become somewhat numb to it. But to chop someone with an axe, I doubt I could bring myself to do it. Cui Bo snorted coldly, gritting his teeth and said, I might be able to do it if you can't. Let me handle it. I absolutely must chop that bastard's head off, first to honor Malik and Fader. Fader is one thing, but Malik has a wife and children to support, a whole family relying on him. With his death, how will they survive? Just thinking about this makes it impossible for me to hesitate. Although Grorolov did not understand what Gao Yang and Cui Bo were discussing, he quietly interjected, you two should keep your voices down. If you need to discuss something, there will be plenty of time later. For now, it's best to remain silent. Gao Yang recognized the wisdom in Grorolov's words. he understood that chatting while on the move was inappropriate. He was merely feeling miserable and sought to distract himself through conversation with Cui Bo, but after Gorilov's warning, Gao Yang promptly communicated to Cui Bo in Chinese to refrain from speaking further. He then fell silent himself, avoiding any unnecessary trouble, and the three of them continued their journey in silence, drawing closer to their destination. Chapter 43. The place Gao Yang and his companions were heading to was just 2 streets away. On a regular day, this distance would take about half an hour to walk, but due to the need for stealth, they took nearly 2 hours to arrive. Fortunately, the streetlights had long been extinguished, granting them the cover of darkness. They reached their destination around 2 in the morning. Upon catching sight of the large building occupied by Sharim's armed faction from a distance, they came to a halt. They found themselves in a wealthy enclave, and the target building, unlike the typical local architecture, was designed in a classic European courtyard style. Although it was a single-story structure, it was quite tall, and given the size of the green courtyard, it occupied at least 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. Crucially, there was a vast open space between the building and the surrounding wall, making it exceedingly difficult for them to approach undetected. Fortunately, the wall was constructed of iron bars in the upper half and brick in the lower half. By standing up, they could observe the interior of the building. When they got within 200 meters of their target, they found a dark corner to conceal themselves. Gao Yang noticed that although it was already 2 in the morning, the building was brightly lit, and most of the curtains in the rooms remained drawn back, allowing them to see shadows moving within from quite a distance. Realizing that the enemy was not resting as he had hoped, Gao Yang turned to Gorilov and asked, "What do you think? How should we proceed?" Gorilov scrutinized the scene through Gao Yang's binoculars for a long while before responding quietly, "My suggestion is to take them out directly. I haven't spotted any sentries, and I doubt these fools would set up any hidden lookouts. They read too amateurish. My plan is to approach the entrance, toss a grenade inside, and then open fire before retreating, ending the matter swiftly. Isn't that too risky? There could be 100 people or more inside that building. And how can we be sure that the murderer Sharim is in that room?" Gao Yang questioned. In response to Gao Yang's concerns, Gorilov merely smiled and said, "We are only 3 people. Do you intend to confirm the target before taking him down amidst over 100 people? Or do you plan to eliminate them all? Please, this isn't a movie, and we are not superheroes. Therefore, making a clean exit with maximal benefits is the right choice. Once they learn how to fight, we won't have any chances left for ensuring that we kill Sharim. I have no solution for that. You can only hope that Fader's spirit guides us to throw the grenade into the correct room." Gao Yang found Gorilov's reasoning quite valid. He couldn't assume he was omnipotent, so he resolved to take out as many as he could and pray that one of them was his target. Nodding in agreement, he relayed Gorilov's suggestion to Cui Bo, who also felt that this was their only viable option. They both sought vengeance, but only within their capabilities and with a realistic chance of success. Confirming their intent to strike while the iron was hot, Gao Yang did not rush into action. Instead, he retrieved his M1A from his back, using the infrared scope to survey the area. Anything emitting sufficient heat would not escape detection by the infrared thermal imaging device, unless it had some means of shielding against infrared. Gao Yang scanned the area with his rifle scope, confirming that there were no sentries stationed outside the building, neither visible nor hidden. An armed organization amidst conflict. Their failure to establish any sentries outside their stronghold was nothing short of foolish. However, having witnessed the incompetence of these rebels during the day, Gao Yang was not particularly surprised. In fact, he felt quite pleased by the enemy's stupidity. They moved to the entrance of the building, just across the street where several pickup trucks were parked. These vehicles likely belonged to the rebels inside, conveniently parked at the entrance, and they provided cover for Gao Yang and his group. The vehicles were only 7 or 8 meters from the entrance, and the distance from the main door to the building's door was approximately 20 meters. While this distance was not great, the problem was that the iron gate was closed, and it was uncertain whether it was locked. Hiding behind the vehicles, they deliberated on their next move. Given Gorilov's extensive experience, Gao Yang asked him to direct the upcoming operation. After peeking out to assess the situation, Gorilov quietly inquired, "Do you know how to use a mortar shell?" Gao Yang shook his head, refraining from questioning Cui Bo, fully aware that they both shared an equal unfamiliarity with the weaponry. While the two had a reasonable understanding of firearms, they were utterly lost when it came to artillery shells, which they had neither encountered nor comprehended before. After a moment of contemplation, Gloriov spoke in a hushed tone. "Here is the plan. I will exchange firearms with Rabbit and then we will proceed inside. Do you see that room? It is teeming with people. You will secure the door while I toss a shell inside. Once we have expended our ammunition through the windows, we will make a swift retreat. With no superior option at hand, Gao Yang nodded and translated Gloriov's words for Cui Bo. Subsequently, Cui Bo relinquished his M4 to Gloriov and acquired Gloriov's machine gun in exchange. Observing that there was only a single large door, Gao Yang conjectured that if he and Cui Bo could effectively barricade it, no one would be able to burst forth on either side of the door. For windows were visible, each seemingly occupied. However, the second window on the right side of the door was notably larger and appeared to house the greatest number of individuals. It likely led to a spacious room. Thus, they identified the second window on the right as their target for assault. Though Cui Bo had never operated a machine gun, he acquired the requisite knowledge after consulting Gloriov. While it was improbable that Cui Bo would wield the weapon as proficiently as Gloriov, he should be capable of securing the door. Gloriov slung Cui Bo's M4 across his back, took 4 magazines, and placed them in the pocket originally designated for the machine gun's drum. Meanwhile, Gao Yang set down his M1A, positioned the ammunition in a readily accessible spot, and ensured that his sidearm was prepared. As Gloriov hoisted the box containing the shells, an unexpected turn of events unfolded just as they were about to step out from behind the pickup truck for cover. The street suddenly illuminated, compelling Gao Yang and Gloriov to retreat back behind the vehicle. Almost immediately, they heard the unmistakable sound of engines. Several cars approached them with headlights ablaze, casting a bright glow across the street. Following this, Gao Yang discerned the creaking of the door and the sound of voices. Leaning down to peer from beneath the vehicle, he observed a dozen individuals emerging from the building. These individuals opened the massive iron gate and positioned themselves at the street corner. As the cars rolled to a stop at the entrance, the sound of doors opening and closing echoed, revealing numerous pairs of feet advancing towards the entrance. "Welcome, my friends. How was your journey?" one voice inquired amiably. "Not particularly smooth. Otherwise, we would have arrived sooner and wouldn't keep you waiting," another replied. "Nevertheless, we are here now. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Cade Freeman, who has come on behalf of Mr. Stephen to assist you. Haha. Cade is an elite of the United States Army, a true expert in the art of killing, and he has brought along 10 brothers who just flew in from America today. Trust me, with their help in training your men, they will soon transform into genuine warriors. Wow, Mr. Freeman, we are truly delighted and honored by your presence. Please, just call me Sharim, even if it is a pseudonym. It matters not. Haha. Now, gentlemen, let us converse inside. This is no place for discussion, and I am certain you are all weary. Everything is prepared within. Please, come in." To Gao Yang's astonishment, not only was their conversation in English, but he also heard Sharim's voice. Although he could not see Sharim's face, he caught sight of his legs clad in odd camouflage pants paired with hideous boots. Although he had discerned Sharim's identity, the dialogue he overheard instilled a sense of foreboding within him. While it was not alarming that Sharim had mingled with the Taliban, it was concerning that he had established ties with the Americans. The fluency with which Sharim spoke American English indicated a deep connection to the United States. However, such details paled in comparison to the fact that a dozen American veterans had also arrived. Regardless of whether they were special forces or not, the difference between American veterans and the ragtag opposition was stark. Gao Yang could dismiss the 100 or so opposition fighters, each possessing a combat capability of 5. But he could not underestimate the mere 10 retired American soldiers, especially considering that he and Cui Bo were not even veterans themselves. Once Sharim and his entourage had entered the building, silence returned to the entrance. Gloriov looked up and murmured, "Damn it, these Americans are everywhere." Gao Yang sighed and remarked, "This is troublesome. We are in deep trouble now." After a brief silence, Gloriov questioned, "What do you plan to do? Continue? Give up? Or shall we alter the plan and devise a new one?" After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yang replied resolutely, "We stick to the original plan. I believe that after tonight, there may be no opportunity left for vengeance." Gloriov concurred with Gao Yang's assessment, stating, "Indeed, there will be no further chances like this. They have just arrived and will not immediately heighten their defenses. Right now, they are at their most relaxed. And we must capitalize on this moment to eliminate them." After informing Cui Bo that the original plan remained unchanged, Cui Bo expressed his agreement. With the arrival of retired elite soldiers to train the opposition fighters, it was likely that before long, they would no longer be as easily approached as they were now. noticing movement at the second window on the right side of the door with an increased number of figures. Gao Yang and his companions confirmed that their target lay within that room. Additionally, a piece of good news was that the iron gate stood wide open, seemingly inviting Gao Yang and his team inside. After a 10-minute wait, Gao Yang and Gloriov stealthily approached the open door. Chapter 44. Night raid. As they passed through the door, the light streaming through the windows illuminated the courtyard brightly. Anyone glancing out would easily spot Gao Yang and Gloriov. Beyond the windows lay a corridor, and in order to reach it, they had to navigate through the entrance. Gao Yang and Gloriov moved cautiously toward the corridor. The windows were positioned low, at Gao Yang's waist height, compelling both men to crouch as they inched toward the targeted window. Once they were in position, Gloriov nodded at Gao Yang and slowly opened the box containing the mortar shells. He retrieved one shell, counted down from 3, and upon reaching one, he forcefully struck the shell against the wall before standing up. In that moment, Gao Yang fired a shot toward the glass. Both he and Gloriov had anticipated that one shot would shatter the window. But to their surprise, while a small hole had formed, the glass remained largely intact, preventing Gloriov from tossing the shell inside. Gao Yang's gunfire startled the 30 or so occupants within, causing chaos as some screamed while others reached for their weapons. However, Gloriov was still unable to throw the shell inside. Fortunately, Gao Yang did not allow the occupants time to react, nor did he let Gloriov linger. He fired 2 more shots at the glass. And just as Gloriov needed to throw the shell, the glass shattered completely with a loud crash. In that instant, Gloriov hurled the shell into the room and immediately ducked down. Gao Yang, though slightly slower than Gloriov, also managed to take cover behind the wall in time. Just as Gao Yang secured his position, a tremendous explosion erupted, extinguishing the lights in the room where the shell had been thrown. Shattered furniture and debris, along with a shockwave, burst forth from the window, leaving Gao Yang momentarily deafened by the blast. Dazed by the explosion, Gao Yang mechanically turned his weapon toward the room and fired. But after just 2 shots, Gloriov pushed him aside and tossed another shell into the room. Taking advantage of the moment, Gao Yang quickly loaded 2 shells into his gun. As the second shell detonated, he sprang into action, firing into the room while keeping a watchful eye on Gloriov. Upon witnessing Gloriov strike 2 shells against the wall before tossing them into the room, Gao Yang swiftly ducked back behind the wall. 2 explosions resonated almost simultaneously, causing the entire building to shake. While the power of the 82mm mortar shell was not overwhelming, for shells detonating in one room would surely leave no survivors. After launching all 4 shells, Gloriov grabbed his M4 and shouted at Gao Yang. But Gao Yang's ears were still ringing, allowing him to hear only the sound of Gloriov's voice without comprehending his words. Yet, observing Gloriov's actions and expression, Gao Yang understood the gravity of the situation. Turning to glance back, he saw the door had swung open and individuals were rushing out. However, as they exited, Cui Bo's machine gun roared to life, mowing down several of the fleeing figures, 3 of whom collapsed at the entrance in an instant. Cui Bo had secured the door, alleviating Gao Yang's concerns. He turned to Gloriov and gestured urgently, signaling that it was time to retreat. Just then, to Gao Yang's astonishment, 3 individuals emerged from the far end of the corridor. The appearance of these individuals indicated the presence of a side door. And alarmingly, they surfaced directly behind Gloriov, who remained oblivious to their approach. Gao Yang cried out a warning, raising his weapon. The bullet narrowly grazed Gloriov's ear as it struck an enemy brandishing a firearm, sending him crashing to the ground. The audacious actions of Gao Yang made Gloriov realize what was transpiring. He swiftly turned around and fired his weapon. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 individuals behind Gloriov also opened fire. As Gloriov was turning, he was abruptly jolted, his body collapsing even as he completed the motion. While Gloriov fell, his M4 was already discharging, successfully striking an approaching adversary, causing another enemy, similarly armed with an M4, to tremble and fall even as their bullets found their mark on Gloriov. Gloriov succumbed to the ground. Gao Yang audibly chambered another round and fired again, the shot sweeping past the head of the falling Gloriov and obliterating the last enemy's skull. Though it may seem slow in recounting, all of this transpired in an instant. The 3 individuals who suddenly emerged from the far end of the corridor caught Gao Yang and Gloriov off guard. Despite their quick reflexes, successfully dispatching all 3 foes, Gloriov sustained a gunshot wound and collapsed. Gao Yang remained unscathed solely because Glorive shielded him. The bullets fired by the two assailants struck Glorive instead. "Rabbit, cover me!" Upon witnessing Glorive go down, Gao Yang was filled with urgency, shouting without regard for whether Cui Bo heard. He discarded his weapon and dashed to Glorive's side, seizing him by the belt and collar. And with a fierce roar, lifted Glorive up, tossing him over the waist-high railing of the corridor. With no other options, Gao Yang understood that Cui Bo needed to secure the doorway. He could not carry Glorive away. So he opted to throw him down to the lower level. After hurling Glorive, Gao Yang leapt down, only to realize he had forgotten his weapon, and Glorive's M4 remained above. Just as Gao Yang landed, two more individuals charged out from the corridor. He promptly drew his pistol, and as the two assailants leaned out to shoot, Gao Yang fired first, dropping one of them to the ground below. The other, although hit and staggering backward, quickly recovered and emerged again to aim at Gao Yang. This adversary, evidently clad in body armor, prepared to fire once more, but Gao Yang's pistol was out of ammunition. He had expended all 7 shots and was in the midst of reloading when, fortunately, Cui Bo's machine gun pivoted just in time, unleashing a hail of bullets that painted the air with crimson before the enemy could pull the trigger. While the body armor could withstand Gao Yang's .45 ACP hollow-point rounds, it offered no protection against the close-range fire from the machine gun. Having reloaded, Gao Yang clutched his pistol in one hand while gripping one of Glorive's arms with the other, desperately pulling him to safety. Glorive, standing at approximately 1.85 meters and weighing around 200 pounds, should have been a considerable burden, yet in this moment of crisis, Gao Yang felt as though Glorive weighed almost nothing. As he dragged Glorive, he remained vigilant for any further threats, sprinting with remarkable speed to the rear of the pickup truck, where he reunited with Cui Bo, while firing his machine gun. Shouted, "What happened to the old Russian? He's been shot." Though Cui Bo's marksmanship was unrefined, the 30-meter distance made it easy for him to hit his targets. Every time an enemy attempted to charge out, they were met with Cui Bo's relentless fire. Once he had provided cover, Gao Yang seized the opportunity to assess Glorive's condition. He leaned down to check on Glorive. The latter weakly grasped Gao Yang's shoulder. Murmuring, "Gao, do you wish to drop me dead?" Gao Yang was elated to see Glorive still alive, exclaiming, "How are you? Where were you hit?" Glorive coughed and shook his head, stating, "I don't know. I think I've taken at least 4 or 5 bullets. It hurts terribly. You must go without me." Gao Yang disregarded Glorive's pleas and shouted to Cui Bo, "Can you carry him?" Without a word, Cui Bo, while firing, grabbed a magazine. When the gunfire momentarily ceased, he swiftly swapped in a fresh magazine and, after firing a few rounds, declared, "Grab your weapon. You cover me. This is the last magazine, so be cautious, I'll carry him." Gao Yang rushed to Cui Bo's side, accepting the machine gun and firing a few controlled bursts. Meanwhile, Cui Bo hoisted Glorive onto his back, staggering for a few steps before regaining his footing and breaking into a light run towards the end of the street. Although Cui Bo stood at only 1.75 meters and weighed around 150 pounds, he displayed remarkable strength in carrying the larger Glorive. Gao Yang, who often referred to Cui Bo as Rabbit, was aware that Cui Bo had other nicknames, such as Mule and Beast, though these were less commonly known. Gao Yang felt a mix of pride and astonishment at Cui Bo's ability to carry Glorive, who was significantly larger than him, and even manage a jog. While Gao Yang could not match Cui Bo's strength, he could easily outlast him in endurance, as he remained calm and unbreathless, saying, "Stop with the chatter. We nearly got separated. Where are you intending to go? Where are we running to, do you know? In this pitch darkness, how could I possibly know where we are going? Let's just run aimlessly for now. We can discuss safety later." Gao Yang found this reasoning sound, so he followed Cui Bo along the main road, continuing to run for about half an hour. After a while, he realized he hadn't heard Grolov's voice and felt it was imperative to check on his condition. Upon stopping, Gao Yang first used his scope to survey the area behind him, seeing no one in pursuit. Feeling secure, he promptly donned his low-light helmet and night vision device to assess Grolov's injuries. As he examined Grolov, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Grolov was curled up in the cart, which was too small, causing his head and feet to protrude awkwardly at that moment. Grolov's head hung limply, utterly still, and the cart was already stained with blood. Gao Yang feared Grolov might have succumbed to his injuries. Tentatively, he reached out to check for breath at Grolov's nose, and to his relief, He detected a faint sign of life. Enlisting Cui Bo's assistance, they carefully lifted Grolov out of the cart and laid him on the ground beside them. Upon unfastening Grolov's bulletproof vest, Gao Yang discovered 5 bullet holes, though it would be more accurate to call them 1 bullet hole and 4 traces from fragments. The shooter who had targeted Grolov wielded an M4 rifle, while 2 others had used handguns, all of which had been thwarted by the vest. Only 1 rifle bullet had penetrated, striking Grolov in the left side of his abdomen. Although the bullet had breached the vest, it had still provided some degree of protection, significantly reducing the bullet's impact. At least Grolov's abdominal cavity had remained intact. However, the diminished force of the bullet was not necessarily a blessing, as it could destabilize upon impact, potentially entering the body in a tumbling motion, which could exacerbate the injury. Gao Yang was uncertain of the severity of Grolov's condition and could only hope that the vest had mitigated most of the bullet's force. As Gao Yang scrutinized Grolov, to his astonishment, Grolov stirred back to consciousness. "How are you? Can you hear me?" Gao Yang inquired. Grolov shook his head slightly and, after gasping for air, weakly replied, "Did you manage to get me out?" Gao Yang urgently responded, "We are safe now." "How do you feel?" "I don't know, I think I might have broken a few ribs, and I've been shot in the stomach. It doesn't feel good." Grolov admitted. "All right, don't speak. Rest a moment. You must hold on. Do not succumb to sleep. We will find a doctor," Gao Yang urged. "I was knocked unconscious when I was tossed into the cart. Please, can you tell Rabbit to be gentler?" "My head hurts terribly from the impact," Grolov pleaded. Gao Yang exhaled in relief and shot an intense glare at Cui Bo, quickly realizing that Cui Bo couldn't see his expression. He then whispered, "Rabbit, do you know that Grolov wasn't shot dead, but nearly died because of your rough handling? Can you be more careful?" Rabbit offered an apologetic smile. "It was such a rush. I didn't think much about it." Without uttering another word, both Gao Yang and Cui Bo suddenly paled, as they simultaneously heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Exchanging glances, they wasted no time. One lifted Grolov back into the cart while the other prepared to flee. Cui Bo pushed the cart furiously onward, while Gao Yang readied his weapon for the impending pursuit. As the car rounded a corner, its headlights bore down on them, illuminating Gao Yang and complicating his aim. The night vision scope had become useless, rendering it impossible for Gao Yang to take a shot. Just then, Cui Bo shouted hoarsely, "This way. There's an alley, hurry." Utilizing the car's headlights as a guide, Cui Bo discovered a narrow passage inaccessible to vehicles. He staggered through, pushing Grolov into the alley, then began firing his M700 at the pursuing car to cover Gao Yang's retreat. Gao Yang immediately dropped his weapon and sprinted, barely slipping into the alley just as the car was about to overtake him. Cui Bo continued to fire, but his M700 was slow, with only 4 rounds in the chamber, proving insufficient to significantly hinder the enemy's advance. Nevertheless, he remained focused on shooting, and as Gao Yang passed him, he seized Cui Bo's arm, pulling him into the alley. The alley branched out in multiple directions. As the pursuers exited their vehicles and entered the narrow space, Gao Yang and Cui Bo swiftly navigated the labyrinthine paths, hoping to shake off their relentless pursuers. However, no matter how fast they ran, whenever they paused even momentarily, the ominous sound of footsteps echoed behind them, compelling them to keep moving. They ran from the early hours of dawn until the light of day broke. Just as Gao Yang, disoriented from the chaotic chase, stumbled into an open expanse of desert, he gasped in surprise, realizing they had exited the city. Panting, he turned to the breathless Cui Bo. "What happened? Have we left the city?" In the maze-like alleys, they could still evade their pursuers, but emerging into the vast desert would spell true doom. Exhausted, Cui Bo collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Damn it, we need to head back. Out here in the desert. We're sitting ducks, but let me rest for just 2 minutes." Gao Yang understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing Cui Bo utterly spent, he reluctantly acquiesced. "You have 2 minutes, but tell me, what on earth is it with these rebels? They've been chasing us all night. It's unreasonable. Since when did they become so persistent? What grudge do they hold against us?" Cui Bo rolled his eyes, responding with a look of incredulity. "What do you think? You just decimated their leadership, and within that lot, there are even some American soldiers. What kind of grudge do you think they have? Would you not seek revenge if you were in their shoes? Those Americans are likely seasoned veterans. It's not surprising they're relentless." After 3 years of training, Gao Yang's endurance had grown considerably, and while Cui Bo rested, Gao Yang stood guard with his weapon ready. He had removed the night vision scope, but had no time to attach a daylight scope, knowing that an uncalibrated sight would be worse than no sight at all. With numerous exits from the alley, Gao Yang could no longer afford to linger. After allowing Cui Bo a brief respite, he urged, "Get up, we must move. I'll push the cart. You take the gun and cover us. We need to shake them off and find a doctor for Groloff." Just then, Cui Bo pointed at the cart's wheels, exclaiming, "Damn it! I know how they found us." Gao Yang quickly understood, realizing that Groloff's blood had leaked from the cart, staining the wheels. Although the blood had begun to coagulate, it would have left a trail initially. The streets around Benghazi were covered in a thin layer of yellow sand, and 2 clear tire tracks were visible. Unless the wind swept through, those marks would not vanish. Exchanging a knowing glance, both men cursed in unison. Feeling reinvigorated, Cui Bo stood up and began pushing the cart again, abandoning any thoughts of further hiding in the alleys. Their pursuers were closing in. They had barely moved a short distance when over 20 figures emerged from the nearby alleyways they had just vacated. Had Gao Yang and Cui Bo remained in place or continued to weave through the alleys, they would have been cornered without a doubt. Now fully illuminated by daylight, the enemy could easily pinpoint their location. Gao Yang and Cui Bo surged into the desert, and as gunfire erupted behind them, Gao Yang glanced back through his binoculars, confirming the pursuers were only 600 or 700 meters away. After a night of frantic running, their efforts were not in vain. From the initial 100 pursuers, only a few remained. Yet, Gao Yang felt a growing unease as he noticed that 6 of the remaining pursuers appeared distinctly different, seemingly of Caucasian descent. Gao Yang was wary of those veteran soldiers. He didn't consider the newly armed civilians much of a threat. However, if they were indeed former soldiers, the danger would be considerably heightened. Fortunately, the enemy was still 600 or 700 meters away. At such a distance, neither the AK-47 nor the M4 posed a significant threat. As long as Gao Yang and his companions could maintain this distance, they were relatively safe for the time being. However, should the distance shorten, their predicament would become precarious. Both sides were exhausted, having pushed themselves to the brink, and closing the gap of 600 or 700 meters would not be an easy feat. With no options left, Gao Yang and his group could only continue their flight. Just as he turned to catch up with Cui Bo suddenly exclaimed, "Groloff has regained consciousness." Groloff had been slipping in and out of consciousness, but this time his periods of lucidity had grown increasingly brief. Gao Yang understood that they could not afford to delay any longer, yet he found himself powerless to rescue Groloff upon awakening. Groloff did not succumb to unconsciousness as he had before. Instead, he suddenly uttered, "Where are we? What is the situation?" After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang smiled and replied, "We have left the city. We are safe now. And no one is pursuing us." Groloff shook his head, a pained smile on his face. "Enough of that. Just looking at you tells me things are not good at IT. Seems I am truly destined to die this time. But from the very first day I became a mercenary, I knew I would eventually meet my end on the battlefield." Hearing Groloff speak, Gao Yang and Cui Bo exchanged glances, both noticing the pallor on the other's face. Cui Bo whispered, "Could it be a moment of clarity before death?" Gao Yang shot him a fierce glare and then turned to Groloff, saying softly, "Do not speak. Conserve your strength. You will not die. We will not allow you to perish like this." Groloff weakly shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Let me speak. Allow me to finish. I fear I may not have another chance. Consider this my last words." With a face full of agony, Groloff continued, "Being a mercenary, especially one who sells his life for money, is a torment. You never know if your next battle will have you standing on the side of evil or justice. I have killed many, some deserving of hell, others innocent civilians. For the sake of money, I have sold my soul. When I fought for my country, my heart was filled with a sense of duty and pride. I could sacrifice my life without regret, regardless of the righteousness of the war. At least I knew that if I fell, I would be a martyr for my nation, with all blame resting on the politicians. Yet when I fight for money, all that fills my heart is guilt, remorse, and an overwhelming weariness. Even if I were to die in battle, no one would care. People would merely rejoice that another mercenary deserving of hell has perished. Fortunately, I know that my final battle is still, in some sense, just. Even if I have been paid, it is a righteous act of vengeance, and that brings me some solace. Gao Yang remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. You will not die. Your wounds are not severe. As long as we find a doctor, you will be fine. Groliov shook his head, saying, Enough, I now understand the kind of men you and Rabbit are. You are trustworthy. I have over $20,000 on me. Please help me ensure that my wife receives it. Take the money and leave. Otherwise, we will all perish here, and our money will be stolen. Hand me a weapon so I can cover your escape. Groliov grasped Gao Yang's hand, pulling with all his might in an attempt to rise from the stretcher. Gao Yang forcefully pressed him back down, resolutely stating, I told you to be quiet. No more chaos. If you have parting words, save them for when you see your wife. Listen to me. We either all die here or we leave together. Do you understand? After saying this, Gao Yang freed himself from Groliov's grip and, in an outburst of frustration, fired several shots at the pursuing enemies. Yet Groliov still would not relent. He shouted excitedly at Gao Yang. You fool! You madman! I am destined to die. You must let me fulfill my final duty. At least then I can be assured that my money will reach my wife, and my daughter will have tuition for her music lessons. Gao Yang found Groliov's reasoning compelling, yet he simply could not abandon him to flee. After a moment of silence, he turned to Cui Bo, saying weakly, Rabbit, the old Russian wants us to go. He will cover us. I did not agree, knowing that we might all perish, but I cannot abandon him. You should leave. Each of us is responsible for our own survival. Cui Bo did not look up. He simply continued to push the stretcher with great effort, saying, You've gone and done it again. I knew you wouldn't be able to leave him behind. But I cannot either. Life and death are fated. If we die, we die. If we live, we live. Leaving the old Russian behind is not in me. Since we are both stubborn, let us leave it to fate. After Cui Bo finished speaking, Gao Yang felt inexplicably relieved. He smiled at Groliov on the stretcher and declared loudly, Enough! You need not say more. Rabbit and I have come to an agreement. If we die, we die together. If we live together. If you succumb due to delays, we will naturally leave you behind. But as long as you are still breathing, let us endure together. Also, do not worry about your wife and children. Give me an address, and I will have Mr. Morgan send them money. Rest assured, Morgan still owes me over $90,000. I will call him right now, and that money will go to your wife and children. Am I not a good brother? Groliov stared at Gao Yang in disbelief, then weakly replied, You are truly a fool. And Rabbit is as well. Let it be. I appreciate your goodwill, but I cannot accept such things. Save that money for your own family. Lastly, it has been an honor to fight alongside you and Rabbit. Please convey this to him. After translating Groliov's words for Cui Bo, Gao Yang solemnly stated, It has also been an honor for Rabbit and me to fight alongside you. Chapter 47. A desperate escape. Groliov, on the brink of death, found himself lost in the vast desert, with no clear direction or place to hide. Gao Yang felt utterly hopeless, believing there was no way to escape. Suddenly, Cui Bo, who had been pushing the stretcher, came to a halt, plopping himself down on the sand and gasping for breath. I can't go on, he said, shaking his head. Since yesterday, I haven't eaten or drunk anything. I simply can't endure any longer. Cui Bo was indeed as strong as an ox, but his appetite was equally considerable, embodying the archetype of someone who could both eat and work hard. Even when commanding a beast of burden, one must provide it with sustenance. How much more so for a living, breathing human? Gao Yang was not one to give up easily. He kicked Cui Bo and shouted, Get up! Now is not the time to give in. Load your things onto the stretcher. I will push. Cui Bo shook his head again and said, I truly cannot go on. Even empty-handed, I cannot move. Yang Gu, I am not trying to be pessimistic, but there are genuinely no options left. Go on. I beg you. If you leave, at least Groliov and I will have some hope, and someone can inform our families of our demise. Seeing Cui Bo's expression, Gao Yang realized he was genuinely unable to move. Caught in despair and sorrow, he turned away, raised his rifle, and took aim at the distant pursuers, firing a shot. But before he could take a second shot, he felt a tremendous force slam into him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his left chest. Gao Yang was knocked backward, falling onto his back, the world around him turning dark, only shimmering stars visible, as pain seared through his chest, making it hard to breathe. Then he heard Cui Bo's voice, tinged with anguish, calling, Yang Gu, Yang Gu. Groliov's weak voice joined in, Damn it, Gao, are you all right? After a brief moment of dizziness, Gao Yang realized he had been shot, right in the chest. The old adage about surviving a heart shot for 7 seconds rang true. Damn you all, come on, I'll fight you, he roared, ready to confront his fate. Hearing Cui Bo's frantic cries, the sound of gunfire erupted. Followed by the clicks of the firearms mechanism, the gunfire continued unabated. Gao Yang found it strange. He had been shot in the chest and should be dead by now. How could he still hear gunfire? Then, he opened his eyes and saw blue skies and white clouds. Instinctively, he touched his chest and was startled to find an axe lodged there. After realizing it was an axe, his peculiar bewilderment transformed into wild joy. He sprang up, swiftly removing the axe from his chest. The outer face of the axe was embedded with a bullet, and the back was slightly bulging. With a strong pull, he dislodged the bullet from the axe, revealing a small dent in the center where the bullet had struck. Gao Yang stared at the axe for a moment before bursting into raucous laughter, shouting, "Fedor, Malik, thank you. Thank you for watching over me." Hearing Gao Yang's laughter, Cui Bo, who was crouched on the ground shooting, turned his head in astonishment, gazing at Gao Yang, who had sat up again, his expression one of sheer disbelief. What in the world is going on? Holding the axe in one hand and the bullet in the other, Gao Yang bellowed, "I am not meant to die." The bullet was blocked by the axe. Huh? Heaven does not forsake me. Rabbit, tears streaming down his face, stared blankly for a moment, then wiped his face with his sleeve, murmuring, "Is this really possible? Damn, I cried for nothing. Had I known, I would have checked your condition first. This truly is a narrow escape." Groliov chuckled heartily, saying, "You truly are a fortunate fellow, Gao. You ought to safeguard that axe diligently, along with that bullet. They are your talisman, your lucky charms." After bestowing a couple of kisses upon the axe, Gao Yang hung it around his neck and gently patted it, declaring, "I shall treasure this axe for a lifetime, never parting from it again." After a brief bout of laughter, Cui Bo turned his gaze back to the scope, saying, "Brother Yang, I just took down one. I wonder if he is dead." Gao Yang paid no heed to Cui Bo's remark. Instead, he gazed at the now mangled bullet and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment. This isn't the standard round for an AK, nor is it a 5.56 mm bullet. This is a lead core round, resembling something used by a sniper rifle." Cui Bo remarked, "From the scope, it appeared that a person had a sniper rifle, but the distance was too great to discern clearly if the adversary possessed a sniper, or if a sniper had finally arrived. Gao and the others could no longer proceed as initially planned, merely running forward. The opposing sniper had already demonstrated his prowess by striking Gao Yang's chest from over 600 meters away. Had it not been for the talisman-like axe, even with a bulletproof vest, Gao would have met his demise. Gao had been on the verge of surrendering to despair, yet after the recent scare and surprise, both he and Cui Bo found a renewed desire to survive. After placing the deformed bullet in his pocket, Gao Yang attempted to lie down and shoot, but as he moved, a sharp pain seared through his chest. He realized he had sustained an injury there. Although the axe had deflected the bullet, the tremendous impact had dealt him a severe blow, possibly even fracturing a couple of ribs. Much like Groliov, who had suffered broken ribs from a handgun bullet that failed to penetrate his bulletproof vest. The bullet that struck Gao Yang, having traveled 600 to 700 meters, was undoubtedly more powerful than a bullet fired at close range. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Gao crawled to the ground, steadied his weapon, and began to fire, but without the assistance of the scope. A figure at 600 to 700 meters was merely a dark spot, leaving Gao uncertain if his shots had found their mark. As Cui Bo loaded bullets into his gun, he suggested, "Brother Yang, perhaps you should use this gun. You shoot more accurately than I do." "No need," Gao replied. "I have a scope in my backpack. I'll switch it out. You keep an eye on the impact points, and I'll adjust the trajectory accordingly. It's better if we both suppress fire." After retrieving the scope from his backpack, Gao swiftly mounted it onto his weapon and handed the binoculars to Cui Bo. However, they faced the dilemma of lacking a target or reference point for calibration. Firing into the air would yield no useful adjustments. Cui Bo scanned for a stationary target through the binoculars, but suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Yang, a convoy is approaching. At least 5 or 6 trucks. No, 8 trucks in total." Gao Yang's heart sank. If 8 more trucks filled with personnel arrived, their battle would be futile, and hope would be obliterated. Quickly, Gao used the scope to locate the trucks, and to his astonishment, he noticed the pursuing opposition seemed to have descended into chaos, dropping to the ground. As the trucks drew nearer, it appeared that occupants were firing their weapons. While those chasing Gao and the others returned fire, at this sight, Gao realized that regardless of who was in the trucks, they were certainly the enemies of his enemies. Not only were there gunshots emanating from the trucks, but also rocket launchers were being fired. Yet, the trucks did not halt. Instead, they sped away, seemingly unwilling to engage in a full-scale battle with those pursuing Gao. After observing for a moment, Chuibo suddenly pointed toward the larger truck, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, there's a road. Those trucks belong to the government forces, marked with their insignia." Gao urged, "Provide cover. I'll signal for help." They were roughly 1,000 meters from the trucks. Gao stood, waving his rifle and running while shouting in hopes of catching the attention of those within the trucks. The trucks had now approached closely, presenting their sides to Gao. If he failed to attract their notice promptly, they would soon depart. Watching the 8 trucks pass in succession, Gao felt a surge of anxiety. However, the last truck suddenly veered off the road and into the desert, speeding towards Gao. As he saw the truck approaching, Gao's spirit soared, and he shouted, "Reinforcements are coming." "Ha ha!" Groliov urgently cautioned, "Gao, we are all freelance mercenaries, hired by a man named Ken Freeman. Remember that?" Gao nodded, replying, "Got it, Rabbit. Be ready to hoist the old Russian. We're leaving." The truck kicked up clouds of dust as it circled in front of Gao and the others, blocking them behind its body. Once the truck halted, Gao was about to assist Chuibo in lifting Groliov when suddenly, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the truck bed, weapons drawn, with one shouting, "Who are you?" "Freelance mercenaries, hired by Ken Freeman." "Brothers, it's a pleasure to see you," Gao shouted excitedly. Upon his call, the tailgate of the truck bed promptly dropped, and 4 individuals jumped down, helping Gao lift Groliov. However, in their eagerness, they inadvertently jostled Groliov, causing him to cry out in pain. Once Gao and Chuibo climbed aboard, a black man slammed his hand against the side of the truck, prompting it to roar back to life. After the truck started moving, Gao nearly succumbed to exhaustion, glancing around to see about 20 individuals inside, almost entirely black, except for one who resembled an Arab. All eyes were now fixed on him. Gao waved and smiled, saying, "Brothers, I cannot thank you enough." The black man who had initially questioned Gao smiled back, saying, "Most of them don't understand English. Mate, it seems your luck has run out." Gao sighed. "Who could argue with that? It's just the 3 of us left." The black man continued, "So you're with Ken Freeman this time? Did you receive your payment?" That fellow isn't known for his reliability. Groliov weakly replied, "Indeed, we gathered 12 individuals, yet received not a cent, but here is some good news. That damned Ken has been blown to bits." The black man laughed heartily and spoke in a language Gao had never heard before, eliciting laughter from everyone in the truck, who appeared quite cheerful. At that moment, the black man extended his hand, shaking hands with Gao and Chuibo, and said joyfully, "Given the good news you bring, it's worth having you aboard. That cursed Ken only paid us half the amount last time he hired us. Hearing of his demise brings us great joy." Chapter 48. The Power of Morgan. Once the laughter subsided, the black man waved to the crowd, pointing at Groliov, "Suma, in light of the good news he brought, take a look and see if this fellow can be saved." One of the black men crouched down before Groliov, lifting his shirt and pressing around the wound, then turned to Gao, asking, "What kind of gun struck him?" Gao was taken aback to discover that there was a medic on the truck, and the prospect of assistance filled him with hope. He quickly replied, "He was shot at close range by an M4, around 2 o'clock last night." The black man nodded, saying, "His condition isn't too dire, but it's not great either. At least his abdominal cavity isn't a complete mess, so he can hold on for a while. Do not let him drink water. If you can find a hospital within 12 hours for timely surgery, he should survive, provided there's a competent surgeon. I lack emergency medical supplies. I can't assist you further." Upon hearing that Groliov had a chance of survival, Gao's heart eased slightly, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the black men, saying, "Thank you so much." The black man waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We're all freelance mercenaries. Anyone can find themselves in this situation. We ought to help one another. My name is Abdullahi Ahmed Ali. You can call me Ali. Most of us hail from Somalia. While we aren't technically a mercenary group, we banded together for work. I see you 2 are snipers. If you're willing, we could collaborate for mutual support. After introducing Groliov and Chui Bo to Ali, Gao shook his hand, saying, I truly appreciate everything you've done. I believe we will surely have the opportunity to work together. Gao's words were merely courteous. Yet Ali nodded, affirming, indeed, there will be opportunities. We currently lack snipers, so your joining would be fantastic. Where are you headed? We are making our way to Tripoli. Benghazi has fallen completely, and most of the government forces have sided with the opposition. We received orders this morning for all mercenaries to head to Tripoli, as they seem to be assembling a large mercenary corps. However, we're still unsure about the compensation. Do you have any information? Gao Yang shook his head and replied, we are uncertain as well. Ali curled his lips and remarked, Gaddafi is having a tough time these days. I suspect he would be willing to pay a handsome sum, which is why we joined the convoy to evacuate. Otherwise, we would have remained in Benghazi, accepting employment from the opposition. Upon hearing Ali's words, Gao Yang let out a sigh of relief, adhering to the notion that excessive words could lead to blunders. He hesitated to speak, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal their true identity, that they were not affiliated with the government forces. However, after listening to Ali, Gao Yang understood why Ali had not inquired further. It turned out that he simply did not care. Gao Yang smiled and said, indeed, I believe the government forces will offer a better price than the opposition. Heading to Tripoli is a prudent choice. After saying this, Gao Yang felt a sense of absurdity. First, he had fought against the government forces for the opposition, then against the opposition, and now it seemed he was gravitating back towards the government forces. This conflict was indeed chaotic. Observing that Goriev had fallen unconscious again, Gao Yang felt his heart tighten. Chui Bo removed his coat and draped it over Goriev, then turned to Gao Yang with a worried expression, asking Brother Yang, what did they say about the old Russian? Where are they headed? It then occurred to Gao Yang that he had not updated Chui Bo about the situation. After explaining, Chui Bo nodded and replied, that's fortunate. It seems the old Russian is not destined to perish. Besides Benghazi, Tripoli is the only other place with a substantial hospital. However, the standard of medical care in Libya is rather poor. Can the doctors there be trusted? Gao Yang turned to Ali and asked, are you familiar with Tripoli? Do you know which hospitals have competent doctors? Ali shook his head and said, I am unfamiliar with Libya. I do not even know where Tripoli is. However, I inquired and learned that we will reach Tripoli by nightfall. Once we disembark, I can help you ask around. So, are you interested in my proposal? If you plan to continue fighting, we could request to be assigned together. Gao Yang, with an apologetic expression, replied, I'm truly sorry, but we must care for him. There is no way we can engage in combat in the near term. However, as long as we are still fighting, we will surely be alongside you. Ali smiled brightly, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, that's splendid. We are in dire need of a sniper. It would be wonderful if you could join us. Gao Yang lost interest in conversing with Ali, for it would not be until nightfall that they would arrive in Tripoli, and Goriev might not last until then. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang retrieved the satellite phone from his backpack and dialed the number Morgan had left him. When the call connected, a strange voice answered, hello, who is this? Greetings, I am Gao Yang, calling as instructed by Mr. Morgan. The other party fell silent for a moment before responding in a grave tone. Mr. Morgan informed me to assist you in any way possible. What do you require? However, I am currently in Tripoli and may not be able to reach Benghazi. That is excellent news. I am on my way to Tripoli. The situation is as follows. One of our members has been shot, sustaining severe abdominal injuries. Understood, I will arrange for assistance. Where exactly are you? And how long until you arrive? We have just left Benghazi and are not far from it, traveling by truck. We should reach Tripoli around nightfall. Is there any way you could expedite our journey? I fear my friend may not last much longer. After a moment of silence on the line, the voice resumed, when you pass through Ajdabia, disembark. A vehicle will be waiting for you there. It will take a maximum of 1 hour for it to arrive. Once you get in, it will take you to the airport, and you will transfer to a plane to Tripoli. I will be waiting for you at the airport. I'll call you in 10 minutes to inform you of the meeting point. After hanging up, Gao Yang stared blankly at Chui Bo and smiled faintly. You truly have a knack for predictions. You fool, seems we are safe after all. Mr. Morgan is remarkably resourceful. The old Russian will be saved. Chapter 49. Calmness. Gao Yang, who had not smoked for 3 years, slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. His feet lay over a dozen cigarette butts, most of which were only partially smoked. Leaving behind long stubs, the mixed type of cigarette was too challenging for Gao Yang. He preferred the taste of pipe tobacco in a state of agitation. He extinguished the burning cigarette in his hand and glanced at the calm Cui Bo. Suddenly feeling a surge of irritation, he approached Cui Bo, who was seated on a chair cleaning his gun, and slapped him on the head, whispering, "You heartless fool, the old Russian is still undergoing surgery. What are you doing cleaning your weapon? According to logic, shouldn't you be comforting me, assuring me that Goryev will be fine?" Cui Bo looked up in bewilderment, his gaze distant as he replied, "Huh? Oh, isn't the old Russian in surgery? What are you worried about? It's not like he is giving birth or anything. Why are you so flustered? You. Gao Yang was utterly at a loss for words. He pointed at Cui Bo, stammering for a moment, unsure of what to say. Perhaps for Cui Bo, sending the old Russian into the operating room signified that everything was fine. Gao Yang found it difficult to explain to this simpleton that in a makeshift operating room, with a seemingly unreliable old man performing surgery, and after 4 hours without any updates, if that alone meant everything was fine, it could only imply that either Cui Bo was indeed simple-minded or possessed an extraordinary degree of calmness. Observing Gao Yang in a state of frantic worry, an Arab man sitting calmly nearby suddenly spoke, "Be quiet. If your friend still has a chance to be saved, then he must be fine. If there is no hope for him, no one can help. I have already informed you that the old man inside is the best doctor in Libya, a world-class physician. The fact that the surgery is still ongoing indicates that the situation is stable." Gao Yang offered a bitter smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Abdul. I trust your words, but I still can't help but worry." Abdul was indeed the agent Morgan had assigned in Libya, around 40 years old, appearing no different from the locals. However, his manner of speaking and conducting himself was distinctly American. As Gao Yang understood, Abdul was originally Libyan but had moved to the United States at a young age. Abdul stood up, took the cigarette pack and lighter from Gao Yang, lit one for himself, and calmly remarked, "You mentioned you wanted to smoke, but you didn't specify that you would finish all my cigarettes, which is quite wasteful. You must understand, this is an Arab country, and cigarettes are hard to come by. I apologize. I've been a bit too anxious. Please understand, the one undergoing surgery is my friend, and I cannot remain calm." Abdul glanced at Cui Bo, and then back at Gao Yang before suddenly saying, "In comparison, your sniper friend is far calmer than you. He has not shown even a hint of agitation. You ought to learn from him." Gao Yang gaped, and after a moment of silence, he sheepishly replied, "Come on, that is not called calmness. He is just a carefree fool. Do you know what it means to be naturally oblivious?" Abdul shook his head and said, "You are quite impatient right now. May I ask how that will benefit your friend inside? If it does not help, why not try to emulate that sniper-esque calmness?" Gao Yang was rendered speechless. He pondered Abdul's words and realized they held some truth. Cui Bo could indeed be described as oblivious, yet he maintained a consistent calmness in any situation, a quality essential for a sniper. Generally, a successful sniper possesses such a remarkable ability to remain unfazed. Gao Yang rubbed his head and awkwardly returned to his seat, striving to regain his composure. At that moment, Cui Bo, who could not comprehend the conversation between Gao Yang and Abdul, suddenly said, "Brother Yang, if the old Russian is fine, you should quickly think of a way to return home." Gao Yang offered a bitter smile and replied, "Don't be ridiculous. How can I get back home now? We still don't know how the old Russian is doing. Besides, how would I even return?" Abdul suddenly remarked in slightly awkward Mandarin, "Mr. Morgan instructed me to arrange for your return home at the earliest opportunity. He mentioned that you are exceedingly homesick. If you wish, I can arrange for your departure immediately." Gao Yang, taken aback, asked, "You can speak Mandarin?" "I speak 12 languages. As for Mandarin, I can speak Standard, Cantonese, and a bit of Sichuan dialect and Shanghainese. You may converse with me in whichever dialect you prefer." Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Forget it, I only know Mandarin. If you speak Cantonese with me, it would be better to just speak English." He then added, "Now I understand why Mr. Morgan chose you as his agent. You must be an elite trained by the CIA." Abdul grimaced and replied, "That was in the past. You still haven't answered me. Do you wish to leave?" Gao Yang certainly wanted to go back. Nodding vigorously, he then curiously asked, "Wasn't it said that the airport is closed? When we arrived, the airplane had just landed on a highway. Do you intend to take off from the highway as well? Or, can you escort me out of Libya through another country? However, I do not possess a passport, thus I am unable to purchase a plane ticket." Abdul chuckled softly and replied, "Leave everything to me. You need not worry about the rest. No sooner had Abdul finished speaking than the surgery room door, which had remained firmly shut, finally swung open. An elderly man with graying hair leaned wearily against the doorframe and said, "The surgery was successful. He has completely emerged from danger. Once the effects of the anesthesia wear off, he will awaken. I have fulfilled your request. When will you allow us to leave Libya?" Abdul, with an expression devoid of emotion, responded, "Please step aside. My friend needs to enter. As for your situation, there is no need for concern. Once your surgical subject fully recovers, I will arrange for you to travel to any country of your choosing." Gao Yang understood why Abdul was able to locate the finest surgeon in all of Libya. It was not merely a matter of throwing money at the problem, but rather the ability to facilitate the safe passage of the doctor's family abroad amidst chaos. After expressing heartfelt gratitude to the doctor, Gao Yang and Cui Bo entered the operating room, where a man and a woman, who were the doctor's assistants and also his children, were attending to Grolov. Observing Grolov lying on the surgical bed, breathing steadily and appearing to have escaped danger, Gao Yang finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he yearned for a quiet place to rest, while Cui Bo, with an expression of calm, nodded and shrugged, saying, "See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. You must have been anxious for no reason, Brother Yang. Sometimes, you simply cannot remain patient." Chapter 50. Names. Gao Yang felt that Cui Bo possessed the potential to be a notorious jinx. Perhaps Cui Bo was indeed a jinx. After he uttered a phrase suggesting that there was nothing to fear, Grolov was shot and nearly lost his life. Gao Yang, on the other hand, was exceedingly fortunate to have escaped unharmed after a bullet struck his axe. Although both he and Grolov survived, it could indeed be deemed a narrow escape. Yet, Grolov's ordeal was far more perilous than Gao Yang's. According to the physician who later operated on Grolov, had he been delayed by even 2 hours, he would certainly have perished. The fact that Grolov was rescued can only be attributed to fate. Had Gao Yang and Cui Bo not risked their lives to drag him from the battlefield, there would be no further discussion. Moreover, had they not encountered someone named Ali to lend assistance, they too would have met their demise. And if not for Morgan empowering his agent Abdul to provide substantial aid, Grolov would have succumbed on the way to Tripoli. However, whether by coincidence or divine intervention, Grolov ultimately survived. Grolov awoke the day after his surgery, and by the time he opened his eyes, Gao Yang and Cui Bo, having enjoyed a restful sleep, were already waiting by his bedside. Upon regaining consciousness, Grolov first surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Gao Yang and Cui Bo. After a moment of silence, he quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Gao Yang chuckled and replied, "What is there to thank? We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Saying too much would be pointless." Grolov fell silent for a brief moment before solemnly stating, "I am merely a mercenary. I was compensated for my services, and you could have easily abandoned me, yet you did not. I realize I almost brought disaster upon you and Rabbit." Observing Grolov's intention to speak further, Gao Yang waved his hand and interjected, "Enough. Conserve your strength. The doctor has advised you to rest. Why waste breath on trivialities?" Grolov smiled and said, "Very well. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. However, I must inform you that I owe you both a debt of life." Gao Yang sighed. "Here we go again. I told you, you need to rest." Grolov shook his head. "I am aware of my condition. I am fine now. In no more than 10 days, I will be up and about again. You need not worry about me. Furthermore, as brothers who share life and death, you ought to know my true name." Gao Yang expressed his surprise. "Ah, you were using a pseudonym?" Grolov gazed at Gao Yang with an incredulous look. "Of course, as a mercenary, do you think one casually divulges their true name? My goodness, Gao, don't tell me your name is indeed your real name." Gao Yang gave a wry smile. "Of course it is my real name. I am not a mercenary, so why overthink it?" Grolov shook his head. "Indeed, you are not a mercenary. Very well, I shall share my true name with you. I am Yuri Grilovsky Ivanov. You may continue to call me Grolov." Gao Yang sighed. "All right then, I shall introduce myself as Gao Yang. Rabbit's name is indeed Chuebo.as. For the meaning of my name, you would not understand. Regarding Rabbit's true name, it carries some ambiguity. His name sounds quite unrefined. The Chuan his name is homophonous with to urge. And as for Bo, well, it is associated with." As Gao Yang spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Cui Bo, who was glaring at him with an intense expression. "Enunciating each word, Brother Yang, I may not comprehend English, but having been out for a few years, I ought to have figured out how my name translates into English. Now you mention my name while looking rather lewd." Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Gao Yang felt as though he had been caught red-handed. After clearing his throat awkwardly, he addressed Grolov. There's nothing more to say. Chui Bo's name is simply Chui Bo, with no hidden meanings. You may refer to him by his nickname, Rabbit. Grolov, perplexed, glanced between Gao Yang and Chui Bo, tilting his head slightly. All right, no need for excessive explanation. I believe names are of little importance. What truly matters is what you plan to do next. Before Gao Yang could respond, there was a knock at the door. Abdul entered the room, gesturing to his watch, and said to Gao Yang, "If you wish to return home, today is the day. I cannot guarantee that such a favorable opportunity will arise again. As for Grolov, you need not worry. He can safely remain here to recuperate. This place is secure." Gao Yang glanced at Chui Bo, feeling somewhat conflicted, and asked, "Rabbit, what do you intend to do?" Chui Bo replied nonchalantly, "Brother Yang, you should just go home. You need not concern yourself with the old Russian. I will stay behind to look after him. Once he recovers, I will join him as a mercenary. Don't try to dissuade me. It will be of no use." Gao Yang felt that Tripoli appeared relatively stable at the moment, and for the time being, chaos seemed distant. Moreover, Abdul had stated he would not be going to Benghazi but would remain in Tripoli. Hence, the safety of Grolov and Chui Bo was assured. Even if trouble arose, Abdul could facilitate their relocation elsewhere. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yang finally addressed Grolov. "I apologize, but I must return home. Please take care of yourselves." Grolov dramatically slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Do you think I am a child who needs care? Please, I am an experienced mercenary. Gao, you should have returned home long ago. Honestly, if I could go back, I would have done so already." Gao Yang nodded. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Is there anything you need help with?" Grolov eagerly nodded. "Yes, indeed. There is something you could assist me with. I will give you an address. Could you deliver some money to my wife in Russia? Also, please check on how my wife and children are faring. I miss them dearly, but I have no one trustworthy to whom I can reveal their address, so I must rely on you for this favor." Gao Yang inquired curiously, "Why not return yourself?" Grolov replied with a bitter smile, "Of course not. If I dared return and was discovered by the police, that would be one thing. But if the mob were to find me, my entire family would be doomed. The reasons are quite complex. I will explain them to you later." Gao Yang could only nod in agreement. "Very well, I will make a trip to Russia. Just provide me with the address." Grolov's spirits lifted as he said, "My daughter's name is Yelena Yura Ivanova, and my wife's name is Natalia Sasha Ivanova. I will write down the address for you. Once you find them, just say you are my friend. They will understand. Remember, you must say you are Grolov's friend, and do not disclose my full name." Chapter 51. Evacuation. Before departing, Gao Yang ensured that all his final matters in Libya were in order. He handed his firearm to Abdul, requesting that he return it to Bob and Simon. After collecting Grolov's funds, he was ready to head home. Abdul drove a rather ordinary vehicle, personally escorting Gao Yang to the airport. At that moment, Gao Yang was still uncertain about how he would manage to board a plane upon arrival at the airport, nor did he know how he would return home, as there were no direct flights from Tripoli to China. Walking along the streets of Tripoli, Gao Yang felt as though Tripoli and Benghazi belonged to entirely different nations. Benghazi was embroiled in chaos, while Tripoli appeared, at least on the surface, to be remarkably stable, seemingly unchanged from the norm. Once the automobile had traversed beyond the city limits, Gao Yang and his companions encountered several checkpoints. Yet, each time, Abdul effortlessly passed through, blending in seamlessly with the locals, speaking the same language and donning similar attire. Had Gao Yang not been privy to Abdul's background, he would have never suspected that Abdul had arrived in Libya even earlier than he had. After navigating yet another checkpoint, Gao Yang could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Abdul, could you enlighten me on what Libya is truly like? Is this country good or bad? Are the people here benevolent or malevolent? To be honest, I am merely a transient in Libya, but I yearn to gain a deeper understanding, especially since I nearly lost my life here." After a prolonged silence, Abdul finally responded in a grave tone, "This country is indeed wonderful, and its people are equally admirable. They are warm-hearted and generous. Regardless of whether they are impoverished or affluent, they will extend their best hospitality to you. However, all of this is contingent upon one crucial factor, the absence of war." Upon hearing Abdul's words, Gao Yang reflected on the chaos he had witnessed in Libya, the militia members charging with firearms, the merciless bandits who killed without hesitation, and the furious crowds that had gathered in anger. Given his experiences, he found it difficult to reconcile Abdul's assertions with the reality he had observed. Nevertheless, Gao Yang understood that Abdul was not lying, for he recognized how profoundly war can alter everything. Gao Yang sensed it prudent to focus on his own concerns. After all, regardless of Libya's nature, he was merely a visitor. Although Libya had transformed him, he would not exert any influence over the nation. After traveling a considerable distance from the city, Gao Yang's curiosity got the better of him. And he asked Abdul, "How do you intend for me to return home?" As before, Abdul merely shrugged and replied, "Do not worry, you will undoubtedly return. Now is not the time for revelations. I wish to surprise you." Gao Yang chuckled wryly. "Please, I have no desire for surprises. I simply wish to know how I can get home as soon as possible. I have heard that the airport is closed and no flights are permitted to take off. Yet you insist on taking me to the airport. It is difficult for me not to worry." Abdul smiled and said, "Just wait a little longer. We will arrive at the airport shortly, and you will soon understand everything. By the way, do you wish to return home as quickly as possible, or do you have the patience to wait a bit longer?" Without hesitation, Gao Yang replied, "Is that even a question? Of course, I want to return home at the fastest possible speed. I do not wish to linger for even a moment longer." Abdul nodded and said, "Understood, as you wish. You will be home shortly." As Gao Yang and Abdul conversed, they could already see the terminal of the airport. At this point, Gao Yang refrained from asking further questions, for they had indeed arrived at the airport, just as Abdul had mentioned. The answer was imminent. Abdul guided Gao Yang through 2 checkpoints with ease before they entered the terminal. Upon stepping inside, Gao Yang was immediately taken aback. The vast terminal was in utter disarray, filled with foreigners of various skin tones and faces, nearly overwhelming the space. Chaos reigned, with some individuals frantically shouting into their phones, others cursing loudly, and the cries of children and women echoing throughout. This tumult made Gao Yang yearn to escape the terminal as quickly as possible. The enormous flight information board displayed that all flights had been suspended, leading Gao Yang to believe that departing from the airport was an impossibility. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Abdul, I do not believe it is possible to leave from here. Have you made a mistake?" Abdul sighed. Gesturing toward the panicking crowd, "Look at these people. Do you notice anything?" Gao Yang glanced around and shook his head, replying, "I see nothing unusual aside from the fact that they are all foreigners." Abdul chuckled and said, "You need to sharpen your observational skills. Look closely. There are people from all walks of life here, with the majority being from India and Pakistan, followed by Europeans. Individuals from all corners of the globe are present. Yet do you see anyone from Huaxia?" At Abdul's prompting, Gao Yang realized that, indeed, as he looked around the chaotic terminal, there were scarcely any East Asian faces. He did, however, spot a few individuals who resembled him. But they were speaking Korean or Japanese. Not a single person was speaking Mandarin. Gao Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "What is going on?" Abdul sighed, "Follow me. You will soon understand." He led Gao Yang through the throng, navigating to a corner of the terminal, where he pointed and said, "Your fellow countrymen are gathered over there. You can join them, and then you will be able to leave with them." In that corner, approximately 400 to 500 individuals were congregated. Some standing, others sitting. They appeared quite disheveled, yet not a single person was crying. Unlike the other foreigners, whose faces displayed nothing but panic or bewilderment, these individuals seemed composed and orderly. Gao Yang recognized familiar skin tones and heard familiar languages, instantly realizing that those gathered were his compatriots from Huaxia. The calm demeanor of the Huaxia individuals waiting for evacuation starkly contrasted with the despair evident among the citizens of other nations. Gao Yang observed many foreigners begging outside the Huaxia gathering, pleading for assistance, while several Huaxia individuals stood outside, expressing their refusal with a look of helplessness. He overheard them repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, but we can only prioritize the evacuation of Huaxia citizens. Regardless of your offers, we cannot assist you." "What is happening?" Gao Yang asked. Abdul sighed. "I had assumed that the United States would be the first to evacuate its citizens, yet it appears that your nation is leading the charge, and at an astonishing pace. Other countries may follow suit to evacuate their citizens, but who knows what the situation will be when their planes finally arrive. Now do you understand? You have caught the evacuation wave. I do not know how you view your government, but I must say, you are quite fortunate this time. To the very least, you will not have to wait here in agony like the other foreigners. And I know that Huaxia has deployed military aircraft for this evacuation. allowing you to return home directly. A surge of emotion welled up within Gao Yang, nearly bringing him to tears, regardless of past grievances or the nation's actions at other times. At this moment, he felt immense pride in being a Huaxia citizen. He shook Abdul's hand and said, "Thank you, To be honest, I did not expect to leave in this manner, but I must admit, you have truly surprised me." Abdul smiled. "What do you plan to do now?" "Of course, I will head to the area where my fellow Huaxia citizens are gathered and wait for evacuation. After all, during an evacuation, having no passport is not an issue, right? What else can I do?" Abdul shook his head. No, if you do that, you might end up in Egypt or even Italy. That would be far too slow. From what I know, a military flight is arriving shortly. If you wish to be the first on board and fly directly to Huaxia, then you must heed my advice. I will ensure you get home as quickly as possible. Gao Yang hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? Everyone is eager to leave. I should just wait in line like everyone else. I will return home sooner or later. Abdul shook his head. No, I promised you that I would get you home immediately, and I will keep that promise. Stand still and do not move. You must endure this. It won't hurt much. In a state of panic, Gao Yang exclaimed. It won't hurt much. What are you planning to do? Without uttering a word, Abdul waved his hand, revealing a small knife that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Then, with a swift motion, he grabbed Gao Yang and made a long incision across his chest, watching his blood quickly soak through his shirt. Gao Yang gasped, "What are you doing?" Abdul smiled gently as he sheathed the knife, saying, "I am helping you return home. Do not worry. Your wound is very superficial. You won't even need treatment. The bleeding will stop shortly. While you still look alarming, let us hurry over." With that, Abdul pulled Gao Yang toward the gathering of Huaxia citizens, shouting, "Help us! Help him! He has been attacked by thugs. He is severely injured." Gao Yang glanced at his own appearance, horrified. His shirt bore a large gash running from his left shoulder to his right rib, and through the tear, the wound was clearly visible, with blood having drenched the front of his clothing. It appeared undeniably perilous, yet only Gao Yang knew that his injury was, in fact, quite minor and would cease to bleed on its own. Abdul led Gao Yang to the outskirts of the Huaxia gathering, where two individuals in suits rushed forward. Upon seeing Gao Yang's wound, both gasped in shock, and one exclaimed urgently, "What happened?" "What is going on?" Abdul shouted. "We were attacked by thugs. He is gravely injured. Can't you see? He is a Huaxia citizen. You must get him out of here quickly." The silent Huaxia citizens immediately supported Gao Yang, one of them speaking in Mandarin. "Are you a Huaxia citizen?" Gao Yang instinctively nodded, and before he could respond, the speaking Huaxia citizen demanded, "Passport. Let me see your passport." Gao Yang, now utterly bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I don't have it. I lost my passport long ago." The dire predicament of Gao Yang captured the attention of all present, prompting a throng of Huaxia people to gather around. A woman among them was shouting, "I am a doctor. Let me examine him. Who has any medical supplies? He requires immediate assistance." The Huaxia individual supporting Gao Yang was drenched in sweat, urgently addressing the encircling crowd, "Please, everyone, remain calm. Our next flight is about to arrive, and there are doctors and medical supplies on board." After shouting this, the person supporting Gao Yang turned to an individual named Lao Xia, exclaiming in distress, "His passport is missing. What do we do?" Lao Xia, as he was referred to, called out to Gao Yang, "It doesn't matter if you have a passport or not. As long as you can prove you are Chinese, just sing the national anthem. Sing the national anthem." At this moment, Gao Yang understood Abdul's method. Yet as he observed the anxious, perspiring faces of the Huaxia individuals and the concerned crowd, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him regarding his actions. After a brief hesitation, he stammered, "Actually, I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry." The individual supporting Gao Yang retorted urgently, "At this point, why are you saying that? Are you Huaxia or not? If you are, then sing the national anthem. Arise. Ye who refuse to be slaves." Gao Yang merely managed to sing the opening line, and before he could finish the first verse, the person supporting him vigorously nodded and said, "All right, no need to continue singing. Let us get you inside quickly." Gao Yang was half dragged and half led by the Huaxia man in a black suit through the boarding gate. Unable to suppress his urge, he glanced back, only to see Abdul waving him goodbye with a sorrowful expression, while the other Huaxia individuals stood up, their faces filled with concern. Then, he heard someone begin to sing the national anthem, which swiftly transformed into a collective chorus. Given the circumstances and the venue, the sound of hundreds singing the anthem was not overwhelmingly loud, yet it was undeniably powerful, as the echoes of the anthem resonated in his ears. Gao Yang was ushered directly onto the runway, which was eerily empty, devoid of any aircraft, yet populated by numerous armed personnel and a few Huaxia individuals standing nearby. Once he reached the side of the runway, four Huaxia individuals rushed over. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, asked urgently, "What happened? What transpired? Was there an issue in the terminal?" The one supporting Gao Yang shook his head, replying, "No, everything is fine inside." This young man just arrived at the airport and was attacked outside. "Lao Wang, he's in your care now. I'm heading back in." After speaking, the individual who had been supporting Gao Yang nodded at him and turned to jog back. Gao Yang called after the departing figure, "Thank you." The middle-aged man referred to as Lao Wang steadied Gao Yang and said, "No need for thanks. This is our duty." "Young man, where were you attacked? Were there any other Huaxia people with you?" Gao Yang felt an indescribable mixture of emotions as he faced the anxious Lao Wang. "No. It was just me. I was with some locals when a group surrounded us and robbed us on our way to the airport. However, despite how alarming my injuries appear, I assure you it's nothing serious. You need not worry." Lao Wang insisted, "Even so, you claim it's nothing serious? Young man, you have quite the nerve. Just call me Lao Wang. And speak up if you need anything. Hang in there. Our flight will arrive shortly." Gao Yang nodded in agreement, inquiring, "Will our people be evacuated?" Lao Wang firmly nodded, pride evident in his voice. "Rest assured, as long as there is one person left, our operation will not conclude. It's merely a matter of time. Our naval vessels and military aircraft have arrived, along with commercial planes and cruise ships. No one will be left behind." Gao Yang sighed deeply, affirming, "Our nation has truly become powerful. I never imagined I would be returning home on an evacuation flight." Lao Wang echoed his sentiments, saying, "Indeed, we diplomats and you compatriots abroad understand best what our country's strength signifies for us. Having spent time in several countries, I feel a newfound confidence, and should any crisis arise, we no longer merely stand by helplessly." "Well then, young man, please wait here. The plane will be here shortly. Here it comes." An Eliashan Il-76 descended onto the runway, gradually slowing to a halt right before Gao Yang and the others. The aircraft, adorned with the Huaxia national flag and military insignia, was unmistakably a Huaxia vessel. Lao Wang beamed with joy, pointing at the plane and addressing Gao Yang. "Do you see? Our aircraft, a military transport. It may not be as comfortable as a commercial flight, but it will take you directly home without any layovers. And look at this precision. It stopped exactly in front of us." Gao Yang nodded, and for the first time, he felt an emotional response to the sight of the national and military flags on the aircraft. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Once the plane stabilized, Lao Wang patted Gao Yang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Young man, don't be overwhelmed. You'll be home soon. Come on, let us board the plane. It's time to return." Although the Il-76 was a transport aircraft with no seats, temporary seating had been arranged for the evacuation, filling the cabin. As the rear door of the aircraft opened, Lao Wang assisted Gao Yang aboard. After seating him in the foremost position, two middle-aged individuals clad in white coats took over. Lao Wang waved goodbye to Gao Yang before departing, while the two in white coats promptly requested Gao Yang to remove his shirt for an examination of his injuries. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gao Yang complied, and one of the doctors, upon inspecting the wound, exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping his brow. "No worries, young man. Your injury isn't serious. Although it looks alarming, the cut is superficial and doesn't require stitches. Just some disinfectant and ointment will suffice. The bruise on your chest is a bit more concerning, but it's nothing major. I'll treat the wound first, then provide you with some food and water. After you eat, rest well. When you awaken, you'll be back in your homeland." Chapter 53. Homecoming on the plane, Gao Yang registered his name and place of origin, as the evacuation required precise data to ensure no Huaxia citizens remained stranded in Libya. However, he reported the name and passport details of Cui Bo, not out of a desire to conceal his identity, but to prevent the embassy from mistakenly believing others were still in Libya. After completing the registration, Gao Yang enjoyed a deep slumber. Although the Il-76 lacked the comfort of a commercial aircraft, this was the most restful sleep he had experienced in 3 years. The aircraft ultimately landed at the capital's airport. Upon touchdown, the cabin erupted in tears. For the passengers, the terror they had faced in Libya had finally come to an end, and they were now safe. as a casualty, Gao Yang received preferential treatment. Being the first to disembark, assisted by others, as he made his way through the cabin, all the passengers stood, applauding him. "Brother, wishing you a swift recovery. Young man, we're home now. All is well. Take care of yourself." "Big brother, that was quite an ordeal, wasn't it? Now that we're back, you'll be well cared for. Please give my regards to your parents." Gao Yang's face flushed crimson. He felt exhilarated yet embarrassed, especially as the warmth of these strangers intensified his discomfort, knowing he had gained passage on a flight originally designated for women, children, and the elderly through dubious means. All he could do was bow repeatedly in gratitude, loudly expressing his thanks as he exited the aircraft amidst the applause and well wishes of the crowd. The plane had taken off around 11 o'clock in the morning Libyan time, and due to a 6-hour time difference with the capital, after over 10 hours of flight, Gao Yang arrived at the capital shortly after 4 in the morning. The sky was still shrouded in darkness, yet a crowd awaited his arrival, some even carrying cameras. Gao Yang proudly stood as the representative of all passengers aboard the flight. As he stepped off the plane, a middle-aged man presented him with a bouquet of flowers, gravely stating, on behalf of the entire nation, "We welcome you home. You have endured greatly." Gao Yang accepted the flowers, struggling to find words as tears streamed down his face. Yet, he felt no shame. His journey home had been fraught with trials. And unlike those recently repatriated, he had awaited this day for over 3 years. Overwhelmed with emotion, he bowed deeply to the middle-aged man, earnestly expressing, thank you for all that the nation has done for us, and for your efforts." The middle-aged man had little to say beyond welcoming Gao Yang and his companions, stepping aside as a female journalist approached, intending to interview him. However, Gao Yang's injuries spared him from the spotlight, allowing him to exit the airport unimpeded. Gao Yang emerged from the airport, initially met by personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who suggested he visit a hospital for treatment before departing. They even offered him a set of clothes, as his own were not only torn but also soaked with blood. They expressed their willingness to provide him with travel expenses if he lacked the funds to return home. However, Gao Yang felt too embarrassed to accept such assistance, for he had several tens of thousands of dollars on him. He exchanged over 2,000 yuan at the airport's currency exchange and purchased a new outfit before hailing a taxi directly to the train station. Upon arriving at the station, Gao Yang effortlessly secured a ticket for the high-speed train, which would take just over 2 hours from the capital to his hometown. It seemed that after enduring numerous hardships on his journey home, everything was now inexplicably smooth. Without uttering a word, he arrived back in his childhood city precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning. Struggling to suppress his overwhelming emotions, Gao Yang took a taxi to the residential complex where his family lived. As he beheld the familiar surroundings, his heart tightened inexplicably. Once the taxi reached his building, he found it difficult to breathe. After giving the driver a 100 yuan bill and insisting no change was necessary, Gao Yang trembled as he stepped out, nearly stumbling in his haste to enter the elevator, pressing the button for his floor. His family resided in an upscale complex, boasting spacious apartments across 26 floors. With Gao Yang's family on the top floor, the elevator ride, though brief, felt agonizingly prolonged, as his mind raced with anxious thoughts, fearing the elevator might malfunction or trap him inside. Finally, the elevator reached the 26th floor. After stepping out, he paused at the entrance, gasping for air before summoning the courage to ring the doorbell. His mind was a blank slate, and he stood there, dazed, until the door swung open to reveal an unfamiliar woman. The woman, appearing to be in her 40s, regarded Gao Yang with annoyance, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Completely taken aback, Gao Yang stared at this stranger, initially questioning if he had come to the wrong place. He stammered, "Is this Gao Wu's home?" The woman, with an expression of indifference, replied impatiently, "This used to be his home, but we bought it. If you're looking for Gao Wu, you'll need to go to his old residence." Without waiting for Gao Yang to respond, she slammed the door shut, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. After a brief moment of shock, Gao Yang abandoned the idea of seeking clarification and swiftly descended in the elevator, quickly finding a taxi to take him to his former home. His old residence was in an aging complex, not far from the new one. Just a 10-minute ride would suffice. However, during that ride, his mind was a tangled mess of thoughts, primarily revolving around why his parents had sold their new home. Upon arriving at the old complex, Gao Yang leapt from the taxi and sprinted toward his former building. Racing up to the 3rd floor, Upon reaching the door, he paused to catch his breath, hesitating to knock for reasons he could not comprehend. Forcing himself to dispel his fears, he knocked with trembling hands. Soon enough, he heard a voice he had longed to hear countless times. "Who is it?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Gao Yang felt an immense weight lift from his chest. With a quivering tone, he exclaimed, "Mom, it's me. I'm back." Without waiting for a response, his mother flung open the door as she beheld him. She froze in place, her eyes scanning him up and down before tears welled up, clouding her vision. Shaking her head vigorously, she wiped her eyes and stammered, "Is that you, Yang?" Gao Yang had imagined countless scenarios for this moment, but all his carefully chosen words vanished from his mind, leaving him with only a simple declaration, "Mom." "It's me. I'm back." Chapter 54. Reunion. His mother reached out a hand to touch his face, withdrawing it only to pinch her own cheek as if to confirm this was no dream. After grasping the reality of the moment, she enveloped Gao Yang in a fierce embrace, pouring her heart out in a torrent of tears. "Mom!" In that moment, as he was held tightly in his mother's arms, Gao Yang could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep as well. Towering over her, he caught sight of her silver hair, which struck him like a blow, leaving him breathless. Though his mother had only just turned 50, her hair was already grayed, and Gao Yang instantly understood the immense suffering she had endured over the past 3 years. His mother held him tightly for a brief moment before releasing him, yet she continued to clutch his hand, tears streaming down her face as she examined his features. With a tender touch, she wiped the tears from his cheeks, sobbing, Yang, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry, Mom, that I won't leave again. I'll never make you and Dad worry about me again." As Gao Yang's voice trembled with emotion, his mother finally recognized him as her son. Relief washing over her as despair transformed into joy. "You're back. Look at how thin you've become. Have you eaten yet? Quick, tell me what you want to eat. I'll cook for you." "Oh dear, there's nothing in the house. I'll rush to buy something. What do you want? Braised pork? Dumplings? I can make noodles for you." As his mother listed the dishes she wanted to prepare, she stubbornly held onto his hand, as if fearing he might vanish if she let go. Wanting to ease her overwhelming emotions, Gao Yang devised a distraction. "Mom, where's Dad? Call him back. Let's eat quickly. I'm starving." His mother, jolted back to reality, finally pulled Gao Yang inside, guiding him to the sofa. Gazing at him with an adoring expression, she asked, "Your dad want to find you. Did you come back with him? I thought he had found you." "Oh no, you're back, and he doesn't even know. What do we do? I need to find a way to call him. But his phone must be off. What can we do?" His mother's excitement made her words tumble over one another. Yet Gao Yang grasped the essence of her message. He took her hand and asked, "Mom, what did you say?" "Dad went looking for me." "Where did he go?" "To Africa. Although everyone says you're dead, your father and I know you're alive. Remember when you were little and had your fortune told? The seer said you would live a peaceful life. How could you possibly be dead? But they refused to continue searching for you, so your father went on his own. Look, you're back." Gao Yang stood in shock, exclaiming, "He went to find me? Where did he go? To Africa?" "Yes. Your father said they didn't find your body on the plane, so you must be alive. Besides, you've read so many books and often ventured outdoors. You probably just got lost in the wild and couldn't find your way home. So your father went to find help. I always knew he was right." As he listened to his mother's excited words, Gao Yang felt a wave of panic wash over him. Trembling, he asked, "Are you saying Dad is currently in Africa, searching for me?" His mother nodded emphatically. "He has been gone for 2 months, but he should be back soon. I'll call him. Once he returns to the country, he'll turn his phone back on. Alas, roaming fees are so expensive. Your father has kept his phone off since he went to Ethiopia." Suddenly, it dawned on Gao Yang why his father's phone had always been off. He was also in Africa. Looking at his mother, who appeared significantly aged, Gao Yang realized that his parents were trapped in a state of denial, unwilling to accept the possibility of his death. They continued searching for him, clinging to the hope that as long as his body was not found, he might still be alive. Overwhelmed with guilt, Gao Yang regretted the worry he had caused his parents, never anticipating the extent of their anguish. He felt immensely grateful that he had not perished in Libya. The thought of what might have become of his parents if he had not returned was unbearable. Just as Gao Yang was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard another familiar voice. "Shufan, Why didn't you close the door? As the door clicked shut, a backpack fell to the floor, and a man with graying hair stood at the entrance. Staring at Gao Yang in disbelief, Gao Yang rose to his feet and faced his father, who looked utterly astonished. "Dad, it's me. I'm back." His father stood frozen, then suddenly crouched down, burying his face in his arms. Motionless. Gao Yang was utterly terrified. He hurried over, knelt on the ground, and reached out to support his father, exclaiming anxiously, "Dad, what happened to you?" Gao Yang's father lifted his head, glanced at Gao Yang, and suddenly extended his arms to embrace him tightly, weeping uncontrollably, despite being a robust man in his 50s. "I knew you weren't dead. I knew you would survive, Yang. I knew you would come back." Gao Yang's mother also approached, enveloping both Gao Yang and his father in her arms. Joining in the heartfelt cries, the family of three was soon enveloped in tears, a true expression of joy mixed with sorrow. After a lengthy period of weeping, when Gao Yang's father finally released the pent-up longing and pain accumulated over the past 3 years, he ceased his sobbing and declared loudly, "Stop crying. Why weep? Today is a day for celebration, a day for joy. Get up, Yang. Let's celebrate. Let us truly celebrate." Crying can be profoundly beneficial for those who have endured prolonged repression. Though tears still lingered on their faces, Gao Yang's parents appeared to have rejuvenated by several years, their spirits lifted. After pulling his parents to the sofa, Gao Yang said, "Dad, Mom, today we shall feast. I want to eat everything, especially your dumplings. I've missed them terribly." Gao Yang's mother nodded vigorously, responding, "Yes, let us have dumplings, reunion dumplings. Wait for me, I'll go make them." Gao Yang had countless words he wished to share, and his parents had much to say as well. But at that moment, all Gao Yang desired was to sit together with his parents and enjoy a meal. This scene had been a recurring fantasy for him during every meal over the past 3 years. Chapter 55. Obsession. Gao Yang's mother hurried into the kitchen but soon re-emerged, urging Gao Yang and his father, "You two talk for a bit. I'm off to buy some meat and vegetables. I'll be back shortly." "Lao Gao, keep an eye on Yang. Don't let him wander off." After saying this, Gao Yang's mother went to the bedroom to fetch some money. Gao Yang, ever observant, immediately noticed that she was clutching a handful of change, mostly 1 yuan coins, along with several 50-cent pieces. Although Gao Yang's family was financially stable, his father had toiled for most of his life, amassing savings of over 1 million, complemented by a spacious house of more than 150 square meters and factory assets amounting to at least 5 million. He understood the implications of their current situation. Recalling that their large house had been sold, Gao Yang realized what had transpired without needing to be told. He stood up from the sofa and quietly remarked, "Dad, Mom, you've suffered." Gao Yang's father chuckled heartily, saying, "As long as you're back, everything else is inconsequential. I'm not old yet. We can continue to work hard. Now that you've returned, we'll strive together, and in just a few years, our lives will improve. Son, don't worry about anything. Let us celebrate today." Gao Yang nodded and pulled out a large stack of colorful bills from his pocket, placing them on the coffee table. The red notes were RMB, while the green ones were USD. "Dad, Mom, although I couldn't come back for years, I managed to strike a deal just before returning. Now we have money, tens of thousands. You needn't worry. Our lives will soon improve, and you needn't fear. The origins of this money are legitimate. I'll explain it to you when I have the time. But for now, let us focus on enjoying a good meal." Gao Yang's mother's eyes sparkled with pride as she nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, Yang is successful. I always believed in you. Our lives will be all right. I'll go buy the ingredients right away." Though she declared her intent to buy groceries, she remained rooted in place, her gaze never leaving Gao Yang. Overwhelmed with joy at seeing her son again, she found it hard to step away, yet her desire to prepare a meal for him created a palpable tension within her. Gao Yang chuckled, seizing a handful of cash. "Mom, I'll accompany you to the market. Let Dad prepare the dough, so we can make dumplings when we return." His suggestion received unanimous approval from his parents. Soon, Gao Yang and his mother swiftly procured cabbage and meat from the market before hastening back home to prepare his favorite pork and cabbage dumplings. Throughout the shopping trip, Gao Yang's mother never released her grasp on his hand. Upon returning home, she immediately began chopping the filling while Gao Yang's father prepared the dough. Gao Yang, who was unfamiliar with the cooking process, merely assisted where he could. Seizing the opportunity, he began recounting the events of the past 3 years. The family engaged in lively conversation while crafting dumplings, and when they finally sat down to enjoy the steaming dumplings, Gao Yang had just begun to explain how he had rescued the Morgan father and son. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning any violent encounters, merely stating that he had fortuitously saved them, and in gratitude, they had not only rewarded him with a substantial sum of money but also ensured his safe return home. Gao Yang was also aware of why his parents had moved into the old house. His plane had crashed in Ethiopia, and soon after the incident, search and rescue teams had located the wreckage, along with most of the bodies, though Gao Yang's was notably absent. The conclusion drawn by the authorities was that no one could have survived. Ethiopia had refused to continue searching for Gao Yang, declaring all aboard had perished, yet his father remained unconvinced. His only thought was to see his son alive or, if not, to recover his body. For 3 years, Gao Yang's father had employed individuals at his own expense to search for his son, sometimes recruiting as many as 100 or 200 people. In fact, he had become obsessed, making 6 trips to Ethiopia over 3 months each time. He had sacrificed his factory, exhausted his savings, sold their large house, and even mortgaged their current modest 60-square-meter home to cover the costs of his relentless search. Now, their home was devoid of anything of value, and had Gao Yang not returned, along with the $10,000 from Morgan, they would soon have lost even their small dwelling to the bank. However, not everything of worth had been sold. All of Gao Yang's belongings from his bedroom had been preserved and reassembled in the new house. Although Gao Yang's family was now destitute, they cared little for material wealth, finding solace in Gao Yang's return. While tears of gratitude streamed down his face, he remained unconcerned about their financial predicament. Bolstered by the prospect of the upcoming $9,000 and his own belief in his ability to earn a living and restore his family's fortunes. Despite the somber nature of their conversation, they spoke in light-hearted tones. Just as they were enjoying their dumplings and relishing the warmth of family, there was a sudden knock at the door. Gao Yang's father cheerfully opened it, only to find 4 or 5 burly men with shaved heads standing on the threshold. After a moment of confusion, Gao Yang's father inquired, "Who are you looking for?" One of the men at the front smirked coldly and replied, "You must be Gao Wu. We're looking for you regarding your debts. When do you plan to repay?" With that, the group surged into Gao Yang's small living room. Gao Yang, who had been seated, sprang to his feet, while his mother, sensing something was amiss, clutched Gao Yang tightly, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head in distress. Gao Yang remained silent for the moment, while his father, glancing at him, confronted the intruders calmly. "You must be mistaken. I don't owe anyone money." The leading bald man leisurely replied, "Trying to dodge your debt, are you? It won't be that easy. You owe Boss Xiao 500,000. When do you plan to settle that?" "Boss Xiao?" Gao Yang's father pondered for a moment before erupting in fury. "Are you referring to Zhao Xinwen?" "Exactly, Boss Xiao. It's good you remembered. When do you intend to repay him?" "That's nonsense. I've already repaid him. I sold the factory to him at a bargain price. He profited immensely. How am I now in debt to him? Where is Zhao Xinwen? Have him come here and confront me." "Oh, I see. You were in such a rush to leave that you forgot to collect the IOU. He intends to make you repay him twice. Enough of this nonsense. The IOU is still in our boss's possession. If you don't pay today, we won't be leaving." Chapter 56. Impending violence. Gao Yang's father was no stranger to the ways of the world. He had navigated life's challenges for decades. He remained composed, not lashing out in anger or panic, simply stating, "I understand what you mean. Let us not waste words. Let us go find your boss. Some matters are better discussed face to face." The lead thug ignored Gao Yang's father, casually bypassing the round table in the living room and plopping down on the sofa, making himself at home as he propped his legs up and relaxed, saying, "So you're Lao Gao, huh? Don't overthink it. This debt must be settled. However, we came unannounced and do not wish to escalate the situation. If you can't produce the money today, it's not the end of the world, but we will need some assurance from you." Gao spoke in a deep voice. "What do you intend to do?" "It's quite simple. You owe Boss Xiao 500,000 with a daily interest rate of 5%. That amounts to 25,000 per day. As of today, it has been exactly 2 months, so the total amount you owe, including principal and interest, is 125 million. Our boss is magnanimous and will not apply compound interest. Or else the total would exceed 3 million. If you acknowledge this, simply provide us with an IOU for 125 million, stating when you will repay it. But if you refuse to acknowledge it, do not blame us for being unmerciful." Despite Gao Wu's ability to remain calm, He was trembling with anger at this moment and shouted, "Not only have I already repaid your boss, but even if I hadn't, he cannot charge me usurious interest. I will not write an IOU. Tell Zhao that if he wants money, we can settle this in court." The burly man smirked coldly and replied, "Feel free to sue if you wish. We hold the IOU, and you will lose. However, if you think you can evade the interest, you are sorely mistaken. Let me be clear, you shall not owe a single penny less than what is due. Brothers, do you know what to do?" As his words fell, the four muscular men who had been silent until now immediately began to wreak havoc, with one of them flipping over the dining table where Gao Yang and the others were eating, creating chaos in the small living room. "Stop! What are you doing?" "Oh no!" Gao Yang's mother rushed to stop one of the men, but he shoved her aside, and she fell to the ground, blood streaming from the back of her head. Lying motionless, Gao Yang had remained silent, shocked by the sudden aggression and the sight of his mother being pushed down. Having emerged from a life of violence himself, he was not afraid of such scenes. However, he was caught off guard, and now, with his mother's condition, his eyes turned red with fury. Gao Yang was skilled with a gun. If he had one in hand, he would ensure that none of these men would survive. But he was unarmed at present, and in a physical confrontation against 5 robust men, he would only be at a disadvantage. Instead of retaliating immediately, he turned and rushed into the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife and charging back out, aiming to strike the man who had pushed his mother. If his blow had landed, the man's head would surely have been cleaved in two. However, as soon as the men saw Gao Yang rush into the kitchen, they prepared themselves. One of them struck Gao Yang's back with a chair, causing him to stumble and drop the knife, which clattered to the ground. Instantly, 2 men began to kick him, one shouting, "I'll teach you to be arrogant. You think you can threaten me? I'll kill you." From the ground, Gao Yang saw his father also knocked down, while his mother lay there, motionless. His heart boiled with rage, but he understood that resisting now would only lead to further suffering. "Stop! I will repay you. Just don't hit me anymore." The debt collectors did not wish to escalate the situation unnecessarily, as their ultimate goal was to collect money. Hearing Gao Yang's desperate shout, they ceased their assault. The leading burly man squatted before Gao Yang, patting his face with a swaggering demeanor. "If you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have had to resort to this. We only want money, not lives. If you repay the debt, we can consider this matter resolved." After stating this, the burly man stood up and addressed Gao Wu, who lay on the floor. "We feel a bit remorseful for causing this mess. So here's the deal. We'll waive the small change, and you will pay 120 million, and we will call it even." Before Gao Wu could respond, Gao Yang interjected, "I cannot give you the money today. You will have to wait while I arrange the funds. I have a sum coming in shortly, 120 million, which I will provide on behalf of my father. However, you must wait, at least 3 days. At most 5. I assure you the money will reach you. Just leave me a phone number, and I will contact you the moment it arrives." The leading burly man contemplated for a moment before nodding. "All right, we can agree to that. We can wait 3 to 5 days. Just remember, do not think of running or hiding." With that, the burly man waved his hand, and the 5 men filed out, slamming the door behind them. Free at last, Gao Yang rushed to his mother's side, who lay face up, blood pooling beneath her head, utterly still. "Mom, please hang in there. I'm calling for help." Gao Yang halted his father, who was in a frenzy, and said solemnly, "Dad, quickly call for an ambulance, and don't bother with the police. It's futile. Those men are not afraid. We need to save Mom first." From the moment his mother was pushed down, Gao Yang had resolved to take a life. However, when he found himself helpless on the ground, he quickly reconsidered. He could not simply charge in with a knife. That would be reckless. War can profoundly alter a person. The old Gao Yang would have chosen to call the police and pursue legal action in such a situation, but now, his thoughts were consumed with how to eliminate the 5 aggressors and their backer. Zhao. Gao Yang was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet his face betrayed little of his inner turmoil. After his father successfully called for an ambulance, Gao Yang held his mother's hand as they boarded the vehicle to the hospital. The results of the emergency examination were swift. Gao Yang's mother sustained no severe injuries. She had regained consciousness, suffered a mild concussion, and received 4 stitches for a laceration on her head. As long as she rested for a few days, she would be fine. After they settled her into a hospital room, Gao Yang pulled his father aside. "Once outside the ward," he said gravely, "Dad, you stay here with Mom. I need to handle something outside. I'll be back shortly. His father grasped his arm tightly, urgently saying, What do you plan to do? You must not act recklessly. You just returned home. If anything happens again, what will become of your mother? Gao Yang shook his head. What are you thinking, Dad? I just got back and know nothing. What could I possibly do? By the way, I need a bank card to transfer my money. Also, give me the house key. I'll go home to tidy things up. Mom will be observed and can return home today. She shouldn't have to deal with the mess herself. After much hesitation, Gao finally relented. All right, you can go back, but please, do not do anything foolish. We can always give those scoundrels the money, but you must not get into trouble. With his father's 2 bank cards and the house key in hand, Gao Yang left the hospital. He first purchased a phone card that did not require identification, then spent over 200 yuan on the cheapest mobile phone. Finding a quiet spot on the street, he called Morgan, knowing his satellite phone was operational 24 hours a day. As expected, the call connected swiftly. Mr. Morgan, it's Gao Yang. I'm back home now. Haha, Abdul informed me of your swift return. Congratulations, my friend. Please give my regards to your parents. They must be overjoyed. Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. I have an urgent matter. Could you transfer my funds to me? Of course. Is it acceptable to send it in RMB? If so, please provide me with an account number, and I will have someone help me transfer your money at today's exchange rate. I also have friends in Huaxia who can facilitate this quickly. Certainly, please note the account number and name. Wait, I need to find some paper and a pen. All right, you can proceed now. Gao Yang recited the account number and name twice, confirming with Morgan before ending the call. Then he dialed Trebor's number. When Gao Yang left, he had left Morgan's satellite phone with Trebor and Groliov, so he could connect with them upon his return. Trebor answered the phone, and once the line connected, his voice rang out, Hello, is this Brother Yang? You're home so soon? After a moment of silence, Gao Yang replied softly, I'm home now. Please pass the phone to Groliov. I have something to discuss with him. When Groliov received the call, Gao Yang lowered his voice, Groliov, you mentioned before that you have a friend who conducts business at the border between Russia and Huaxia. I need his assistance with something. Before returning from Libya, Groliov had casually mentioned a comrade who was involved in smuggling and occasionally assisted with human trafficking, known colloquially as a snakehead. At the time, Gao Yang had dismissed it but never anticipated he would need that connection so soon. I have his number, but we haven't been in touch for a long time. I can give you his number. You can try reaching him. Just say you're my friend and provide your full name. He will surely assist you. By the way, what exactly do you intend to do? After a long silence, Gao Yang finally whispered, I'm going to kill someone. Chapter 57. A few phone calls. Groliov did not pry further, remaining silent for a long while before finally responding, Understood. If you can wait. There might be a way for me to reach Huaxia in a few days. Also, should I inform Rabbit about this? Gao Yang had no intention of involving Cui Bo and Groliov. He sought to keep Cui Bo out of it, and Groliov's injuries would take at least 10 days to heal. He merely wished to find a means to acquire a firearm, and Groliov had happened to mention it in passing. Do not inform Rabbit. And you need not assist me. I can manage on my own. That is enough for now. I will reach out if necessary, but if there is nothing urgent, do not call. After hanging up, Gao Yang was about to dial the number Groliov had provided. However, just before pressing the call button, he hesitated. He had only just returned home, and if he committed murder, a stable life would be beyond his reach. Either he would be apprehended or forced to flee. Gao Yang had to contemplate whether his parents could endure losing him once more. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he ultimately pressed the call button, for he remembered one crucial detail. He was already considered dead. Gao Yang had been declared deceased, his household registration and identification cancelled. Upon his return, he had used Cui Bo's name, which meant that his prior reckless choice rendered him immune to pursuit. He no longer existed in this world. Why then should he fear suspicion or being wanted? In truth, Gao Yang sought merely to concoct an excuse for himself. He had always been impulsive, willing to undertake any endeavor. Coupled with his experiences of war and having taken lives, his only and primary choice was to eliminate those scoundrels who had harmed his parents. Beyond that, he could not rest until he avenged them. With that thought, Gao Yang pressed the call button and silently prayed for the connection to go through. Perhaps those debt collectors truly deserved their fate. The call not only connected but was answered swiftly. Hello, came the voice, speaking Mandarin with a distinct northeastern accent. Gao Yang suspected the person on the line was not who he sought, yet after a moment's hesitation, he decided to inquire, Hello, may I speak to Mr. Molotov? The name he uttered was a pseudonym, a nickname known only to Grolyov and their comrades from years past. After a brief silence, the voice suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "I am Molotov. Who are you?" Gao Yang, too, felt a surge of excitement. Lowering his voice, he replied, "I am a friend of Yuri Grolyovsky-Ivanov. He gave me this number and mentioned that you might be able to assist me." Molotov gasped, "My God, Yuri is not dead? How do you know him? Tell me." Gao Yang understood this was Molotov's test, and he promptly stated, "Yuri is now known as Grolyov. He is a mercenary in Africa. We met there. You and he were on an armored vehicle during the First Battle of Grozny, which was destroyed by enemy fire. Out of the 6 of you, only you and Yuri survived. You both then used incendiary devices to reduce 7 buildings, along with their occupants, to ash. Since then, Yuri has referred to you as Molotov, while you call him Cocktail. After the First Chechen War, you retired from active duty. Am I correct?" "Absolutely correct. I believe you are indeed a friend of Yuri's. Now, tell me what you need. I shall assist you as long as it is within my power." Gao Yang considered his request carefully. "I require a handgun and a minimum of 30 rounds of ammunition, preferably with at least 3 magazines, and I need it delivered to Jizhou within 3 days. Name your price." Molotov fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, "I have conducted business here for many years, but I have never dealt with firearms. Otherwise, I would not have reached this point. Nevertheless, since you have asked, I will certainly help you acquire it. However, obtaining the weapon is easy. Delivering it to Jizhou is the challenge. I understand, but I have no other options for assistance, so I implore you to help." After a lengthy silence, Molotov finally stated, "For Yuri's sake, I will make it happen. But this will not come cheaply, 50,000 yuan, and I will bear the risks of the journey." Gao Yang felt that 50,000 yuan was reasonable and promptly agreed to Molotov's price. After a moment of thought, he considered that since Molotov also acted as a smuggler, it would be prudent to secure an escape route. "No problem. Could you also assist me in being smuggled into Russia?" "I may not go, but I wish to be prepared. Ideally, I would like legitimate documents, though they need to be forged. Of course, is that feasible?" "Oh, and regardless of whether I go or not, I will pay you in full. That is no issue. However, for crossing the border, it will be 10,000 yuan, but in light of Yuri, I can assist you for free. If you require legal residency in Russia, it will be 150,000 yuan. I will provide you with a passport and a legal visa, but I cannot offer that for free, as it requires navigating many channels. 150,000 was no small sum. Gao Yang hesitated briefly but decided that for peace of mind, it was worth the expenditure. "Very well, I will pay you 200,000. I will settle the full amount. When the items arrive, call this number." After a few exchanges to finalize the meeting details for the weapon transfer, Gao Yang hung up the phone. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly, beyond his expectations. However, after ending the call, he felt a headache coming on at the thought of how to explain everything to his parents. Gao Yang wandered through the now somewhat unfamiliar streets for a considerable time, contemplating how to ensure his parents would not become embroiled in the crimes he was about to commit, while also devising a plan to apprehend the 5 men involved today and their mastermind, Boss Zhao. While he was lost in thought, he received a call from Morgan, informing him that the funds had been transferred to the designated account. After a brief chat with Morgan, Gao Yang found a bank and checked his father's account balance, discovering a precise 1 million yuan in deposits. Morgan still owed Gao Yang $94,000, which was roughly 600,000 yuan at the current exchange rate, yet he had sent 1 million. Gao Yang had saved Morgan twice, but Morgan had also rendered him significant assistance. The balance of favors owed was difficult to quantify. As for Morgan's extra few $1,000s, Gao Yang chose not to dwell on it, knowing he needed the money at present and would simply remember the favor. With the funds now in his account, Gao Yang felt a surge of confidence. Noticing that time was slipping away, he hurried back to the hospital. His parents had initially intended to observe for half a day before returning home, deeming it unnecessary to remain given that he only needed rest. Yet Gao Yang had other plans. Upon entering the hospital room, his parents visibly relaxed. 3 years of longing had culminated in a brief reunion, which was far from sufficient to assuage their feelings of nostalgia. Moreover, their concerns for Gao Yang had weighed heavily upon them, and seeing him return safe and sound finally eased their minds. "Father, Mother, I have settled the hospital bill. We will not be going home today. A concussion is different from other ailments. I believe it is best for me to stay in the hospital for proper observation. I have arranged for a private room, and we will move there shortly." His mother frowned, exclaiming, Oh dear, I am perfectly fine now. Why should I stay in the hospital? How much does it cost for a day? In a private room at that? Cancel it. Gao Yang smiled and replied, Mother, I have already paid for 5 days, and once the payment is made, it cannot be refunded. Also, you need not worry about the expenses. My funds have arrived. 1 million yuan is sitting in the account. If you doubt me, I can show it to Father. Here, I will withdraw 50,000 and pay 1,000 as a deposit. Leaving 40,000 for Father to hold on to. Gao Yang pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to his father, stating, See, I am not deceiving you. Father, where did you put the dollars I brought back? I will need them later. As for this money, feel free to spend it. I have more funds on the way. Naturally, Gao Yang's father would not hesitate to accept money from his son. After putting the cash away, he retrieved several stacks of green bills from a briefcase, saying, Keep this for yourself. Luckily, I stored it away at home, or it would have been a hassle if it were stolen. After placing the dollars into his pocket, Gao Yang remarked, Father, we haven't had a proper lunch either. How about this? You find a good restaurant and bring back a few dishes. We can enjoy our meal in the hospital. After all, it's a private room. So it won't cause any trouble. That evening, the three of them dined in the hospital. Although the meal was plentiful and delicious, and Gao Yang's parents had not enjoyed such a feast in 3 years, the atmosphere at dinner was a stark contrast to that of lunch. Noticing the furrowed brows of his parents, Gao Yang inquired, Are you still worried about this afternoon? Rest assured, I have more than enough funds. We can settle their demands. 120,000 is not an exorbitant amount. I can always find a way to earn it back. Gao Yang's father shook his head and sighed deeply, saying, If it weren't for your recent return, I would have done everything in my power to ensure they did not succeed. Alas, it is my fault. I was too hasty that day. Zhao Xinwen, that scoundrel, claimed he had no receipt and promised to return it later. I was so taken aback that I foolishly handed over the money to that rogue. After a lifetime of hard work, to be swindled like this, without witnesses and with the receipt in his possession, I am certain that 50,000 is lost. Since the tragic airplane crash involving Gao Yang, Gao Wu has endured years devoid of peace, casting aside his business and dedicating himself entirely to the search for his son. Otherwise, he would not have so easily fallen victim to deceit. Gao Yang only urged his father to refrain from wallowing in self-pity. Neglecting to inquire about the origins of Zhao Xinwen in Gao Yang's mind, Zhao Xinwen was already as good as dead. His background mattered little to him, and the following 2 days, Gao Yang stayed in the hospital with his father, taking turns caring for his mother, who, despite her insistence on being discharged, had no serious ailments. Gao Yang, however, persuaded her to remain in the hospital, citing concerns about potential trouble from debt collectors should they venture out. During this time, the smiles on his parents' faces grew increasingly abundant. On the 3rd morning, Gao Yang received a phone call that shattered the tranquility he had been enjoying. The voice on the other end immediately stated, Hello, the goods have arrived. Come pick them up. Chapter 58. Implementation of the plan. Upon receiving the call, Gao Yang remained silent, standing up to finish the conversation in the hospital corridor before returning to the ward. He softly said, Dad, Mom, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be taking some money with me. During the 2 days spent with his parents, Gao Yang had made the necessary preparations, having his father withdraw 400,000 in cash and take several 2-inch photos for counterfeit passports. Now, he was ready to leave with the money in hand. Noticing Gao Yang's actions, his father stood up, his expression grave, asking, What are you planning to do? You just got back. What could possibly require your attention? Are you intending to confront that Zhao fellow? Let me handle this. You need not concern yourself. Gao Yang shook his head, chuckling, What are you thinking? I don't need that much money just to find Zhao. Remember the American I mentioned? I plan to collaborate with him to establish a foreign trade company. Initially, I intended to register through an agency, but the foreigner requires a more formal approach, so I must register directly with him. The startup cost is 500,000, and I will hold 51% of the shares. After verifying the capital, I'll return. Gao Yang's father nodded in understanding, stating, You have experience in foreign trade. Establishing a company is familiar territory for you. Now that you have connections, it sounds feasible. Go ahead, but return promptly once your business is concluded. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Gao Yang exited the hospital, taking a taxi to the agreed meeting place with the individuals sent by Molotov. Upon meeting the arms dealer, they found a tea house and requested a private room. The person delivering the goods was a middle-aged Han Chinese man, not one for many words. Once the tea house server finished brewing the tea, Gao Yang instructed that they not be disturbed and immediately got to the point. Where are the goods? Let me see. In March, the weather was still quite cold in Jisheng, and even colder in Heilongjiang. So the arms dealer wore a baggy down jacket, which seemed entirely unremarkable. The man stood up, removed his jacket, and reached into his sweater, retrieving 2 small packages wrapped in plastic. He placed the packages on the table and opened them to reveal a handgun and 2 magazines. Stating, "Everything is here, 3 magazines, 24 rounds of ammunition." He pushed the gun towards Gao Yang, who picked it up for inspection. Recognizing the weapon as a Makarov PM pistol, a compact firearm that was neither heavy nor large. With a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, it was ideal for concealed carry and quite reliable. Although it had been phased out of active service, it remained a commendable choice for Gao Yang's current needs. After carefully examining the handgun's exterior and finding no flaws, Gao Yang disassembled it for a thorough inspection. Satisfied with its condition, he nodded and inquired, "Has this gun been tested?" The middle-aged man replied quietly, "Yes, we fired 4 rounds. Our boss personally conducted the test, and it functions flawlessly." Gao Yang did not linger on the matter, pushing a bag containing 20,000 in cash toward the dealer, saying, 20,000. "Count it." The man opened the bag, glanced inside, and after a brief inspection, closed it again, stating, "No need to count. Our boss trusts you. Give me the photos, and I'll be on my way. I still need to catch a train." After taking Gao Yang's photo, the arms dealer nodded and left the tea house. Remaining behind, Gao Yang made a phone call to Zhao Xinwen. He had obtained Zhao's number secretly from his father's phone. Keeping this information from him, now, Gao Yang was finally ready to put his plan into action. When the call connected, Gao Yang spoke in a low voice. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhao Xinwen?" "Who is this?" Gao Yang paused momentarily before responding. "I am a friend of Gao Wu's. I'm here to assist him with his debt. However, there is something I need to address." Hearing about the repayment, Zhao Xinwen's tone brightened. "Go ahead. What is it?" Gao Yang replied gravely, 120,000 is beyond what old Gao can manage, and I cannot raise that amount either. The most I can offer is 80,000, if that works for you. We can proceed. If not, we'll forget this matter. You know the specifics better than anyone. If 80,000 isn't sufficient, feel free to seize the assets or pursue legal action." After a moment of silence, Zhao Xinwen countered, 100,000, not a penny less. Gao Yang sighed, "Do as you wish. I am loyal and can lend old Gao 80,000, but I cannot provide more if 80,000 does not resolve the issue." "Then there is no need for further discussion. Goodbye." As expected, Zhao Xinwen quickly relented. "Fine, 80,000. When can you deliver it?" Gao Yang smiled inwardly, saying, "The money can be delivered to you shortly, but what about the IOU? You give me the money and I'll provide the IOU immediately." After a deliberate pause, Gao Yang said, "Let us finalize this today. Come to my location to collect the IOU." Before he could specify the place, Zhao Xinwen hurriedly replied, "No, it's better if you bring the money here. I'll be waiting in my office. You know where it is, right?" Not expecting Zhao Xinwen to agree to meet at his suggested location, Gao Yang asked for Zhao's address before ending the call. He then opened the bag containing 20,000 in cash, separating a portion into smaller bundles. After loading the handgun, ready for immediate use, he concealed it beneath the money, allowing for a quick draw if necessary. Although this posed a slight risk of accidental discharge, Gao Yang trusted in the reliability of the Makarov pistol and was willing to take that chance. Gao Yang had never intended to pay Zhao Xinwen a single cent. His sole objective in bringing the money was to get close to Zhao and discreetly conceal the weapon. Upon arriving at the building Zhao had mentioned, Gao Yang noticed surveillance cameras at the entrance and in the lobby. Despite deliberately lowering his head to enter, he knew his figure would inevitably be captured on film, diminishing his confidence in evading police scrutiny. Zhao Xinwen's office was located on the 18th floor, a rather auspicious level, but Gao Yang understood that Zhao's so-called company was merely a shell operation, and the office would likely be small. After locating the office, Gao Yang knocked on the door, which opened immediately to reveal one of the 5 individuals who had previously vandalized his home. Chapter 59. The operation upon seeing Gao Yang. The doorkeeper stepped aside, allowing him to enter. The office was just as Gao Yang had anticipated, not spacious, consisting of 2 rooms, a reception area with a few sofas occupied by 5 individuals, 4 of whom had previously caused trouble at Gao Yang's home. With the 5 troublemakers assembled, Gao Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Understanding that Zhao Xinwen's dealings were unscrupulous, Gao Yang knew that today, as he came to deliver money, Zhao Xinwen would likely have reinforced his security, anticipating any confrontation. As Gao Yang entered, the doorkeeper peered outside, ensuring no one else was present before closing and locking the door. Then stated in a low voice, "Why are you alone?" Gao Yang smiled. "Old Gao preferred not to meet you. I trust you can comprehend." Pointing at the bag Gao Yang held, the doorkeeper asked, "What's in there?" Gao Yang willingly opened the bag for inspection, saying, "What else would it be? This is 20,000. The remaining funds will be transferred to your account after I receive the IOU." The doorkeeper glanced into the bag and reached for it. But Gao Yang swiftly withdrew his hand, stating, "That doesn't seem quite right, does it?" After a moment's hesitation, the burly man refrained from insisting on the bag but demanded sternly, "You haven't brought anything you shouldn't have you? Hand over your phone. If you have any recording or filming devices, you won't be leaving this room." Gao Yang chuckled. "Come on, really? Are we filming a movie here? Do you want to search me?" As he spoke, Gao Yang raised his arm, gesturing for the other party to search him. The burly man indeed intended to do so. Just at that moment, a voice from the inner office finally echoed, "Delu? Let him in." Gao Yang lowered his hand and stepped into the inner office, where he beheld a bald, portly man seated behind an expansive desk. Upon noticing Gao Yang's entrance, the bald man rose, gestured for him to sit, and laughed heartily. "Brother, you are quite young. You look somewhat familiar. May I ask your surname?" "Young brother Zhao Xinwen?" Gao Yang disregarded Zhao Xinwen, taking a seat directly opposite him, while the burly man who had let him in positioned himself behind Gao Yang. After Gao Yang settled in, Zhao Xinwen also took his seat, casually toying with a pen, and nonchalantly remarked, "Young brother, your approach is rather unorthodox." Gao Yang lifted the plastic bag in his hand and declared, "The money is here, 200,000. Where's the IOU? Provide me with an account number and hand over the IOU. I'll call Lao Gao, and he'll transfer the money to you. If you can't produce the IOU, that's fine too. I'll just take my leave." Zhao Xinwen's expression immediately hardened, and he replied sternly, "What, trying to intimidate me? Let me tell you, my willingness to settle this is merely out of respect for you. Don't take advantage of the situation. The IOU is in my possession. You provide the full amount, and I will naturally hand it over." Gao Yang, suppressing his anger, replied, "Let me see it." Zhao Xinwen opened a drawer, retrieving a piece of paper, unfolding it in front of Gao Yang, and said, "Here it is, the IOU. However, you've made me quite displeased. Either you pay 120,000 to settle this, with the extra 50,000 considered as your medical expenses from last time, or leave your cash as interest and walk away, while I continue to collect the debt." Leaning forward, Gao Yang examined the paper. It indeed bore his father's handwriting, confirming the authenticity of the IOU. Satisfied that the IOU existed, Gao Yang nodded and replied, "The IOU is valid, but it seems you have no intention of honoring our agreement. Since 80,000 does not satisfy you, very well, 120,000 it is. Here's 20,000 for you. Provide me with the account number and the IOU, and I will call Lao Gao to transfer the money. As he spoke, Gao Yang took the bag and casually tossed several stacks of cash onto Zhao Xinwen's desk. Zhao Xinwen laughed heartily. "Now that's more like it. We're all good brothers here. Just a moment, I'll get you an account number." While Zhao Xinwen was laughing, Gao Yang subtly grasped the grip of his gun. He flashed a slight smile at Zhao Xinwen, then drew his weapon, turning to fire a shot directly at the burly man standing behind him. The gun was almost pressed against the man's forehead when he fired. Without glancing back to witness the man's fate, Gao Yang swiftly turned the gun on Zhao Xinwen. It seemed Zhao Xinwen had yet to comprehend what had transpired, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at Gao Yang. Not wishing to fall into the trap of excessive dialogue like in movies, allowing his opponent an opportunity to escape or resist, especially with 5 others outside to contend with, Gao Yang grinned maliciously at the stunned Zhao Xinwen before pulling the trigger. The bullet entered through Zhao Xinwen's left eye, yet the 9x18 round from the Makarov pistol lacked sufficient force to obliterate his head, remaining lodged within his brain instead. Zhao Xinwen collapsed behind the desk, and Gao Yang chose not to shoot again, instead retrieving a magazine from the bag of money and swiftly darting toward the door. The outer room had descended into chaos. 2 individuals were sprawled on the floor, while 2 courageous souls rushed forward, one wielding a long machete and the other brandishing a hefty club, with a third attempting to flee through the door. Gao Yang fired a shot at the individual brandishing the club, striking him in the chest and bringing him down, then redirected his aim to the machete-wielding man's head. With the 2 most threatening targets neutralized, Gao Yang shot the one attempting to escape through the door. The bullet finding its mark in the back of the man's head, causing him to collapse without a twitch. One man on the floor covered his eyes with his hands, screaming in desperation. "Big brother, spare me! Spare me! I saw nothing, I know nothing." Gao Yang hesitated momentarily, refraining from firing, but upon seeing the man with the club writhing on the ground, he reconsidered, raising his gun to put a bullet in the man's head. Having initiated violence, Gao Yang resolved to leave no survivors. Everyone present had witnessed his face, and he could not afford to leave any witnesses alive. With this in mind, he raised his weapon and shot each of the two remaining individuals on the ground, both meeting their end with bullets to the back of their heads. Having exhausted the bullets in his handgun, he swiftly replaced the magazine and approached the back office. Although he believed Zhao Xinwen was undoubtedly dead, Gao Yang nonetheless fired 2 more shots. In total, there were 7 individuals in the room, each meeting their demise from gunshot wounds to the head. Confirming that no life remained within the room, Gao Yang exhaled deeply, and only then did his hands begin to tremble uncontrollably. Remaining calm, he gathered the scattered money from the desk back into the bag, meticulously collecting the spent shells and placing them inside as well. Ensuring he left no trace behind, he used his sleeve to cushion his hand as he opened the door and strode swiftly out. Chapter 60. The escape. The floor housing Zhao Xinwen's office contained dozens of offices. Gao Yang had fired a dozen shots, fully aware that he could not expect to remain undetected. However, upon exiting the office, he discovered the corridor was eerily silent. Even the doors of previously open offices had now closed. Initially intending to descend the stairs, he noticed an elevator descending. As it approached the 18th floor, Gao Yang calmly pressed the button for the elevator. When the doors opened, he stepped inside with a smile, feigning nonchalance. The elevator contained 7 or 8 people, all oblivious to the recent homicide. Gao Yang rode the elevator, stopping intermittently, until he eventually reached the lobby on the 1st floor. Upon entering the lobby, Gao Yang sensed a shift in atmosphere. 3 or 4 security guards stood anxiously at the elevator entrance, while several property management personnel paced anxiously. Gao Yang was uncertain whether someone had discovered Zhao Xinwen's lifeless body or if the gunshots had prompted a police report. Fortunately, with people entering and exiting the lobby, no one appeared to be sealing off the entire building. Keeping his head down, Gao Yang hastily exited the building, just in time to see a taxi dropping off a passenger. He hurried over and got into the taxi. As soon as Gao Yang settled into the cab, 4 or 5 police cars, sirens blaring, rushed toward the building, coming to a halt right at the entrance. With more police cars flashing their lights speeding in, the taxi driver, curious, did not immediately leave but instead watched the commotion, asking, "What happened here? Why such a big fuss? Are you in a hurry, brother? If not, let us enjoy the show. It's all good. I want to charge the meter." Gao Yang, however, urgently replied, "What do you mean? No big deal. Hurry up and drive. I need to meet someone." Reluctantly, the taxi driver glanced at the police rushing into the building, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly merged into the fast lane. Once the taxi was moving, Gao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Having just killed 7 people, and with the means being gunfire, Gao Yang understood the gravity of his actions. It was a monumental crime that could easily make headlines across the nation, and if any traces were left behind, it would only be a matter of time before he was apprehended. As thoughts of the building's surveillance cameras crossed his mind, Gao Yang realized his time was limited. Remaining in the city unnoticed was impossible. Initially intending to head directly to the hospital, he changed his mind halfway. Fleeing now might still afford him an opportunity to escape the country. However, waiting for the police to seal off the city would render his escape nearly impossible. When the taxi reached a bridge over a scenic river within the city, Gao Yang instructed the driver to stop. After exiting the vehicle, he walked to the riverbank, ensuring no one was around. He retrieved the handgun and magazine from the plastic bag, wiping the fingerprints from the gun with his clothing before discreetly tossing it into the river. He then counted the spent shells, confirming that none were left behind in Zhao Xinwen's office, and disposed of them as well. Having discarded everything necessary, Gao Yang pulled out the IOU his father had written to Zhao Xinwen. Reviewing it once more to confirm it was indeed in his father's handwriting, he then produced a lighter and burned the IOU to ashes, with all that needed to be done accomplished. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Just days after returning home, he had committed a heinous crime. Regardless of the reasons, if he were captured, a death sentence was inevitable. Gao Yang knew he had to flee. Yet as the moment approached, a profound reluctance enveloped him. He found himself at an impasse. Should he visit his parents in the hospital before departing, or should he simply vanish? After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly reached a conclusion, and no matter what he had done, as long as his parents knew he was still alive, there remained hope. If he were truly captured and executed, that would spell the end of everything. Gao Yang dialed his father's number. Once the call connected, he spoke in a low voice. "It's me. Don't say anything. Just listen. I burned the IOU. You'll know the rest when you watch the news tonight. I want to elaborate. I need to leave now. I have a backup plan. And keep the money in the account for yourselves. I'll send more in the future. I'll call you when I'm safe. Don't worry. That's all for now. Goodbye." Gao Yang was overwhelmed with tears as he contemplated making a farewell call to his parents. Yet, he hesitated to call out for his father, fearing that it might bring trouble upon his family should his actions come to light in the future. After expressing what needed to be said, he struggled to bring himself to press the hang-up button. His father's breathing grew heavy. Upon hearing the mention of the IOU, he instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. After a few labored breaths, Gao Yang's father softly murmured, "I understand. Please take care of yourself." Gao Yang was already in tears at his father's words, but the absence of his name confirmed that his father had grasped his intentions, and that his identity might remain concealed. Finally, he pressed the hang-up button, and while hastily walking with his head lowered, he extracted his SIM card, snapped it in two, and tossed it into the roadside greenery before replacing it with a new one. At that moment, Gao Yang felt immense relief for having devised an escape route. Reaching Russia would ensure his safety. However, he needed to strategize on how to first reach Heilongjiang province. Taking a plane would be the quickest option, but he quickly dismissed that. The most pragmatic choice was to take a train. Gao Yang resolved to leave the city at once, even if he couldn't board a train directly to Heilongjiang province. It was of little concern. Waiting for the police to commence large-scale inspections at the train and bus stations would render escape via those means impossible. The only silver lining for Gao Yang was the fact that if he wasn't identified as a suspect, he could travel directly to Heilongjiang province by train. If he delayed for a few months, that would no longer be feasible, as he had read in the news that from June 1st, trains would implement real-name ticketing, whereas currently, he could still travel without an ID. Gao Yang hailed a taxi to the train station, inquiring about direct trains to Heilongjiang province. He discovered there were 5 departures. Yet the next train wouldn't leave for over 5 hours. He couldn't afford to wait that long at the station. After studying the train schedule, he carefully calculated his options and purchased a ticket for a train heading to Tangshan City in Jilin province, which was scheduled to depart in just 20 minutes. He could transfer to a train bound for Harbin after arriving there. After securing his ticket, Gao Yang dashed from the ticket hall to the waiting area, swiftly passed through security, and boarded the train, all without encountering any signs of station lockdown. Once on board, mere minutes felt like an eternity to Gao Yang. When the train finally began to move, slowly departing the station, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that his journey of escape had only just begun. Chapter 61. The oddity. The experience of fleeing was anything but pleasant. Though the train had departed, Gao Yang's heart remained in a state of turmoil. Seated within the metal confines of the carriage heightened his tension. Even the sight of the train conductor passing by made his heart race. He had purchased a ticket for a slow train, which, while not stopping at every station, still made frequent halts, particularly at municipal stops. When the train came to a stop for the 4th time at a small station, he had to suppress the impulse to disembark early, forcing himself to remain seated. The train's announced stop duration was 3 minutes, yet 10 minutes had elapsed without any sign of departure, causing his mind to spiral into anxious thoughts. Although he rationalized that the authorities likely wouldn't act so swiftly, he couldn't shake the feeling that the train's delay was somehow connected to him, while the doors of the carriage remained shut. This only fueled his unease. As fellow passengers began to voice their frustrations, Gao Yang could no longer contain himself. He moved to the smoking area located between 2 carriages, hoping to discern any irregularities. Due to the nature of the slow train, passengers were relatively few, each with a seat. Most remained comfortably settled in their places, with only 3 or 4 individuals smoking in the designated area. Gao Yang lit a cigarette and stood by the door, peering out at the platform. Although nothing appeared amiss on the platform, a nagging sense of wrongness lingered. From his experience, slow trains typically provided announcements if they were yielding to another train or making an unscheduled stop. Yet this train had been stationary for over 10 minutes without any communication. As Gao Yang's anxiety mounted, he began to perceive everyone around him as potential threats. Just then, he noticed an individual standing beside him who struck him as particularly peculiar. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, towering over others at over 6 feet, his physique robust and imposing. His hair was cropped extremely short, nearly bald, and his sun-kissed skin matched Gao Yang's own. Suggesting a life spent outdoors, his scalp was even tanned. Gao Yang deduced that this young man was likely a soldier, as his posture was exceptionally rigid, his arms naturally hanging by his sides in a manner reminiscent of military bearing, which seemed incongruous with the surrounding environment. Encountering a soldier on the train was not inherently odd, but what struck Gao Yang as unusual was the ill-fitting nature of the young man's attire. His trousers were excessively tight and short, and a worn black jacket struggled to contain him, while his feet were clad in grimy combat boots. Moreover, Gao Yang gleaned that this odd individual was not merely a soldier but a skilled one. The thick calluses on the joints of his fingers and the thick patch on his palm indicated extensive training, reminiscent of the calluses Gao Yang had developed during his own marksmanship training. Instinctively, Gao Yang recognized that this man was no ordinary person, perhaps not even an ordinary soldier. Observing the peculiar figure beside him, Gao Yang felt an undeniable tension, aware that this stranger posed a significant threat. He instinctively shifted his gaze to the platform, and what he saw made his breath hitch in his throat. Over 20 special police officers were hastily converging on the platform, accompanied by 4 or 5 individuals in plain clothes. It was immediately evident that these individuals were not ordinary, as their demeanor and actions contrasted sharply with the crowd around them, much like the soldier beside Gao Yang. The special police swiftly fanned out, with 2 officers stationed at the entrance of Gao Yang's carriage. The chilling realization struck him that they were undoubtedly targeting him. Otherwise, their use of submachine guns would be unwarranted. Gao Yang's mind momentarily blanked. He could not comprehend how swiftly the police had moved to identify him as a suspect. Having returned from the battlefield, Gao Yang's resolve was stronger than that of the average person. While his mind was a chaotic tangle of emotions, he managed to maintain a facade of calm. The previously closed doors of the carriage swung open, and though no words were exchanged, it was clear to all that something significant had occurred. Not a single passenger uttered a word of dissent. The 5 individuals in plain clothes entered several carriages, while the special police remained stationed outside. Witnessing such an intense scene, Gao Yang surmised that this was not a situation orchestrated for him. However, a wave of terror washed over him as he noticed that one of the plainclothes individuals had locked eyes with him upon entering the carriage. In that moment, Gao Yang froze, only to quickly realize that the man was not looking at him, but rather at the peculiar soldier beside him. Gao Yang inched backward, and the man in plain clothes continued to fixate on the soldier, who returned the gaze. Yet, as Gao Yang lowered his head, he noticed the soldier's hands trembling slightly. "Where are you going?" The newcomer whispered, his voice barely audible. If not for Gao Yang's proximity and keen hearing, he would have missed the exchange entirely. The soldier responded in a low tone, "They'll pay for this. I never intended to run. But I refuse to be captured by the police. Even if it comes to gunfire, I must return to our..." After a soft, drawn-out sigh, the plainclothes man replied, "Run. I don't want to see you executed." With that, he turned and walked further into the carriage, leaving the soldier staring blankly at his retreating figure. Outside, the 2 special police officers regarded Gao Yang and the soldier with skepticism. Gao Yang had no doubt that if the soldier continued to gaze vacantly at the departing figure, the officers would approach him for questioning. In an impulsive moment, Gao Yang offered a cigarette to the soldier beside him, joking in his native dialect, "Here, have a smoke." "What are you staring at? Didn't I tell you to get some proper clothes? Looks like you dug out your middle school outfit." The soldier shot Gao Yang a bewildered glance, yet his expression remained composed as he accepted the offered cigarette. After lighting it with Gao Yang's lighter, he took a deep drag. Although still wearing an expression of skepticism, the 2 special police officers did not approach to interrogate. Gao Yang's palms were slick with perspiration. He was at a loss as to why he had spoken at all. This was truly a perilous situation. What if the officers decided to question him about the strange individual beside him? In truth, all Gao Yang desired was a companion, and from the brief exchange he had overheard, he realized that this peculiar person likely had a criminal record, just like himself. Thus, he instinctively felt a connection with this stranger. After the plainclothes officers had traversed the carriage, it was not long before another figure approached from the opposite end. Upon seeing the odd man beside Gao Yang, the newcomer's eyes widened in surprise, and he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately said nothing, pressing his lips tightly together. After what seemed a moment of resolute contemplation, he tilted his head and passed by Gao Yang, who keenly observed that the newcomer was visibly trembling as he walked past. Approximately 5 minutes later, 5 individuals clad in civilian attire returned to the platform. After exchanging glances, they shook their heads and signaled to the special police officers stationed at the various train doors. More than 20 officers then gathered on the platform, and after a delay of over half an hour, the train emitted a sound signifying its departure and began to move slowly once more. As the train resumed its journey, Gao Yang felt utterly drained, leaning against the wall behind him, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked with sweat. Though no incident had transpired, the brief interaction between the plainclothes officers and the odd man beside Gao Yang had not gone unnoticed by several passengers who were smoking in the carriage. Although they were oblivious to the specifics, they sensed a hint of something unusual. As the train set in motion, the smokers hastily vacated the area. Seizing the moment when no one was around, the peculiar man beside Gao Yang abruptly extinguished his cigarette, turned to face him and whispered, "Are you anxious? Why? And why are you speaking to me?" Gao Yang forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing. I merely wish to engage in conversation." After shaking his head, the strange man replied in a low voice, "That's not it. You don't want to chat. Speak frankly. What do you want?" After contemplating how to respond, Gao Yang finally said, "I don't want anything. I overheard your conversation, and I deduced that you all are from the military." It was evident that the 2 individuals earlier seemed reluctant to acknowledge you, so I thought it best that you not be discovered by the special police. The odd man scrutinized Gao Yang for a long moment before letting out a long sigh, remaining silent. He then turned and walked to the other side of the smoking area, standing still as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. "Can you tell me what transpired?" Gao Yang blurted out, immediately regretting his words. He only wanted to slap himself. He had a plethora of troubles of his own, and the thought of being apprehended and facing dire consequences was daunting. Why was he attempting to pry into someone else's affairs? Gao Yang did not expect a reply, but he managed to rationalize his inquiry. He had come to realize that everything he had said and done was merely an attempt to find a companion in his escape, as it was clear that this odd man was also on the run. Chapter 61. Fellow traveler, the soldier appeared disinclined to engage with Gao Yang, offering no response to his inquiries. However, Gao Yang was not ready to concede defeat. After a brief pause, he awkwardly asked, "So, where are you headed?" The soldier turned his head away, continuing to ignore Gao Yang. It would have been prudent for Gao Yang to take the hint and walk away, but he was momentarily possessed by an unsettling determination to uncover the truth. After another moment of silence, Gao Yang lowered his voice, "Did you kill someone?" The soldier, who had previously refused to acknowledge Gao Yang, suddenly turned to face him, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. Yet, from the soldier's eyes, Gao Yang could tell he had no intention of resorting to violence. After a lengthy hesitation, Gao Yang quietly said, "I suspect those 2 earlier were your comrades, right? It's quite obvious. They were pretending not to see you, so I assume you must have committed a crime that they deemed justifiable." Finally breaking his silence, the soldier glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, and replied in a hushed tone, "What do you want?" Gao Yang forced a wry smile and reassured him, "Don't worry. I have no intention of reporting you to the police. I am simply curious about what you did. Ultimately, I'm just very intrigued as to what kind of crime could compel disciplined military personnel to overlook your actions." After a moment of silence, the soldier replied, "While I'm not particularly interested in your motives, I advise you to keep your mouth shut." Gao Yang shrugged, "Don't be paranoid. I genuinely harbor no ill will. I merely want to understand if your actions were justifiable. Perhaps I could assist you. Given your situation, even if your comrades do not identify you, once you disembark the train, you won't be able to run far. If I help you, your chances of escaping will significantly increase. No one wishes for death. If the soldier truly sought that fate, he would have revealed himself when he encountered his comrades." Gao Yang's words struck a chord with him, yet the notion of a stranger offering assistance was difficult to trust. After a prolonged scrutiny, the soldier finally asked, "Who are you? What exactly do you want? If you know I'm a soldier, you should understand that I'd rather face a firing squad than associate with scum. You better tell me your true intentions." After considerable contemplation, Gao Yang made a decisive choice. He decided to take a gamble. I genuinely want to help you, because if the person you killed deserved it, you shouldn't face execution for it.as for why I wish to assist you. It's simple. I've killed 2, and I've taken 7 lives. Upon hearing Gao Yang's admission of having killed 7 people, the soldier's expression sharpened, but he remained silent, recognizing that Gao Yang had more to say. I believe the people I killed deserved to die. They were scoundrels. One man, hiding behind a shell company, lent my father 500,000 yuan, and when my father attempted to repay him, he didn't return the IOU. Later, he reappeared, demanding over 1 million. That wasn't even the main reason he deserved death. The real reason I killed him and his henchmen was that they invaded my home and assaulted my parents right before my eyes. After finishing his story, Gao Yang fixed his gaze on the soldier. Speaking with a calm demeanor, the people I killed caused untold suffering to countless families, so when I killed them, I felt no remorse. Rather, I felt a sense of righteous justice. However, I still have to flee, or I'll end up being buried alongside those scoundrels. Right now, I'm on the run, and that's why I want to help you. To be frank, I'm scared, and knowing your situation is similar to mine. I am merely seeking a companion. The soldier, with a cold expression, retorted. How do I know if you're telling the truth? What if you're the real criminal? Gao Yang shrugged. Just check the news. This incident is bound to be sensational. The soldier shook his head. I think you're just boasting. I don't believe that if you truly killed someone, you would confide in a stranger like me. You don't strike me as a fool. Gao Yang replied earnestly. You'd better believe me, because I'm speaking the truth. The reason I'm risking sharing this with you is that I plan to escape to Africa to become a mercenary, and since you're a soldier, if you believe I shouldn't be captured and executed, I hope you'll consider joining me. It's better than waiting here to die, even if you're not caught right away. Living in fear isn't worth it. Trust me, I have a way to get out of the country, and bringing you along shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, the soldier's eyes brightened. After a lengthy deliberation, he finally nodded. I'll check the news. If it's as you say, I want to report you. Gao Yang waved his hand. Now, isn't it your turn to share? The soldier replied, you're correct. I've killed, though not as many as you. I've only taken 3 lives. However, this seems to be the first instance in our nation's military history where a soldier killed 3 civilians during a military exercise. As you've seen, both our military and the police want to apprehend me for trial, but I refuse to be caught. If I'm to face execution, it should be at the hands of my own unit. Gao Yang questioned, why? Why did you do it? The soldier's expression darkened, his fury evident. What do you think? I lost my temper. The exercise was taking place in a deep valley, and while I was on a reconnaissance mission, I stumbled upon a scoundrel assaulting a girl no older than 14 or 15. Could I just stand by and do nothing? I acted decisively and killed that bastard. Gao Yang was left speechless. Is that even possible? What incredible luck. How did you do it? Did you shoot him? The soldier scoffed disdainfully, saying, shoot? Why would I need to shoot to kill a scoundrel? Bare hands would suffice. Gao Yang scratched his head and replied, then why did you run? I believe this should be an act of bravery. Why did you flee? Even if you killed someone, that would still be considered an act of valor, right? Even if there were mistakes. It wouldn't be a grave matter, would it? Chapter 62. Professional enforcer Gao Yang recognized that his mindset was still entrenched in the context of the Libyan war, thus he felt that killing someone was not a significant issue. However, upon further contemplation, he reasoned that even in a stable country, if a soldier acted heroically to slay a criminal in the act, it wouldn't be deemed an egregious offense. The soldier seemed to accept Gao Yang's goodwill. Observing Gao Yang's puzzled expression, he sighed deeply and said with a wry smile, I returned the young girl to her village, but after seeing her family, she adamantly denied having been assaulted. I can understand that. She's just a girl. I didn't press the matter further and intended to go back to the unit to accept my punishment. However, I kept a watchful eye and inquired why she was afraid to report to the police and testify for me. You won't believe what I discovered. The bastard I killed was from the same village as the girl, and he was a local bully. Gao Yang furrowed his brows and spread his hands, saying, even so, the truth can always be uncovered, right? You shouldn't need to run away. The soldier replied helplessly, you need to let me finish. The scoundrel I killed had a brother and a father, and none of them were decent folk. The girl was too frightened to testify, fearing retaliation. Upon hearing that, I resigned myself to the situation, thinking I would return to the unit first. But then, the brother and father of the bastard I killed surrounded me with their men, intent on taking my life. Seeing that, I decided to go all out and, in front of hundreds of people, I dispatched the remaining 2 scoundrels of that family as well. Tell me, given that, how could I possibly survive? Gao Yang shook his head, muttering, now this truly is a predicament, an absolute mess. You, a soldier, killed 2 men under the watchful eyes of the public. Regardless of the justification, this situation is quite troublesome. However, I still think that what you did later could be considered self-defense. Right? The military shouldn't impose a harsh sentence on you. The soldier lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before shaking it and replying, the 2 I killed were already incapacitated on the ground. Yet I went over and stomped one of them to death. At the time, I didn't know what was happening. I just wanted to eliminate those 2 bastards. Sigh, while I'm not well versed in law, I believe that exceeded the bounds of self-defense. Gao Yang pondered carefully before shaking his head, asserting, I believe there might be a turning point in your situation. The leaders in your unit can't just stand by and watch a hero suffer. Can they? The soldier let out a heavy sigh, saying, I've tarnished the reputation of our unit. Regardless, the crime I committed carries severe repercussions. I've already brought shame to our unit. If I were to be caught by the police, where would the face of our unit be? While I killed a man, I fled. But after running, I felt that was wrong, so I intended to return to the unit and face the consequences. However, before that, I wanted to visit my family. I've been a soldier for nearly 3 years and haven't returned home once. Gao Yang chuckled, saying, our situations are quite similar. To be honest, I've spent 3 years in Africa, and just a few days ago I returned, only to immediately find myself embroiled in a serious incident. However, I have the advantage of having seen my family already, while you have yet to see yours. By the way, what's your name? The soldier replied, it's of no consequence. My name is Li Jinfeng, with Jin meaning gold and Feng meaning direction. Gao Yang intended to share his own name but hesitated, sensing something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately shifted the topic. What do you plan to do next? I'm unsure of your destination, but I believe sitting here brazenly on the train will inevitably lead to trouble. Li Jinfeng appeared bewildered, saying, honestly, I have no idea what to do next. I want to visit home. I'm my parents' only son. If I were to be quietly killed, it would be tragic. Although the likelihood is slim, I still want to see my father and mother first. Yet, the direction I'm heading is completely opposite. If I wanted to return to the unit, I should have gone with my captain earlier. But I didn't, so now I'm lost. Gao Yang gleaned something from Li Jinfeng's words and softly asked, was that person just now your captain? If so, then you must be from the special forces, right? Li Jinfeng shook his head, saying, not really. If I perform well in this exercise, then perhaps. But now you understand, I can never become a special forces soldier. Gao Yang instantly became excited and urged, it counts. In my eyes, you are a special forces soldier. Tell me, which unit are you from? Li Jinfeng regarded Gao Yang with a curious expression and replied, classified. After a moment of silence, Li Jinfeng sighed, saying, even if the number of our unit isn't classified, I still wouldn't tell you. Gao Yang smiled, saying, I know what you're thinking. You feel you've brought shame to your unit, don't you? In truth, if you hadn't killed those 3 scoundrels, that would have truly been disgraceful for your unit. However, if you don't wish to speak, I want press. How about this? Come with me, let us work as mercenaries together. This job would definitely suit you. Of course, if you don't want to do this, I won't force you. I'll help you get to Russia, and then we can go our separate ways. Li Jinfeng chuckled, saying, you're quite an interesting person. I can't quite tell if you're boasting or if you're genuinely a fugitive. Yet, who wouldn't want to survive? Even if I don't fully believe you now, I'm willing to give it a try. So, what's your plan? Gao Yang contemplated for a moment and candidly stated, to be frank, given your current attire and appearance, it's evident you are not an ordinary person. I'm a bit uneasy about traveling with you. If I get caught up in your troubles and the police apprehend me, I have nowhere to lament. Li Jinfeng grimaced, saying, I stole this outfit from a village. It's fortunate I could swap out my camouflage. I didn't have the luxury to find other clothing. Now, looking at it, this getup is indeed too conspicuous, but what can I do? I don't have a dime to my name. When I stole the clothes, I managed to snag 20 some yuan to buy a train ticket. I certainly can't resort to robbery. Gao Yang thought for a moment, then pulled out a stack of cash from a plastic bag, counted out 2,000 yuan, and handed it to Li Jinfeng, saying solemnly, "Take this money. If you want to come with me, meet me in Harbin. I'll wait for you until noon the day after tomorrow. Call this number when you arrive. I don't care how you get to Harbin. Just make sure you come, or I'll leave on my OW." And Li Jinfeng accepted the money, clapping it in his hands, and said, "Simple enough. Having money makes things easier. I'll call you before noon the day after tomorrow." Chapter 63. Moscow, Sheremetyevo International Airport. After enduring 6 excruciating days, Gao Yang finally arrived here. Though Gao Yang had a smooth journey to Harbin, where he successfully met with Molotov, arranging a fake passport and securing a legitimate visa for his fabricated identity required time. Especially after Li Jinfeng also arrived in Harbin, Molotov needed even more time to procure 2 fake passports for them. You get what you pay for. At 150,000 for a fake passport, it truly wasn't cheap. However, considering the convenience it would bring in the future, Gao Yang decided to arrange a fake passport for Li Jinfeng as well. With Gao Yang footing the bill, Molotov indeed had the capability. Within 4 days, he produced 2 passports. Aside from the photographs, all other information was fabricated. Subsequently, Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng boarded the flight to Moscow without any issues. The reason for going to Moscow was that Gao Yang wanted to take this opportunity to visit Grorev's family. Since they were already in Russia, Gao Yang naturally aimed to fulfill Grorev's request and deliver the money to his wife and children. After successfully exiting Sheremetyevo International Airport, Gao Yang could no longer contain his relief, stretching his arms wide and exclaiming, "The air of freedom is truly wonderful. No more fear. We are now utterly safe." "Jinfeng, don't you have any sentiments to share?" In contrast to Gao Yang's excitement, Li Jinfeng, standing quietly behind him, appeared overly calm. However, since they had parted ways on the train and reunited in Harbin up to this moment, Li Jinfeng had maintained this expression of tranquility. Hearing Gao Yang's inquiry, Li Jinfeng shook his head, saying, "What is there to feel sentimental about? Didn't you say we would definitely arrive in Russia? Now that we are here, it's no different from what you said. Why should I feel anything?" Gao Yang sighed helplessly, saying, "You people have been trained too well. You remain unfazed even when faced with calamity. I certainly cannot manage that. Well then, Lao Lu, how shall we proceed?" The individual referred to as Old Lu by Gao Yang is a subordinate of Molotov, a quintessential Russian. His moniker, Old Lu, derives from his name, Lyashenko, and after spending a considerable amount of time alongside Molotov in Harbin, the Chinese began to affectionately call him by that name. Old Lu possesses a remarkable command of the Chinese language. Given that neither Gao Yang nor Li Jinfeng speaks Russian, Molotov gallantly entrusted Old Lu with the responsibility of escorting them to Moscow, with the understanding that he would return only after ensuring their safe departure from Russia. Naturally, the expenses for their tickets and travel would fall to Gao Yang. The destination was of little consequence. It depended on their preferences. It was still early, just 9 in the morning, and they had an entire day ahead of them. If they wished to explore Moscow, he recommended starting with Red Square to behold the Kremlin. Should they prefer to rest, they could find a hotel right away. If they wanted to leave Russia immediately, he would need to check for available flights. Libya was certainly off the table. They could only reach or Egypt first, and from there devise a way to travel to Libya. Gao Yang's inquiry was casual. Yet Old Lu provided at least 3 options. Ultimately, the decision rested with Gao Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a slip of paper and handed it to Old Lu, inquiring, "Is this address far from Red Square?" The paper bore the address of the Goryev family, written in both English and Russian. After a brief glance, Old Lu nodded and replied, "I am familiar with this location. It is not too far." Gao Yang expressed his excitement. "Excellent. Given that it is daytime and most people are at work, it is likely that no one is at my friend's house. Since we are here, we might as well visit Red Square first. At least we can say we did not come to Moscow in vain. Then, in the afternoon, we can head to this address, find my friend's home, settle our affairs, and leave tomorrow. What do you think?" "Jinfeng?" Li Jinfeng, looking perplexed, replied, "Just make the decision. There's no need to consult me." Gao Yang, surprised, responded, "We came together, so we should discuss matters collaboratively." Li Jinfeng shook his head and stated, "If it weren't for you, I would have been arrested back home, let alone coming to Russia. Even this outfit I'm wearing was purchased with your money. Until I repay you, I cannot demand equality. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to taking orders. So until I shed this military mindset, just speak your mind. I will take your words as commands. It's simply a professional habit." Gao Yang shrugged and replied, "I hadn't thought of it that way. However, considering the emergence of the term professional habit, I shall refrain from consulting you further. Very well, let us proceed toward Red Square. With old Lu accompanying them, Gao Yang felt no concern, merely following old Lu's lead and paying when necessary. Prior to arriving in Russia, he had exchanged nearly 50,000 yuan for rubles, and after deducting travel expenses for himself and Li Jinfeng, as well as return flight costs for old Lu, he still had 20,000 rubles remaining. Although not a substantial sum, it would suffice for a 2-day excursion in Moscow. It is said that one has not truly visited Moscow without seeing Red Square. Thus, after taking in the sights, Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng finally felt they had experienced Moscow. Together, the three of them shared a rather unremarkable lunch, and by 3 in the afternoon, feeling that the time was right, they boarded a taxi under old Lu's guidance, heading directly to the address provided by Goryaev.as. The taxi navigated through winding streets, Gao Yang observed, in stark contrast to the opulence of Red Square. Areas in Moscow that appeared dilapidated. The surroundings were dominated by monotonous gray, with old Soviet-era buildings showing signs of decay. Both residential and commercial structures bore chipped walls, the only splashes of color coming from graffiti adorning the crumbling facades. The streets were sparsely populated. Even those encountered hurried past, contributing to an atmosphere that felt incongruous with the vibrant Moscow Gao Yang had just witnessed. The taxi halted in front of a large, aged building. After a few words exchanged with old Lu, who occupied the front passenger seat, he turned around with a resigned expression and stated, "We have not yet arrived, but we must disembark." The taxi driver refuses to go any further. "We shall have to walk, though fortunately, we are not far from our destination." Chapter 64. The women of the fighting nation. Gao Yang quickly understood the reason behind the taxi's refusal to proceed. After walking for about 10 minutes, they encountered an increasing number of people lining the streets, though the atmosphere appeared ominous. Most were menacing-looking figures loitering outside various buildings. Alongside these intimidating individuals, there were also scantily clad women adorned with heavy makeup, and occasionally groups of shaven-headed youths wandering about. The presence of gang sentinels, numerous streetwalkers, and the infamous Moscow skinheads filled the area with a palpable sense of threat in a city like Moscow, where racial discrimination is rampant. Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng's distinctly East Asian features attracted attention and could easily lead to danger. Under the hostile gaze of the skinheads, they defiantly returned their glares. A strategy suggested by old Lu. The rationale was that the skinheads tended to bully the weak. If one walked with their head down, projecting weakness, they might provoke an attack. Conversely, if they appeared strong, as if aligned with the local Chinese gang, the skinheads would likely refrain from causing trouble. And of course, projecting strength requires confidence. A solitary individual, slight of build and lacking in assertiveness, who dared to meet the skinhead's gaze would likely invite violence. However, Gao Yang, standing at an imposing height of 1.80 meters, though not overly large, exuded a certain presence born of his experiences in perilous situations. As for Li Jinfeng, at 1.83 meters with a robust physique, he radiated an aura that suggested he was no ordinary man. Especially when Li Jinfeng clenched his fists and glared fiercely at the skinheads, it was enough to compel them to avert their gaze. Old Lu strode confidently at the forefront, embodying the essence of a seasoned gangster despite his modest stature, and his demeanor alone was enough to deter the majority of skinheads, the genuine gangsters. However, paid little mind to Gao Yang and his companions. They were far too preoccupied to bother unless significant incentives were offered. It was only the brainless individuals who idolized their forebears, sacrifices to vanquish the Nazis, who would dare to stir trouble. Following the address on the slip of paper, old Lu finally came to a halt in front of a dilapidated apartment building. After confirming the number, he nodded and declared, "This is the place. We have arrived." If Gao Yang were armed, he would have confidence in apprehending anyone. Even without a firearm, possessing a knife would provide him with some assurance, given his 3 years of experience navigating the African savanna. However, unarmed, he felt like someone with a combat capability of merely 5, vulnerable to being easily overpowered, even by those collecting debts for Zhao Xinwen. With this awareness, Gao Yang had walked with a heightened sense of alertness throughout their journey. Fearing an altercation with the formidable skinheads, upon realizing they had finally reached their destination, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief smile, he urged, "Let us hurry inside. This place feels too perilous." No sooner had Gao Yang spoken than a dull thud reverberated behind him, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. Startled, he turned to see three figures emerging from a bar across the street. The two at the forefront appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, one of whom clutched his head and stumbled to the ground. The third, a young woman clad in leather from head to toe, with her hair dyed in vibrant hues, brandished a half-broken bottle. Approaching the fallen youth, she began to stomp on him with her stiletto heels, shouting something in Russian. The standing youth, witnessing the scene, halted and threw a punch at the girl. Unfazed, she raised her half-bottle and jabbed it forward, and after taking a hit, the bottle struck the youth squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. Gao Yang instinctively covered his own face. Muttering, "Goodness, true to form, the Fighting Nation's women are fiercely aggressive." The young woman's battle was far from over. After incapacitating one, she continued to rain down kicks on the fallen youth's abdomen and head. With each high heel thrust, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel that if the youth endured any more punishment, he might very well lose his life. In a swift motion, 7 or 8 individuals burst forth from the bar, some rushing to check on a young man whose face was marred by a shattered bottle, while 4 others struggled to restrain an exceptionally fierce girl. After a considerable effort, they managed to pull the girl away, granting the opportunity to rescue the unfortunate victim from beneath her feet. Amidst the cacophony of voices clamoring for attention, Lao Lu shrugged and remarked, "I understand your curiosity. Allow me to clarify. The woman works at the bar, and those 2 unfortunate souls attempted to drug her. However, upon being discovered, they resorted to force. As you can see, they underestimated the fighting spirit of a woman. Yet, it appears that the young beauty is now in quite a predicament, as the man she incapacitated happens to be the son of a local big shot. The bar owner cannot afford to offend that powerful figure, hence they are preventing her from leaving. Now that the spectacle has concluded, let us depart swiftly, for this place is on the verge of chaos." Gao Yang, lacking interest in the commotion, nodded in agreement and was about to leave when he heard the girl, firmly held by 4 burly men, emit a piercing scream. This time, he understood her words, as she was calling for her mother. Although curiosity piqued his interest, he chose not to pause at that moment. A window on the building they intended to enter swung open, and a sharp female voice pierced the air. Suddenly, a flower pot was hurled from the 3rd floor, narrowly missing the crowd but startling everyone in attendance, with the flower pot serving as an unexpected prelude. A hefty woman, weighing at least 200 pounds, charged out of the corridor, sweeping past Gao Yang and his companions like a whirlwind. Wielding a substantial rolling pin, she plunged into the fray, her strikes landing with the precision of a tempest, sending flour billowing into the air as she struck down the men who sought to restrain the fierce girl. Chapter 65. The fearsome woman. The stout woman unleashed an astonishing display of combat prowess, liberating the girl, who wasted no time in rushing to the unfortunate victim held aloft by 2 men. With a swift motion, she delivered a series of resounding slaps, followed by a forceful kick that sent him sprawling, creating the illusion that the bar's patrons had conspired to allow her to unleash her fury upon him. The woman continued to vent her wrath, while the stout matron remained undeterred, effortlessly dispatching any man who dared to resist her with the rolling pin, leaving none capable of offering even the slightest opposition, exuding an air of formidable authority. Once every standing individual had been rendered to the ground, the stout woman supported her waist with one hand while brandishing the rolling pin with the other, unleashing a tirade of expletives for quite some time. Eventually, she seized the still fuming girl, and the pair, hand in hand, strutted towards Gao Yang and his companions, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Gao Yang stared, wide-eyed at the whirlwind of mother and daughter, mentally noting his admiration, while the indomitable matron cast a sidelong glance at them, followed by a disdainful snort. Gao Yang, feeling the weight of her gaze, quickly lowered his head, only to realize that Lao Lu and Li Jinfeng shared his trepidation. None of them dared to meet the formidable woman's eyes. Once the pair had ascended the stairs, Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, "Incredible, truly fearsome. They are indeed a warrior race." Li Jinfeng nodded vigorously, while Lao Lu managed a rueful smile, saying, "As a Russian, I feel an immense pressure. Though such women are rare, what if I were to encounter one? You see, Women behave entirely differently before and after marriage. Good heavens, I'm only 31, and I've already developed a psychological scar. No, I must find myself a gentle Chinese girl. Absolutely essential. Gao Yang resonated with Lao Lu's concerns, patting his shoulder in agreement before solemnly stating, "Let us hasten to find the individuals we seek." Yet, I cannot shake this ominous feeling. Li Jinfeng and Lao Lu exchanged alarmed glances, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" Gao Yang surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot. Although uncertain of the reasoning, he continued, "The people we seek are also a mother and daughter duo. While I know the likelihood is slim, I can't shake the premonition that they are the very ones we just witnessed." Lao Lu, taken aback, questioned, "What do you want with them? Surely, it isn't revenge." Gao Yang quickly shook his head, insisting, "No, of course not. I'm merely here on someone else's behalf to deliver a package. Absolutely no connection to vengeance." Lao Lu exhaled in relief, chuckling, "Well, if you're just delivering something, there's nothing to fear, as long as it's not a death sentence." Li Jinfeng scoffed, "Look at you two, being all timid. Our targets are indeed that mother and daughter. How could it be so fortuitous?" Gao Yang nodded, conceding, "I too believe the odds are slim. This is merely speculation. The girl I seek is a music student, specifically a pianist. How could she possibly be so fierce? Let us proceed and accomplish our task swiftly. We ought not linger here." As Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng prepared to depart, they noticed Lao Lu standing rooted in place, a frown etched upon his face. "Did I not mention that the girl plays the piano at the bar? Furthermore, the address on this note is on the 3rd floor. Coincidentally where that hefty woman tossed the flower pot." Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng halted abruptly, furrowing their brows. Could it truly be this coincidental? Let me think. Gao Yang pondered aloud. Li Jinfeng chuckled. What more is there to think? We're here to deliver money, not to pick a fight. You two needn't worry. I will protect you. Despite feeling reassured, Gao Yang couldn't dispel his unease regarding the formidable matron. Nevertheless, they had to investigate to determine whether their assumptions held any truth. Following the address on the note, they knocked on a door, and as they did, Lao Lu, following Gao Yang's instructions, gently called out in Russian, "Is anyone there? We have something to deliver. We are friends of Yuri Grolievsky-Ivanov." Sent by him. After Lao Lu finished speaking, a sudden realization struck Gao Yang. Groliev had instructed them to use a pseudonym rather than his real name. He quickly pulled Lao Lu aside, exclaiming, "I forgot one crucial detail. You said we were sent by Groliev." Before Gao Yang could finish, a familiar sound echoed from within, the unmistakable click of a gun being readied. Recognizing the sound, he inwardly cursed his oversight, yanking Lao Lu aside just as a deafening bang resonated, leaving a gaping hole in the wooden door. Before Gao Yang could comprehend the danger, another explosive sound followed, creating a second hole. He had never anticipated that his momentary lapse could have cost Lao Lu his life. In a panic, he shouted in English, "Don't shoot. We are friends of Groliev." Fortunately, Lao Lu reacted swiftly, echoing Gao Yang's plea in Russian. Finally, the gunfire ceased, and a woman shouted a few commands before switching to English, ordering, "Come in slowly, and no funny business." Lao Lu, furrowing his brow, asked, "What should we do?" "She wants us to enter." Gao Yang nodded, responding, "I understand. Let me handle this." As the door, now sporting a gaping hole, swung open, Gao Yang cleared his throat and raised his hands. Cautiously stepping forward, upon entering, his heart sank. His premonition had come to fruition. The very mother and daughter he had encountered earlier were glaring at him from within, gazing at the stout woman, still holding a smoking shotgun. Gao Yang forced a smile and said, "Hello, I am a friend of Groliev. I have come on his behalf to deliver money. Please, do not misunderstand." Even knowing his intentions were benign and unlikely to provoke violence, Gao Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The impression left by the mother and daughter was too vivid. Yet, upon completing his explanation, he was taken aback to see the stout woman erupt in fury. "That damned bastard! Is he still alive?" Chapter 66. Troubles abound. The name Natalia Sasha Ivanova might sound melodious, yet upon seeing the real woman, Gao Yang found it impossible to reconcile the image he had conjured of Groliev's wife with the formidable figure before him. Groliev's daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to the fierce girl, appeared nothing like the sweet, innocent child Groliev had described. Instead, she exuded an air of defiance, adorned with heavy makeup and exhaling smoke. making it difficult for Gao Yang to connect the dots between the portrayal of a dutiful daughter and the rebellious young woman he now faced. Although he suspected that this mother-daughter duo was indeed the individuals he sought, he felt it prudent to inquire further. Gao Yang, with a beaming smile, politely inquired, "I beg your pardon, might you kindly share your names with me? I must ascertain whether I have found the right individuals. Wouldn't you agree? My name is Natalia Sasha Ivanova, and this is my daughter, Elena Yura Ivanova. If your acquaintance is that scoundrel Yuri, then he should have no other wife or children." With a sigh of relief, Gao Yang confirmed, "That is indeed correct. I am exceedingly pleased to meet you both. I am a friend of Grigoriev. You see, he is unable to return, yet he thinks of you often. He has saved every penny, and since I was coming here, he entrusted me with delivering this money to you. Here, I present to you $23,000. All in this envelope." Natalia's expression softened immediately. She did not hasten to accept the money from Gao Yang but wore a look of deep sorrow, saying, "That wretch still remembers that we exist in this world. Does he? Damn it, I have long believed him to be dead. Even if he cannot return, could he not send a message back?" Gao Yang was taken aback and responded, "What do you mean by that?" "To my knowledge, Grigoriev has been sending you money every year." With a confused look, Natalia retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? In the second year after he fled, a man named Ivan brought us $1,000. And since then, we have not heard a word from him. What money has ever been sent?" Gao Yang slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "I see. That man named Ivan never delivered any money to you. He must have absconded with the funds that Grigoriev sent for you. That bastard should have died much sooner. But what is the story behind you and your daughter's photographs? Why does Grigoriev possess pictures of you? He has photos of Elena at school and even a family portrait, including one from last year where Elena is holding an award certificate." Elena flicked her cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with her foot before brushing her hands together, and replied, "I believe you are referring to the photos I posted on my Facebook. Downloading and printing them is hardly a challenge. I suppose that it seems someone has taken advantage of my images. Well, I hope I do not encounter that scoundrel, or I shall crush his jewels. By the way, how is my father doing?" "Ah, your father is doing well. Additionally, I must inform you that the scoundrel who has taken advantage of your father and your family has recently met his end." Gao Yang replied. Natalia shot Elena an admonishing glance, retorting, "You are at home, speaking with your father's friend. Could you not behave like a proper child? Leave behind the persona you adopt in bars." Elena swiftly donned a smile. Her voice soft and gentle as she said, "Thank you for bringing news of my father. Both my mother and I are deeply grateful to you." Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback by Elena's sudden change in demeanor. Observing her punkish appearance juxtaposed with her sweet and charming tone was disconcerting. After clearing his throat awkwardly, he clumsily extended the money towards Natalia, saying, "Please accept this money." Natalia set her shotgun aside on a nearby table, wiped her hands on her clothing, and finally took the money from Gao Yang. At that moment, she bore no semblance of a fierce demeanor and appeared rather like a kind-hearted neighbor. After accepting the money, Natalia smiled sheepishly. "Please, take a seat. I sincerely apologize for making you stand while we talked. I thought it was someone from the bar across the street causing trouble, hence my gunfire. I hope I did not frighten you." Gao Yang forced a chuckle, hesitating to admit that he had nearly been scared to death moments before. Nor did he mention that poor old Lou had nearly been shot in the head. However, Natalia's words reminded him, "By the way, is there any issue with what transpired downstairs? If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I would be more than willing to help." With a dismissive wave, Natalia replied, "It is nothing to worry about. What could possibly happen? The police never come here, and those cowards would not dare to trouble me." After her fierce declaration, Natalia immediately softened her expression, saying gently, "You must understand, since that wretch Yuri departed all those years ago, it has only been the two of us. If we do not adopt a tougher stance, we simply cannot survive." Gao Yang nodded in understanding and asked, "Is Elena not attending school now? I gather she seems to be working in a bar." With a heavy heart, Natalia explained, "Elena is still in school. However, I lost my job last year and have yet to find another. My poor Elena, at just 16, must earn money for her education, and our livelihoods now depend on her earnings. Do not be misled by her current appearance. It is merely a facade for self-protection." Gao Yang felt a surge of respect for Elena but remained puzzled. "I hear your English is excellent. In fact, Your entire family speaks it well. Surely, finding a job should not be exceedingly difficult? With a resigned smile, Natalia replied, I was once an English translator, and both Grigoriev and Elena were my most successful students. However, ever since Grigoriev's incident, I have refrained from pursuing that profession to avoid drawing attention. I have tried to teach children English, but recently, no one has sought my services. I believe it is due to my current reputation. After all, who would want a fierce woman teaching their children? Gao Yang nodded, saying, I understand. However, your lives will not remain as they are now. I believe Grigoriev's funds will continue to arrive, alleviating the need for Elena to work. Elena smiled at Gao Yang and mimicked playing the piano, saying, Actually, my job is quite simple. I perform on the piano at a restaurant, earning some wages and tips, and it is rather safe. However, the pay is meager, so I plan to play the electronic keyboard at the bar near my home for extra cash. Little did I know, within a month, I have already chased away the 18th man who attempted to take advantage of me. Perhaps the bar owner keeps hiring me because I help them sell more drinks. Gao Yang intently advised Elena, regardless of how much you earn, you must not return to such places. Your father misses you both dearly and is immensely proud of you. You ought to focus on your studies and aim for the best music academy. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang continued, Now that you have this money, it should suffice for you to relocate to a safer neighborhood. You need not worry about your future. Grigoriev will ensure that funds are sent regularly. I assure you of that. Suddenly recalling, Gao Yang exclaimed, I almost forgot. Grigoriev now has a satellite phone. Although you could not contact him before, now it is different. You can call him directly. Do you have a mobile phone? You can reach him right now. Natalia's face lit up with surprise. Is that truly possible? He previously mentioned that we should avoid contacting him to prevent drawing the KGB's attention. Upon hearing Grigoriev's connection to the KGB, Gao Yang was instantly taken aback. He had only known that Grigoriev was involved in a murder case, but remained unaware of the reasons preventing his return or even his reluctance to communicate. It dawned on him that Grigoriev's situation was entangled with the KGB. Of course, Natalia was referring to the KGB of the former Soviet Union. The current iterations are the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation and the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. Nevertheless, most Russians and many around the world still refer to these agencies as the KGB. Realizing the potential complications of having Natalia and Elena contact Grigoriev, Gao Yang decided that some matters should be clarified before proceeding, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for him. After offering an apologetic smile to Natalia, Gao Yang solemnly stated, I'm afraid it would be best to refrain from calling him for now. Perhaps you could provide me with a number so that he can call you later. Also, are you genuinely certain that what just occurred will not lead to any complications? My friend here mentioned that he heard the bar patron say that one of the men Elena confronted was the son of a local gang leader. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Elena appeared momentarily stunned, replying, I do not know who he is, and I was too agitated at the time to hear what people were saying. I believe it should be fine. Gao Yang's expression shifted instantly. While Elena's encounters with ordinary troublemakers posed no real threat, given her and her mother's resilience, provoking a genuine gang could spell disaster. Without hesitation, Gao Yang declared, I understand. Let's refrain from discussing this further. You must gather only the essentials. We are leaving at once. No, wait, do not pack anything. We must go immediately. Gao Yang's decision came a tad too late, and no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. Li Jinfeng's voice cut through the tension as he gravely stated, Someone is coming, and there are quite a few. Chapter 67. Excellent marksmanship, exceptional skills. As Gao Yang listened to the tumultuous approach, he found himself momentarily stunned. His conversation with Natalia and her daughter had consumed far too much time. Had he known earlier that Natalia would falter, he would have led everyone to safety instead of waiting here to be caught off guard. In his urgency, Gao Yang could not conjure any clever ideas. Instinctively, he gestured for Natalia to come closer, reclaimed the money he had just given her, and hastily returned it to his pocket, though not act rashly. He urged, Listen to me and cooperate. 83 stories high, their assailants would reach them in no time, and Gao Yang had never considered closing the door. Even if that rickety wooden barrier were shut, it would offer little protection. As the vengeful crowd quickly approached, a middle-aged man at the forefront halted at the entrance, momentarily taken aback by the scene inside. He stood at the threshold, casting a suspicious glance over Gao Yang and the others before his gaze fell upon Yelena. Gao Yang, positioned further inside, could only see 3 or 4 figures at the door, but he could hear many more in the hallway. After a brief moment, a portly middle-aged man squeezed through the throng. Following him was a bald brute who, as if carrying a small chicken, had a person in his grasp. Gao Yang recognized the captive as someone from the bar. The captive trembled, pointing a finger at Yelena before retracting it in fear. The burly man tossed him aside and focused his ire on the fuming fat man. Lao Lu was the first to speak up, raising his hand and attempting to project an air of indifference as he cautiously moved closer to Gao Yang. He nervously muttered something in Russian, and with Gao Yang's limited understanding of the language, he discerned that Lao Lu mentioned they were friends from Huaxia, here to collect a debt. Jinfeng remained calm at the entrance, positioned behind the portly man, while Gao Yang and Lao Lu stood slightly further back. The fat man glared at them for a moment before directing his furious shouts at Yelena. The throng in the hallway surged forward, flooding into the room, with the last person shutting the door behind them. 8 men entered, each exuding a menacing aura, and in front of Gao Yang and his companions stood a towering figure. His expression far from friendly, suggesting a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The lead fat man shouted angrily a couple of times, and then the first burly man lunged for Yelena. Unfazed by the intimidating presence surrounding her, Yelena retaliated with a swift slap. When the brute seized her arm, she instinctively kicked out, but he merely sidestepped, exerting just enough force to bring her crashing to the ground. His boot pressing down on her chest. Observing the unfolding chaos, Natalia could not allow her daughter to suffer, so she seized a nearby hunting rifle and swung it towards the brute. However, he deftly evaded her strike. Retaliating by sending Natalia sprawling to the floor, Li Jinfeng cast a questioning glance at Gao Yang, while Lao Lu whispered nervously, "What should we do?" "He says he will kill them." Gao Yang was taken aback that the hefty man had bypassed any pretense and ordered his henchmen to act. Before he could devise a plan, the enraged fat man approached the subdued Yelena, laboriously squatting down, and without hesitation, delivered a harsh slap, growling something menacing. As Natalia struggled to rise, Gao Yang instinctively took a step forward, intending to speak, when suddenly the brute before him lifted a handgun and pressed it against his temple. It was Gao Yang's first encounter with a gun aimed at him, and after a fleeting moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. Raising his hands in surrender, he implored, "Do not act impulsively. Everything here is unrelated to us. We are merely here to collect a debt. You carry on with your business, and we will leave." The man confronting Lao Lu remained still, hand resting inside his coat, and Gao Yang had no doubt he too would produce a firearm. Li Jinfeng's adversary brandished a gun, pointing it at his face, while the others, although they had not drawn weapons, were undoubtedly armed. Lao Lu translated Gao Yang's words into Russian, prompting the man before Gao Yang to glance toward the fat man, who, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and stepped aside. The brute who had subdued Yelena withdrew his foot and took a step back, only for Gao Yang to notice the man pointing a gun at him had adopted a look of grim determination. Shifting the barrel toward the prostrate Yelena, Gao Yang was certain that the man was about to pull the trigger, and realizing there was no time left for pretense, he shouted, "Do it!" He lunged to grasp the hand holding the gun. But the brute's formidable physique rendered him immovable in a moment of desperation. Gao Yang had simply shouted, unwilling to stand by and watch the family of Grolov perish before his eyes, if he remained idle now. Even if Grolov could forgive him, he would never forgive himself. Gao Yang's instinctive action of grabbing the gunman's hand left him at a loss for what to do next. Just then, the brute before him collapsed limply. Gao Yang was taken aback, only to see Li Jinfeng, with a fierce expression, seizing the opportunity to grab one of the assailants by the fist while simultaneously pulling him into an embrace, driving a knee into the man's throat. The brute Gao Yang faced was also felled by Li Jinfeng's swift assault in mere moments. Li Jinfeng had incapacitated 2 men, swiftly neutralizing the immediate threat before turning his attention back to Gao Yang's adversary. Ensuring that neither of the gunmen had a chance to fire in the blink of an eye, few could comprehend the rapid turn of events. Only the brute who had so effortlessly dispatched Yelena and Natalia appeared to possess any skill. With a roar, he lunged at Li Jinfeng. Gao Yang, still holding onto the man he had grappled, instinctively seized the firearm from the fallen brute's grasp and aimed, firing just as the man was about to engage Li Jinfeng. The shot struck him squarely in the temple, just before the two could collide. Without a firearm, Gao Yang felt powerless. However, with one in hand, he transformed into the most formidable presence in the room. Having discharged a round, he had no intention of halting. He would either empty the magazine or become a corpse carried away. This choice was all too clear. The kickback from the gun required time to recalibrate his aim. And Gao Yang could not take down everyone at once. Therefore, he chose to target the most threatening individual, firing at a burly man who had drawn his weapon. As Gao Yang fired, the nearest assailant lunged at him. But Li Jinfeng exhibited remarkable ferocity, taking a swift step forward, bending low, and delivering a powerful punch to the intruder's abdomen, sending him soaring half a meter into the air before crashing to the ground. While Li Jinfeng dealt with the immediate threat, Gao Yang transitioned from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance, fingers rapidly pulling the trigger. He fired at anyone who showed signs of movement, and within a matter of seconds, he had discharged 5 shots. Each bullet found its mark, striking the heads of his targets. Gao Yang had developed a habit for precision shooting through countless rounds of practice, and he possessed the ability to deliver lethal shots with each pull of the trigger. After firing 5 rounds, the room was devoid of standing figures. In a moment of urgency, Gao Yang aimed at the captive from the bar. And with the 3 individuals Li Jinfeng had taken down, it was the portly man who remained. The least threatening of them all, Gao Yang leveled his gun at the fat man, whose face reflected sheer terror as he muttered incoherently. Without hesitation, Gao Yang fired, obliterating the man's head. Turning to the stunned Lao Lu and Li Jinfeng, he shrugged and remarked, "I do not understand what he was saying." Li Jinfeng gave Gao Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent marksmanship." Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Exceptional skills." Afterward, he aimed his firearm at the brute lying at his feet, the one felled by Li Jinfeng. Intent on delivering a finishing shot, he was dissuaded when Li Jinfeng shook his head and stated firmly, "Do not waste the bullet. He is dead." Observing closely, Gao Yang noticed that the only remaining sign of life was the man who had taken Li Jinfeng's punch, still twitching on the ground. With a swift pull of the trigger, Gao Yang ended his suffering. Yelena rose from the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. She glanced at Gao Yang, then at Li Jinfeng, and finally at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about the room. Overwhelmed, she covered her mouth and began to sob, although her gaze towards Gao Yang was now filled with gratitude and a sparkle of hope. After confirming that there were no living souls left in the house, Gao Yang offered a bitter smile to Natalia, saying, "Now it would be impossible for you to stay." Having been rescued from the brink of despair, the emotional turmoil of Yelena and Natalia was palpable. Yelena rasped, "Thank you, thank you." Gao Yang replied with a wry smile, "No need for thanks. Let us get out of here." Alas, how did it come to this? Chapter 68. The relentless escape. Natalia and Yelena went to retrieve their most essential belongings, such as identification and money. During their brief wait, Gao Yang, finding a moment of calm, pondered whether he was cursed. His recent days had been consumed solely by the struggle for survival, having fought his way through Africa and returned to China, only to flee to Russia. Now, just as he was beginning to find his footing in Russia, he was once again forced to escape. In contrast, Li Jinfeng seemed unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Gao Yang noted a glimmer of satisfaction in Li's eyes, leading him to conclude that Li was indeed a man of violence. Gao Yang removed the magazine from his handgun and noted that it contained 5 bullets, which he deemed sufficient, deciding against searching for another magazine. He nodded towards Natalia and Yelena, urging them, "Let us hurry. Why are you still standing there?" Li Jinfeng picked up a handgun from the ground and tucked it into his waistband, solemnly inquiring, "Where are we heading?" Gao Yang was at a loss for direction. He turned to old Lu, who wore a mournful expression, and lamented, "What do you expect from me? I was only supposed to take you to Moscow and put you on a plane to Africa. Now that this calamity has occurred, how am I to know where we should go?" Embarrassed, Gao Yang chuckled awkwardly, "Old Lu, we're truly counting on you now. If you don't know where to go, we are even more lost." Old Lu wearily waved his hand, his face a mask of resignation. "All I know is that we must leave this cursed place quickly. As for where to go, I should consult the boss. Perhaps he has a solution." They hurried downstairs, where they discovered 3 newly parked cars, one of which was a pristine Mercedes. These vehicles were undoubtedly brought by the vengeful fat man and his associates. Li Jinfeng dashed over and tried to open a car door. The door swung open easily, and after peering inside, he gestured for the others to enter, exclaiming, "The keys are indeed left in the ignition. Hurry, get in." Curiosity piqued, Gao Yang asked, "How are your driving skills? Perhaps I should take the wheel." Ignoring Gao Yang, Li Jinfeng leaped into the car, and after starting the engine, it roared to life. The tires screeched as they made a sharp turn, positioning the car directly towards Gao Yang and the others. Old Lu took the passenger seat, while Gao Yang, cradling his gun in his lap, remained vigilant of their surroundings. Natalia and Yelena climbed into the vehicle, and seeing no one attracted by the gunfire, Gao Yang joined them. As soon as Gao Yang settled in, Li Jinfeng accelerated the car like an arrow released from a bow, speeding away from the perilous neighborhood and onto the main road. Once he sensed the danger had subsided, Old Lu finally regained his composure. The sudden violence of Gao Yang and Li Jinfeng had startled him greatly, but now, realizing that no police were in pursuit and no gangs were shooting at them, he began to consider their next steps. Without needing to be prompted by Gao Yang, Old Lu took out a mobile phone and, shaking his head, muttered, "You've truly put me in a dire situation. With your Eastern features, you stand out too much. Both the police and the vengeful gangsters can easily locate you. I must call the boss. If all else fails, we may have to return to Harbin." Gao Yang felt slightly embarrassed and smiled. "We just came from Harbin. We can't go back there. How about we head to the airport? I trust you will find a way." Old Lu's call connected, and he shook his head, signaling Gao Yang to remain silent as he spoke rapidly. After a brief conversation, he hung up, his face drawn in concern. "Our boss said that no matter where you want to go, he will find a way. He is willing to do anything for the wives and children of his friends. Now you can tell me where you wish to go, and I will do my utmost to assist." Gao Yang suddenly realized that in the eyes of Molotov, it was not he who held the most influence, but rather Natalia and Yelena, as he had only gained access through Grolov. After contemplating, he turned to Natalia and asked in English, "Is there anywhere you wish to go? My suggestion is that you should leave Russia. It is far too dangerous here. Who knows what might happen if you stay?" Natalia glanced at Yelena, her expression troubled. "We have nowhere to go. And if we leave Russia, what will happen to Yelena's education?" Before Gao Yang could respond, Yelena interjected, "There are music academies outside of Russia. We can study elsewhere. Also, may I ask how to address you, sir?" Yelena's last question was directed at Gao Yang, who suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce himself. He quickly stated their names, and then Yelena fixed her gaze on Gao Yang. "Where do you intend to go? Do you have any plans for us? We too aim to go to Africa, possibly Libya. To meet your father. As for you, it is certain that you cannot go to Libya, but I can arrange a safe place for you in Africa, at least somewhere less perilous." Yelena nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Mr. Gao. Wherever you go, my mother and I will follow you. We entrust everything to you." Taking Natalia and Yelena along was not merely a hassle, it was a significant burden. Nevertheless, Gao Yang could not abandon this mother and daughter duo. With a wry smile, he turned to Old Lu, stating, "We four can go anywhere, as long as we can leave this country. Of course, heading directly to Africa would be ideal." Old Lu sighed, "Going to Africa might be more feasible. Let me check the fastest route for you, and then we can decide." After making several calls, Old Lu covered the mouthpiece and whispered a few words to Natalia. Once she nodded in response, he resumed his conversation. Gao Yang resolved to learn Russian diligently. It was disheartening to watch others converse without understanding their words. After Old Lu finished his call, he turned to Gao Yang with a look of relief. "You can go to South Africa. There's a flight tonight. It's the quickest option, and both of them have passports. I just need to collect your passports, and within a few hours, everything can be arranged. But it will require some funds." "How much?" Old Lu held up 2 fingers. "For the 4 of you, it will be $20,000, which is the immediate amount needed and must be paid right away. The rest, our boss has said he will cover as a gift for an old friend, so you needn't worry about it." Grolov's money for Natalia was now in Gao Yang's possession,